Chapter 751, Ava looks into her system, and just seconds after sending her report of the realm wave to the lower realm, a series of pings hit her consciousness from Raven over the next minute. Day 9 update, Raven, message received. We have made it to Kelfer, a world where this additional time will be put to good use. Day 10 update, Raven, we've been stationed in private cultivation settings. I can feel the potential in these chambers is far greater here than on the human world. I will be focusing on saturating my core. I will hand the daily communications off to our organizer. Day 11 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Generals, Day 12 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Prospecting footage, Day 13 update, Brianna, hologram attached. More prospecting footage. Ava's eyes open as all of the visuals sent from the lower realm play simultaneously, and she conceptualizes what is happening. Raven's communication line goes cold, but another human that Ava recognizes from the meeting she briefly attended takes over the updates and sends visuals of the 4 moons the generals cultivate on, even a peek down into the swirling dark clouds of the demonic world. Days ago, before the footage of the exploration and cultivation progress was pinged up to the upper realm, the 4 commanders are sent down to the prospecting base and each given a small yellow diamond-shaped artifact to add to their status. It was created by Alvaron many millennia ago. Once equipped, the gem floats in front of their chests and creates a thin layer of mana and thin yellow divine threads around the users. While it is nowhere near strong enough to fend off actual attacks, it is dense enough to push away the massive planet's demonic energy density. However, the increased gravity is impossible to avoid. Pure oxygen is released from the gems in intervals. There is a semi-stable atmosphere on this world, similar to the human worlds, but storms of abnormal demonic clouds shift its chemical contents, pulling up elements from the planet's crust, and often they are not breathable for humans. The artifacts grant surveillance access to Bree and Alvaron simultaneously. So live monitoring of the events within the dense black and purple clouds can be recorded and observed from 4 different points of view. Fisher and Lydia walk in front and behind Monk and Luna. Luna activates a smaller, more focused version of her ranked-up buff, using her perception to scan the terrain in their general vicinity rather than putting a beacon in the sky for all the demonic beasts in their surroundings to see. Monk does a similar thing, sending pulses of chi through the rocks to get mental scans of what the environment looks like despite being completely covered in thick black clouds of demonic energy. The base they've been teleported into seems to be deep within a ravine of what must have been a thriving mountain range in the past. There are massive mountains and canyons that look to have been carved out by rivers long ago, but all signs of greenery or normal life have long since disappeared. The rivers are now completely dry. Upon first scan, no artifacts can be found within this ravine, but Monk just looks upward and speaks to the group. Our briefing stated most of the artifacts around this base have already been found by search parties in the past. We'll have to go much deeper into this world. My guess is the closer to that throne we get, the more artifacts we'll find. Luna looks quite concerned at the amount of effort each footstep up a poorly managed pathway out of the ravine takes, but begins pulling small amounts of stats to aid her physical movements. And soon it feels as though she's just walking on the human world like normal again. Fisher, up front, nods and keeps a slow pace while his aura of perception bursts out hundreds of kilometers far past this mountain range the base is built in. Further than everyone else, there are some nasty monsters out there. I can already see a few stronger than even those demons we fought off around our throne. He turns back to look at Luna, and that's not even mentioning the kings. Ari was right. We're avoiding them at all costs. Lydia's senses push out in the opposite direction, behind them, and she speaks up while they continue to climb the cliff. Yeah, don't get overexcited. We have weeks to explore. Slow and steady so we don't run into trouble we can't handle. With these words of warning, the group climbs out of the ravine and begins trekking through the mountain range. While everyone's vision is dark and the gravity is tens of times stronger than on the human world, these 4 are still some of the strongest humans alive. It only takes a day to make it out of the mountain range, which has mostly been explored already by other races in the past. A few times per hour, the ground shakes and the atmosphere wavers with dense yellow threads as, somewhere on this world, the kings clash again. However, the only trouble they run into in these parts are a few demonic wolves. They are far stronger than the weak imitations found in the abyss that was created around the human world's throne, but the water and ice-wielding commanders easily take care of them before they get anywhere close to Monk or Luna in the center of their formation. Beyond the mountain base lies a far more flat wasteland that appears to have been a desert in the past, stretching outward for a few thousand kilometers. Upon stepping foot into it, enormous demonic sandworms and high orcs in Dark black armor attack the group as if they're mindlessly protecting the land. Lydia finds a pathway they can take around the backside of the mountain range to avoid trouble, but Monk points forward after a pulse of his chi detects something. No, we can't. They're protecting this desert for a reason. I sense an artifact, deep in the sand. Luna summons her many purple and white eyes in the sky and blinks, sending a pulse of energy much further than Monk's senses can go, then nods. There are a few, not many, but they seem to be more abundant the further into this region we travel. I think you're right, more artifacts will be found the closer to the tower we get. At these words, a massive demonic sandworm erupts from the ground, but Fisher was already watching it closely. He erupts with an aura of intimidation and uses his second ranked up buff, summoning a shimmering blue water serpent manifestation while he swings his sword downward. The worm's entire body is sliced in two the long way as it's frozen in fear, and its yellow divine core is shattered. It isn't even able to get a full screech out before its two halves fall to the sides of the prospecting party, and Fisher points forward. Come on, let's go. The following 4 days are slightly more eventful than the first. Ava watches visuals of this blue swordsman slicing through demonic worms and a shimmering white icy woman freezing demonic orcs and wolves that attempt to ambush the group from behind. They travel thousands of kilometers into what used to be a desert, and Monk digs up 7 individual artifacts. 5 of them just look like lumps of black rock. But 2 of them have strange symbols and etchings on them that Ava cannot read or understand. The hundreds of soul weapons and armor dropped by the demonic forces on the way through the desert are arguably more valuable, but both Monk and Luna are far more interested in the illegible texts. Ava, however, recognizes a visual sent to her on the final day of messages. The group of 4 finally comes across a terrain change, as a massive skeleton of a defeated monster from long ago lies in the center of this desert region. The Goblin Queen can't help but squint as she looks down at the holograms sent, merely vague divine energy manifestations of what they see in the darkness of the demonic energy, but it's quite obvious what she sees. Is that a wyvern? This is what Ava whispers while sending a message of her own back to Bree. Minute 2, Ava, daily reports received. The second realm wave has not hit yet, time is still unstable. Please continue to send progress reports. As soon as this is sent, 5 more messages come back within the next minute. Day 14 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Prospecting footage, Day 15 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Ari consolidated his orange core. Progress is good. Day 16 update, Brianna, hologram attached. I consolidated my red core. Day 17 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Base tour, Day 18 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Prospecting footage. From the titles alone, Ava sees that Ari has already managed to break through to his orange core and wonders what kind of facilities they're using, as the visuals Bree is sending of the generals cultivating are short. Only small snippets of them sitting within rooms with glowing yellow walls that circulate all of the divine threads they expel back toward them are shared. Far more footage of the underground base that Bree is living in is sent to her than anything of use. Ava can't help but crack a smile as this human films herself one-handed, walking through all of the luxury facilities she has available to her, ending the recording with a large meal on a floating platter in a hot tub as a celebration for consolidating her red core. Though, the next ping with footage from the demonic world is far more interesting than the past updates. Upon discovering the enormous, multiple kilometer-long skeleton of a wyvern in the middle of the desert, Monk points below it and yells out, "Tons of them! At least 50. I feel tons of originator artifacts under there." At the same time, both Fisher and Lydia feel a shiver ripple through them. Not only have they been slowly trekking closer to the current battlegrounds of the Kings of Kelfer, but on the other side of this skeleton, both of them feel a horde of about a dozen first-class monsters. Their knowledge of world classes is low, but whatever is on the other side of this skeleton, it's clear they are much stronger than the sandworms and high orcs they've been killing with ease. All of them have fully compressed true cores, and they feel as though they are saturated to their limits. Fisher places a finger to his lips and turns to Monk. "We have company. If you want to go digging through the ground below this corpse, let us clear out the area first." A blue glow shimmers around Fisher, and the yellow threads tethering him to reality begin to bend and crack the ground as he takes footsteps to the left, beginning to circle around the wyvern near its skull. Lydia walks forward, then does the same thing, shimmering with bright white eyes and a cold glare while walking to their right side, circling around the wyvern's tail and whispering to herself, "Finally, I'll get to try out my new domain on some strong monsters." Up on one of the moons circling the planet, Raven opens one eye as her cultivation is disturbed. She is interested to see if Ava has sent another emergency message. However, it is not what she expected. It is a message to request access to more of the 4% allotted borrowed stats she has control over as a general. Raven grins, presses 2 accept prompts, and closes her one open eye to continue gathering threads to push herself closer to full saturation. Both Fisher and Lydia borrow a full 1% each to prepare for a battle down on Kelfer. Chapter 752. Loud thuds echo through the air as Monk and Luna stand back behind the wyvern skeleton. For some reason, the black bones left behind emit a cold aura, and even with a concentrated version of Luna's perception buff, none of her mana or chi-infused senses can see past the entire corpse. However, Monk examines the sight before him with a pondering gaze, as if he's trying to solve a puzzle. A blue glowing man and a frosty white woman circle around the black skeleton, carving out deep cracks in the ground with their every footstep as their auras rise with intensity. They, too, feel the strange cold aura from the wyvern's bones, but it is unaffected by the two commanders' overwhelming power. All of the ground around them shakes and quivers, but the land beneath the wyvern's bones is unaffected. The rhythmic thuds that can be felt are coming from the horde of monsters on the other side of the massive skeleton. Fisher is the first to get a good look at the enemies. His eyes are sharp, and his grip on his blade is tight, prepared to go all out, but he just watches with curiosity. An enormous demonic cyclops, tens of meters tall, roars with rage. Purple light bursts from its eye as a red aura surrounds its body, and it swings its club against the rib cage of the wyvern over and over again. Its greater form makes it stand over 200 meters in height, and its true core burns so bright in its chest that a powerful aura, even stronger than the first-class demon he saw Raven battling in the war, pours outward. Every impact against the wyvern's black bones sends more shockwaves carrying its intense aura outward, yet it is perfectly repelled, not leaving a single scratch or crack on the ancient skeleton. Fisher's eyes widen as he looks closer and watches as more monsters from the horde slam their swords, hammers, and clubs, activating their greater forms to grow hundreds of meters tall to mindlessly attack this grave that has lain here for millennia. The sight of enormous high orcs, ogres, cyclopes, lizardmen, and berserker giants, all infected to their very cores with dense demonic energy, is both a shocking and awe-inspiring sight. Every one of them, with fully saturated true cores, helplessly falls to their beast-like instincts, forced to slam the side of this skeleton to try and reach the treasure beneath it, though Fisher's attention is pulled elsewhere once he sees Lydia's bright white figure appear on the other side of the horde. Her voice echoes in his inner ear through their link. Come on, let's put these mindless beasts out of their misery. The ground beneath Lydia's feet spreads out with a cold white light. Her eyes and sword, pointing straight forward, glow the same color, white tiger's frozen domain. She whispers under her breath, and the white ice seeping out of her body expands at a rate hundreds of times faster. Fisher grins, and his eyes glow bright blue as he activates his third ranked up buff as well. The swordsman's blade vibrates with blue light, and he takes a step forward while swinging his blade twice, creating a blue X in front of him. An absurd amount of natural intimidation radiates off the swordsman's body as he steps back, and the X still floats in the air. His blade glows with brighter and brighter blue light, and both the white and blue auras that come out of these commanders become suffocating to all of the demonic beasts below first class in the desert for over 1,000 kilometers in every direction. Upon activation, the 12 saturated true cores stop their mindless attacks. As they feel auras approaching that actually stack up against their own, half turn toward the growing ice domain, and half stare straight at the source of the intimidation in the form of a tiny glowing blue X near the wyvern's skull. Echoing roars distort the demonic clouds all throughout the desert as the group of demonic beasts shakes the ground, leaving trails of yellow and black aura behind them while locked on their new enemies. While the distance between them is not far, less than a full kilometer to each of their destinations, the art of surprise is not on their side. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Fisher thrusts his blue sword into the center of the X formation once it has hit its maximum luminosity. And Lydia's bright white ice has traveled far enough outward to be beneath the 6 beasts' feet that charge her way. 1,000 bright blue serpents explode outward from Fisher's strike, and they all feel as though they carry the aura and intensity of a single full-powered blow of that bright thrust he threw into his formation. At the same time, Lydia's icy aura stops spreading and instead shoots upward at the edges, curving back toward its wielder to create a dome around the swordswoman. The illusion of a massive white tiger stalking its prey begins to materialize, and 6 versions of this tiger jump forward at the beasts whose feet have been frozen to the ground, at the same time that the white and blue auras collide near the center of the wyvern's skeleton. The full-powered attacks of Lydia and Fisher hit their targets as well. 1,000 blue water serpents leave trails of mana reinforced by 1% of all the stats of trillions of links of loyalty. Each of them bends gravity around them and collides, covering each of the demonic beast's greater forms with ease, not leaving a single meter untouched. The swordsman grins as deep holes pierce through the flesh of all these monsters, each serpent representing a full-powered sword strike. Equivalent to his second ranked up buff, in fractions of a second, they're all pierced through hundreds of times each one of their fully saturated divine cores is targeted with dozens of serpents each. While the yellow divine threads tethering these serpents together are nowhere near enough to even leave a scratch on these beasts, the overwhelming pure mana density being channeled into each attack is thousands of times greater than the demonic energy being wielded by these monsters. Each serpent digs into the true cores in their chests, fracturing them more and more with every puncture. If it was just 1 or 2 attacks, they could have survived, but by pure quantity and the unyielding ruthlessness of Fisher's technique, these beasts stand no chance. Their cores are shattered before they can take another step. At the same moment, the 6 illusions of white tigers collide with the demonic beasts trapped in Lydia's domain. Instead of being purely attack-based, these white tigers are burned into the monster's psyches, and all they can see are the cold eyes of the tigers as more and more bright glowing white ice travels up from their feet, freezing their legs, and eventually their torsos. There is resistance, but the rage-filled beasts can only see the eyes of Lydia's white tiger as her mana control and pure stat-based strength overwhelm them far beyond anything these demonic creatures have ever faced. When the white frost covers their arms, soul weapons, and heads, the only things visible left behind are the 6 bright yellow true cores burning in their chests. Many of the white ice statues crack and splinter around the areas where the true cores burn. And Lydia is unable to move from her position until the domain is fully manifested. She breathes deeply while the dome above her head finishes forming and counts the milliseconds of silence, biding her time before she can strike. More and more fractures become visible around a cyclops that towers above the rest, while 2 high orcs have already succumbed to the cold, and their true cores are starting to dim. The anger, rage, and immense power can be felt from the strongest cyclops as red and black aura leaks out from the cracks in its chest. But Lydia does not flinch, holding her sword forward and feeling the hole in the ceiling close completely. A light clink echoes through the dome once it does, and no external demonic energy can seep in any longer. The temperature drops rapidly for a second time, and even the cracks in the massive cyclops begin to seal up, blocking its mutated aura from seeping out. Lydia jumps upward, and flashes of white light bouncing around the inside of the dome are all that can be seen, as she is the only thing that can move within this frozen domain. Not even a roar can be heard. Only the sound of frozen statues breaking like glass, and 6 weakened true cores exploding. To not be completely caught up in the blast, Lydia jumps upward once her job is done and deactivates her domain, starting at the top of the dome. As she jumps upward and out, the entire white dome shatters and explodes from the pressure of 6 fully saturated true cores breaking. On the other side of the wyvern's corpse, the collision of 2 auras white and blue can be seen, with bright yellow light streaking through them. Massive amounts of the demonic ground are blown to bits, and mountain-sized debris flies into the air with the erupting energy waves, though the strange radiation from the skeletal corpse holds it all back, acting as a blast shield. Monk and Luna just watch the light show with wide eyes as the entire desert shakes, and the flowing patterns of the demonic energy clouds in this region are altered. Even the 2 kings of Kelfer notice the blast over 20,000 kilometers away, though neither turns their heads for long. Once the highest intensity of the blast passes, they return to their battle unbothered. The flashing lights dim, and 2 figures walk out from opposite sides of the wyvern skeleton, powering down by releasing their borrowed stats back to Raven. However, their bodies still glow blue and white, giving off formidable auras as they return to the group. Lydia nods slowly, sheathing her sword, then looks over her shoulder. They were pretty tough. I actually got to go all out. Not bad. Fisher swings his blade over his shoulder and grins, turning to Lydia. Yeah, as I said, those were some nasty creatures. They're under some kind of mind control too. One of them took over 40 of my full force hits directly to its core. I wonder how tough they'd be if they were all there in the head. He looks back to Monk, who is now sweating profusely, but he replies, let's try not to find out. Then he walks forward past the 2 sword wielders to make his way toward the unaffected wyvern corpse. He pulls out a small black bar of originator stone from the human world out from a small silver box. I've seen a barrier around an artifact like this before, but never with such intensity. In the next few seconds, Monk walks right through the gap between 2 of the wyvern's black rib bones. Luna's eyes widen at the sight, and both Fisher and Lydia's expressions change to confusion as well. They turn around to watch the human in orange robes calmly achieve what these demonic beasts couldn't with all their power. Chapter 753. Fisher tries to follow after Monk, but every footstep closer to the black bones he takes, the colder his body gets. It is not like the icy cold aura that envelopes Lydia. Her ice actually feels full of energy, as Fisher can sense the mana creating it. This aura that seeps into his mind and body as he takes another step feels like the absence of energy itself. Even the demonic energy swirling around this world does not flow into the skeletal structure of this dead monster. The imagery of the demonic beasts he just killed, slamming their soul weapons against the rib cage of this creature and their full force strike being deflected back, repeats over and over as he tries to step even closer. However, the water-wielding swordsman stops, as his mind feels as though it's becoming dull, and his grasp on the system slightly wavers. The dominance of whatever creature once lived and left these bones behind lingers, and he takes a step backward out of respect, wondering how strong it must have been when it was alive to make him feel inferior even in the presence of its corpse. Both Luna and Lydia feel a very similar emotion, as they have stopped their steps a few meters behind Fisher when their minds and systems dulled. The three of them cannot even see where Monk has gone, as their senses cannot pierce the vibrating barrier. Luna summons her buff to create 13 massive eyes in the sky above the skeleton. After a blast like that, any additional aura put out into the world will be negligible. Her range at full power easily spans the entire desert, and she whispers under her breath for Fisher and Lydia to hear. You may have cleared the area out here, but that put an even bigger target on our heads. I sense hundreds, no thousands of them. Luna sees countless enormous sandworms erupting from the desert, and every stray wolf and orc turns their heads to the center of this flat terrain. Not only are third and second class beasts attracted to the shockwave, but many first class monsters of a similar stature to the ones killed just now feel the powerful exchange, but no, this is not the work of the kings. To the eroding brains of demonic energy infected monsters, where there are fights, there must be rewards worth fighting over. From all of the surrounding regions, their strongest warriors begin wandering this way. While for some, it may take a few days to arrive, others can get here in a matter of hours or minutes. Though, with thousands of beasts attracted to a single point in the desert, many more fights are sure to break out along the way. Luna's many eyes widen as she watches all-out war break loose, and the main forces slowly drift toward them in the center of the desert. Fisher and Lydia turn, and their auras begin to glow brightly again. The icy swordswoman pulls her blade from her sheath, and the water wielder's weapon glows blue. Looks like we have more work to do, indeed. We'll hold them off until Monk is done inside. This is exactly what they do. Ava watches a sped-up holographic feed from Fisher, Lydia, and Luna as this massive battle in the desert rages on for days. No feedback is shown from Monk, but Ava's mind is racing with questions. The skeleton looks exactly the same as Serafel's body structure. The only difference is that this ancient corpse is multiple times larger. Ava speeds through the holograms as she watches the ice and water sword wielders take out thousands of demonic beasts. The woman keeps a cool head and uses the dome-like ability 3 more times when she runs into more strong true cores. However, the water wielder seems to be a bit more unhinged. He continuously uses his ranked-up buff that he calls the Thousand Serpent Strike and obliterates countless armies of demonic monsters that emerge from the regions surrounding this massive desert land. Visuals of Monk walking out from under the wyvern's corpse come back in the last hologram message, followed by the group of 4 deciding to trek further into the demonic world, closer to the tower far away. On their way through the rest of the desert, hardly any demonic beasts attack, as all of the strong monsters in this portion of the world have been killed off by the Yellow Cord commanders. Their soul weapons and armor are brought along as they continue their journey. Even though most are frozen, shattered, or badly damaged. Minute 3, Ava, daily updates received. Incredible progress on prospecting. If you have extra time, those wyvern bones, I'm sure Jay would be very interested in a sample. And nice base tour, like clockwork. The moment Ava sends this response back, Bree's messages reply in rapid succession. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Day 19 update, Brianna, additional requested footage from Day 17, hologram attached. Day 20 update, Brianna, hologram attached, prospecting footage, new region. Day 21 update, Brianna, Ari consolidated his yellow core today. Additional generals cultivation progress. Hologram attached. Day 22 update, Brianna, hologram attached, nothing additional to report. Day 23 update, Brianna, hologram attached, nothing additional to report. The first message back is an old visual of the day Monk walked out from underneath the wyvern. His eyes look as though he's seen something spectacular, yet frightening at the same time. Though, his next actions are even more strange. The orange-robed man lets go of the small slab of originator stone, and his holographic feed reconnects to the system, as whatever the strange artifact he was using suppressed it completely. he turns around and uses the item storage skill borrowed from the Rising Emperor and even pulls a large amount of borrowed stats to increase its size to kilometers wide. Attempting to let the skeleton drop inside, however, the black bones do not move, and the portions of the white portal that get close to the old bones disappear. He cannot drop the skeleton into his storage. Monk doesn't try for long, as if he expected this, and nods, interesting. Well, I've gathered everything I can from the tomb. We will analyze them further when my master and the saint can translate everything. My knowledge only goes so far. More footage picks up days later as the four of them trek past the desert and into a new region full of far deeper caves and mountains with fossilized black trees. They look like they've been soaked with demonic energy and preserved for millennia. Many of the stronger beasts from this region left to attack earlier after the commotion Fisher and Lydia created, but there are still large populations of second-class demonic spiders covering this land. Monk and Luna send out many perception waves, but it appears as though there are no more artifacts left behind here. Monk is not particularly talkative in the days that follow either, as his mind seems to be consumed by a puzzle that has stumped him, though they do have a vantage point of a massive black tree that peeks out of the demonic atmosphere itself, about 4,000 kilometers away. Luna's last pulse of perception found that large amounts of chi are present there, and that most likely means more artifacts. It is located on the direct path toward the throne, so they are making good time. Though, the kings of Kelfer are not too far either, and their dueling path has become quite chaotic, as most of the footage in these 5 days is just of the group trekking through the old petrified forest. Ava schemes through it and sends a message back. Minute 4, Ava, message received. No change to the time distortion yet, though. Her eyes widen as the new messages she gets back are far more filled with action. Day 23 update, Brianna, hologram attached. I consolidated my orange core. Day 24 update, Brianna, hologram attached. General's cultivation updates. Raven claims she is halfway to saturation. Plus, a few observations. Day 25 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Nothing additional to report. Day 26 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Prospecting trouble. Day 27 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Unexpected update, sped up footage of the generals cultivating is shown, all four of them now only using yellow fragments. Raven's progress looks the most impressive, but in reality, she's done the majority of the work years ago back on the human world. For her, this is all on autopilot, taking advantage of this superior technology and using the potions and stabilization systems built into her setup. Aries' progress to a yellow core already is quite fast too, but he started far behind the others. Both Maria and Abby have weeks of concentrated, uninterrupted yellow fragment absorption ahead of him, though, for some reason, it appears Abby's core is much larger and closer to the true core collapse point. In every other cultivation timeline in the past, Maria's natural talent was superior. However, for some reason, the holographic footage coming back is partially corrupted every time it zooms in too far, though, from the pure divine energy radiation readings, on the surface it appears her absorption process is consistent but slow. Bree has left a few notes behind about these peculiar readings and believes maybe it has something to do with Abby's new physique, but none of the data coming her way is perfect. So there's no definitive answer as to why the speeds are different than expected just yet, though Ava knows little of these generals' pasts and only has seconds to read each report. She schemes by these words and opens up the more demanding news. The prospecting party has run into trouble. Visuals of the team making it through the entire petrified forest come through crystal clear. Ava even takes her time to watch an epic battle where Fisher handles 8 first-class saturated true chord spiders at once using his newly ranked up buff at the base of the massive tree they set out to find. At the same time, Lydia takes on an absurdly strong spider queen at the top of the tree that has been watching them approach for days. It takes her full focus and the full power of her domain to subdue this monster. It is far stronger than the cyclops she faced in the desert. Even once the dome of white ice is shut, some of the spider's legs still twitch and send tendrils of black thread toward her. The white swordswoman has to send dozens of psychological attacks into the spider's many eyes before it gives up. Lydia's limbs are hit by the dying spider's black demonic strings, and when she's hit, her arms and legs become petrified just like the spider. She is freezing solid. The bright white eyes of the tiger manifestation battle against the arachnid's mind, and both of their limbs shatter before each other. However, Lydia's grow back, as she has a mythic-grade version of self-regeneration, while the demonic spider loses its mobility and crashes to the domain's floor. An explosion of white and yellow light erupts from the tree, showering down on it like snow, just seconds after Fisher has eradicated its underlings. In the same moment, the massive tree, rising over 30 kilometers high above the planet's surface, crumbles too, as its creator ceases to exist. Many of the other trees in this forest shatter and fall to the planet's ground like sand. beneath the center of where the largest tree once stood, another strange sight can be seen that shocks the senses. Monk's eyes widen the most, as another burial of sorts is left behind, though it is not as awe-inspiring as the wyvern, nor does it give off the cold, unexplainable aura. Beneath this tree, over 100 originator artifacts sit in an unorganized pile, like the spiders were hoarding them and had no true use for them at all. Just like the other demonic beasts in this strange world, their minds are programmed to do illogical things. The orange-robed man immediately begins examining the loot and dropping them one by one into his item storage. Some are just like the ones found in the desert, massive black rocks that a normal hunter wouldn't think were special unless sending a pulse of chi through them. However, a far higher number of these artifacts look like they have been kept in better condition. Massive walls of text can be seen on some, and even etchings that look like lizards and birds. Ava knows this isn't the point of the hologram she's scrolling through, as it's titled, Prospecting Trouble. With not much time before she has to send an update back herself, she schemes through it faster and is disturbed by the result of what she sees, considering the amount of power witnessed in Fisher and Lydia's prior battles. The team of 4 is about to venture out even further into the world, but the blue-haired swordsman who leads the party stops them with a yell before they move any further. Gee, get back! No retreat! Stray arrow! Is all that Ava hears from Fisher's hologram before it flashes with a blinding yellow and white light, then becomes corrupted, forcefully shutting off in a similar fashion to Monk's when he entered the wyvern's tomb. Chapter 754. The battle path of the two kings is always shifting, and as the 4 travelers on this demonic world make their way closer to the throne, their odds of running into the crossfire of these two forces of nature exponentially increases. After being momentarily distracted by the energy output of Lydia's last use of her domain a few exchanges ago, the king became a bit irritated and decided to get rid of the disturbance. One of the long-range arrows was deflected by the sword-wielding king from roughly 12,000 kilometers away. While this ricochet is nowhere near the force of a full-powered targeted attack from one of the kings, it is still extremely strong. The entire sky and area of demonic energy around that deflected energy wave come rocketing toward the group. And only Fisher notices it in time as his aura is spread the furthest. He attempts to hold it off by summoning his ranked-up buff that could have easily killed first-class demonic beasts, but the second they hit this massive arrow of yellow light, all 1,000 of the full-powered sword strikes are shattered, and their auras completely negated and devoured. As Fisher's words of warning come from his lips, and the rest of the group hears them, a deadly cold ripple of nauseating energy flows through them. Monk wastes no time and crushes his teleport crystal back to the moon base to leave. As out of everyone here, he knows the danger of this feeling best. Luna follows, as she attempts to activate her perception buff to see what is happening. But only Chi is stimulated, her grasp on manipulating mana begins to drastically decrease. So, she leaves for the moon base before it's too late. Fisher looks back to make eye contact with Lydia, and they too crush their crystals as they realize their situation. All of the holographic feeds Ava watches of this event crackle with static, and she can't even get a proper visual of what really happened. But she does know whatever it was must have truly been strong if even those two ran. The final holographic update is back on the moon. The whole team has made it out unscathed. While Lydia mentally beats herself up for creating such a massive shockwave, attracting the king's attention, Fisher continuously claims it's not only her fault. He released many blasts of intimidation too. In the back of his mind as they were trekking through Kelfer, he believed that if they accidentally ran into the two kings, that they could handle them if necessary. Now, he's glad they found out this way instead of facing them head-on. He replays the overwhelming power his senses were just exposed to and tries to make sense of it for hours. It was something greater than just mana and divine energy. Just like the wyvern's bones, those kings feel as though they're superior lifeforms. Meanwhile, Ava watches recordings of Monk proudly lining up over 200 individual artifacts in a private room where Bree allows them to stay in the moon base for a few hours. He walks up and down the aisles of black rocks, creating in-depth holograms to send to Alvaron, and the slug's silver suit of armor walks the aisles with him to get his thoughts on the findings. Monk mutters a few words. This language is far different from the originator text back on my world. Well, most of it. He stops at the end of one of the aisles, in front of an enormous cylinder-shaped rock full of illegible writing. Well, except this one. I found it beneath the wyvern's bones. While there were many other treasures beneath it, I'm certain this is what it was protecting. It writes in the same language as a subset of texts back on the human world. My translations are rough, but I can make out the words of an eternal war, something about nobility, and lastly, the most recent etchings here are about a soldier. I believe this is pronounced Oh, Monk squints at a symbol that has been carved deeply into the black stone and speaks aloud a name that sends shivers down Ava's spine as she hears it. Sarah, Fell? Yeah, Sarah Fell. They call him their last hope. Maybe that was the name of the member of their race that challenged the throne on this world? Or ascended before? Or after? Maybe he's from another world, or their religion's name for a god? I'm not sure. I need more context to paint the full picture. Monk continues walking down the aisles and looks up at the knight that follows him. Though, I do know you were definitely right about one thing. The artifacts on my world are far older than these. This language must be some kind of common tongue. Maybe something nobility shares in the upper realm. This is the first time I'm seeing anything about nobles. None of the human texts ever use that word. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. He scratches his bald head and continues thinking and muttering to himself. Ava's eyes are wide as more footage speeds by of the group receiving new teleport crystals and preparing to return down to the demonic world with more safety precautions this time, as she prepares to send a message back. The final bit of footage Bree sends is a live feed from inside Abby's cultivation chamber. Her yellow core is so massive that it looks like it has grown outside of her body. It shouldn't be possible, but both her body and core appear to be unaffected, as if a yellow core bigger than her entire torso was normal. For the last few days inside this chamber, almost 100% of the ambient divine energy dispelled by fragments has continuously compacted into Abby's core, and Ava can't keep her eyes off her system while she watches a true core collapse begin with such strange variables. Green sparkling light covers Abby's body, and upon close inspection, the recording feeds. Sending visuals of this room can see right through her body. All of the physical matter and energy feedback data shows that Abby is in a completely natural state, and that her core is still inside her chest, but that is certainly not reality. The same glistening green energy holds her core intact, and bright white and yellow light fills the room, distorting the live feeds. All Ava sees is the green ethereal energy tighten, and the yellow threads in her core begin to compress. If Ava wasn't a green core herself, she would assume that the green energy creating this strange superposition was divine energy, but it certainly looks like something else, a unique mana and chi-based reaction that she can't exactly understand without being there. When the feed cuts off for the day's recording, Ava sends an update back. Minute 5, Ava, message received. She's shocked by the strange true core compression but is equally consumed in thought about the fact that this wyvern's planet is somehow linked to the wyvern up here in the Citadel. Not to mention the commander's close brush with death. While those down in the lower realm have days to think about her replies, Ava's psyche is being bombarded with days' worth of messages she must conceptualize in seconds. Day 24 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Artifact data, Day 25 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Second send off, Day 26 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Abby compressed her true core. Day 27 update, Brianna, hologram attached. Observations. Day 28 update, Brianna, hologram attached. New prospecting progress, high-definition images and exact replicated holograms of each and every artifact Monk brought back are sent into Ava's system. They are in far better detail than any other past messages sent back, as if the actual black rocks are here in front of her. These are done with a device provided by Alvaron, as this is the data the slug has requested in exchange for the humans keeping the rocks themselves. Another visual of the commanders teleporting back down to the demonic world follows this, and they begin trekking off in the opposite direction of the main base than where they traveled before. They are a similar distance from the throne no matter which direction they move, as it is on the complete opposite pole of the world. The team has decided to look for more stray artifacts for now at a safe distance rather than attempting to get anywhere near the kings again. Even over 10,000 kilometers away, they could swat them away like flies. It's best to stay out of their business. The next footage Ava sees is the aftermath of Abby's true core compression. It took 3 full days, but now the external hologram footage matches what the live body and energy reading stats state. Whatever that glistening green form was is not active anymore, and there is a burning hot white and yellow true core glowing in the woman's chest. Small fractures line the training room's walls, and live videos of the entire moon-base fortress show 6 additional layers of the structure shaking and fracturing during her breakthrough climax. However, the base itself is meant to handle stress like this. There are a total of 52 high-grade barriers between Abby and the outside atmosphere on every side. The inner cultivation room she sits in may only be the size of a large mansion, but the base itself is bigger than the entire vice region. In between each barrier, there are high amounts of mana, divine energy, and shock-absorbing materials from many first-class worlds that get thicker and thicker. The final black wall surrounding the outside of the fortress is multiple kilometers thick. The outer 30 walls aren't even glowing with the slightest glint of yellow threads, as there isn't enough energy being used for the entire structure system to be deployed. Comments made by the Silver Knight after her display seem to give the impression that this was a very unique event, and it will have great data to study once Abby leaves. However, energy output-wise, Alvaron states that this was expected, and these structures have seen plenty of similar fractures like this over the millennia of past uses. It is just an aura shockwave after all. It's not like Abby is directly attacking the base to try and break it. In the following 2 days of footage attached, where Abby continues her progress saturating her true core. All of the circulating yellow divine threads tether with the fractures in the walls, and any signs of damage are now completely gone. Ava sends her message back to update that they are on the 6th minute and the time has not stabilized yet, and the process continues over and over. Another 15 days pass in the lower realm. Reports from day 29 all the way up to 43 come back in just a matter of minutes. Ava replies back again, minute 9, Ava, message received. Time distortion is still unstable. She's watched another 2 weeks of footage of the party of commanders covering a massive portion of the demonic globe that they have not yet explored. Thousands of soul weapons and demonic corpses are taken into their storage systems. And 2 more tombs of similar size to the spider's den are found as well. One exciting detail that comes back is Bree consolidating her yellow core on day 42, but other than that, there is nothing of great importance. Footage of the generals cultivating doesn't seem to change much. 2 work on saturating their true cores, while the other 2 work on gathering enough threads to trigger collapses. Another string of updates comes in day 44, 45, 46, and 47, all filled with more artifact discovery and standard footage from the bases. However, the final ping makes Ava raise an eyebrow, as she expected the other general to compress her core first. Day 48 update, Brianna, hologram attached, Ares true core compression has begun. Chapter 755, Ares' true core consolidation looks far more natural than the absurd footage Ava received of Abby's just minutes ago. For starters, the larger yellow orb of light that has hit its critical mass is, in fact, still inside his body, though it appears he is using his second ranked up buff, along with a large amount of his concentrated essence, also known as further refined demonic soul energy, to assist this core collapse. The 6 dark arms that manifest out from Ares' back, this is what he used to hold 3 bows back in the war around the throne and even the war over the Dark Continent in order to defeat one of the Lich King's minions. However, now, he doesn't hold any weapons. His physical body sits on the brightly glowing yellow floor, eyes closed in the lotus position. The 6 palms of his demonic spirit arms all bend inward and phase through his body to wrap around the yellow core. They have been doing a similar thing for the last few days in order to hold the last excess threads in without the core destabilizing. However, now that it has, with a single inward push from all of the palms, this triggers a true core collapse. Wisps of light purple mist float off of his greater energy form, and the room begins to shake and fracture just like Abby's. Consolidation, Ava replies back with her, minute 10, report and gets a barrage of messages back over the next 3 minutes with updates on days 49 to 63. She watches Ares' true core compression complete quite quickly, and only 5 of the 52 massive walls protecting him from the moon's atmosphere crack. They self-heal in the same way Abby's did. The following 2 weeks of footage just show the 3 true core generals working towards saturating their cores. It appears as though Abby's rate of saturation is far faster than Raven's. Raven is about 90% saturated, while Abby is already close to 80%, even after just 15 days with a true core. Ares is over 40% saturated as well. A feat like this would normally take a human years, possibly decades, or even an entire lifetime, even if they had this much divine energy fragments to cultivate on their own. However, a combination of unique physiques and the advanced technology of a first-class world superpower that rules hundreds of strong worlds has given them the tools to make use of their talents. Of course, being able to pull 4% of the raw strength from trillions of links of loyalty certainly speeds up the healing and adaptation process significantly. However, even with all these benefits, there is still a slight discrepancy in speed because of natural talent. Raven has had many more years to build up a base, and while she is among the peak of talent within the human race, the 2 other true cores she's cultivating beside are monsters on another level entirely. At this rate, all 3 of them should hit full saturation in just a few more weeks. Ava sends her, minute 13, report back in to show that there is still a disruption in the time between realms, and in return, day 64 through 68 footage comes back. It is more of the same. The prospecting party down on Kelfer has killed off almost 2/3 of the world's demonic beasts and collected all of the stray artifacts in dozens of regions around the home base. However, they've made sure not to cross the perimeter they did before, as the kings stay relatively close to the throne. Alvaron states that this isn't always the case, and they often move about. The commanders just haven't had a lucky day yet, though. Monk's remarks on the daily update state that he believes every day so far has been lucky, as they've recovered over 400 more artifacts and thousands more demonic soul weapons. However, this isn't the footage Ava is focused on. Notes from Bree about the general's progression are what she uses this extra few minutes to wonder about. It's stated that in the past, she witnessed Maria break through to new divine cores faster than the rest. Her mana control is abnormally powerful, and even her natural mana base stat is over double that of normal outliers. If anyone, she should have been the first to consolidate her true core. However, all of the data being sent back to the moon base shows that the density of divine threads in her body is increasing as normal energy consolidation would predict. Large amounts of the divine energy that should be staying in her core are missing. Not missing as one would expect, where the energy would cycle out and be absorbed by the moon base, but missing, as though the energy itself is disappearing. All of the attempts at zooming in or analyzing this strange phenomenon result in more corrupted footage and more missing divine energy. Alvaron holds the master files but has not shared them with Bree. However, the empty silver armor used to communicate with the yellow slug has only replied with a simple message: "I wouldn't worry about that one. She is not behind." I believe it is quite the opposite. I've had to restock that base's divine energy stores 4 times already. None of the other generals even managed to run through one. No one knows what to do with this knowledge, nor do they want to send any unnecessary telepathy transmissions, as they might mess up a delicate process requiring concentration. So, everyone continues their tasks as usual and trusts that Maria knows what she is doing. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Reported, a minute 14 update is sent, and another 5 days go by, but the updates that come back are very eventful. Day 69 update, Brianna, hologram attached, Raven has reached full saturation. Day 70 update, Brianna, hologram attached, prospecting complications. Day 71 update, Brianna, hologram attached, Abby has reached full saturation. Kind of. Day 72 update, Brianna, hologram attached, prospectors return. Day 73 update, Brianna, hologram attached, a plan for conquering Kelfer. Just by the titles alone, before Ava can watch everything that comes back, her heart rate already begins to increase. The first is a live feed of Raven's true core growing to its saturation point. While divine threads can still flow in and out of it from the environment, negligible amounts of threads stay left behind, the majority flow through. Like water, her hazel eyes open, and she stands up from the center of her cultivation room and smiles while pulling out her silver blades. Activating her greater battle form, and pulling a full 4% of stats to release the most powerful gravity-bending aura she can. Over the next few seconds, she performs a few sword swings and movements as if she's testing out her new strength and the amount of will she's able to produce on the environment around her. Then, she nods and lets her swords fall back into her storage, releasing her buffs and overwhelming pressure. With a smile, she looks up at where the surveillance systems have been watching all this time and speaks aloud. Mission complete, and with plenty of time to spare, it seems. She takes a teleport crystal out from her storage and crushes it, leaving the moon base that uses the leftover ambient divine energy inside to self-repair the 18 layers of walls she's fractured. Visuals of Bree bringing Raven down into her bunker and the two of them watching the commanders down on the demonic world coming next. It consists of many hours tracking and waiting for the kings to migrate so they can prospect new areas of untouched demonic land closer and closer to the throne. However, at the pace they're making, it doesn't seem likely they will make it without confronting the problem head-on. Raven points to a hologram of the entire world that Bree has created and marked with red XS to show where artifacts have been dug up, and a glowing yellow portion on the globe's top consisting of about 30% of its surface area around the throne that is untouched land. I bet if I went down there and helped, we could make some more progress. Very blurry visuals of satellite footage from the moon show a massive humanoid monster wielding blades and another holding a bow and arrow. Their exact race is impossible to make out, and even the footage from over 2 months on the planet from the commanders doesn't have any close-up visuals of these beasts. Alvaron's telepathy comes through into both the women's inner ears. I would suggest you do not directly confront the kings. They're said to be the equivalent strength of noble demons. It's for this reason none of the lower races can stack up against them, even if you'd like to just take a look for yourself from a distance. Bringing along backup would be wise. 3 of the screens light up on the wall to their side, highlighting the generals. Alvaron's silver armor is not in the room with them, but truthfully, it is just an illusion the slug has created to make those around feel as though it is there with them. The creator of these facilities is able to see and manipulate any part of it all the same, as it is many solar systems away for its own convenience and protection. Just a little over a day later, Abby reaches a similar saturation point. However, instead of reaching the point where divine threads flow through her like a peaceful stream of water like Raven achieved, a shimmering green layer of her soul energy forms around her body. Just like when her true core was collapsing and it expanded to levels that shouldn't be physically possible, the same is happening now but with her entire body. All of the data readings coming back show that her body is in a normal state and has reached a saturation point, but the illusion of a second body is expanding around her as she continues to cultivate the excess yellow threads circulating around the room. Upon reaching this point, her full concentration is not necessary any longer. And the healer opens her eyes while sending a telepathy message to Bree. The moment they connect, she pairs her with Raven as well, and Abby's voice echoes through, "I've reached the saturation point." Kind of, Raven replies while staring at the live feed, not making sense of the scene before her. What do you mean kind of? The readings are all going haywire over here. What are you doing? Abby smirks. It's an aftereffect of my 3rd ranked up buff. I doubt any simple mana-based recordings can pick up on what's really happening here. Whatever you're seeing is a bland recreation of the truth. There's a silence between them for a moment, but Bree jumps in and sends visuals of the state of the planet down below and speaks up. So, does that mean you'd be able to help Raven control these kings? We still have a large amount of the planet left to discover. Abby scrolls through the feeds in her mind. And in the meantime, Bree continues to speak. I think I can create some powerful soul weapons with the artifacts found down on this world. Just like the sword Jay uses, if you're all going to join him in the upper realm, you're going to need new gear, don't you think? Still, there is no reply from Abby as she sifts through the visuals of the last 2 months, including the footage of her and the other generals cultivating inside the chambers. She whispers under her breath, "Maria, what are you doing?" Squinting and watching her cultivating footage but being left in the dark just like everyone else. Eventually, her attention is captivated by Monk walking into the wyvern's skeleton and the fact that he couldn't collect its bones. She rewatches this recording over 10 times, then finally looks up and replies to Bree and Raven, "Yeah, some new gear would be great. And, sure, I'll help confront the kings. I don't think I'll be in much danger. Though, I'd like to store up more potential energy first. Wake me up when Ari reaches saturation." Bree smiles and Raven nods. Great. Abby closes her eyes again, and the layer of energy around her body ripples and shimmers while more of the ambient divine energy in the room adds to this strange anomaly. Eva watches day 72 and 73 footage fly by quickly as messages are sent down to the commanders, ordering them to return to the moon base. A massive haul of new artifacts is brought to the storage rooms to be scanned and studied. Another massive room holds the soul weapons and armor from tens of thousands of demonic beasts. More imagery of Monk and the Silver Knight walking the aisles of the new artifacts is sent, while Bree begins studying more of the soul weapons brought back to create possible unique crafts for the generals. The other 3 commanders, on the other hand, are given permission by Alvaron and Bree to take the next few days off. After months of full-force battles, Fisher and Lydia are both extremely tired but also far more battle-hardened and satisfied with their growth. They just faced hundreds of the strongest first-class saturated true-cord beasts in the entire lower realm. So, they take advantage of all of Bree's luxury amenities to congratulate themselves on this achievement. Luna faces a challenge of her own. As, in one of their most recent excursions to a region closest to the throne while the kings were veering off their natural hunting grounds, she came across a first-class demonic beholder. While it was not at full saturation, nor was it a true core, this creature was a very strong yellow core, and she convinced Fisher and Lydia to allow her to fight it alone. With 1% of borrowed stats, she was able to defeat this creature without wielding any divine energy herself, but it was not done in a normal sense. Luna battled this monster with her mind, and it took many long hours to make it submit and another 2 whole days to assimilate to her ranked up buff. Even now, her body and mind are still unstable from this merge, as yellow divine threads and the concentrated essence of a first-class demonic beast are circulating around in her small human body that has not even consolidated a red core. Alvaron is especially intrigued by this and brings her to a private room even deeper within this base to help stabilize her and conduct research. The final messages Ava sees in these last 5 days of updates is of Bree, Raven, and Alvaron compiling a plan to Strategically get past the kings to make it to the throne once Ari finishes his core saturation. The Goblin Queen stands atop a pile of billions of dead worlds in the exile zones, counting the days pass while sending back at minute 15, update. Wondering how long this realm wave distortion will last, chapter 756, day 74 to 78 update stream in as the commanders continue to rest. Bree slowly cultivates yellow threads to make progress toward her true core, but it does not look like she will achieve this anytime soon as she is occupied by managing everyone here and watching the trading markets and setting up deals and meetings with the other large volume traders within the Galactic Trade Commission. There seems to be little to no change in Abby's live feed, other than her illusion of her outer body sparkling more than usual. Ari appears to be about 85 to 90% saturated. While Maria's holograms all still look very similar to the same day she started cultivating. Despite this fact, Alvaron has restocked her chamber with a fifth load of fresh divine fragments, enough threads to fully saturate a first-class true core 10 times over. Minute 16, Ava, still no new distortions, continue as usual. Ava sends another report and begins to receive updates back as usual. However, no more than a few seconds pass before the sensation of her body being consumed by an overwhelming mirror-like bend in space washes through her. The second realm wave flows through the entirety of the green zone of the upper realm. When Ava's mind and body recalibrate and she looks down at the day 79, 80, and 81 messages in her system, she waits a full half minute before convincing herself that the time between realms has actually stabilized. To confirm her suspicions, instead of sending a normal update back, she uses the new private spectate function and directly calls Bree. Their connection links instantly, and the two stare at each other in the empty black void that the system summons as a virtual calling space. Ava waits a few seconds but speaks up. The second wave just hit. Time between realms should be stable again. You've gained a 78-day head start, but know that Jay will be expecting you all soon. Bree shows a light smile, looking up at the Goblin Queen avatar that towers over her with a troubled expression. She's been quite stressed, processing months' worth of information over the last few minutes, then replies back in a nonchalant tone. Well, nice to actually meet you face to face too. No need to be so serious. Ava pauses again, still reliving the constant stream of updates in her mind, leaving her mouth open to reply for a few more seconds before smiling back. Right, yes. We still have plenty of time. Nice to formally meet you too. Ava lets out a sigh of relief, and the two speak to each other within the simulated room for many minutes as Ava adjusts to the fact that weeks aren't passing by in the lower realm anymore. Raven joins the call as she walks in from another room nearby, and news of the time distortion stabilizing spreads throughout the moon base very quickly after this fact. Raven, Bree, and Alvaron come to a consensus. Adding both Abby and Ari to the live call, Raven is the one who gently disrupts the two generals' cultivation. Our extra time has run out. We are now synchronized with the upper realm again. Abby is the first to open her eyes and reply, very well. I'm ready. Collecting more energy from these yellow fragments won't do me much more good anyway. She deactivates all her buffs and borrowed stats, and the second sparkling green body around her sinks back into her true form. Then, with the crush of a crystal, Abby returns to the main moon base. She creates a strong layer of soul energy and divine threads around her body to keep her aura contained, but to anyone with even a hint of divine sense, it's clear Abby has evolved beyond an average true core awakening. While no actual excess energy overwhelms the senses, something unnatural distorts the perspective of one looking at her as she walks through the base. It's as though she's shimmering and giving off warmth, but reality is hard to properly judge. It's like a mental illusion, impossible to tell if it's reality or not. Even through the holographic link, Ava is captivated by her manifestation through the system, as it is far more detailed than the simple hologram recording sent to her over the last few months in her chamber. Ava's instincts trigger the urge to get closer to Abby in the same way they did back on her home world to find an inheritance tomb. However, she doesn't comment on it because Ari speaks up through the link next. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings, understood. I shall finish my saturation now so we can head down to Kelfer as planned. His connection to the group call cuts out, but Bree links one of the live feeds to his cultivation room for Ava to view. At the rate he's been integrating divine energy these last few weeks, it should take him a few days to reach saturation at the earliest, but his words before cutting off the link sound very confident. A visual of the sitting cultivator activating his third ranked up buff is displayed through the live feed temporarily. The familiar 6 demonic spirit arms emerge from his back, glowing light purple. Then, as if stacking atop these arms, another set of 6 forms, and another 6 after that. Quickly, 18 arms turn to 36, then 72, and it becomes far too many to count as they continue to multiply. The palms of each glow while the arms connecting them to Ares' back expand in response to how much energy he inputs. The arms reach out in all directions, surrounding the room as if they're grasping the circulating divine threads and pulling them inward. But soon, the whole screen becomes covered in yellow and purple light while the energy readings begin to drop in the room. This triggers more divine energy from the storage units to pour more threads into the room. And the cycle repeats over and over. Flashing lights and corrupted footage are all those on the call can see. Only Alvaron has access to the divine energy consumption data, though, after Abby's unique breakthrough readings, not much surprises any of them. After a few minutes, the group's attention shifts to how they will tell Maria that the time between realms has equalized again, as it's been over 2.5 months in isolation. No one wants to just whisper in her ear and disrupt any important moments in a delicate process. However, Alvaron has a system already built into the cultivation pods for this exact scenario. Many visitors have used these bases to cultivate for years at a time. However, sometimes emergencies from the outside world occur. Alvaron's advanced surveillance and data tracking systems don't only measure fluctuations in mana, divine strength, chi, or demonic energy, they have very in-depth physical functions as well. Blood pressure, heart rate, and brainwaves are constantly recorded and monitored throughout this process. Raven records a message explaining the situation, and it is pinged off to the moon in an instant. However, the message waits to be sent to the target within the cultivation chamber until the ideal time. All fluctuations in brain activity are monitored, and when natural concentration wears down for even a millisecond, brief relaxing bell noises are sent into the cultivator's mind like a peaceful alarm clock. Once fully aware, the message can be played. The cultivator will know that the outside world is attempting to contact them, and from thousands of tests in the past, the brainwave reaction to the attempt to make contact will relay to the system that it can continue sending the message without harming the cultivator's mental state. If the focus is too deep, and the message is rejected, the process will repeat again after the next fluctuation in brain function. The Silver Knight nods once its explanation to the group has finished, and Raven's message enters the system. That's it, now we wait. Waiting is exactly what they do, though. Ava continues on with her mission as usual. It has only been half an hour since this realm wave, and just over 3 days since the Rising Emperor gave out orders and a plan to all the generals and warlords before going into a closed-door training session with Seraphel. She exits the call and agrees to check in daily now that the time between realms has normalized. The Goblin Queen closes her eyes, pulls 4% of stats, and focuses on the warm feeling from her instincts and this new hint of an ether sense to farm more ether stones. Around the central peak, 7 hours pass, and a group message from Ari notifies the moon base that he has fully saturated his core. What should have taken days has been done in just hours with the use of his newest buff that corrupted the live feeds. When the archer sends his message, the live visuals of his cultivation room return to their natural state, and many cracks all over the walls can be seen now that the violent swirling energy has retracted back into his body. A total of 26 walls have fractured from his display, and it only merits a single comment from Alvaron's Silver Knight, halfway through, not bad. From Oro alone, I think that's the most damage I've ever seen. Then, with the crush of a teleport crystal, Ari appears back on the main moon base. Just like Abby, he has a new presence to him. Though, they are totally different. While Abby gives off a feeling of inviting warmth, Aries' eyes glow with a faint white and light purple aura. A faint demonic purple mist even hovers around his body, and the moment Raven and Abby make their way upstairs to the large dome on the moon's surface, they feel as though his gaze is locked on them even when he's looking in a completely opposite direction. It's like they're in a room with a demonic beast, eyeing its prey. Raven remembers that even before he started cultivating divine fragments or even borrowed stats from the Rising Emperor, he was able to kill orange-cored demons from the Vermilion family army. She tosses him 2 teleport crystals. That one's for going down, and that one's for coming back up. Raven's eyes point to each crystal as she says this, then they return back to the purple aura around Ari. Now, with a saturated true core burning hot in his chest and trillions of links of loyalty ready to be used, it's impossible to make a proper guess as to what kind of power he can wield, or what that third ranked up buff really does. He catches the crystals and nods. Then, the 3 of them stand in the center of the room while Bree and Alvaron go over the plan one last time. Raven is well aware of its intricacies, as she was in the room when it was created, but Abby seems quite uninterested, thinking about something else. Ari, on the other hand, holds a sharp gaze and listens to Bree's strict words of warning about the kings. However, his slight grin once they're given the go-ahead to crush their crystals and go down to the demonic world makes Bree believe he's not going to take them as seriously as she thought. These worries are confirmed when the first words that leave his lips once the three of them touch down in the mountainous ravine base are, "You're telling me it was an arrow that nearly ricocheted in the commander's direction from over 10,000 kilometers away?" That is what forced them to retreat after weeks of progress? Now, this is an archer that I have to meet. Chapter 757, just hours after the realm wave stabilizes time between realms again, Randall and Syl return to the Ogre Conglomeration headquarters, carrying an entire long-term storage locker worth of ancient goods in their ether storage systems. A series of transmissions are sent to third and second class orcs, along with red ogres on Torvak's old payroll. Over the next few hours, the entirety of the storage locker's contents is delivered through fast travel orbs by carriers who have no idea the warlords are still alive. Many believe they are just delivering normal products to the top floor of the High Orc Tower, conducting business as usual to the remaining strong High Orcs in charge. A hatch on the top floor of the tower opens and closes for hours as Torvak brings all their work materials to Asik, who looks much better than he did 3 days ago. The High Orc stands up from his throne, which was covered in medical mana and ether tubes, and opens up one of the many crates from the fortress. Once opened, a bright white light shines out, illuminating his face in the dark tower. "I've waited all my life to craft something with this. It looks like the time has come." Down in the lower realm, on Kelfer, the 3 true core generals attach small yellow monitoring crystals to their status so those up on the moon base can see their actions. Bree's voice rings through their telepathy links in response to Ares' words. "Your main objective is to move their fight path away from the throne so prospecting can continue. If that means facing them, I advise you to isolate one and take advantage of all 3 of your abilities. Then again, I cannot properly gauge the extent of yours or the king's power." Raven replies through their link before anyone else. "We'll stick to the plan, and stay a safe distance away. I'll make sure of it. But once we shift their path, I'm quite curious about the sword wielder's fighting style. It uses 2 blades just like me." Abby shrugs. "I'll help move them, but I'm not interested in fighting." The 3 leave the base and fly through the barren lands that the commanders already cleared out. The corpses of many looted demonic beasts still litter the ground, and weaker third-class beasts feast on them. But the generals do not stop to eliminate any more of these threats. A bright hologram of the globe shows which areas have been fully searched and rough coordinates of where the kings are, updating whenever one sends a big enough shockwave to be visible from the moon base. Live trackers on their surveillance devices show their moving position on the demonic world as well. Now that they are off the moon base and do not have weaker humans nearby, the 3 generals pull a full 4% of stats each and let down the barriers they've been summoning, allowing their entire auras to leak out. As they fly through a rocky mountain region, about 10 kilometers above the ground, 2 massive orbs of yellow light expand off of Ari and Raven. The 2 of them fly up front while Abby trails behind, forming a backward triangle formation as they head toward the kings. The moment these 2 enormous orbs of divine energy expand and tether to the absurd levels of raw stats being infused into their systems, the mountains below their feet begin to crumble, fracture, and even compress instantly into flat sediment from the immense pressure above. Raven's aura is bright white and yellow, pushing the demonic energy in the air away from it, while Ares melds with the environment a bit more evenly. While his distorts the atmosphere, it doesn't necessarily push it away. It just takes control of the active demonic energy and chi floating through space. Abby, on the other hand, has a bright yellow aura tinted with sparkling green light that erupts from her true core once she allows her mana control to burst out. However, it phases through the atmosphere and ground beneath her with ease, not affecting it at all. It's as if her entire aura and presence are an illusion. This release of powerful auras sends shockwaves through the demonic energy covering the surface of the globe. Even though they're tens of thousands of kilometers away, this massive display of power sends cues into the king's psyches, alerting them that new danger is on the world. Over the millennia, armies have come to this world and tried to do exactly what these generals are attempting now. What seemed to be a random battle path at first is actually an instinct to protect their world's greatest treasure, programmed into them so long ago that they do not know who did so or what they are even protecting. All the degraded minds of these 2 kings know is that if something strong exists on this world, it must be eliminated. That includes each other. Allowing someone else to come close to the throne would be a fate worse than death. While most parties that have come to this world have true cores of their own, and others have even hit full saturation, it usually takes months, if not years, to even make it past a single first-class demonic beast on the outer edges of this world. The genes, combat prowess, and even raw stats of these monsters have been mutated to such an immense degree that it is unlike anything Alvaron or any of its past trade allies have ever seen. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Then again, none of them have ever gotten their hands on a noble grade world before, nor do they have a reference for what one would even look like if they did. A first-class world is considered the peak of the lower realm to those that aren't demons. Those that know of the location of noble grade worlds are instantly killed off or enslaved by one of the 5 great families, and their worlds are all seized. So, what seems to be a mutated testing ground for a demon army in the past is only half true. Most of the species on this planet are not native and have been artificially strengthened and tested on by demons of the past. This is the remnant of a long-forgotten noble grade world that has degraded over time to show the average energy readings of a first-class world, but its strongest warriors have remained to carry out the orders of their demonic lord, despite this being the peak of a world class in the lower realm. A small group of humans killed off 2/3 of its population in just a few months. Now, 3 more humans float above the destruction, en route to conquer a world that has been forgotten in time by ancient higher life forms. As the group floats closer, they increase their energy output in split ways. Raven curves off to the west, activating her greater form to send out a shockwave of energy multiple times greater than her resting aura. Ari flies off to the east and activates his second ranked up buff, pulling back 3 light purple arrows and sending them flying up into the air toward the kings. They curve down to collide with the ground about 5,000 kilometers in front of him, still over 30,000 kilometers from the kings, but create a big enough explosion and ripple in the atmosphere to begin the next phase of their plans. Abby continues to fly forward and just holds both of her hands out in front of her to create a massive, growing pillar of summoned stone. It glows hot with yellow threads in its core, but its outer layer is covered in her sparkling green soul energy. Then, she thrusts it downward to sink deep into the ruins of an old battlefield where Fisher and Lydia fought. The pillar of earth sinks below the rubble but does not change the surface of the ground at all. It's as though a hologram is disappearing below the surface. Her eyes track its movement as she slows down, but she lets the pillar of stone she's created continue moving toward the kings like a submarine floating through solid stone. A total of 10 more shockwaves come from the west and east, and Abby comes to a complete halt as Raven and Ari continue causing havoc at a safe distance to try and get the king's attention. After a few more seconds pass, she nods once, receiving confirmation, and flicks 2 fingers upward, controlling the pillar of stone that has moved through the ground. In the middle of the battlefield, a floating green cylinder of rock erupts from the planet's surface between both kings, less than 2,000 kilometers away from each other. One of them, standing at over 500 meters tall in its full demonic berserker king form, sees the threat and crosses its blades, bracing for impact while letting out a massive pulse of aura to figure out where this threat came from. An ear-piercing screech comes from its mouth, traveling with the cold aura being released into this world. The second king has glowing purple eyes. It shifts its bow toward the threat and lets a glowing yellow arrow fly from its grasp mere milliseconds after the pillar emerges. This king has a greater form as well, standing at a similar height of half a kilometer tall. But deep within the purple demonic energy form, there is no flesh that holds it together like the berserker, this being died long ago, and the only logical explanation is that its will to serve the lord of this world keeps it alive through some kind of necromancy curse. Its race should be long extinct as well, as their time has come and passed as rulers of the system before the wyverns. Though, as its yellow arrow illuminates its appearance, the only physical features that can be seen are the black bones of a humanoid figure underneath. It looks like a skeleton, very similar to the appearance of the fallen Lich King, but the only light glowing in its divine true core is bright yellow. The arrow it shoots off with perfect accuracy hits the center of Abby's stone pillar, but this is exactly what she wanted. She serves her connection with the summoned pillar immediately to negate her soul energy's effects. The green sparkling layer around it dissipates, and the stone shifts back to its physical form. Then, a burst of divine energy erupts between the kings. A combination of the energy Abby stores within it and the power within the king's arrow creates a massive explosion. It starts as nothing more than a small yellow burst of light but quickly expands into a massive yellow ball that eats up the atmosphere. It can even be seen from the moon base, appearing on the planet as a yellow semicircle growing on its surface. The aura bubble bursts once it reaches roughly 1,000 kilometers in width, and a large amount of energy shoots upward. However, an equal amount expands outward and downward, reaching both of the kings, while most of it creates a crater beneath their feet, spanning thousands of kilometers while pushing them both back. The berserker, who had nothing to do with this release, takes the wave of aura head-on, blocking it with its crossed blades and mentally latching onto the 3 generals that ruined its concentration. The only thing that matters is protecting the throne, and it just had to turn away from the highest priority target, the other king. This pisses it off past its breaking point, and once the worst of the blast passes it by, the king swings its swords to create red, black, and purple crescents of energy sent flying toward the distractions, though, after the second swing, one of the targets completely disappears from its senses. The archer, on the other hand, is only concerned with the source of this stone and turns to pinpoint Abby's exact location the instant its arrow collides with the distraction. It turns its body and sends off another yellow arrow even before the shockwave of the first blast hits it. Telepathy messages are sent in rapid succession through the general's links, and even yellow blurs of light start streaking through the demonic clouds that cover this world, just as expected. Instant retaliation, Abby whispers while watching the arrow from the massive lich rocket her way. Her eyes glow bright green, and a pulse of hot, sparkling aura envelopes her body, making her grow in size about 5 times over, while simultaneously making her being seem opaque. The demonic clouds part for hundreds of kilometers on both sides as the arrow tears through the world. A cold vibration surrounds it, one that for millennia has made every demonic beast that has ever stepped near it bow down to its king. However, Abby crosses her arms and doesn't move from her position, floating in the air. The bright yellow arrow flies right through her, as if she isn't even there. Simultaneously, Raven activates her divine stealth skill to disappear from the world's senses, further cloaked by the thick demonic energy swirling through the air. While the demonic berserker king's sword strike was in direct route for her exact location just moments ago, it is impossible to direct the attack any further, as the target is gone. Ari senses a massive energy wave coming his way as well, and in response, activates his third ranked up buff, multiplying the demonic spirit arms that reach out from his back. For every new arm he creates, the demonic energy in the atmosphere begins to swirl around him faster, and the purple glow in his eyes becomes as bright as the very beasts that roam this world. Some of the arms grow over 100 meters long, others tens of meters, while some stay close to his back. It's as if a chain reaction of demonic flowering arms are blooming behind him, and hundreds of purple arrows with bright yellow cores are pulled back in summoned bows. The shockwave from the explosion Abby triggered is what hits him first, but it is significantly weaker as he is over 20 times further away from the blast point than the kings were. So, this is just a signal for him to release his attack in turn. A flurry of arrows rockets out from his battle form, heading straight for the crescent strike thrown at him by the berserker. Chapter 758, a series of explosions of white, purple, and yellow light erupts like popcorn, growing larger as each of the purple arrows Ari shot off curves toward their target and rains down on the energy crescent moving his way. However, Ari's eyes glow brighter, and the number of arms growing from his back multiplies even faster upon impact. This is because he watches these high-powered strikes losing their strength the closer they get to the incoming attack. It's impossible to physically see, but a cold vibration ripples off the outer edges of the berserker's energy attack, giving off the presence of an ancient and ruthless aura. It's as if the confidence of a king who has never lost a battle is being personified into existence. Ari's light purple arrows, with enough divine energy in their cores to kill a first-class true core in a single hit, collide with this crescent of energy by the hundreds. The attacks don't physically slow down, but the closer they get to this crescent of energy, the weaker they seem and the less momentum they carry in relation to the target they're attempting to hit. The eruptions of explosions are, in fact, the arrows making contact, and small holes are carved into the crescents of energy traveling his way. It still retains over 80% of its energy mass and hasn't slowed down a notable amount at all. In just a matter of seconds, the tens of thousands of kilometers between them are cut in half. Ari releases another flurry of arrows as the crescent emerges from the energy blast and grows hundreds more arms again, preparing for what he must do next. 2 more chain reactions of explosions collide with the crescent coming his way, and he feels the same cold aura disable the effectiveness of his arrows each time they make contact. Though, its mass falls below half of what it was before. Ari is receiving feedback that his attacks are working. From a distance, it's far harder to understand, but once the gap is closed even further, less than 1,000 kilometers away, it now affects the visuals of the world around this human archer, sending vibrating shivers down his spine as he feels the remnants of an old deteriorating noble bloodline trying to suppress his will. The archer grits his teeth and now completely understands how and why the commanders left this planet the second the aura hit them. It's like nothing he's ever felt before, from dungeons filled with monsters double his level, to demonic beasts within the abyss with overwhelming strength and foreign powers, even the use of intimidation skills or domination buffs. Nothing has ever given off readings like this before. Ari knows what it means to mutate the system, as it's happened to him twice in his life in very drastic ways. The first was that his unique skill was created by cultivating chi before he ever even awakened the system, making his arrows stronger and not exactly fully mana-based. The second was when he decided to make a change to his destiny. Instead of following the normal path of this mana-based world, where everyone trains the same way, the Abyss called to him, not just to find out what happened to his old village in the Dark Continent, but on a deeper level, to take advantage of another unique scenario and wield this dark power unlike anyone else in the human world. Now, he feels another system mutation, one that threatens to suppress his own. While his instincts scream at him to be in fear, something clicks in his mind, a trigger of understanding in the moment that this is merely the same thing, just within an older lifeform with far more time being mutated within the system. A with acute in Omicron B, the stronger will wins. This is not an objective god that can suppress everything it touches. That is, as long as he can prove to its wielder that he is stronger. After wearing down the attack, another 700 arrows are sent flying its way as a final barrage. Ari can feel the air getting colder and his system processing speed harder to navigate, but the calm smile doesn't leave his face once the eruption of arrows on a battered crescent of light breaks it into pieces. It destabilizes the entire attack and sends a final shockwave through the atmosphere, confirming that this third-class human just deflected a direct attack from a noble demonic berserker king. Another explosion about 10,000 kilometers away shakes the atmosphere as well, forming a black and red orb of destruction that obliterates an entire region as the attack meant to hit Raven curves down to strike the planet's crust. She disappeared from the monster's senses, and so the logical thing to do was to blow the entire region to bits in order to take out a target that evaded its eyes. Raven has slipped away into her divine stealth mode, where nothing at all can see or even touch her. However, the shockwaves coming off of the blast are so cold and sharp that even perceiving them brings them into reality. A cold pressure washes into Raven's mind as she flies through her hidden stealth dimension. She can tell that if she made herself visible right now, the pressure would be unbearable, yet she can't pinpoint exactly what it is or the source of its power. She does know that she's glad she didn't try to clash with that crescent of energy head-on and chose to dodge like her instincts told her to, once far enough away, and the cold mental pressure feels as though it's almost entirely lifted. She resurfaces into reality again. However, the remnants of the shockwave still vibrate through the air, and the pressure feels far more intense than she thought it'd be. While not a direct hit by any means, Raven feels her grasp on all of her skills and abilities temporarily weaken. She shivers. Not only from the cold, but from the feeling of a monster's will that has never tasted defeat, nor even comprehends the concept of itself dying. Instead of being intimidated, and letting this vibration suppress her further, Raven thinks back to why she's here in the first place. The memories of a magnificent battle over the desert in the Dark Continent that relit her flame for battle warms her body and mind, pushing out the last remnants of the cold aura suppressing her. While her next urges lead her to want to retaliate and feel this pressure again, she stays focused on the plan as Abby's words echo in her ears using telepathy. Let's move on to the next stage. We got their attention. Now we'll bring them south. Another massive explosion occurs after this transmission as a yellow arrow hits the ground behind the healer, and its dome of disruption lights up the sky behind her. She activates the same ability she used to let the attack phase right through her like she was an illusion, and the noble vibrations that erupt from this shockwave ripple through her with ease. She doesn't even change her facial expression. The green-haired woman crosses her arms and stares forward at the kings, waiting for the other general's reply. Ari replies through the link first. Yeah, let's do it. Raven gives confirmation too, and Abby summons another pillar of stone compressed with her true core's yellow threads. The moment it phases down into the planet's surface, the formation of generals shifts and begins to strategically retreat. Another explosion is triggered between the kings, and retaliation comes back in the same fashion as before. Though the generals are a bit further away this time, they now have a reference for the demonic beast's attack power and speed. Ari is able to pinpoint the berserker's crescent and force it to explode before it even comes half the distance his way. Raven sends a few long-range crescents of pure divine energy and mana toward the one coming her way too, though it only makes 2 small dents in the attack. Her aura is far more suppressed by the noble vibrations than Ares'. As his contains far more refined chi, though, it does give her a gauge of the monster's strength before disappearing into her stealth dimension, this time flying a safe distance away before the shockwave of the attack hitting the ground strikes her like before. She begins to test how long she can wait before disappearing, and how much of the aura she can bear at a time once reappearing. Plus, actively fights the aura to see how much of this strange attack is mental and what is truly a physical attack. Abby floats with a straight face, allowing another one of the demonic lich's arrows to phase right through her, then sends another message to the generals, again, while her green eyes focus straight forward at the kings. Abby's mind is occupied by the recording of the wyvern corpse that Monk brought back from their prospecting trip. After feeling the aura of the kings, she understands why their systems were suppressed by its bones, and wants to see this tomb for herself, though, for now, she continues following out the agreed-upon procedure. This process repeats a few times, though. The reactions of the kings aren't what was expected at all. After every attempt to distract them, to trigger a retaliation, they do exactly the same thing, as if they've lost their memory of the last attacks they just threw and hope to overpower the enemies disturbing their brawl, when the generals move their formation further south in order to draw them away from the throne. It continuously seems as though they've taken the bait. The Berserker King is the most mobile and appears to be a lot faster. Every time it attacks, it charges thousands of kilometers forward, but once its attacks are deflected and it senses the generals backing up even more, for some reason, it backs up too and adjusts its path to position itself closer to the throne. Even the archer moves forward to get a closer shot at Abby after she detonates another distraction, obliterating an entire region of this world. However, it often continues to move back north in response to the Berserker retreating. This other king is a far larger threat to the throne than these pesky intruders. While following the generals away to kill them would be beneficial, a raw instinct pulls it back to the throne no matter how illogical it may seem. Instead of moving south, another half a dozen exchanges pass, and the 5 true cord monsters on this world completely circle the globe. It creates a massive circular ravine, over 2,000 kilometers wide, separating the unprospected land around the throne from the barren world littered with demonic corpses. Bree and Alvaron watch with wide eyes as it seems these mindless kings aren't going to be so easily manipulated after all. They've strategically held the line and won't let anyone pass. Alvaron's voice echoes through the link. This is far more data than I've ever managed to receive on the kings. They have never fought like this before. Fascinating. Bree stares at the live visuals and holographic imagery of the globe. They know exactly what we're doing. They're toying with us, Ari replies through the link next. The only way to that throne is going to be over their dead bodies. Raven speaks next. He's right. Even if we keep them occupied on one side of the throne while another party tries to raid it, their range can still reach them. It's too dangerous for the commanders to be on this world right now. I say we move on to Plan B, kill the kings. Chapter 759, Abby speaks next, kill the kings? Have at it. I'll be watching from a distance. Bree's voice echoes through their link right after. Hey wait. I watched those energy readings when you were only provoking them. It would be most logical to corner one against the 3 of you. We could even wait for Maria to reply. Aries' response comes back next. No. I like Abby's plan. More variables will only get in our way. There is a silence that is only broken seconds later by Raven. Agreed. Logic won't be the sole factor in this, it has to be a battle of wills. Ari smirks as he hears these words, knowing that Raven has figured out exactly what he has though. Only silence remains. During this pause, the kings have become uninterested in the generals as they've flown out of their range, so they continue back to their own battle. Alvaron speaks after their clash shakes the local regions. Humans are very interesting. I've seen a few of your planets over the years. It's always the strongest ones that have the most backward ways of thinking. With such short lifespans, your ability to take risks differs greatly from mine. The entire planet Alvaron floats on lights up with yellow light, but the only feedback the generals get is the sound of simulated light laughter coming from the Silver Knight. While Alvaron doesn't actually laugh. It has studied humans more than enough to know this is what it should be showing after a statement like that. Bree replies, yes, we must take advantage of the gifts in front of us, but still. You 3. Crush your crystals if it becomes too dangerous. We have plenty of time, and have already gathered far more resources than expected from this world. The 3 generals acknowledge her worries, but do not change their goal. Abby nods, then summons another pillar filled with condensed yellow divine threads and sends it moving through the ground toward the kings. She then sends a message to the other generals, call me for backup if you're hurt. Though, I believe you're capable enough to figure them out. Then, she begins floating backward while watching the 2 float forward and surround the kings just like they did in their first interaction with them, before they all took a lap around the globe. NBEPSILONS, an eruption of yellow light, triggered by the Lich's arrow attacking the object emerging from the ground, sets off the battle as usual. A second arrow is sent flying far off in the direction of the healer, while 2 crescents of demonic matter are thrown from the berserker's blades. Instead of sticking around to watch the show, Abby turns to leave the moment her job is complete, turning her back to the battlefield while an arrow phases through her body like nothing. Her sights are set on the desert region near the main base they were initially teleported to. While Abby turns away, the other 2 generals tighten their movements and go into full battle mode. This is nothing like the safe and calculated plans they had before to lure the kings away from the throne from a distance. Now, they're committed to facing them head-on. However, unlike their first few exchanges, the generals have a far greater grasp on the strength of the attacks they're facing. Hundreds of purple arrows with white and yellow cores rain down on the crescent of energy moving Ares' way, instead of being filled with unease and pondering the unknown while sending off arrows like before. He knows the exact strength of the aura he's facing and how it has affected his attacks in the past. By clumping many arrows together to focus on a single point of the crescent, he can tear through a larger amount of its mass in a single strike. Not only does this lead to a higher chance of destabilizing the attack, but it also weakens the efficacy of the insensible vibrations being given off in certain directions. These vibrations would usually weaken the raw power and momentum of his arrows in the past when he tried to attack the entire crescent at once. However, if a second grouping of arrows rides behind the first, taking the brunt of the noble vibrations, there is far less resistance once the arrows get close. The explosions of the second wave of arrows are multiple times larger and far less suppressed by the natural vibrations coming off this attack. Just from sacrificing a few hundred arrows at the start, Ari doesn't even have to reload a single bow, as the Berserker's energy crescent is torn apart in a single release, exploding into energy in the atmosphere before it even closes half the gap between them. In response, he summons over 700 arrows in a single light show, glowing like stars behind his back. With the backdrop of dark arms looking like the night sky, though, he turns toward the other king that just sent an arrow flying off toward the healer and lets his attack fly, arcing upward and trailing with hundreds of purple streaks on their way toward the lich. He yells out, "Hey, you! The battle is over here. Your fight is with me now." It is too far away for the king to hear, but it is a declaration more so for himself to get in the zone, preparing to fight a monster more powerful than anything he's ever even imagined. At the same time, Raven comes face to face with a dark purple slash infused with white chi, yellow divine threads, and a red aura from this berserker's greater form. The air around her becomes cold, and her heart rate slows, along with her perception of time. Before, she would have already slipped away into the safety of her stealth dimension, but after extensive testing during the last dozen exchanges, Raven has found a loophole to this pressure. In moments of extreme concentration, and for limited periods of exposure, with minimal body parts exposed, these vibrations can be overcome. As the crescent comes closer, her breathing slows, and her eyes stay locked on the target while gripping her blades and stepping forward. Once the pressure around her becomes unbearable, she slips away into her stealth dimension, but still flies straight forward into the path of the attack. Once close enough, she allows her blades to slip out from the space between reality she resides in. Her blood-bonded weapons instantly feel cold, like circulation to a body part is being cut off. Even the rest of her body reacts to this cold, as the pressure seeps into her stealth dimension much faster and with over 10 times the intensity it would if she wasn't creating an opening. However, with this large portion of her real body protected, she can channel her soul energy and threads from her saturated core into the blades. Any distractions or falters in focus in the past while she was testing, no matter how small, always made the intensity of these cold vibrations far more brutal. The only thing that keeps her will intact is the fiery feeling of her battle with the rising emperor. While swinging her blades across her body, as the Berserker King's crescent begins to fill the entirety of her vision, she releases two bright yellow burning crescents of energy herself and pulls her blades back into the stealth dimension the moment her attack is sent flying away. Without watching the crescents collide, she moves upward to get another angle on the incoming projectile and lets her blades out from the safety of their stealth dimension again, sending two more crescents of energy downward. The blades disappear again and appear over and over around the crescent, sending waves of yellow light its way, all on a crash course toward the energy wave, but sent off in such rapid succession that they're all summoned before the first ones even hit. That should be enough. Raven whispers under her breath as she sends off the 10th set of slashes and continues to fly forward over the energy crescent in the direction of the berserker who sent it, while she is invisible to the outside world. She can still see everything as the massive explosion of yellow and purple energy lights up the sky behind her, and the vibrations of cold aura all disperse and destabilize. While the noble vibrations of these two kings are incredibly powerful and work to suppress the wills of many strong monsters, even those at the peak of first-class worlds in this star sector, there is one thing that these generals have that all of the past challengers don't, that is the raw stats from 4% of 16,210,299,346,055. Links of loyalty, flashes of yellow and white light zip across the tens of thousands of kilometers between the generals and the kings, faster than any being has ever moved on this planet before. Their true cores may not have been saturated and matured, soaked by the circulating demonic energy of this world for millennia. their bloodlines also may not have been artificially enhanced by testing done tens of thousands of years ago by a great family transfusing their noble bloodlines into strong beasts to create loyal soldiers. However, it's clear they have more speed, strength, and mana control than any lower races in the lower realms should be able to naturally attain. These third class humans are approaching the raw stat level of noble races. This is clear to see as the next exchange plays out. Arrows rain down on the Lich from the sky. Individually, they are quite weak, but together, they are far stronger. This demonic Lich carefully watched the exchanges before and turns its attention to the human that threw these attacks its way. A dark black semicircle dome appears in the air, about a kilometer wide above the Lich's head. Hundreds of small explosions begin to show all over the dome's surface, as once most of the arrows come close enough, their power is significantly dulled. Not a single arrow makes its way through the thick umbrella of dark energy. However, this doesn't faze Ari one bit. He's already let another flurry of arrows off into the air, this attack with over 900, while the arms continue to grow and multiply behind him. In response, the Lich releases a massive arrow of his own, straight toward the pesky bug that sends these tiny threats its way. The cold aura and incredible power that pierces through the atmosphere, parting the demonic clouds for kilometers in every direction just from a compact, 100-meter-long arrow, show just how deadly this attack is. Ari can sense that it is multiple times more dangerous than the crescents of energy thrown at him from the Berserker. It's no wonder it takes the full force of that other king's two swords to stop or even deflect the arrows. This is where Ari takes advantage of the massive links of loyalty, increasing his speed, instead of facing the highest level of threat head-on. He sticks to his battle plan and continues moving forward but veers off to the right. In response, almost instantly, another arrow is shot off from the Lich before he's even successfully dodged the first, so Ari changes his trajectory slightly upward. Though, the same thing happens, and another hot yellow arrow is sent his way. Ari course corrects and grins, sending a flurry of over 1,200 small purple arrows toward the Lich. After this, the first of the Lich's arrows flies by Ari, suppressing his system slightly but all within the calculated risk. He shifts his flight path again as more yellow arrows come flying in, and even more are shot out from the Lich. The arms from his back continue to grow, and he sends out even more waves of small arrows up into the sky, raining down on the Lich's umbrella-like defenses without breaking through even slightly. It's as if they're so equally spaced out, he's not even trying to do any real damage, and the ground he's making, moving toward the Lich, is hardly beneficial either. That is because every step closer he gets, the more precise and accurate the Lich's shots become, with less time to dodge and less space between them. He's making this demonic Lich's job even easier. At least, that is what it seems like. After the next flurry of 1,800 arrows comes out from his many bows, two distinct things start to happen. The first is that the spread out and randomness of the rainfall on the Lich's umbrella ceases. Instead of being so evenly spread out, he uses the same tactics he did on the crescent from the Berserker moments earlier. Groups of arrows are sent down into certain pressure points in the dome that have been tested to be the weakest breaking points after shooting countless arrows all over its surface. After using hundreds of arrows in concentrated areas to break through this dome, the unaffected, less suppressed arrows can easily fall through. In addition to this breakthrough, the nearly 2,400 arms stretching out from Ari's back split into two halves. Instead of looking just like a peacock's display of feathers to intimidate its opponent, now that he has fully activated his third ranked up buff, he can finally use his true core's ability to its fullest potential. The Lich isn't hurt by the arrows that make it through. At most, they are mild pinpricks that collide against its greater energy form and can be healed in an instant. This isn't the main objective of this disturbance. Plus, getting in the Lich's direct lane of fire wasn't to put him at a disadvantage either. That is because the Lich is now in Ari's direct lane of fire too. The splitting mass of spirit arms behind his back begins to form into what looks like two distinct arms and the summoning of a massive bowstring, as Ari continues to move forward almost faster than the Lich can see. With the speed stats from tens of thousands of worlds powering his footsteps, he dodges half a dozen more arrows before he stops in place. Less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Lich, its intimidating aura is mind-bending, beyond anything Ari has felt before, or even imagined it would feel like to get this close. Every breath he takes feels like he is simultaneously being crushed by the pressure of the seafloor, while frozen out in the abyss of space where no stars shine. The pressure from its arrows or the Berserker's energy attacks is like a drop in an ocean of the power that vibrates off the actual body of this ancient king. Though, this only forces Ari to dig deeper and face an arrow from the king head-on that is now coming his way. He could dodge in time, just like all the others, but the art of surprise is still on his side if he faces this one right now. The piercing purple eyes of the black skeleton that give him a condescending death stare from across a flattened region still see this human as an inferior ant. Ari creates a spirit arrow that matches the Lich King's arrows in size, roughly 100 meters long. It glows bright white, and dark purple energy from the atmosphere swirls around him, sucked into his body and cycled into the shot he's charging up. The arrow from the Lich has already left its bow and closed the gap by half, less than 500 kilometers away, and the intensity of the presence of a king exerting its dominance spreads through the human archer's bones. Yet, he doesn't look away and continues pushing yellow divine threads from his newly saturated core into the white and purple arrow until it's filled with his resolve. The archer thinks of the rising emperor granting him the power to create this attack, and the visual of Luna's face flashes in his mind, reminding him why he chose this path and even left on his journey to become stronger in the first place. His massive dark hands release their grip, and he lets the true core enhanced demonic spirit arrow fly. Chapter 760. A massive purple trail of light is left behind the spirit arrow as it rockets toward the Lich's bright yellow attack. Ares' breathing and heartbeat synchronize, as time feels as though it's slowing down. Though this is not a phenomenon of the noble vibrations suppressing his mind, it is quite the opposite, as his body is in the tailwind of the enormous attack he just threw. All of the suppressing cold aura is being pushed aside and torn through by the arrow he just sent out with the full-powered might of his third ranked up buff, demonic soul energy, and true core ability to make the yellow core of an arrow almost identical to the Lich's, which has sent one flying back his way. In this brief moment, where no suppression is limiting his mental capacity, even more variables become noticeable to him, and the human archer's eyes glow bright as he prepares for what is about to happen. A horrific twang of energies vibrates through the entire space between the two archers. At first glance, it appears both arrows have collided at their tips and stopped in the air entirely, as if someone pressed pause on their battle. Though, upon closer inspection, something quite strange is happening. Invisible ripples of energy tear away the outer layers of the purple arrow, deactivating and stripping away the demonic energy collected and compressed from the atmosphere, along with the pure mana imbued into this attack as well. The concentrated essence, absorbed from many beasts back in the human world's abyss and from the large amounts of chi Ari has condensed into his body, however, does not get stripped away in such a violent manner. Even though its outer layers have been suppressed and weakened, the core of the attack deep within still hits the Lich's arrow head-on and threatens it with an equal amount of divine energy density. Along with the pure strength and speed rivaling its noble stature, neither arrow can break through the other, and as a result, they both begin to splinter and release energy from within. After the first crack, more and more form until it turns into a chain reaction, and the entire sky is lit up with a blinding yellow light. For a moment, there was silence and uncertainty. Now, there is only destruction. An enormous explosion, large enough to split the human world into pieces, erupts from the two attacks. Destabilization. From the moon base above, Bree and Alvaron see a massive dome of yellow debris completely cover a region and even send parts of the planet flying outward into orbit. Down on the planet, the Lich is blown backward by the unexpected shockwave. It believed it was going to hit this weak creature head-on and be done with the annoyance, but somehow, this isn't the case. Ari, on the other hand, knew that even his full-powered attack wasn't going to be enough and shot another arrow off before bracing for impact. While this second shot was triggered in a hurry at roughly half the potency, it is the maximum he could muster in the fractions of a second before the shockwave of his own attack sent him flying backward into the air. On the other side of the expanding dome, twice the size of the eruption's abbey's pillars of stone created a dark spot, and the yellow wave of light appears right in front of the Lich's vision. Not only was it thrown off by being overpowered by an ant, but now it has been outsmarted, and a purple arrow rockets toward its chest with no time or ability to dodge. Even now, its eyes stare forward without a hint of its resolve wavering. The arrow's outer layers are stripped away, losing their luster, and even the core of the attack itself loses some speed, as the noble aura around this creature is enough to make attacks slow like natural armor. Though, it doesn't work entirely. A yellow arrow hits the Lich's sternum, and a second burst of yellow light follows, sending the skeleton flying backward while bones break and its divine core is punctured right through, shattering into pieces. However, a large amount of Ares' concentrated essence is in this arrow, and at its very core, it is linked to his true core. The human archer doesn't celebrate just yet. As with this shot, he can feel the Lich's very being and understand its intricacies far better than before. Contact with its core allows him to see the outline of its greater form and true body, the black bones of a humanoid-looking creature. He can even see what this body used to look like long ago when it was still alive. While humanoid, he feels many differences. It has far stronger arms and legs, along with highly sophisticated eyesight and longer ears that can perceive things a normal human should not. Along with this outline of the being, Ari can feel the separation between its true self and these foreign noble vibrations that have been infused into its mind and body. While he cannot directly see the vibrations of nobility, they appear as an outline interwoven into the fabric of this dark lich's existence. Like a poison soaked into its body for so long, it is impossible to turn back, but dead echoes remain of what it used to be before. It's clear that this cold power it is using is borrowed strength, and not originally its own. An even more alarming fact is the feeling that it has degraded over time. The weakened state these noble vibrations are in now are not at the heights they once were. Half of its ribcage shatters off, and even a portion of its left shoulder cracks, making one arm swing limp, though. Once Ares' arrow completely destabilizes and explodes, his close-up vision of the lich is gone, and the last thing he sees is a strange black sphere inside its divine core. From the final glimpses of what he sees, extremely potent concentrated essence and yellow divine threads pour out, as if its true life force is trapped deep within. The fractures in its true core begin to float back toward the orb and heal around it to reform the bright yellow sphere. Ares' eyes widen at this imagery, and he pieces together the information in front of him, a being that should be dead long ago, yet has been kept alive for millennia, even surviving its divine core shattering into pieces. Whatever this dark orb within its divine core is, it must be its power source, or at least a vital weakness, though. Ari whispers to himself, "I need more power," as he scans the battlefield to come up with his next move. His gaze locks onto dozens of first-class demonic beasts still roaming about in this third of the world that the commanders weren't able to exterminate, and he senses large amounts of refined chi in their bodies. "That'll do," he states while flying past the massive crater he just created in their last exchange, as the debris falls and the yellow light dissolves into the atmosphere. Even the lich's bones begin to heal, and it regains mobility in its arm. The glowing purple eyes of this demonic creation lock onto Ari again as he attempts to fly away. This time, it looks quite pissed. When its gaze watches Ari streak across the sky in the direction of the throne, an additional fury of instinctual rage takes charge of its mind. Ari feels that ripple of cold darkness even 5,000 kilometers away. The lich's eyes grow darker, and the shadow of false noble vibrations takes even more control, as if it is merely a puppet and there is no free will left behind the dead eyes of this lich. Its broken arm raises, shattering more of its shoulder's unhealed bones, and draws another arrow into its massive black bow. Ari turns to face it, gritting his teeth and prepping to send a defensive arrow back. However, the instant the lich releases its attack, it disappears. A small black portal opens up right in front of the lich, and the arrow shoots through. Ares' bones grow even colder, as milliseconds later, a black portal opens up behind the human archer, less than 10 kilometers away, and the lich's yellow arrow rockets out with its full momentum. He turns, recognizing this perk from the mana-based dark summoning combat magic, but with no time to dodge or ponder long either, Ari spreads out his two massive demonic spirit palms and takes the attack head-on. Another enormous explosion lights up the atmosphere with divine yellow light. As Ares' spirit arms are blown to bits and he's sent plummeting down toward the planet's ground, below him, a grouping of massive first-class orcs, cyclopes, lizardmen, and berserkers mindlessly roam the dark barren landscape. This is where Ari was planning to fly to. He just didn't anticipate such a direct crash course. Over 2/3 of his third arms were obliterated in the blast, but he still has hundreds closer to his back. Still able to fire off shots, Ari lands on the dark rocky ground with an echoing crack, followed by raising purple arrows, instantly killing 14 first-class demonic beasts and over 100 of their second and third-class underlings. The arms on his back begin to slowly grow back after being destroyed by the lich's arrow. But to fully reactivate this buff, it's going to take him a few seconds to gather the strength. Out of the corner of his eye, just as he touches down on the ground, another black dark magic portal forms right beside him, and the entire atmosphere turns cold and domineering again. All of the beasts that managed to survive Ares' rain of arrows freeze in place and bow down even in the presence of a mere arrow from the king. Ari, on the other hand, has to make another decision whether to sacrifice his remaining spirit arms or retreat. Meanwhile, as world-shaking explosions light up the dark skies of Kelfer, Raven has her own king to deal with. After successfully using her divine stealth dimension to protect portions of her body from the cold pressure of the king's aura and combat its attacks, she flies straight toward the demonic berserker, periodically slipping out into the real world to give away her position and send attacks in the direction of the Mad King. It screeches and turns its burning red and purple eyes in the direction of the sword-wielding woman like killing her is the only thing in the world that matters. Every time Raven appears, 2 massive demonic slashes are sent her way with pinpoint accuracy. If this human has one lapse in concentration or does not properly slip into her stealth mode in time, this ravenous war machine will take full advantage of it. Dozens of crescents are sent her way, and each time, Raven tests the limits of her abilities, figuring out what is possible to endure and pull off. The Berserker King only becomes faster, more filled with rage, and with crimson red aura overrunning the demonic energy the longer she leads it on. However, doing so is certainly worth it. Once she's tested the limits, Raven leaves huge explosions from 2 more destabilized demonic crescents behind her and goes in for the attack. This is the first time she's moving inside a 500-kilometer range of the massive creature's greater form. The Berserker King's beady eyes and sharp teeth look around the sky where Raven has been baiting it for over a dozen attacks at quite a safe distance away. Instead of following her usual routine of reappearing every second or so, she stays in total stealth mode and dives deep into the cold aura that surrounds this king. Every kilometer closer she speeds through the air gets tougher and tougher. Even though she is tucked away in a pocket of stealth-infused space, there are factors at play that challenge the dominance of systems that clash. She feels reality crushing down on her from every square centimeter of her being, and the cold begins to make her limbs tingle and her mind feel as though it's being cornered. Yet, she expects this, and with every step forward through the air, expects things to get a lot worse. Raven grins as her heart beats with the rhythm of a true life-or-death battle. While the cold pressure gets worse and worse as she draws closer, she only feels more alive. The next second is like a blur in her mind, only operating on instinct. Once inside the 10-kilometer range of the beast, to her brain, even behind the veil of stealth, everything feels like it's moving in slow motion, but her eyes are locked on the enemy, and energy from her saturated true core is being infused into her blades with everything she is. The last few kilometers feel like hours have gone by in Raven's mind, yet her thought processes are becoming full of cold fog. It gets harder and harder to think clearly or summon more energy from her core. If Raven were to lose focus for an instant, she would be lost in the darkness and overwhelmed by the cold, dull silence. It may feel like an eternity, but outside, only a few milliseconds have passed. She times everything perfectly, letting her fully charged blades out from her stealth dimension and plunging them both deep into the berserker's chest, ripping open 2 long and wide gashes as she continues to fly by and past the monster. In the red, black, and purple greater form of the demonic beast, 2 massive yellow lines appear on its front side, and the beast is sent flying backward, even more filled with rage and desire to eliminate the threat, to not let it near the throne, even if it costs it its own life. At the same time, Raven's blades, hands, and forearms feel as though they're frozen solid, like hypothermia has completely taken over and killed off these portions of her body. That is, however, until she's far enough away from the king. Once at a range far enough away from the presence of its overwhelming power, feeling in her blades and hands returns to her as if it never happened in the first place. It's like an illusion has lifted, and this curse of cold has been removed. She tested this theory many times with the crescents of energy coming her way before this attempt, but none of them ever froze her parts solid like this. In the moment of contact, even her body that was still hidden behind a veil of stealth couldn't even move anymore. She was reliant on momentum to keep her moving out of range, though, as warmth and fast mental processing speeds return to her. The rush of battle fills her mind completely as she stops and turns to the demonic beast, preparing to go in for another attack. As both Ari and Raven manage to injure the kings of this world, beings that have been unmatched by any lower lifeforms for tens of thousands of years, Abby touches down in a calm desert region on the far side of the planet. The ground vibrates lightly as massive explosions tear up the planet's surface far away, and bright flashes of yellow light can be seen on the horizon. However, Abby's full concentration is captured by the magnificent vibrating black wyvern skeleton before her. Chapter 761, Ari makes the split-second decision to block the incoming yellow arrow with the remainder of his spirit arms, at such close range, and with even less warning than the last arrow he blocked in the air. This collision makes Ari even more aware of the true strength of this lich. All of his arms are destroyed, and the shockwaves from the arrow being obliterated send him flying over 1,000 kilometers back. But the eeriest thing is the feeling he continues to get from this cold aura that disables his ability to properly use his skills and buffs. The only portion of his being that isn't suppressed is the concentrated essence of beasts he's absorbed in the past. Refined demonic soul energy, rich with chi, or, as the Rising Emperor called it, ether, is the only thing that isn't affected by these cold vibrations. However, that's not to say the demonic lich's attacks aren't imbued with their own soul energy and dense divine threads. It's just that, with the addition of these noble vibrations making Ares' attacks less effective, it is far stronger when they actually clash. It feels like a heavy hand is pressing down on him, squeezing out the warmth in his body, like the will of his mind is being stretched and tested, though, after catching a glimpse inside the lich's being, the even eerier part is that he subconsciously understands that the pressure and power pressing down on him isn't even that of the lich. Still, coming in contact with it again only compounds his drive to become stronger. while being blown back past the hundreds of demonic beasts he killed when touching down here. He senses dense wisps of concentrated ether in every single one of them and knows he must make this energy his own if he wants to compete with this demonic lich, though, as his momentum backward from the blast slows and he can actually control his desired landing point, shifting his gaze to a fallen pair of cyclopes. Another dark portal is summoned between him and his desired power. Another yellow arrow's tip pierces out from the darkness, but this time Ari is very aware of his surroundings, with no spirit arms coming off his back. His mobility is far greater, and he can channel all of his energy into perceiving his surroundings. He kicks off the air, leaving a purple stain bent into space, changing his flight path by a full 45 degrees in an instant. It looks like a light purple comet is streaking through the dark clouds of demonic energy as his entire body glows with the same soul energy mist he was giving off in the moon base right after he was done cultivating. His body twists around the yellow arrow once it comes out of the black portal, and he dodges it successfully, though it is a very close call, less than a kilometer away at their nearest point. Ari's mind and body feel cold and weary as he flies by. But the momentum of his last thrust keeps him moving toward his target on the ground. While the yellow arrow flies upward into the atmosphere, Ari crashes down on the ground again in between the two enormous first-class demonic beasts he killed with a flurry of arrows moments ago. He puts out both of his hands to the sides and manipulates the demonic energy in the atmosphere nearby to control the energy flow, forcing the dense white concentrated essence to flow into him. He gets the urge to use it to allow his spirit arms to grow back, but he holds off, and the bright purple mist around him becomes brighter while this foreign refined chi is filtered through his demon core. It is a far different sensation than any of the beast's essence he drained from the human world's abyss. Taking energy from them felt as though he was just attempting to absorb more basic chi into his core, while some of the stronger creatures would leave behind temporary soul energy-based buffs. One in particular that has stayed far longer than others is the potent poison of a scorpion beast that was one of his first big kills. Now, the essence he's absorbing feels like it flows far easier, like honey, whereas the essence he was attempting to merge with before was like molasses left out in the cold. The difference is like night and day. As every millisecond that passes, Ari's senses feel sharper and it feels as though his will is gaining experience that could only be acquired by training thousands of hours by normal means. It's quite easy for him to pinpoint when the next black portal is forming behind him. Even before the tip of the next yellow arrow comes out, he jumps upward, leaving purple mist below as the yellow arrow destroys the landscape and obliterates the remains of the two Cyclops corpses. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Ari did not drain their entire essence stores, but his gaze is already locked on a lizard man with about 24 third-class underlings surrounding them that were killed by his rain of arrows. With circumflex, there is no point in fighting the lich as he is, and without attempting to fight back at all. Ari is fast enough using borrowed stats to dodge with ease. The most logical thing to do is take advantage of the available power all around him before putting his life at risk again. While flashes of purple light zip around a region close to the throne and yellow arrows desperately follow, Raven and the Berserker begin to play their own game of cat and mouse. After feeling the rush from her first successful attack, leaving 2 gash marks across the demonic Berserker's chest, Raven dives in for more. A series of loud roars echo throughout a deep basin with mountains in the distance as the two fight in what must have been a great lake millennia ago. Deep yellow gashes keep appearing all over the demonic Berserker's greater form. Over a dozen are scattered across its chest, while each of its arms and legs becomes riddled with deep wounds as well. While any other monster might become defensive or attempt to run away after being completely overwhelmed by an invisible opponent, this Berserker is doing exactly the opposite. Its wide, deranged eyes grow more crazed, and the sharp rows of teeth are revealed for Raven to see as it smiles wider and wider while she tears through its flesh. After every exchange, Raven's thrill for the fight gets heightened as well. Her instincts for how much energy she can use before her senses are clouded become far more honed, and she's even able to gauge when more of her body can be revealed from her stealth dimension before and after attacks to get the desired results. Her longer-range crescents of energy are far safer and risk-free, but after a few tests, none of them leave more than a scratch on the demonic creature's greater form. This is because they lose a lot of their power when not directly connected to her true core, as her main body is not fully suppressed while attacking behind the stealth veil. Getting in close and sinking the blood-bonded blades into its being may be riskier, as she has to get up close and personal, but the damage is far more devastating. Each exchange that passes, she pushes the limits on how deep her gashes can reach, leaving even more deadly wounds. However, in the process, 2 problems arise. Raven finds her upper risk limit, where plunging her energy form swords into this beast's greater form begins to shut down her mental and physical capacities so much that she cannot control her flight trajectory away from danger properly. While deeper attacks aren't necessary to cause damage to its extremities, the divine core in its chest giving it power is too deep to reach without committing to a major risk. This isn't even the worst of it. The second issue is one that is happening within the berserker's greater form. After so many exchanges, Raven begins to conceptualize this creature's true being versus the strange cold energy intertwined with it. While she can't physically see the difference that Ari did by making contact with its core, she is able to understand that this is a foreign power. The world Alvaron mentioned in their briefing about the kings being a result of blood transfusion testing long ago makes a lot of sense. All of this only clicks when the berserker's fighting behavior completely changes. After one invisible slash that cuts a bit too close to the monster's true core, it completely snaps. A screech multiple times louder than any of the others erupts from its wide open mouth, and the deep crimson aura in its eyes becomes more and more intense until it completely consumes them. Unlike the Lich, who was consumed by the noble vibrations and is now being controlled like a puppet, this berserker's red aura completely seeps through its greater form, saturating it with rage and pulsing outward, overpowering the cold aura that was taking dominance of its surroundings. While a pressure is lifted off Raven's mind, like the cold is receding, a new dangerous feeling creeps in after that, making her feel like she's being watched. The instant the red aura flows through her, the blood-red monstrous greater form turns its gaze straight toward her and swings its blades across its body while lunging forward. At first, Raven believes it's just lurching in a random direction on instinct, as there's no way anything could sense her behind divine stealth warped space, but once it is close enough that she feels the red aura rippling through her become stronger and more intense. Like a sharp fire getting hotter in her mind, she reflexively lifts both her blades in a cross and braces for impact. One of the berserker's black blades, covered in red aura, slams into Raven's greater form's two-blade defense, breaking through the stealth veil, making contact with her through previously impenetrable space. On contact, sharp splintering pain ripples through both Raven's swords, into her body and mind. And in the same moment, she feels the cold aura she was trying to fend off before being suppressed beneath this berserker's rage. The source of this power is hard to pinpoint, but it's clear this is the berserker's energy, not borrowed from anywhere, and it is truly horrifying. Fractures begin to form on the contact points of Raven's silver blades, and the immense force from the strike sends her flying backward thousands of kilometers. While she's in shock, the further away from the source of this aura she gets, the easier it is to think. But that doesn't account for her inferior weapons that now look like they won't be able to take many more hits, and her whole body writhing in pain like she was just dunked in molten lava. On top of everything, as the berserker lets out another horrific roar, cracking the ground beneath its feet and sending tremors through the entire basin, Raven can still feel its gaze on her, telling her that even her divine stealth trump card is useless. The monster can see her every move. On a first-class world, many star sectors away, Alvaron's antennae perk up. The yellow slug pauses and zooms in on all of the recordings sent back to it from the planet, replaying the moment where the Berserker King's eyes turned completely red and it saturated its entire body with this hot crimson aura. This scene is replayed and analyzed thousands of times in a single second, and all of the texts and data it has collected on Berserker giants over its lifetime are simultaneously scanned within its mental system. Once it finds what it's looking for, myths of a flow state that first-class monsters from this race can reach, one that can rival nobility, its concentration shifts to solely focus on Kelfer. All of the other simultaneous tasks being carried out among its hundreds of worlds cease as it concentrates on a once-in-a-lifetime event, collecting as much data as it possibly can in case it never sees this again. Chapter 762. Ari touches down on top of a massive demonic lizardman's corpse, and the clouds of dark energy all around him begin swirling like a whirlpool toward him. The concentrated essence still stagnant in the lizard creature's body flows up into his, and the 24 subordinates filled with puncture holes from his arrows leak out refined chi that swirls in this whirlpool, flowing into his palms. The purple aura around Ari grows even brighter, tinting closer to white. And his senses grow sharper. The fluctuation in the air behind him triggers his senses even before the next black portal forms. He turns his head to spot a group of fallen first and second class berserker giants, grins, and jumps off the air, leaving purple fluctuations in his wake. An even brighter purple streak appears in the air as the human is already halfway toward his next target by the time the Lich's yellow arrow emerges from its portal. A series of zigzags across a massive, desolate region of land makes the area glow bright with purple light, and every turn is followed by massive yellow explosions, destroying the remains of drained corpses. The demonic Lich attempts to follow his movements, But without its noble vibration slowing him down, Ari is able to outpace the monster with ease. Without activating any of his buffs and channeling all of this new power into his movement, Ari only becomes faster and harder to track. His aura becomes brighter and brighter, glowing primarily white with a faint purple mist around it. By the time every one of the beasts he killed earlier in this region is either drained into his core or obliterated by the Lich's arrows, instead of turning to face the demonic archer, Ari sets his sights on another region even closer to the throne, with just as many demonic beasts still roaming the lands. His senses pick up a very dangerous cold aura off in the distance. Somehow even more intense than the Lich, this is the tower itself. While many beasts still roam around it, none dare to walk near it. There is a dead zone of land all around the Black Tower, so, between this tower and the moat that the generals and kings made upon their first interaction circling the globe, there is a donut-shaped area of land remaining with demonic beasts left on it. Ari's raining arrows only took out 5% of this land at most, and with the bright red explosions emerging at the sides of his vision from Raven and the Berserker's battle, Ari wants to take advantage of as much of this fresh ether as he can. The human archer zips off toward a new region and summons a suppressed form of his third ranked up buff to summon about 400 arrows in the milliseconds he is free before he has to dodge again. His demonic spirit arms that form are still as dark as the night, but streaming from his back, within the energy forms, it looks like there are bright white veins running through them. The arrows he releases into the air are much brighter white as well, with the concentrated essence fueling them now overpowering the divine threads at their core. Purple mist still surrounds them, leaving trails through the dark demonic clouds as he lets them fly, arching upward and spreading out, killing hundreds of the strongest demonic beasts across an entire 2,000-kilometer wide region. Raven sees bright arrows flying through the air like guided missiles but must concentrate on her own problems. Her blood-bonded blades have fractured from blocking the Berserker's last attack. While this is a problem, showing that her weapons are not as strong as the soul swords this beast wields, the real problem is that she was hit through her divine stealth veil. Somehow, once this deep crimson aura erupted from this demonic beast, it could see her, and now her only advantage in this battle is gone. Protecting her vitals behind the veil from this cold, suppressing aura was the surefire way to victory. Wearing down the beast with massive wounds until it slowed, then going in for the kill, that strategy isn't going to work anymore. In fact, this cold aura that was so dangerous is now being suppressed by this crimson form. The vibrations are still there, but the red-hot rage and desire to kill coming off this beast are overpowering them, forcing them to be pushed deep down. Though, a similarity between the two is that once Raven is blown backward far enough from its crimson aura, the searing hot pain in her mind calms down. The physical damage from the attack makes her whole body tingle with pain. However, it also tingles with excitement, as dealing with pain is much easier than having her system suppressed. Even if she is 3 class rankings below these noble monstrosities, physical limits aren't the issue. It's this strange aura that she must figure out. She grips her swords even tighter and disappears into her stealth dimensions again. Circling the beast in the air, its greater form has grown slightly from the red aura burst, bringing it close to 750 meters tall, causing more and more tremors in the ground with every step it takes. For over 3,000 kilometers in every direction, the demonic energy clouds have all parted, leaving the battlefield clear, just tinted with a blood-red mist. Both of its previously black swords are now soaked with this red aura, and its eyes track her through the sky. Raven charges more divine energy into her blades and speeds up her movements, changing heights and directions as she circles the beast, looking for an opening. But its eyes don't leave her position once. Bright red crescents of energy come flying off the Berserker's blades. Sent soaring upward, to the observers, it just looks as though the massive beast is screeching toward the stars, sending waves of dense energy the size of sports fields into the atmosphere, dissolving before they hit the outer orbit where the moon bases lie. In reality, Raven is fully invisible, and every attack thrown her way is a near miss. The beast has gotten stronger, faster, more alert, and the menacing grin on its greater form's face looks happier with every attack it misses. The gashes all over its body still glow yellow, even through this red aura of a greater form, reminding both fighters what Raven did to it just moments ago. Raven does not have a hard time dodging its attacks from a distance. But every time she attempts to get much closer, within a few 100-kilometer range, they become far too precise and quick, with no way for her to dodge in time without taking an attack head-on and blocking it. This feels as though it can go on forever, but every moment that it continues, the Berserker gets more riled up, and the hot red aura coming off of it becomes more intense. Raven is positive no fluctuations in the physical world are coming out from her divine stealth dimension, but somehow, this Berserker still sees her, and her mind is still filled with a hot pressure. That's it. She whispers, thinking about this fact and dodging another 2 red slashes flying upward into the abyss of space. In response, she does quite the unexpected thing and deactivates her greater energy form along with all of her borrowed stats. In the moment, it seems quite illogical, now only relying on her true core stealth veil and holding 2 fractured blood-bonded blades full of divine threads and hot soul energy, basically leaving herself wide open in the air. However, she feels like the opposite of a sitting duck. Raven's mind grows calm, and she focuses solely on the energy within her body, not relying on the system for anything at all for a moment in time. Surprisingly, instead of being overwhelmed by the hot crimson aura, its negative effects on her leave her mind entirely. Even the cold aura that was trapped within this beast disappears from where it was chipping away at her psyche. While she's now in a state that cannot match this berserker's strength or speed, its expression and frantic movements, like it's trying to find something that is lost, tell Raven everything she needs to know. It couldn't directly see her, but this strange aura detected the use of a system and guided its attacks. Now, Raven pieces together a new plan to finish this once and for all, as the berserker frantically turns in circles, gripping its glowing blades tightly while expanding its red aura. To find the prey that got away, another white and purple flash of light zips by in its peripherals. Ari has made it almost a full circle around this portion of the world, draining the concentrated essence from 136 first-class beasts, 390 second-class beasts, and nearly 1,000 third-class demonic monsters caught up in the crossfire. The majority of second- and third-class demonic monsters don't have much essence to drain, but the first-class monsters make Ares' mind sharper and his arrows denser with everyone that he kills, while the Lich's yellow arrows follow him with precision, appearing right before him within a few kilometers every time he gets near a new beast. The undead archer's real body cannot move as quickly as Ari can, even when Ari flies through the dense crimson aura of the berserker and catches its attention from his heavy use of the system to boost his speed. It throws red crescents his way, but by the time they hit the ground, there is nothing left in the place where he flew but a trail of light purple aura. By the time Ari makes it back to the region he started in, his entire body glows brightly with a light purple hue. It doesn't even look like it is only an aura, it appears as though he's entirely made of this energy now, like a new energy form. He can summon hundreds of spirit arms in the blink of an eye, faster than he could even summon the 6 from his second ranked up buff moments ago. Multiple temporary buffs pop up on his status as he filters through the essence from hundreds of beasts, and his eyes glow bright white, staring down the demonic lich from a distance with a newfound resolve far stronger than their initial clash. He leaves the bright red monstrous force behind him far in the distance, trusting that Raven has her own plans to deal with that beast, and focuses on his job. The closer he gets to the lich, the faster the portals of arrows are summoned again. Its resolute purple eyes stare into Ares as thousands of arms grow from his back. The white veins that stream through them are even brighter now, some closest to his back making the entire arms look like they're made of chi, while the bigger ones further away from his body still glow black and purple. They grow to their full form almost instantaneously, creating a bowstring and forming a massive white arrow in its center. Ari continues flying closer to the lich while forming this, coming within range where he previously had to slow down and limit his movements because of the noble vibrations attacking his mind. However, now, all he feels is a calm and focused mind. While there are vibrations rippling through him, his mind feels protected by a strange, warm veil of refined chi. It's as if the aura is being trapped in a filter so that he can focus on the fight in front of him. The lich's expression doesn't change either. Its arms just shift as though puppet strings are carrying them, and it begins to form another yellow arrow. No more black portals are forming, and it aims straight at Ari, with both archers pointing deadly shots at each other and the whole region's demonic energy churning and being channeled into one another. It is like they are having déjà vu. The two of them are challenging each other, and both know that whoever's shot is more powerful will kill the other, though one is filled with newfound confidence, and the other has far less of a mind remaining than it did at the start of the battle. Ever since its divine core was shattered the first time, the echo of that long-eared humanoid being is gone. All that remains now is a noble's puppet. Both archers let their arrows go. This time, just like the last, both arrows collide at their sharpened tips. A dense yellow arrow is released from the lich's black bow, colliding with the white glowing arrow trailing purple mist from Ares. This time, there is hardly anything for the noble vibrations to suppress. It is almost pure refined chi that collides with the lich's divine yellow attack. This makes all the difference. There is no magnificent explosion, and there is no simultaneous shattering of arrows. Instead, the white arrow acts as a sharpened blade and splits the yellow divine energy attack down the middle. The lich's arrow separates into 2 even parts, flying off to the sides. Ares' white arrow doesn't slow down or show signs of stress from the collision at all. The demonic puppet is hit directly in the chest, just as it was the last time. Its bones are shattered, its true core is split again, and the black orb within its divine core is punctured by the tip of Ares' arrow as well. Inside the small black core, a violent white light is revealed to the world, triggering a blast so massive that even the Berserker King, solely focused on finding Raven over 10,000 kilometers away, turns its head and reflexively crosses its blades to block. Ari smiles even as he's blown backward from the violent explosion filled with divine threads, black bones, and demonic energy. That is because system notifications ring in his inner ear, chapter 763, while a yellow and white shockwave from the Lich's phylactery being destroyed ripples through a large portion of the world. Even the demonic berserker turns its attention to it over 10,000 kilometers away. Raven takes advantage of this lapse in its attention and dives down straight toward the crimson monster's back. Her breathing stays consistent, and her mind stays solely on her divine core and soul energy. That is because, in such a high-stakes scenario, her instincts will activate portions of the system to increase her power or reactivate her greater form if she feels in danger. The only way to ensure this doesn't happen is total concentration, thinking of nothing but soaring downward through stealth-infused space. No pressure from the hot red aura creeps into her mind, and even the suppressed noble vibrations from deep within the berserker's body don't slow Raven's mind or movements like they did previously. As she soars within striking distance, the monster still believes she is completely gone. The woman is like a ghost. Her theory is correct. It is a success. The one problem remains: while in this state, she may not be detected, but she cannot land physical attacks. Now, she has a saturated true core and a level over 20,000, making her one of the strongest humans alive. But to land an actual deadly hit on this being that is technically 3 world classes above her, she'll need to use her borrowed stats in greater form to pull this off. From a calm state, flowing through an invisible pocket of reality, Raven counts down the milliseconds before impact and prepares to reactivate her system once the moment is right. Once less than 100 meters away, with the monster looking in the completely opposite direction. Still focused on the blast of energy from the other king's demise, Raven commits and goes in for the kill. Behind her stealth veil, she reactivates her greater form and pulls a full 4% of all the stats available in the Rising Emperor's domain. Within her body, her true core retethers to all of this power surging into her, and the 2 silver blades in her hands glow bright yellow. Simultaneously, the immense heat and pressure from this strange red aura seep through her divine stealth veil, and her mind begins to feel like it's been lit on fire. All of her sensory alarms are blaring as it feels like her body is being melted. Though, she knows this is an illusion. The last time she felt similar. As soon as she flew away and deactivated her system skills, all of the pain and pressure disappeared. She doesn't waver in her flight path and keeps her calm demeanor, but still registers the ear-piercing screech from the berserker as it begins to turn its body toward her faster than she's flying in. In such a controlled and calculated state, Raven can perceive the world around her with great clarity. Especially behind her stealth veil, from decades of working for the Association and the members of the Order back on the human world, she has lived large portions of her life behind this barrier of space, on spying missions to collect intel, to assassinate targets that plotted to gain too much power while not following the proper procedure. And even in her own free time, she could hide from the rulers of the human world without ever being sensed. Not only is it an incredible technique to have in fights, but an even better one to be an observer of reality around her. In the stealth dimension, there is a peaceful silence and a relaxing feeling that washes through her mind. It allows her to see the world around her in very interesting ways, with far more focus and a level head. Now, with a saturated core, trillions of added base stat points, and the adrenaline from this sacred place being breached by the aura of an undefeated demonic beast that has been guarding the throne on this world for millennia, Raven's ability to perform only becomes more enhanced. In the past, small premonitions would appear to her like shadows in her peripherals while observing the world in her stealth mode. They are merely projections of the mind, similar to a divine foresight skill, taking the data in her environment and showing multiple trajectories. How stepping out of her hidden dimension at certain times would affect reality. The shadows look like perfect mirrored images of her, jumping upward, down, and side to side. Some swing her blades, while others block, and some just lunge forward. She's never seen so many at once, and in such perfect clarity. Then again, her mind and body have never been so powerful and pushed to such limits. The berserker is still growing in size, and the pace at which it twists its body while swinging 2 massive crimson blades her way increases with every millisecond that passes. Imagery of its blades swinging in different directions streams through Raven's mind. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Many of them include versions of herself twisting away from the incoming attacks, or taking direct hits from one of the swords. only blocking with her crossed blades. Some reveal even more cracks in her already damaged blades, while many show her blood-bonded swords shattering. The ones where her blades shatter look as though she's using the blast to get herself a safer distance away. While preserving her blades is far more risky, though, some of the riskier preservation lines of probability show her being deflected downward and creating massive gashes through the berserker's legs and lower abdomen. The closer she gets to the decision-making point, the more and more paths explode into her mind with possibilities. While she doesn't have much time to think, she does know that this kind of opportunity may not come up in the same way again. The fractions of a second of distraction from Ari finishing his battle gave her the time necessary to get in this close. On top of that, her primary weapons can't take much more of a beating. Even in the best-case scenario that she makes it out of this exchange with her blades intact, they'll be able to handle one more exchange at most. Her instincts are still riding the wave of adrenaline, and the memories of her battle with the Rising Emperor still fuel her will. She chooses the path that fits her mindset and greatest chance of victory, no matter the cost, living for the thrill of the fight. It is the riskiest path of them all, but the only one that ends in the berserker's demise. Her eyes glow with resolve while she steps off the air, changing her flight trajectory to just be missed by 10 meters at most from the bottom sword the berserker is swinging. The aura alone coming off the blade burns through her stealth barrier, making the lower half of her greater energy form numb to her senses. Even so, just like fighting off the cold in their exchanges before it revealed this form, she relies on her instincts and the perceived flight path her momentum will bring her. In doing so, she's dodged one blade but is now headed upward in the direction of the second blade. Behind it is the berserker's head. Her direct path toward its core has been swayed, making it impossible to kill it now unless she does something even more drastic. All of her visions of her stealth shadows showed her blades being destroyed in order to damage this beast or get away, so there's no use in trying to protect them any further. She allows one of the blades to slip out from the stealth pocket, showing its bright yellow glow in all its glory. Oddly, she siphons a large amount of the divine energy and soul energy inside it out, letting it flow back into her body before swinging it upward at an awkward angle to hit the bottom of the berserker's second approaching sword. At such close range, and such an odd angle, with less than 20% of the full strength that it could have had, the sword shatters into pieces on impact, causing an explosion that halts the berserker's downward movement of its sword. In the same instance, she allows her full body to be revealed to the real world around her for another few milliseconds, taking advantage of that excess energy to blow herself downward with the blast, course-correcting toward her original target, leaving the two blades of the berserker unable to defend at all. Every drop of energy she has left in her body now goes channeling into her remaining silver blade, held with both hands as it plunges deep into the chest of the crimson berserker's massive form. She loses all sense of feeling in her upper body as well now, as the hot burning sensations are so immense it feels as though she's plunging into a star. It gets hotter and hotter the deeper into the greater form she falls, but her mind and body are far past the point of being able to sense any changes. All she knows is the exact timing necessary to pull this attack off. Her glowing yellow blade collides head-on with the berserker's divine core. But it doesn't shatter entirely, only a chink in its outer layer allows the tip of Raven's blade to enter. As a result of that impact, Raven's blade fractures even more, and the energy inside glows bright like its own divine core. Her eyes glow bright white, and her greater form moves in a rigid motion, like a mindless instinct-driven animal, using momentum to her advantage and the already damaged core to thrust the blade again until it pierces the core up to its hilt. Still, nothing happens. The core doesn't fracture, only the sword within it cracks more as it's taking even more high pressure on it from all sides. Though, the berserker does let out a screech, and this is when Raven's greater form disappears from its senses. While it feels counterintuitive again, Raven disables her greater form, deactivates all of her borrowed stats, and slips away into a stealth dimension created by the power of her true core. Her momentum still moves forward, slipping right through the Berserker King's physical body. However, she's let go of her sword. Inside the pocket of space that she travels through, Raven takes a deep gasp of breath as feeling in her body returns. With this breath, a euphoric surge of endorphins fill her mind as she's realized she really pulled it off. While the thrill of battle is satisfying, at the same time, her body gets struck with a wave of fatigue and feeling of energy loss. That's because, in order to pull off this maneuver, Raven had to sacrifice about 10% of the threads filling her saturated core. While not entirely possible by normal means, the blade she left behind in the berserker's chest is a blood-bonded weapon, one she's used for many years, and while connected to her, it acts as a pseudocore to hold some of her divine power. Notifications ring in her inner ear as, behind her, a flash of yellow light so bright it completely covers the sky with its vibrance. The Berserker's final screech is overpowered by the shockwave and horrific sounds of region-sized rocks being split and obliterated by the pressure released. The monster's red aura fluctuates in a frantic state, allowing waves of noble vibrations to come through and fight for dominance again. Body parts fly in the air, alongside the demonic beast's two blades. While Raven may feel mentally and physically drained from sacrificing a portion of the divine threads she's been storing up for months, she can't help but grin, proud of herself for going in for the kill just like the rising emperor would. As two enormous white and yellow blasts of energy light up the sky from the demise of the kings, even on the other side of the planet, Abby feels the shockwaves and power released from these blows. She sends a wave of telepathy through their channel in a nonchalant tone. Good. I knew you two could handle it. Then she turns back to studying the wyvern corpse before her. She circled it a few times and ended up face to face with its skull. The black bones are perfectly intact, and she feels the noble vibrations coming off of them. However, in this strange new form she's been using ever since leaving the cultivation chamber on the moon, this healer is able to let these waves flow through her as if they're meaningless. She even leans forward and presses a finger down onto the tip of that wyvern's nose, staying unaffected by its radiation. Abby activates her divine grade restore skill, along with her first ranked up buff, area of total restoration. A ripple of her green-tinted soul energy flows from the tip of her finger into the wyvern's bones, and an enormous 1 kilometer wide restoration circle full of runes forms under the skeleton resting on the desert floor. The drop of soul energy pushed into the corpse flows through these ancient bones, making them glimmer white and green all over for a few seconds. The entire massive skeleton shakes, and a bright green glow from Abby's magic lights up the entire desert as 4% of her links of loyalty and the full power of her saturated true core are being stimulated to complete a daunting task. Her eyes burn with curiosity as she keeps a finger touching the dead ancient creature's bones, though they open wide with shock once she hears an unfamiliar deep telepathic voice enter her consciousness. Chapter 764, I sense a celestial grade physique. Seraphel, is that you? The voice is low and slow, echoing in the back of Abby's mind. It feels distant, as if it is speaking into a void, unable to see or feel anything, but sensing a disturbance, so it reaches out. The entire black skeleton is flowing with the green soul energy that Abby sends through it, and a pillar of light the width of her restoration circle erupts into the sky, parting the demonic clouds. Maintaining the connection itself is putting an absurd amount of mental strain on the healer who, moments ago, believed this planet full of weak mortal creatures was far beneath her. Now, she's shocked at the energy readings coming off this corpse and replies through the telepathy link back into the void that called out to her, speaking strange words. No. I'm not who you're waiting for. I'm a human. She remembers looking back in the databases in the moon base, along with the briefings from Bree and Alvaron. The name Seraphel came up in the tombs of their ancient writings, so the connection there is clear. However, the mention of a celestial grade physique means nothing to her. After a few seconds of no response, she pours even more of her pure soul energy into the bones, making them glow bright white and green. With this rush of energy, another low and slow voice echoes again, this time feeling even further away. We failed, and it has been long enough for the humans to rise, but that means the demons have not yet sealed the upper realm. Abby's eyes widen even more as a wave of fatigue from expending so much energy washes through her. She accidentally exposes herself to the brutal waves of noble vibrations that have become even more amplified, emanating from the skeleton. It makes her focus even more while replying back, placing a full palm on the glowing green nose of the wyvern corpse. It feels as though she's replying to an echo of what used to be a mind. It's listening, but there isn't a living being there. She's only restored the will and memories of what used to be. A cold feeling creeps into her palm, even though her energy form is fully activated, making it harder and harder to continue channeling energy into these bones. That's right. We can still ascend to the upper realm. But no. The humans have not exactly risen. My strength is an exception among the masses. There are only a few that can fight off the demonic forces, like the ones that took over this world. An echo comes back. You've reclaimed Kelfer? A human. Indeed, an exception you must be. The voice drifts further away in Abby's mind, and the cold aura creeps up her arm as the vibrations from the bones intensify and her fatigue worsens. The entire skeleton is glowing bright green now, as its bones are completely saturated with Abby's restoration soul energy. The cold becomes so intense that it begins to streak through Abby's body. However, in turn, she starts to feel emotions and visions surfacing from the abyss in her mind, connected to this dead being, sorrow, hope, and hatred mixed together in a blend of chaos as visions of a massive battle on this world resurface. Abby watches thousands of wyverns flying through the sky in a lush green world filled with lakes, mountains, and endless colorful forests. The wyverns are blue, red, white, and brown, all following their leaders, heading toward an ominous black tower that has appeared on their world. Glimpses of thousands of demons with dense yellow true cores descending onto this world flash in Abby's mind, and a war that lasts years flies by in seconds within her consciousness. Most of the details are fuzzy and fleeting, but the fact that this is such a massive world with vast resources, the presence of far more true cores than there were when trying to take over the human world tells her that wyverns are an extremely high-class race that even the demons once feared and took additional precautions against. Details of how they lost do not appear in these visuals. The last thing Abby sees is this yellow-cored wyvern dying at the hands of 3 noble demons. However, in the process, it does take them out with it in a final, desperate move to protect a message meant for the future. At the end of these visions, the voice echoes in her mind again, so distant it feels as though it's at the bottom of a cliff. Yelling up to Abby at the top of a mountain, "I feel your intentions are pure. You share my will to keep the lower races alive." As its last words come out, the voice feels and sounds like it's being drowned out by darkness, and the cold feeling surging through Abby's body completely floods through her. The final imagery she sees is that of a smiling wyvern, looking up at her with satisfaction and a sense of long-awaited relief. However, she can't tell if this is an illusion or reality. It has become impossible to send any more soul energy into its bones, as they are completely saturated, and the restoration circle below it has been exhausted. All that could come back from the dead has. And now, when she looks down at her hand on the massive skull, she shivers, feeling as though she is touching the nose of this corpse from its own perspective. The cold noble vibrations flowing through her feel as though they're becoming more intense, but at the same time, the eerie coldness fades, beginning to feel warm. A strange pull at the back of her mind tells her she needs to see what is happening in greater detail. As her eyes right now cannot comprehend the full picture, she borrows the rising emperor's all-seeing eye to watch the flow of her soul energy and divine threads with far greater detail as they cycle through the wyvern's bones and back into her, but nothing out of the ordinary is triggered. Her instincts tell her she needs to dig deeper, so she switches this skill out for inspect, and then appraisal, yet still, nothing pops up. It is literally a dead pile of bones, nothing else. Her physique vibrates, and the coldness from before is completely gone. She only feels warm now, and even the fatigue from exerting herself so much fades. Then, she switches her borrowed skill to divine-grade craftsmanship, and an overwhelming amount of information about reality around her explodes into her mind. However, there is one message in the center of it all that captivates her focus: craft soul weapon. Yes, and no, on the other side of the world, the 2 massive explosions have faded away, revealing the aftermath of battle. 2 enormous craters have been formed in the planet's crust, and at the center of each, the remains of the rulers of this world lie dead. In one, there is a massive, red-glowing berserker giant with a hole blown through its entire chest. Many of its body parts are scattered around the crater. Its remaining flesh is still stained crimson and twitching. One of its black swords lies flat on the ground, while another is over 5 kilometers away in another direction, with a massive red fist still gripping its handle. Raven floats over the remains, still in full stealth mode, not daring to activate the system yet, even though she's gained thousands of levels from that kill. The radiation coming off its corpse and blades makes her feel the need to double-check if it's truly dead, though her heart is racing with excitement. Ares' kill is in a similar state. He floats above the scattered black bones of the lich, with another massive white arrow glowing with purple mist within his spirit arms, pointed down at the largest portion of bones. This is where the phylactery shattered, and a majority of the hot, refined essence still seeps out. A large number of the black bones that vibrate with cold noble vibrations are scattered about nearby, and the enormous glossy obsidian bow, over 100 meters long, rests in the center of it all. He, too, received thousands of levels after killing this king. But as it was a lich he killed, Ari has good reason to be cautious about it not being dead just yet, as a massive green pillar of light illuminates the sky from the other side of the world, and a few minutes pass. Both Ari and Raven slowly circle downward to collect their loot, confident that their opponents are actually dead. Raven is the first to appear right in front of one of the fallen berserker's blades, the one in particular that doesn't have its fist still grasping it. A red glow still emanates off of the artifact, and from deep within it, the cold sensation of a noble vibration being suppressed is still there too. The only difference is it doesn't feel like she's the target of these waves. And every second that passes allows this energy to seep back into the depths of the black weapons. Her heart still beats wildly with excitement, Even though these massive swords are hundreds of meters long, they must be made of an extremely powerful material. They made her own blades shatter like glass, and her curiosity grows more and more the longer she stares. Raven begins borrowing skills to take a closer look, too, using all-seeing eye, inspect, and appraisal from the list of skills available to her almost immediately. A few readings come back that confirm her suspicions. Soul sword set of the divine berserker, so this is a soul weapon. She murmurs to herself while looking through its attributes. Then glancing over at the other sword that resonates with this one, both dimming in their coloring at the same pace, Raven comes to the same final test as Abby, activating craftsmanship to see what extra information she can gain, and her eyes widen from the stream of notifications that flow into her mind, complex dashboards and blueprints of all the ways to reverse engineer, merge, and mutate these swords to her will flow in like knowledge she never had before. It uses the subconscious data collected from fighting against this monster to understand the red aura and even the noble vibrations on a far deeper level than Raven knew she was capable of. All of a sudden, she feels herself resonating with the two blades as well. And a list of necessary materials and actions she must take to get her desired result appears before her. At the bottom of these detailed deconstruction and assimilation plans, a single option pops out at her: craft soul weapon. Yes, no. Ari touches down in the center of the massive obsidian bow, where the largest portions of the lich's refined chi sit, and he wastes no time allowing it all to flow in through his palms to filter through his core, while the essence from the strongest first class beasts felt soothing, like warm honey. This essence feels like fresh mountain spring water, filling up Aries, being faster and more effortlessly than breathing. It feels as though all of the other essence he's ever tried to drain was polluted. And this warm power that fills his mind and body gives him such clarity and strength that it is an entirely different, incomparable level. Even with the noble vibrations attempting to suppress him from every side, from the black bones and the bow artifact nearby, he's in a state of bliss that makes these cold waves feel distant. Ari doesn't know exactly what this power is, but using terminology from the upper realm, he just absorbed 118,900 for low-quality ether. The human archer's vision becomes sharper, and all of his senses stronger. He can hear Raven's heart beating over 10,000 kilometers away. He looks down at his bright white palms with purple mist flowing off them and takes in the moment of victory, letting out a long-awaited laugh in the silence of a massive demonic world. Then, he begins to investigate this bow as well. His first instinct is to use appraisal, but the message he receives is one he did not expect at all: soul bow of the last dark elf. So that's what you were. Elves, huh? I've never seen one in a dungeon, he comments while shifting to craftsmanship next. The moment he laid eyes on this bow, he knew he wanted it. Now, as information streams into Aries' consciousness on how to make this magnificent soul weapon he takes a few steps forward and places a hand on its massive base, 50 times longer than his full body right now. It feels icy cold to the touch, like the demonic dark elf lich is still staring at him even after its death. But the purple and white message floating in front of his eyes makes everything worth it. Craft soul weapon. Yes, no. Alvaron watches all of these feeds live, commenting out loud to Bree, Fisher, Lydia, and Monk, who watch in the same room. They really did it. They killed the kings. I must see those corpses. The data I must collect. While the silver suit of armor doesn't show any real emotions, it's clear that it is very motivated to obtain these two kings' corpses. It is Alvaron's world, after all. But Bree can see what the generals are doing and makes a comment before any unreasonable demands are made. As long as they can keep the weapons, I'm sure we can retrieve those corpses for you. The path is clear now, after all. We can finally go and check out the throne too. She turns to the commanders to get a confirmation that they'll do so once they return to the world. Fisher and Lydia nod with confidence, but Monk is the one that speaks. We can retrieve them. Then he looks back toward one of the doors leading to the back rooms. I just hope Luna wakes up soon. Alvaron senses this tension, recognizing it as a negotiation tactic humans use, and replies quickly, very well, take the weapons, that is fine. I just want their corpses. I will retrieve a containment device that can hold complex substances. And Luna should be awake in a few days. She's assimilating just fine. There aren't many beholders left. It was quite a good risk to take. The Silver Knight opens up a hatch in the floor and disappears. At the same time, Bree gets 3 simultaneous messages in her inner ear, all about lists of items necessary for a craft. 2 of them are from Raven and Ari. They send complex, detailed charts from their divine craftsmanship dashboards. The third, however, is not Abby. A voice Bree hasn't heard in months rings in her ear, widening her eyes in surprise. I just finished up the first stage of my new training. Ava filled me in on the fact that you all had a lucky head start. Does that mean the list of items I need to finish my craft is ready early? She stares at one of the screens, where Abby presses, yes, to begin a craft without needing any additional resources, and it registers that this message is real. Yes, yes. Good to hear your voice, Jay. I have everything you asked for. It's ready to be sent to the Upper Realm, Chapter 765. After just under 4 days, my first stage of training within the first floor of the High Orc Tower is complete. I stand before Seraphel, still glowing with an ethereal pristine light in my noble human form. As his deep blue eyes stare down at me with the same jaded gaze, his words seep into my mind, "You're a quick learner." I'm still surprised a human without a special physique could bring their true body to the Upper Realm. Even in your noble form, your adaptability is impressive. Over these last few days, I've managed to absorb far more green divine threads as they flow through me, without using any borrowed stats. On top of that, I've been focusing on synchronizing my noble vibrations with Seraphel's. The first few hours were quite chaotic, as I deactivated all of my external system aid, only using my noble body to adapt to the Upper Realm. However, with the use of my absorption mutation, getting to a stable state doesn't take long, especially with the mental clarity my noble form grants me. Once I am coherent in the darkroom with this ancient wyvern, the real training and lesson on wielding noble vibrations begins. He says that everyone's wavelength is unique, and usually, a noble slowly adapts to their vibrations as they grow stronger and eventually unseal their noble forms. It seems I've missed an important step in the usual process. While my mind seems clear and the will I can exert over my environment has grown to a mind-bending amount, the blue wyvern relates my power to the words of humans it has spied on in the past, and this is burned into my psyche once our training begins. You are but a baby wielding an axe heavier than yourself. By working all day to move its blade toward a tree's base, you may be able to chip its bark, which is far more efficient than using your hands alone. Though, if your body can mature enough to synchronize with this new power available to you, that same tree can be chopped down with a single swing. Seraphel states that he will teach me how to control a very steady state of vibrations, along with a technique to suppress them when not in use. However, his words about showing me the wyvern race's techniques sink into my core even deeper than his analogy of harnessing this power. I have not lived through your eyes, so I can never understand the exact vibrations that suit your needs. In fact, my own interpretation of the true path of nobility very well could be flawed. Don't listen to every powerful elder's advice. Fools grow old too, you know. At this, I see the wyvern grin, which is a rare occasion for the stoic being. So, I begin comprehending the basics and don't worry about creating my own style just yet. For now, I need to adapt my body to this new environment and strange power enough to the point where I can lift up this metaphorical axe. After this initial round of 3 days straight of synchronization and suppression techniques, I reply to Seraphel's compliment about being a quick learner. Thank you, but I now see how much I still don't know. My breathing stays steady, and despite my outward flowing ethereal appearance, there are no longer noble vibrations rippling off me. There aren't any coming off Seraphel either, as we are both using the same suppression technique. The only difference is Seraphel has practiced this for hundreds of thousands of years. I've hardly even known about it for 3 days. My body feels hot, and my heartbeat's pace rises with every second I keep myself concealed. Even my mind feels hot, becoming a little foggy the longer I spend holding myself back. This is part of my training, to now take a lap around the entire citadel without letting go of a single vibration. To stay in disguise, I alter my outer appearance to be Draco Vermilion, the Ellipsia Citadel's demon lord. Then, Seraphel speaks to me while the High Orc's door opens up again. The hardest part is over. Well, more so the most important part, I'd say. Getting you to this point where your vibrations have stabilized is an important foundation. Soon, you can begin altering their unique purpose. This is how you attain the title of a High Noble. I nod and trigger Citadel commands to shut off the surveillance system and step out, but I get a frantic ringing of updates in my inner ear from Ava the moment I regain access to my links to the General's telepathy channels. I'm only a few seconds into my suppression practice at the moment, so my mind is still moving extremely quickly with crystal clear thoughts. I receive a transfer of hundreds of holographic files and explanations of an event called a realm wave that occurred less than a day ago. As a result of this, the generals in the lower realm received almost 3 months of extra training. I watch 3 of them awaken true cores, and I even see a file containing a strange stone tablet that says Seraphel's name on it. After my experience in an originator's tomb, receiving the black cube that called itself Adam, which I merged with my sword, I too can read some of the texts that Monk translated. However, the black doors of the High Orc Tower behind me shut, and I decide to Confront the blue wyvern about it. Once I finish the test of my lap around the citadel before coming back, I float upward, high into the sky above the highest towers, and move to the outer ring of the enormous city in the sky. How exactly it floats is still beyond my comprehension. I can feel that it has something to do with the silver reactor in the core of the power plant. On top of that, many of the ether arrays that surround and tether into all of these buildings pull it upward to lessen the stress, though these thoughts aren't my main concern. As I slowly circle the outer ring, shutting off surveillance and sifting through the files Ava shared with me, my attention to detail begins to get worse the longer I look through them. As my body heats up and my mind begins to itch like it wants to let the vibrations out to grab a breath of fresh air, however, it's still very mild, and I can power through the irritable sensation. I even contact Bree once I watch some files of her making large trade agreements and collecting the resources I asked for. A telepathy wave is sent directly to her down in the lower realm. I just finished up the first stage of my new training. Ava filled me in on the fact that you all had a lucky head start. Does that mean the list of items I need to finish my craft is ready early? I know they are in fact ready, but after months of not talking in her eyes, it is kind to ask politely. A response comes back almost immediately. Yes, yes. Good to hear your voice, Jay. I have everything you asked for. It's ready to be sent to the upper realm. I smile. Excellent. I will send a trade request right away. I pause while floating through the dense green clouds, leaving trails of demonic energy behind me, and taking in the view of this massive circular city in the upper realm with my unaided vision without taking even a single stat point from my followers. Then, I add to my point while opening my system and sending the prompt through the worldwide connectivity system as its creator. Congrats on making it to a yellow core so quickly as well. I advise you to upgrade your craftsmanship skill to divine grade and master it before compressing your true core. I'm sure the results will be far more impactful. There's no need to rush any further. A notification hits my consciousness as pure compact mana enough to create hundreds of stage 3 labyrinths shows up as a single message in the trade window. Then, another notification is over 100,000 luminite crystals from varying worlds enter the window next. After this, a massive amount of demonic energy in its pure unrefined state hits the trade window. This is the item I'm most surprised about her obtaining, but Bree's connection with this first-class ruler named Alvaron seems to be the common link in retrieving this. Lastly, an unmarked containment case full of various miscellaneous items I asked for appears. Bree replies once it's all in the trade window, it's all there. And yes, I was planning on mastering my craftsmanship more here before compressing my core. Soul weapons are my next task to understand. Raven and Ari have sent me some blueprints. But it seems to be a very personal process, one best suited for the crafter to make for their own use. I press accept, and all of the resources Bree collected, worth over 50 first-class worlds in pure energy, get transferred directly to my storage. My eyes widen in surprise, as I thought it wouldn't be this easy. An undetectable amount of energy was used up in the transfer. I feel no different, no fatigue, nothing. A massive transfer of wealth from the lower to upper realm was just made with a mental click of a button. I push my surprise to the side and respond, resources received. Thank you. And soul weapons, you say? I think about the soul weapon frames all over the citadel. And the simple process it takes to merge one's avatar to it. However, doing so with a real body does seem like more of a challenge. I'll get some information on soul weapons sent down to you soon, and I'll pay you back for these goods. I can't rinse the human world business dry, we need to thrive. I see Bree smile through our mind link, and I do the same. However, some interference starts to make the connection go static. This coincides with my lap around the citadel hitting its quarter waypoint, and the noble vibrations being suppressed inside my body starting to grow even more irritated. My mind grows fuzzy, and a low static hum forms in my mind. My fingers and toes feel extremely hot. Along with my heart that beats loud in my chest and ears, though, a little headache and light burns are nothing compared to the torture I've endured in the past. Bree sends me a message back. It feels like you're in the middle of something. I reply as a streak of heat rushes through my neck into my mind, elevating the discomfort to a new level. Yes, I am. I'll call you back in a bit. Then our connection shuts off, and I focus on completing the lap around the floating city. I am traveling quite fast, but then again, I'm set to fly over 100,000 kilometers to make it around the entire city's outer edges, also, while not borrowing any stats and holding back the noble vibrations that are the only edge I have. Even so, the next quarter way around the city only takes a few minutes. I'm not trying to stay stealthy either. If powerful lords look hard enough up into the sky, I'm sure a few see me taking a lap around the citadel. By the halfway mark, my whole body is burning like the tips of my fingers were. My heart is pounding out of my chest, and the searing static noises vibrating in my inner ear are beginning to become nauseating. However, I push through, breathing deep and consistently paced despite my heart rate rising. I even close my eyes and just let my senses guide me through the final half of my lap. It feels like I'm being burned alive from the inside out, though the physical pain is bearable. I've been in far worse states before, as fire magic is my favorite destructive element in battle. The burn will never make me break. Even the test during the Demon Lord's trials within the throne, putting me through what was meant to be torture, being melted alive in lava, was quite soothing. The part that makes me debate quitting is the mental strain that keeping these vibrations inside me puts out. The static noise, mixed with the pressure pushing outward to make my mind feel dull and empty, is what I dislike the most. My thought processes become foggy and slowed, but I know that once I make it all the way around the citadel I can release the pressure. The last half takes over twice as long as the first, making the full lap 37 minutes in total. Once I get back to my starting point, I decide to release my suppression without any precaution. I'm the lord of this citadel, and I've completed my test. This is my reward. With a grin, I stop using the suppression technique Seraphel showed me and allow what's been boiling up inside to flow out. A relentless wave of noble vibrations explodes outward. The stats I borrow have little effect on the strength these waves release, and after days of synchronization and learning to understand the basics of controlling their flow, the waves released are far stronger than the meager display I showed within the dueling room after killing Andres Vermilion. Instantly, the entire citadel falls cold. From the far side I'm on near the High Orc's tower, to the center tower, and all the way to the human district on the complete opposite side. Every single living being on this floating city feels domination sink deep within their avatars. All lords second class and below instantaneously lose access to their systems and their avatars shut down, forcing them to faint and fall unconscious wherever they stand or sit. The very few first-class lords scattered among the large businesses in the center of the citadel feel immense mental pressure. Some of them fall unconscious too, but those who don't are frozen in fear as they have never felt such a vicious aura in their lives. There are only 2 towers in the entire citadel that block these waves. One is where Seraphel, Asik, and Torvak stay, and the other is where Ember and Zashin still train. While the entire citadel falls into despair, I feel a euphoric release of power. My mind instantly clears, and the energetic feeling in my numbed body returns. It feels like my senses are sharper, and my ether is even more refined. Every single particle of energy my vibrations ripple through as they flow through the citadel gives me feedback on the system users I've affected, in a strange form of data I've never tried to read before. It's like I can feel the experience of every system user, and get an instinctual vision of their fighting prowess. However, its intricacies are still hard to comprehend. There is more to it than just this vague sense. I feel like I need more control over this power still. Seraphel is right. This is just the start of understanding my noble form, though. One thing my noble vibrations ripple through that does give me a confirmation of certainty is that the demonic servants I tasked days ago to collect taxes and strip out the inside of the central tower have completed their jobs. Instead of floating back down toward the ground where the High Orc Tower awaits me. For my second stage of training, I float forward. I have all of the materials necessary to begin my craft, and I want to get it completed now. Having the Ascension Chamber completed and ready for the generals will clear up a lot of mental space. I'll soon be able to fully focus on becoming a high noble before they arrive. Chapter 766, I trigger the entire surveillance system in the Citadel to shut down after releasing my noble vibrations that have been refined and amplified these past few days. While they still feel quite raw and unfiltered in my eyes, at least I have a small amount of control over their strength and the speed of their flow. Just 4 days ago, I couldn't even sense the fluctuations. Every noble's waves felt the same, including my own. To amplify things even further, I reactivate my borrowed stats but only pull 45%, leaving the remaining 20% available for the generals, as I do not want to interfere in their duties right now. I could easily complete this building project without a single borrowed stat while in my noble form. But I feel the need to push the limits and complete this task quickly and efficiently. The moment I do, a divine aura and immense mana control output pour down on the Citadel with even more astounding pressure than my first outburst. In doing so, all of the remaining first-class lords near the central tower who were holding onto their consciousness give in and pass out, especially once I fly closer in the blink of an eye. A green, white, and purple streak floods through the sky until I reach the central tower. I use a simple ether command to open its front door and walk inside to see a fully stripped tower. There are thousands of demonic servant avatars standing at attention, ready to take my orders again. And somehow still cognizant despite my overwhelming aura, I open a telepathy channel with all of them and receive simultaneous updates and inventory counts for the taxes they've collected. An additional 58,703 low-quality ether has been taken from the many citizens around the Citadel, with many paying more than their usual tax to show their support for the new, dangerous lord. The servants took my words very seriously and did not take any dead worlds as payment. However, they did manage to collect a few hundred 4th and 5th class worlds that still have many system users on them. While this is usually not a profitable model for demons, as they cannot form labyrinth contracts on any worlds below 3rd class, it is very beneficial to me. I look down at one of the servants in the front row with 50 worlds on its world token and speak aloud for all to hear. Very good. Everyone, send your profits to this avatar and return to your posts. Thank you all for stripping the central tower as I've asked. Starting today, I want new guard posts established around the tower. I will be creating new Citadel commands to work as automated defenses, but I want to make sure no one enters any longer. That includes all of you. There is a pause, and I watch streams of ether-powered telepathy channels form between many of the guard squads after my statement. I listen in as they negotiate positions and swap out their posts among random districts to ensure they have more people surrounding the central tower moving forward. Additionally, ether systems are open as the profits from the last few days' taxes are sent to the servant I pointed out. I nod and open the door I came through, and the thousands of servants flood back into the streets to return to their posts. The one remaining servant wears a blank expression, as its avatar is set in default mode, but I can tell underneath it is quite nervous. The data from my instincts, noble vibrations, and avatar history tell me this was once a 2nd-class armored ape. I remember fighting a similar race in dungeons long ago, but I haven't run into any of this race in person yet. It was forced into slavery about 1,500 years ago. The only reason I chose it to stay is that it is strong-minded, and my new noble sense tells me this is a very loyal and intelligent being that stands out from the rest. What's your name? It stands alone at attention as the door to the outside closes. Rucker, sir. That was once my name. I haven't spoken it in longer than I can remember. I smile and float upward, grabbing the makeshift prison I created days ago with telekinesis to carry with me. Good, Rucker. Come with me. I have an additional important job for you to do. The servant follows upward, as there are thousands of kilometers of empty space inside this tower, high up into the sky. My memories from Andros Vermilion start to move through my mind as I recall that on the top floor of this tower, there is a vault only available to demons. In the same room, there are trading platforms and a headquarters for the Citadel Lord to watch over the city. It's not meant for anyone else to see, but after what I'm about to do, it'll be meaningless to hide it anyway. We make it to the top of the tower, and looking down past the servant that follows, it just looks like a massive green square hole about 500 kilometers wide and roughly 5,000 kilometers high. The divine energy slowly swirling within is just as dense as the clouds outside, but with no floors separating the inside of this massive structure, it does feel as though I'm staring down into an abyss. I don't hesitate to open the ceiling up and let the earth magic prison float up into it beside me, but Rucker halts in place, not entering the forbidden portion of the central tower meant for the Vermilion family demons only. I motion for him to follow. Come on, the others are still healing. It's just you and me. Follow, this is an order. The servant floats up with me, and I store the portable prison in an empty room on the first floor of the upper portion of the tower. We begin walking through corridors in the green halls of the demons' private suites. It takes a few minutes to find the room in the back of the prior Citadel Lord's memories, but when I see it, I know this is the room I need to enter. Using a simple ether command to open the door isn't hard, and when we walk in, the only thing before us is two large trading tables similar to the ones in the Ogre Conglomeration's trade palace, a large sleeping pod about 30 meters long that looks similar to an enormous containment case. And at the very back of the room, there is a door with an ether command lock on it. If I wasn't using my all-seeing eyes and divine craftsmanship, it would just look like the normal back of the room. However, with the flick of a finger and an intricate pattern of ether arrays being unlocked with my mind, the back door opens, and a single black box remains behind the door. Here it is. I whisper to myself, motioning for the servant to stand back while I walk forward and place a hand down on it. It activates a transfer command that begins trying to tether to my body like it's an avatar. However, with ease, I summon a large amount of white ether and thick green threads from my palm to stop the process and mimic what the command should receive while placing my item storage on the other end of it. 19,856,011.0 low-quality ether received, 50.6205 medium quality ether received. It rests in my item storage, unassimilated, and I grin as this is the personal vault of Andres for millions ether stores. While a large majority of the profits from world trade and lord exploitation have been sent to the Grand Citadel over the last 12,000 years, this noble demon has accrued quite the personal fortune. He had over 1 million low-quality ether on him, along with the nearly 80,000 worlds that I drained upon his death, but this vault has wealth nearly 70 times that value. I nod and lift my hand from the black box, now completely empty, and walk forward, allowing the fake wall to close behind me as I look over to one of the trading tables. Transfer me the worlds you've collected. Rucker does exactly as I ask, and I place a hand down on the table, simulating a much different ether command to receive these worlds, making them integrate with the token on my palm rather than my item storage. A few notifications ring in my mind, and my world token rises to 106,149 after receiving the few hundred additional 4th and 5th class worlds. I feel a small, barely noticeable rise in stats as the 131 billion system users on these worlds are added to the worldwide connectivity system. Very good. I want more worlds like these. 3rd and 2nd class worlds are fine too, as long as you can get a good price. But I think the quantity of lower class worlds is far better than the higher class worlds that have their ether values overinflated by the buffs they grant avatars. The servant's aura shows that he is confused by my words, though the trading table displays a new window in front of him as I transfer 1 million low-quality ether into it from my storage. He hasn't even transferred the ether profits from Ellipsia citizens yet, but I shake my head before he can speak. Use the ether collected from taxes to buy even more. Do not worry about the remaining resources left on worlds. The more important detail is to find worlds with as many system users as possible. And also, the pure quantity of worlds is important too. The more you can buy, the better. I will be busy for a while, but I would like this entire balance spent by the end of the week once I check in again. The avatar's eyes widen, not entirely comprehending why I would want to burn 1 million low-quality ether for worthless worlds, but he nods and accepts the trade offer. Understood. It will be done. I smile and begin walking toward the door back to the hall. Good. That is all. I take it you can command others within your ranks much easier now. They will respect you as a leader now that I have personally given you this task. The servant just nods as we walk back to the main floor of the secure upper floors, but my mind is elsewhere. Inside my worldwide connectivity system, I send another 1 million low-quality ether down to Bree as a pending trade for her to accept any time she sees it. As chi is already an extremely valuable commodity, dividing this ether into parts and selling them to high-class worlds will certainly make back the cost of goods she must have paid to get me the resources for my craft. A message arrives with it stating that information about soul weapons will be sent once I gather enough data. I open the ceiling to the strip tower's insides and let the servant walk himself out. In the few minutes while I wait, I organize all of the materials in my mind and spread my aura to fill this entire empty tower. The blueprints I visualized the moment I upgraded my divine-grade craftsmanship skills still hold their quality. However, now with this new sense available through my noble vibrations, I can see everything even clearer. The moment Rucker leaves the tower, I activate my astral form to make this task even more efficient. The confused servant feels another shiver ripple through his avatar. As the second the door behind him closes, the entire citadel shakes. The cold vibrations rippling through the upper realm feel almost as intense as a realm wave. However, not a single lord is conscious enough to feel it. Even down in the exile zones, over 100,000 kilometers away from the central tower, lords feel the atrocious aura of an evil being. Many who have been slaves down in these zones for millennia, far enough away that Ava has not yet brought them back to the access point. Believe another realm war must have started. However, inside the tower, I grow to over 10 kilometers in height and pull out all of the items Bree transferred to me, along with 12 million low-quality ether from my storage. From this release of power, I gain far more control and perception over my environment as well. I can see the sleeping citadel and feel it wobbling, threatening to lose balance from the tension I'm putting on it. Along with this, the green divine clouds in the atmosphere swirl around the inner few districts of the citadel much faster than usual, seeping in through the central tower's walls as I begin to manipulate the structure itself using ether commands and my craftsmanship skill to prepare for the real challenge. Once the surrounding district's clouds are pulled inside, the density of divine threads is over 20 times normal. I seal the outer walls by imbuing large amounts of this excess divine energy, along with 1 million low-quality ether for privacy and structural integrity. It is my craft, so I'm able to see through it, but to those looking from the outside in, This is an impenetrable structure. Even the first-class demons on the top floor, if they miraculously had their melted minds restored, could use full-powered attacks on a single point of these walls for 100 years, and it would be futile. Next, I split the empty room into 4 even square towers. Within each of these towers, there are 1,000 floors, creating 4,000 rooms in total. The structure itself is made of pure crystallized mana, divine threads, and an additional 1 million low-quality ether to withstand the pressure. Now, all of the rooms have an equivalent amount of divine energy inside, roughly 20 times the normal atmosphere's limit. However, this is going to change drastically, and this part is going to be the most difficult and time-consuming. I'm going to make the bottom floor have a similar pressure to the lower realm, and each incremental floor up to the top of the tower will have slightly more pressure to withstand. Within each chamber, there will be pure mana and ether to absorb. In Ares' chamber, it will be a special blend with demonic soul energy instead. The remaining 10 million low-quality ether will be split evenly in this process, 2.5 million each. A large majority of the raw mana and demonic energy materials are used in this process too. Every floor will be densely packed with what feels like a liquid bath of energy-rich, yet easily absorbable, substance. It will be physically impossible to move to the next floor until every drop from the previous is consumed or processed. The citadel has stopped shaking, as no divine energy, mana, or ether can leave the tower anymore after I sealed its outer walls. However, the ferocious noble vibrations only become more intense and chaotic as my crafts go on. While Seraphel did show me the basics, teaching me to control and begin to understand the bare minimum, I'm unknowingly unsealing my noble vibrations even further. Using my vibrations to aid my instincts in such an immense craft has begun to give them a unique purpose. However, I don't think about it like that at all. My only focus is completing the task at hand with all the resources available to me. Once I take out all of the pure mana and demonic energy from my storage, along with the hundreds of thousands of fragile luminite fragments, one wrong move could ruin the craft, and I would have to start over. I carefully pull out the blood samples provided of the generals and simultaneously monitor hundreds of dashboards in my divine craftsmanship interface. Each floor needs many of these luminite crystals to be synced to a blood-bonded technique to trigger a teleportation once a series of ether commands are fulfilled. While all of the earlier stages of this skill were rather straightforward, entering in dungeon loot and pressing craft to retrieve a desired result, the divine grade skill is entirely different. It's as if I'm creating a living machine. The deeper I think into the results of what I strive to create, the clearer, more precise, and more intricate the craft becomes. Without the clarity of my noble form and the control over my surroundings that my astral form grants, it would be impossible to pull off this craft. I feel as though every single particle is shifting to my will, being carefully altered and fit into place. Surprisingly, the bottom floors are quite simple. Draining areas of space is easy as long as the structure and walls are dense enough to withstand it. Creating the top 100 or so floors is by far the toughest part. Some of the floors reach pressures over 200 times that of the outside clouds. This is not because it's necessary, but because I want my general's assimilation process to be as impactful and seamless as possible. While I could make the top floor the equivalent of the outside realm, that would not properly prepare them for the dangers we're going to face. Flashes of the shadowy, longhorn demon lord that called himself Muriel Vermilion come to mind, not only from my own conversation with him when he suppressed my aura and system from a mere video call alone, but from the fragmented memories of Andres and the demonic Cyclops who only remember him as a figure to fear and follow orders from without question. This is why I spend over a full hour perfecting the ascension chambers within the central tower. Once it is finally complete, I disable my astral form and use my creator access to teleport from floor to floor, carefully inspecting all 4,000 rooms with fine detailed analysis using all of my perception. My mind feels as though it's on fire after another hour of theoretical mental stress testing goes by. I come to the conclusion that I need to let the tower sit for a few days and come back to it to make sure nothing has changed. The generals will be in this tower for a long time, so I need to get proper data on how time itself affects the structure. Satisfied with the results, I use an exit command on the top floor to teleport out of the controlled structure without leaving any gaps. Then, I let out a long sigh with a smile and pull the remaining 5,856,011 low-quality ether from my storage. Without any hesitation, I allow it to seep into my true body, deep into the depths of my mind, to sit in the pool of active ether being slowly refined by my consciousness. It does give off a temporary warm and stimulating rush, but it settles quickly as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. The only difference is it feels the pool I can pull from to create mental attacks and physical barriers has grown far deeper. There's over 7 million low-quality ether available to be used within my being now. I attempt to do the same with some of the medium-quality ether, but something instinctually blocks me from doing so. I leave the 50.6205 medium-quality ether in my item storage and decide to ask Ember about it once he's done training with Zacian. Then finally, I take a few deep breaths and activate the suppression technique Seraphel taught me to rein back my violent noble vibrations into my body. It feels a bit different than it did a few hours ago, and instantly the pressure in my mind feels much hotter than before, but I'm still able to hold them back. Once I open a window on the top floor of the central tower, the total Citadel blackout that lasted 2 hours comes to an end. A very small number of lords see me slowly flying through the sky back to the High Orc Tower. I am back in my 20-meter-tall demonic appearance, but those who do glance upward look away just as fast. No one dares to get involved with this new terrifying and unpredictable Citadel Lord. Chapter 767. I touch down in front of the High Orc Tower, and the black doors open slowly, just as they did days ago when I walked in for the first time. Large blue eyes gaze down on me with indifference as I walk inside. Now that I am capable of using this suppression technique at its most basic state, I'm also able to instinctively understand that Seraphel is using this technique right now. Despite the waves of noble vibrations coming off of him, even when he showed off the intensity of what he called high noble vibrations, I believed back then they were immeasurably intense. However, the release I just pulled off after a few days of training far surpassed anything he showed me. Before, I couldn't tell. Now, I'm certain he's still suppressing his true strength. By his comments as the doors close behind me, it's clear he knows I'm aware of this fact too. Very good. It appears you've tested out your new limits, and understand you have a very long way to go. I can sense you've already begun altering your frequency. I raise an eyebrow and release my suppression technique, allowing the raw vibrations to be unleashed in a chaotic state again, though in a few seconds, I'm able to match them with my breathing and heart rate. In the silence of this room, I do feel as though they've been ever so slightly altered. It feels like they're yearning to be used in another large-scale craft. The desire to build, manipulate, and understand complex structures grows stronger the longer I think about it. The frequency of these vibrations has shifted slightly, though they still feel malleable, as though they can be overridden and molded into mastering any skill set if I were to practice now. Seraphel can see that this is the first time I'm realizing this fact too. And he nods. It is perfect timing. Though, to gain more progress, we're going to have to leave ellipses for this next stage of training. Without full control over your physical and mental state, you could easily damage the Citadel. Plus, more open space will be necessary to let loose and reach your full potential. My eyebrows are still raised from the last words this wyvern spoke to me, but considering my noble form's mental clarity makes my mind process information thousands of times faster than normal, I quickly understand. You're right. Even inside the central tower, I did feel cramped. Where are we headed? Seraphel turns his head to one of the black walls, but as I was just outside, I know that his gaze is pointed toward the edge of the Citadel, far off into the exile zones, an old training ground. I have faith it is still standing. It is far enough away that any chaotic outbreak won't send interference to the fortress of the Mensa Citadels. We're only a few million kilometers away now. It is best to be as careful as possible. I nod slowly but respond with one last thing that's on my mind, looking upward to reference the higher floors of this tower. Right, but before we go, I need some data on soul weapons. I take it Torvak and Asik would be the best in the Citadel to ask. Seraphel looks up, tracking my gaze. Indeed, there is no one better to ask. I believe they are in the middle of a crafting session. What is it in particular you would like to ask? I shrug, and while I reply, Seraphel activates an ether command inside the tower. Nothing for me exactly. I'm looking to send data down to the lower realm. A craftsman in my inner circle has just obtained a large number of originator artifacts. I told her I'd send her everything I can find on them. My enhanced gaze picks up on streams of white light fluctuating through the floors and walls, then up to the higher floors. Seconds later, another fluctuation sends streams of white light back. Seraphel stares down at the ground in front of me, which glows with a light white circle of ether. And I feel a familiar pull similar to the black box vault I opened in the central tower. I place a hand forward and receive the transfer, which lands in my storage as a small black rectangle. Asik says he'd be honored to share his findings with the bonded partner of Ember. He says that's about 90% of the High Orc's common knowledge on soul weapons, but the last 10% can only be learned through one-on-one study with him alone. I nod and turn to the door as it opens up again. This should be perfect. A great start. I shut down the Citadel's surveillance systems one last time, and my unsuppressed chaotic vibrations render everyone nearby unconscious again as both of us fly out from the tower and off the edge of the Citadel over the endless green clouds. I continue triggering Citadel commands to disable surveillance as we fly through the air, as there are very intricate systems that accept fast travel orbs very far from the city. This time, we fly side by side instead of having me stand on his back like the performance we pulled off flying up into Ellipsia. The enormous blue wyvern spreads its wings and flies freely through the sky as I take long strides through the open air to keep up. Meanwhile, in my mind, I create another transfer to Bree, sending the data ASIC provided along with a message. Here is the soul weapon data I promised. In addition, I've created the structure that can handle the general's ascension, but I have another stage of training myself to get through. Let's aim for them to be ready in 10 days. That leaves just over a week for the actual assimilation. After pressing send, Seraphel senses my mind is less occupied and speaks through a link. Are you fully prepared? As I said before, this will be far more difficult and risky than the first stage. You must be ready with a clear mind. I nod as the green clouds rush by and demonic energy still trails off behind me from my demon form, almost ready. There is just one more question I wish to have answered. What is your connection with a planet from the lower realm named Kelfer? About 3 hours ago, on this massive demonic world, Kelfer, in the lower realm, the 3 generals that set out to kill the kings all looked down at identical system messages. Craft soul weapon, yes, Eno, Ari and Raven see extremely detailed prompts, giving them warnings about necessary materials and optimal settings for making the soul bonds with these artifacts. This is because their bodies are artificially boosted with shared stats, and the echoes of noble vibrations and the strange red aura from the berserker are far too powerful to be merged with by a third-class human on a whim. Even staying in the presence of these artifacts for more than a few seconds makes the 2 generals begin to build up fatigue. Raven is already quite spent after using up 10% of her stored divine threads to trigger an explosion with her blood-bonded blades, while Ari is having issues of his own. While the absorption of hundreds of monsters' concentrated essence felt seamless in the moment, especially the Dark Elf Lich's ether stores, the unique method of filtering through Ares' demon core and storing the excess in his body is very burdensome on his mind, muscles, and bones. Expelling large amounts of the essence while battling, in addition to the massive adrenaline rush, kept him sane and moving. But now that his life is no longer in danger, the archer's body feels extremely hot, and he is dizzy and nauseous. In the center of the bow artifact, he sits down and holds his head with both hands, closing his eyes and sending a message back to Bree that he needs immediate access to a cultivation room. But he is not leaving this planet without that bow. Raven's breaths are heavy, and her body feels covered in pins and needles, becoming frail as her fight adrenaline wears off too. Though, her gaze is locked on the 2 black swords that have dimmed from red as the aura has seeped inside them. She sends a very similar distress message to Bree, and one is sent right back to both of them, already on it. 3 of the commanders have teleported down to aid you with direct crystals to the moon bases and the resources necessary to transport those artifacts. However, Abby's reaction to the system messages is very different. The bright green soul energy that has been flowing through the massive wyvern skeleton's bones continues to circulate through her body as well. The overwhelming cold sensation from the noble vibrations of this dead ancient being suddenly shifted their perceived potency the moment the telepathic connection with the wyvern's restored mind ended. It accepted Abby as a rightful inheritor. While this isn't a living mind, the intentions and will of the old being are still very strongly imbued in its bones that stood the test of time while the planet aged for millennia around it. Instead of feeling cold and suppressive, the waves of radiation feel warm and inviting. The bones of the wyvern shake and pulse with green light, and the outline of a green energy form, creating what used to be a majestic monster, becomes visible in the center of the restoration circle. Then, the bones start moving toward Abby's palm that rests on its nose. It isn't in a rigid fashion as one might expect, it looks more like it is flowing like water. The bones look as though they're melting, becoming one with the soul energy flowing through them. The skeleton shrinks in size as it melts and drifts toward Abby's palm. Its luminosity increases even more, showing off a bright white glow beneath the green, as ancient stored chi within its bones is being compressed and refined. The enormous pillar of green light gets brighter and brighter, lighting up half the world, making even the ground tremble lightly where Ari and Raven still sit, waiting for support. It gets even brighter the more the bones liquefy and compress, drifting closer to her open palm, so bright and full of intense radiation, even the monitoring devices Alvaron is using to collect data are overworked and cannot see through the final flash. It's like a star is shining light on the entire world for a full second as a burst completes the craft. and in the moments that follow, the world feels dull again, the bright light completely ceases, and the ground stops trembling. Even the demonic clouds that had parted start to seep back into the massive desert region Abby cleared out with her display. Now, a beautiful glistening staff is held tight in Abby's hand, its base is obsidian black, with white energy flowing through it. Intricate runes and ancient texts are carved into the staff all over. Glowing yellow, green, and white, while each symbol gives off their own unique auras, the majority of its power, where the essence of the wyvern lies, is in an orb that floats at its top. The orb is bright green, glistening with a profound light and aura that matches Abby's eyes staring deep into it. It looks and feels like another true core, synced perfectly with Abby's. Around the orb, 3 rings of varying sizes slowly rotate in different directions. They shift in colors as well, turning yellow, black, white, and green. Abby can feel each of them spinning with different unique abilities, all able to be manipulated and unlocked with her mind. The intentions, mainly the strong desire to save all lower lifeforms from the domination of demons, emanate from the staff as though the massive wyvern skeleton still stands before her. She can feel its presence, will, and wisdom while looking deep into the orb at the top of the staff. The healer closes her eyes and channels a wave of perception into the soul weapon, and all of the flowing energy within it is stimulated and amplified to her will. An enormous burst of power comes out from the green energy orb and surrounds the entire planet in an instant, fading with a sparkling yellow shimmer moments later. After all of the perception data from this pulse is registered in her mind, Abby's eyes open again, and she grins while looking up to the sky where 5 moons rotate around the globe. Linking her telepathy to Bree, the kings are dead and the wyvern's inheritance has been claimed. Now all that's left is to explore the throne. Chapter 768, the 3 commanders have left the moon base with additional teleport crystals and unique containment cases, leaving Bree and Alvaron as the only ones standing in the surveillance room to watch the inheritance Abby just claimed. The Silver Knight's armor has completely stopped moving, as the Yellow Slug's true body analyzes all the data its systems managed to gather before the whiteout and the blast. The complex runes and symbols all over the staff match some of the texts it's seen before, but many are new and unrecognizable. The symbols glow with an ethereal white and green light as Abby's soul energy continues to flow through the artifact as if it's an extension of the healer's body. An amplifier. That is one of the rarest inheritance types. The Silver Knight whispers to himself. It is unknown to Alvaron that the Rising Emperor's soul weapon is bonded with an artifact of the same classification. Bree doesn't know either, as she raises a question in response to the creature's rambles. Is that how Abby produced such a powerful array of perception? Is it an artifact that increases the holder's magic output? Alvaron stays silent for a few more seconds, an eternity inside this intelligent monster's mind, before replying. That is certainly one of its abilities, but every amplifier is unique. It will depend on the will of the creator of the inheritance. I've never seen a soul weapon with so many runes. Perfect holograms zooming in on the runes all over the staff continue to play in the slug's mind, along with visuals of even smaller carvings layered on the 3 shimmering rings that spin in different directions around the core of the staff. There is no external energy making the objects float, as if they have fields of their own gravity as they spin. Alvaron goes silent, and Bree responds to Abby's message as she looks up toward the sky. Yes. Good work on distracting the kings and letting Ari and Raven finish them off. The commanders have been sent down to give them the necessary materials to return. However, I'd like for you to follow them into the unexplored zones near the throne. We have no surveillance or data on this region yet. Abby nods, floating up into the air above where the wyvern's bones once sat, protecting a burial of artifacts and messages for the future. Good. I'm quite curious myself. I couldn't get a look inside the throne. She floats forward at a slow pace, back toward the battleground of the generals and the kings. Her eyes are focused on the path forward, but her entire mind is captivated by the intricacies inside the staff grasped firmly in her right hand. It feels warm, and as her soul energy continues to explore the meaning of every rune that lights up all over it, her understanding grows, but she also realizes there is so much more she doesn't know. Each symbol gives off a unique vibration that resonates through her body and soul, holding techniques and arrays that can be pushed outward into the world around her. Though there is a clear separation between her true being and the staff's core, they are connected and synchronized, but it feels more like a partnership than a true soul bond. She cannot tell if this is what a true soul weapon is like or if she is incompatible to merge for some reason. Subconsciously she knows it has something to do with the cold vibrations she felt before the inheritance transfer. In addition to this, she wonders about what that wyvern's voice meant when it said it sensed a celestial grade physique. Whatever the answers to these questions may be, For now she is satisfied with the loyalty she feels emanating off of this monstrous new power in her grasp. Their wills are aligned and it feels like her strength has been enhanced significantly yet again. Right after her enormous boost in power from compressing her true core, Abby nears the aftermath of the battleground, seeing Ari and Raven both resting near the corpses of their enemies. As she begins to descend to the ground again, she lets go of her staff, and it slowly rotates around her as if she is its center of gravity. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings, off in the distance. 3 flashes of white, yellow, and blue light zip their way toward her, as she's timed her arrival to match up with the commanders perfectly, enjoying her slow flight through the demonic clouds that part around her. Fisher veers off toward Ari, while Lydia heads to Raven. Monk halts in the center of it all and greets Abby as she touches down. His eyes immediately fall on the staff. He makes his greeting to the healer without taking his eyes off it for even a second. A problem that was not initially foreseen is the fact that Fisher and Lydia actually can't get too close to the center of the craters where the generals stand. Ari and Raven have to come to them to receive the resources transported down. This is because the corpses of the kings still give off such strong vibrations and radiation that the commanders can't withstand their aura within a few hundred kilometers, even after death. Incredibly dense, bright white containment cases are used to store the weapons and the large pieces of corpses and bones they can find. They are made from large deposits of pure chi and an immense amount of mana to hold the crafts together. When taken out from the commander's storage, they just look like small white handheld cubes, but they can be expanded by equipping them to the user's item list. By channeling mana into them like a weapon, it activates a feature that lets the cube alter its size and shape temporarily and activate or deactivate one of its sides to allow for storage. Alvaron sent instructions to use the storage skill to hold the items once they are contained. It becomes clear why when a large amount of the lich's bones are held in one of the containment cases for too long outside, and it decays its outer walls. This destabilizes one of the containment items and makes it unusable. As the noble radiation decays its internal structure, they are not blood-bonded items, so there is no self-healing feature. Even these highly advanced crafts can't hold these items for more than a few seconds at a time, though, once this is understood, they work well for their purpose. Ari stores his looted bow inside one of the boxes quickly and lets it fall into his borrowed item storage skill. Once floating inside a state of suspended animation, the deterioration process halts. Raven does the same, using 2 separate white boxes to store her looted blades, along with one of the fists of the berserker. The rest of the red giant is contained in a few separate cases, which are swiftly transferred to the commanders using the worldwide connectivity system's trading feature. All of the scattered and fractured pieces of the lich's bones are collected and transferred to Ari's head. Is pounding again, and his body has become searing hot from taking even a few moments away from concentrating on the overflow of essence in his body. Raven is pale and clearly exhausted as well. Abby's gaze lands on them, considering healing them both back to their normal states with ease. However, she understands that it would alter their bonding process with their future soul weapons, so she refrains from doing so. The 2 leave Kelfer and return to their cultivation rooms on the moon bases the moment their jobs are done, and the commanders can freely walk around the blast zones without being suppressed by any leftover radiation. Monk comes up with one comment to Abby after the 2 flashes of light from the other generals take them away. These are what the saint called glyphs. I've seen descriptions of them, but never a true glyph imbued in an artifact. They can create arrays, hold stored knowledge, and transmit chi-based techniques. Well, not all of them, I can't decipher many of them. But some of the ones I can read. I've seen copies of these symbols before on the human world. Abby turns away from looking at the throne and over to Monk. Yes, I don't know how I know it, but I have a basic understanding of many of these symbols. It's like new fuzzy memories are appearing in the back of my mind. The only one I tried so far is this. Abby's eyes glow green as she closes them, and the orb atop the staff pulses again. A small portion of the symbols on the staff ripple with energy, then go dark as a wave of aura travels throughout the entire world again. Once it meets itself on the other side of the world, it vanishes in a yellow shimmer just like before. It's thin and very subtle. Fisher and Lydia, who are in the same region as them, don't even feel it, but Abby sees every particle of the world as though she's thoroughly inspected it with an all-seeing eye skill, up close and personal. When she opens her eyes again, she looks back at Monk. The other abilities don't seem suitable to test out with humans nearby that could get hurt. Monk begins to sweat and just nods lightly. As Abby has never been so intimidating in his eyes, she has a new presence about her as she looks away back toward the throne, speaks through the link to the 3 commanders, and floats up into the air. Come on, let's check out what those kings were hiding. I still can't see inside, but around the throne itself, I would prepare yourself for quite the gruesome sight. At this time, Bree receives a few pings in her inner ear. The first few are transfer receipts, confirming the two generals have made it back to their cultivation chambers and are requesting goods to complete their soul weapons crafts and assimilation process. The next few are from the rising emperor in the upper realm, sending her a large packet of data on a high orcs testing an analysis of various soul weapons from its last 103,000 years of life. Along with this information, a message is received that she must notify the generals to be ready to ascend in 10 days. However, the most unexpected message of them all comes from one of the moon bases that she hasn't heard from in months, and it's a reply to her earlier transmission. Maria's voice rings in her inner ear. I was in such deep focus, I lost track of time. How much longer do we have now? I've gathered enough divine threads to wrap this up anytime I wish. Chapter 769. Abby floats forward through the departing demonic clouds. Her aura is strange, it bursts outward with a strong green light, but to the three commanders that float behind her, they cannot sense it at all. Behind her, at the edges of her aura, it shimmers and dazzles with yellow light. It even phases through the demonic clouds without directly interacting with them. Fisher and Lydia's bright blue and white auras are a far more destructive force on the environment. Despite clearly being much weaker, the four of them take a semi-direct path to the throne but still weave through a few regions of battlefield surrounding the massive black tower, without having to confront massive first-class demonic beasts everywhere they turn. The commanders are much quicker at retrieving artifacts and monster corpses, as it's very simple, within a few kilometers of range. An item storage portal can be opened to store their remains. So, they weave back and forth about 1,000 kilometers left and right while moving forward through blast zones, as they might as well take advantage of this while they're on the way. Ari never bothered to loot the monsters when he killed almost a full third of the world's population in a matter of seconds while battling the Dark Elf Lich, while the majority of their ether stores are drained, and massive numbers of the corpses have been obliterated to an unrecognizable state from the yellow arrows that followed Ari in his battle. There are still hundreds of soul weapons and valuable high-grade materials found just within this small sliver of land on their path to the throne, while Monk, in particular, is most excited to take an entire lap around the globe to collect the rest of the remains after Ares' fight. The massive black tower that gets larger and larger in their vision ahead is far more intriguing. The closer they fly toward it, the fewer massive craters from Ares' last fight show up all over the ground. Instead, the remnants of mountains, valleys, rivers, and wide-open plains are left behind. Much of the land looks untouched, as though the only thing that has ruined it into a dark black world of nothing but death is the ambient demonic energy in the air. Only Abby looks down at the strange environment and gets flashes of the fragmented memories she witnessed of this world when it was once lush and filled with living wyverns. The three commanders that trail behind her wonder what happened here, and if this is what the human world would have turned into had they lost to the Vermilion family demons that tried to claim their throne. At the same time, a cold wave of energy ripples through them in slow, yet random and chaotic frequencies. Fisher only recognizes this as the feeling he felt when coming face to face with the Lich's arrow. Monk assumes there is another tomb nearby or a monster that was left behind and not killed by the other generals, while Lydia, the furthest back, has not yet made any guesses. Abby, on the other hand, has already sent her perception through this portion of the world and knows exactly what the cold vibrations are. She puts her hand out and catches the staff rotating around her, then immediately pushes a large amount of soul energy into it. A new set of glyphs on the base of the staff light up, and the rings around its core rotate faster for a moment before another pulse of green light erupts from her. This time, it doesn't reach very far, stopping once it envelopes all of the commanders, soaking them with a soothing, warm sensation. In the same moment, she activates a restoration circle beneath her feet that expands outward while sending a message to everyone following: stand closer to me, and we shouldn't have a problem getting to the base of the throne. They do as she says. But Lydia speaks up with a question once they touch down on the ground together around Abby. It's the throne. It's giving off the same cold pressure that the kings did. Can we really get that close? And would we be of any help? We're still hundreds of kilometers away. Yet without your protection, we'd already be turning back. Monk looks down at his hands in awe, as they are sparkling green and yellow. There is an invisible field pulsing out from Abby, and the three of them are selected as its targets, making a very thin seal around their bodies that absorbs the cold radiation. Fisher tries to send out a burst of perception, but he feels his aura become dull the further out of the array that Abby has created. His system is significantly suppressed while out of her general vicinity, and he cannot see what's ahead. Abby motions for them to walk up a final rocky cliffside. No one asks why they aren't flying any further. but they just do as she says, without her. They couldn't even be walking now. The assumption is her power is limited while shielding them from the aura of the throne. However, in reality, Abby is not limited at all. Shielding them from this vibrational radiation is a simple task, but she knows that it is not the throne that is giving off such a random, chaotic, and cold aura. Once the four of them make it to the peak of the cliffside Abby pointed to, she gestures over the edge with her left hand and activates another collection of glyphs with her right. The few hundred kilometers surrounding the throne are hit with a pulse of green and yellow light, and all of the demonic energy is blown away like a gust of wind rushing in. The Black Tower is revealed in all its glory, and around its base, tens of thousands of skeletons litter the ground. Enormous kilometer-long spines with long rib cages of noble wyverns can be seen, but in addition to this, tens of thousands of humanoid skeletons are scattered all over the desolate land as well, though they have sharp teeth and much larger builds, ranging from 20 meters up to over 100 meters in height. Many died with their sole weapons in hand, while others have their heads torn off or lodged in the mouths of a wyvern's skull. They're the remains of noble demons that battled on this world long ago as well. The most shocking sight is the perfect circle around the throne, separating the graveyard of wyverns and demons from the untouched land the commanders stand on now. It looks extremely familiar to the silver dome that was formed on the human world, trapping the demons and humans to fight until the challengers of the throne finish their trials. Getting this close and seeing it in person makes Abby's staff shimmer green again, and the vision of thousands of wyverns flying toward the throne over this thriving world resurfaces. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. However, more memories start to come flooding in as new symbols on the staff light up for the first time, as she stares at the ancient remains of a battle down below. With black bones on a lifeless landscape, the visuals of colorful wyverns fighting with fire, wind, earth, and water, defending their home against black energy-wielding demons, fill her mind. Meanwhile, Bree responds to the message in her inner ear from Maria through the moon-based cultivation chamber's telepathy-linked messaging system. Yes, the time between realms has stabilized. We have 18 days before the event Jay has planned, but he wants you all to be ready for ascension within 10 days. Stabilizing the green core is going to be a challenge that takes at least a week to complete as well, it seems. The live feed that shows Maria's cultivation chamber still doesn't look any different from the day she entered it. Even the data readings that show how much energy has been absorbed don't make any sense. Maria's energy readings show that her yellow divine core is exactly the same size and power level that it was months ago, though, in comparison to the other generals, she's absorbed many times more divine threads than all of them combined. They've seemingly vanished into thin air, and the slight grin that shows on Maria's face when she receives Bree's next message makes the craftswoman even more intrigued to know where they've gone. 10 days? Perfect, I'll be ready to ascend then. I'll need complete radio silence to be in total concentration in the meantime. And tell Alvaron to make sure not to leave anything valuable on this base. I'll be using my third ranked up buff to complete my true core's compression and saturation, so let them know they're losing our bet. Bree's heart races as she watches the other recordings of the generals compressing their cores, and the furthest any of them got to breaking the cultivation chamber was halfway through the 52-wall region-sized megastructure, though, considering the missing divine threads and Maria's confidence in her words, she believes her, sending a message back right away. Understood. Good luck. Then their connection cuts off, and she immediately tries to contact the Silver Knight who had left the surveillance room to check on Luna's assimilation progress. However, they were using the cultivation chamber's system to communicate, so Alvaron speaks directly into her mind before she even has to send a message. I will make sure her progress is monitored smoothly, and I would be happy to lose that base if she really manages to break it. A fake, simulated laugh echoes from the night, and Bree nods, switching her focus to the other two cultivation rooms that are being used right now. One is tinted red, as Raven sits between two enormous black blades, with enough mana and divine threads to fuel an entire first-grade world. Ares' chamber is pumped with divine threads, but also a large amount of demonic energy. He sits in the middle of the glossy obsidian black bow. Both of the chambers are infused with a small amount of the low-quality ether that the Rising Emperor sent down to aid their merging process as well, about 60,000 low-quality ether each, to be exact. An additional 100,000 has been sold to Alvaron directly, making back close to the amount that was lost by sending materials up to the upper realm, the equivalent of the total resources of almost 100 first-class worlds. Bree isn't sure if the price Alvaron has set is accurate, even though a small galactic fortune was spent. But after the business dealings they've already done together, and the fact that he hasn't even met the Rising Emperor yet, she believes it is most likely a fair price. She sets timers to list 280,000 low-quality ether for competitive prices in packets of 1 to 10 ether each in random marketplaces on both popular and obscure message boards over the next few weeks. She creates a 10,000 ether per world limit and a hard cap of 10 ether per registered buyer for the first round to make sure there are no power imbalances. Alvaron explains to her what it really is, and how it is a far more potent and powerful resource than chi, so Bree leaves the remaining 500,000 low-quality ether in her system storage to sit on and waits to see how the market reacts to this influx before doing anything else. During this new exploration of markets, while certain trades are being automatically fulfilled and message boards begin reacting to the anonymous injection of low-quality ether into the lower realm, Bree also begins to read up on the soul weapon data packet from ASIC, the High Orc. After sending ether to Ari and Raven's systems, she sends a message through their cultivation chamber links, nudging Alvaron with the back of her mind to listen along, as she believes the slug will find what she's about to say quite interesting. There, I've sent over all of the materials necessary for your soul weapon crafts. The ether I've provided could be collected over time, but if a large amount is used in the craft now, it will strengthen the weapon's base. Ari is the first to respond. Perfect. I was going to sacrifice some of the essence I managed to drain from the king, but now I won't have to. After sitting in a controlled environment, without having to think about losing his bow or the chance of an enemy attack, the hot sensation burning his body and headaches have drastically decreased. Some of the essence from the beasts he's drained had to be cycled out of his body to alleviate the pressure and remove the impure chi that was creating an imbalance in his body. It seems as though different purities of ether don't mix well in the same core. Raven nods along too, but she is in a far deeper trance with her eyes closed. She is not only here to create her soul swords but also to restore some of the lost divine threads she used up in her battle to reach full saturation again. Yes, I'm listening, is the only response heard. Bree smiles. Good. What the two of you will be creating are called relic-class soul weapons. They are going to act as second cores that you must treat as a part of yourselves moving forward. Very similar to blood-bonded weapons, but far more personal and powerful. Bree sifts through the data given to her by ASIC and continues. Many soul weapons, including the vast majority of the ones retrieved from the world below, are classified as basic class. This is a very common classification for the average soul weapon in the upper realm as well. These are different from relics because they don't carry the will of another being. Ari smiles. So you're saying we'll be wielding the weapons of kings, quite literally. Bree nods, kind of. The two beasts that owned these weapons last are a special case. I cannot say how they fell into the state they were in, but to conserve their sanity, or maybe as a result of someone else's curse, the kings on this world fused their minds and souls with their weapons. Maybe it was part of their battle style, or the demon's twisted idea of testing the limits of science, but as a result of this, their eternal battles will carry on. The craftswoman sifts through her notes more. However, relics aren't able to exert any wills of their own without the guiding hand of their wielder. They only grant abilities and techniques for their wielders to take as suggestions, like a lost echo. If they were able to survive even death, and exert this will without their wielder's consent, they would become a soul weapon with the classification of a sentinel. Alvaron interjects at Bree's words. I've heard of these before. It is when a weapon consumes its wielder and overrides their will. A sentinel is a living weapon. It is able to battle on its own without the need for flesh and blood. Bree nods. Yes, the writer of these notes says they are often not born until the wielders die, but they didn't leave a large amount of notes on them. Many of these tests are on basic class and relic class artifacts. Though, many theories are stated about two others, the destroyer class soul weapon and the amplifiers. Ari and Raven focus on their own careful preparation processes, as hundreds of divine-grade craftsmanship windows float around them. Alvaron is very intrigued by this next part, as the slug does not know much about either of these two classifications. It said here amplifiers are the rarest kind of soul weapons, as true amplifiers are only created once for every race. To bond with one properly, you must have a certainty about your will, and it must align with the prior soul's desires. The writer of this research says they've never come in contact with one themselves but has detailed notes about first-hand accounts from a few sources. Though, it is stated many times that the accuracy of these additional notes cannot be proven. Many times he has run into soul weapon users with extremely powerful relic class artifacts that have claimed to be amplifiers, yet they never truly are. Though, for some reason he is certain they exist. Bree keeps reading, and her eyebrows raise, and yes, the destroyer class soul weapons. This writer of these notes says he's never seen one of these either, and they may just be myths. However, in theory, they are possible. It is when a wielder harnesses the soul of something that should not be captured. Like a planet, or a star, Bree's eyes squint, and she shrugs. That's it. Well, other than the hundreds of thousands of craft results recorded for basic and relic class weapons. There are many different types, but I won't bore you with the affinities and possible evolution paths certain weapons can take. There are common paths that certain races follow, but it seems to be very personal, just like ranked up buffs or true core abilities. Alvaron asks to look at the list of crafts, but Ari and Raven aren't very interested, so she wishes the generals good luck as they have everything they need and cuts them out of the ongoing telepathy chat to have some peace and quiet while turning to the Silver Knight in the surveillance room. She has a very familiar gleam in her eyes that lusts for profits as she replies to the slug's request. Sure, I've given you a free taste of what I can offer. What specifics are you looking for? I'm sure we can come to a few reasonable agreements. In the upper realm, flying high above the green clouds, the Ellipsia Citadel gets smaller and smaller behind a wyvern and the silhouette of a fake demon. The blue wyvern sends a telepathic message back to the rising emperor as they both exit the last translucent layer of an ether security bubble surrounding the citadel. Kelfer? How do you know the name of my homeworld? Chapter 770. Seraphel replies to my question about his mysterious connection to this demonic world. Kelfer. How do you know the name of my homeworld? My eyebrows raise as the Ellipsia Citadel completely disappears behind us. And we leave the ether surveillance system's bubble, heading off deep into the seemingly endless, dense green clouds of divine threads. It seems to have been chosen as a training ground for my generals who will be ascending soon. I only mention it because there was a tablet left behind with your name on it, and well, I'm sorry if I'm the one to break the bad news, but no life remains on that world. It's been taken over by the demons. Surprisingly, Seraphel's jaded gaze doesn't change as he responds. There are still remains left there to this day? I thought it would have been plundered by now. Do not believe this is the first time I'm hearing of the state of the last wyvern's spawn world. By the time I ascended to the upper realm, the majority of our lower realms worlds had already been taken. The strongest warriors were sent up here to continue the battle, while our remaining worlds would be inevitably taken. After all, new demons can be born, but as a race that lost our seat as an overseer, no new wyvern worlds will connect to the system again. His words begin to register in my mind, but a few things don't exactly add up. So you already knew your homeworld fell? You were counting on it? And you say there are others of your race that ascended with you here? Seraphel looks forward and replies, yes, of course. It must have been a Morvale family high noble, long before they ascended to the Cyan Zone. Kelfer was the final world to fall. One of our elders, an earth-wielding wyvern with a unique ability to allow wildlife to flourish, stayed behind. He would rather tend to his gardens than fight in a war. Though, out of everyone, he knew the significance of the final ascension I led. The demons are not like the other races, they've altered the system far too much. That old bird believed if they had the chance, they'd seal the gap between realms. There's a pause of silence between us as I digest his words further, and I feel a nostalgic glint of emotion in the blue eyes that stare forward into the distance. I didn't believe him then, but after what I've seen in the last 5 wars here in the green zone of the upper realm, it's far more clear to me now. It all really sunk in after the systematic extermination of my brothers and sisters and the Vermilion family takeover of this zone. After they sealed my physique and banished me to the exile zones, I had a lot of time to think over the reality of our situation. We've truly lost. Seraphel pauses again, as he's remembering even further back. The dragon you bonded with to get up here was the first to break the news of Kelfer's fall. It's been at least 60,000 years, probably much longer. I heard he returned one time after that, but just missed the chance to stop the new Vermilion head from taking the Grand Citadel. They must have timed the trade-off to when they were certain he wasn't among their ranks. Then again, Ember's actions never made much sense to me. I don't understand why he rejects his position time and time again, consistently betraying the demons. While he has helped preserve my kind far longer than we should have lived, I truly do not know what side he is on. His history before my time in the upper realm is unknown to me. I want to respond, but I have nothing to say. What I thought would be a simple response, that he faced a demonic army similar to the force that tried to take over my homeworld, turns out not to be the case. It's far more convoluted. There is a whole new great demon family involved, along with hundreds of thousands of years of history, and to top it off, Ember has a hand in all of this too. Finally, I just ask, Well, I think knowing my enemy's history and intentions will be important before we start my next phase of training. Don't you think? The Vermilion family head, he's a high noble too, right? What does he have to gain in all of this? This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Seraphel slowly shakes his head while flapping his wings again to build up more speed. I will fill you in on what I know. Though, first, you are wrong about one thing. The family heads have a noble rank of their own. If he or the Morvale family heads were high nobles, we wouldn't be in the sorry state we are today. There's a good reason they're called the royal family heads. Down on the demonic world, Abby and 3 of the commanders take in the view of the aftermath of a war that even Seraphel cannot pinpoint to an exact time period. It is not that this world was left behind, but a necessary sacrifice to hold off even greater evils in the realm above it. Though, as the 4 of them slowly float above the cold, war-ridden battlefield, it only gets more intense, like an epic scene in history has been. Frozen solid in time, it's unclear how this monstrous battle ended, other than the fact that the demons clearly claimed victory within the tower, turning this world into what it has succumbed to today. Monk eyes the fully intact soul weapons and powerful artifacts scattered among the battlefield. Many of them are old and dead, with the glyphs and runic symbols on them nothing but carvings now that they have lost their spark of life. However, they are still all priceless finds, with new data and symbols in 2 new languages to learn by the thousands at his fingertips. Fisher and Lydia are still on guard, as even one monster in this graveyard that has a hint of life left in it could be more than either of them can handle. Abby's eyes are fixated on the tower, as it is still the only thing in the entire world she cannot see through. The decaying noble vibrations do not get stronger the closer to the tower she gets. Proving her theory that it is only coming from the corpses around it, she's so intrigued that she places an open-palmed hand directly on the base of the tower and uses an altered perception glyph similar to the one she used to scan the world, but this time to scan only the tower before her. The staff lights up green, then her body does too, and lastly, the entire tower becomes engulfed by her aura, showing a green and yellow glow even from space as it rotates past the moon bases in orbit. She shakes her head, disappointed. I can't see through it. All she's received back was a blinding view of the outer layer of this strange artifact. The visuals of shimmering silver strands fill her mind as a squeaking and ringing noise overpowers her thoughts and perception. Getting louder and louder the deeper she tries to look, although, tethered in between these silver strands of light, dense cyan-colored divine threads make up the tower. They seem stagnant, as though they haven't been stimulated in a very long time, though, as soon as Abby's senses touch them, the presence of a gaze from unfathomably far away looks down on her. She lets go of the tower, and her aura of perception dissipates. The visual of bright cyan eyes looking down is imprinted in her mind, but they feel as though they were looking down on the entire world instead of just her. The gaze feels unfocused, like a reflexive reaction to her probing. Abby does not know who or what it is, but knows the power making up the walls of this tower is tethered with a material far beyond her comprehension. That is enough, there is no need to explore the tower further, she states with a straight face, but underneath, the healer feels her body and mind aching with fatigue far worse than what she felt when claiming the wyvern's inheritance. She has seen wyvern's eyes in her visions before, and they look nothing like the demonic gaze that peered down on this world through the ancient and forgotten tower at its north pole. The commanders look quite confused, as it appears Abby just touched the tower and turned around with a result after a single second passed, above in the moon base. Alvaron and Bree don't sense a thing either. All of this has just occurred within the healer's mind. The 2 of them just trade information back and forth. Alvaron teaches Bree how the large-scale crafts of these moon bases were made, and a few other races' progression in the crafting field, like a small colony of remaining beholders and a few strong high orc and ogre worlds that have managed to progress at a similar rate. Bree picks out a new passage to expand on in exchange. There is a special type of soul weapon outlined here in the High Orc's notes. He says that complex machines that act with a single purpose are artifact-class soul weapons. They are similar to sentinels, as they do not need to be bonded with a wielder, yet closer in essence to basic class soul weapons as they do not carry a will of their own or need a soul to exist. They merely need a large amount of power to be activated and can be altered to do various large-scale tasks. These notes say that demons use these to create ascension trials for their kin to claim worlds, and they are also commonly used in the upper realm to power civilizations called citadels that make use of old, dead worlds. The Silver Knight of Armor is very interested in this information, as it does not often get any communication from the upper realm like this. Over the last 3 months while watching the generals and commanders train, While also making full use of the worldwide connectivity system, it has received more data and resources than the last few thousand years of its space exploration. Bree continues, making a hand motion for the knight to pay up if it wants more on this topic. There is even a section here on the High Orc's attempt to break open and reverse engineer a throne. It was only a second-class world, but the detailed notes here show that it did succeed. Chapter 771, A Brief History of the Vermilion and Morvale Families is taught by Seraphel. As we make our way further and further from any signs of life, I learn of a few very interesting facts that widen my perspective on the hierarchy of demons all the way up the many zones of the upper realm. One fact in particular being that the Vermilion family head used to be a strong general in the Morvale family army, and that he has a much longer history with the green zone of the upper realm than just these past few millennia as a royal family head. The Ellipsia Citadel cannot be sensed at all, and the exile zones where Ava continues to farm ether and bring freed slaves up to the surface leave my senses as well. Even the transport point where I arrived here from the lower realm, a massive cloud of ether and silver threads, we passed this by too, flying so far off into the endless green clouds until finally reaching a point where Seraphel speaks up and lowers his gaze downward. This is the way to what's left of the Wyvern's old sanctuary. Maybe it will be put to good use one last time, after Seraphel and I dive down into the clouds and begin my second stage of training. 7 full days pass. If the Ellipsia Citadel were 10 million kilometers closer, the immense distorted waves of noble vibrations coming from deep within the green divine fog would make the small display that caused a citywide blackout seem like a tease. During this week of prolonged peace and quiet, business returns to usual in Ellipsia. The taxes being collected by the demonic servants aren't any higher than usual, and there has been no cruel mistreatment by the new noble demon lord. A small disturbance from a few humans in the Maple District has been whispered about but soon forgotten, as no formal report to the demonic servants was filed. In fact, many of the lower races have been thriving more than usual. This is because of very high number of 5th, 4th, and 3rd class worlds with low ether and mana resources have been bought in bulk for reasonable prices by a team of demonic servants led by one named Rucker. These worlds are thriving with life and system users, but they are not as abundant in resources to farm. This means they've already been drained, their dungeons will decay in strength, and in the next few decades, the hunter population's level growth is sure to stagnate. It's both an unprofitable short and long-term investment, though. These were the orders given to them by the Citadel Lord, so they are followed out without question. The general morale of average citizens in the Citadel lightens up a large amount as the lower-class economy was just injected with 1 million low-quality ether. At the same time, below the Citadel, as a full week has gone by since Ava began training her ether sense, the Goblin Queen has become a lot sharper. The fractures in her avatar are becoming larger and hotter, sending waves of dense ether out to let her true form sense her surroundings. With every new stone she finds and adds to her ether base, the more this forces her senses to grow stronger as her abilities grow more potent. She takes advantage of the 4% of stats granted to her as well to speed up the process. The entirety of the central peak is looted, and a large amount of the outer ring is too. Her ether stores rise to over 2.2 million low-quality ether. Now, she can pinpoint each individual stone with ease and doesn't even need to use the built-in ether scan commands to verify that the black rocks contain the hot essence. With the help of a team of orcs and red ogres on the warlord's payroll, along with a few demonic servants put up to the task, the access point of the Citadel is triggered to smuggle past slaves in the exile zones up into society. They're all given illegal basic grade avatars and 1 to 3 low-quality ether to start new lives. Many of the exile zone plot renters, who are also citizens of the Citadel, are paid out their contracts to make sure not to cause a riot, while simultaneously retrieving the home worlds of many of the slaves that were working to pay them off. The furthest plots, better known as the Hollow District, full of 5th class worlds and mostly useless ether stones, are not fully farmed by Ava, as it is not worth her time. However, she does make sure to search 100,000 kilometers in every direction to locate every last slave worker and bring them back. The warlords make a lot of progress during this week as well, for tall statues are stood up in a row at the top of the High Orc Tower. They are dark black, ranging from a few meters in height up to over 20 on the largest of them. A berserker giant, a blue ogre, a high orc, and a goblin queen's outlines give off large white clouds of low-quality ether and make the divine energy in the room hotter and denser nearby. Asik and Torvak sit back on the other side of the long blackout workroom that they've been in for over a week. Both with satisfied expressions on their faces, Asik speaks up while hooking himself back up to the medical devices on his throne. They're complete. I will heal up, then be the first to assimilate to the new avatars as a trial round. Without adding in any stealth precautions to stay under the surveillance system radars, and limiting ourselves to known ether commands. I'd say these illegal avatars are the closest to true bodies we'll ever get. Honestly, they're even more advanced. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Torvak chuckles, looking in front of the avatars to see the highest quality dormant relic class soul weapon molds his ogre conglomeration had in cold storage inside the same vault as A6 materials. All these need is a soul bond confirmation from their wielders. The energy required to wake up the dormant relics has been infused and paired with the new avatar shells. I'll be ready when you are. Torvak stands in silence, crossing his arms and smiling while looking over to a far corner of the room where all of the excess materials they didn't use lie. Then, he looks back over to Asik as the pure ether and mana start moving through his medical fixtures into his avatar, and the device for Seraphel. It's done, plus, the materials left over for Jay. Ember said that Human Sword has quite the appetite. Meanwhile, as his name is being brought up a few blocks away, Ember stares down at Zashin. Continuing to send mental attacks his way without letting up for even a millisecond, the Berserker has been through mental torment for over a full week straight since the minuscule break he had for a fraction of a second during the Realm Wave, while his mental defenses have been getting tougher and tougher, with his reaction time improving by pure necessity, or else he would die. This isn't the main reason Ember is putting him through such torture, while his mental defense refinement has progressed further than it has in the entire time he's been gone from the upper realm since their last meeting. Something even more beneficial is happening to the first-class Berserker King deep in the depths of his soul. This training is to prepare him for the inevitable clash with another noble grade being like Andres Vermilion, who he faced in that dueling room and barely made it out alive. Odds are, the environment won't be as controlled, and there won't be any backup to finish the fight for him. The center of the Berserker's eyes begins to emit a strange crimson aura, one that burns hot like fire. Ember has seen this monster activate his wind magic in greater Berserker form many times before, using mana to project a blood-red domain to increase his stats. However, pure mana could not do what he is witnessing before him now. Ember's next mental attack doesn't even make it halfway through the Berserker's mental defenses as a strange crimson vibrating sensation overrides its normal ether defenses. In order to not let up and ensure the Berserker continues this awakening, Ember activates his full dragon form to send his next mental attack down on his training partner. While all of this occurs, I float back toward the Citadel without Seraphel. The few hours it has taken to fly back while completely suppressing my noble vibrations is far easier than the comparable 37 minutes it took for me to break the last time the Blue Wyvern gave me a test like this. The imagery of the so-called Sanctuary of Wyverns Seraphel spoke of is still fresh in my mind, though it is not the mystical lost fortress that I was expecting 7 days ago, over 10 million kilometers from Ellipsia. The ground is still covered in the dead black stones. However, we reach a point where it dips down, thinning out to reveal what is beneath it, what I can only describe as sea level. There is a line dividing the land of dead worlds, and a massive dark pool of liquid that stretches off even further. It's impossible to get a solid reading on this dark ocean, like it isn't even there. My eyes can see it, but my senses just show up with a dark black cloud of danger. It smells faintly of ether, but also gives off the cold radiation of death, similar to the wavelength I felt while briefly speaking with Muriel Vermilion, not far offshore, the remains of a fallen citadel without a reactor. Sunken deep into a polluted ocean of gray sludge is what I see. There are countless towers broken into pieces, sticking out of the endless dark ocean, with far more structures sunken deep beneath its surface. This stage of training begins when Seraphel tells me to submerge myself in the polluted sea of strange dark corrosive energy. It feels hot like it's eating away at my skin, yet cold and suppressive like it's trying to gain control of my grasp on the system, but at the same time, it does not have a will that directly targets me. The dark liquid just exists, and it feels very difficult to push my aura through to get a sense of how deep this sea really is. It's hard to know if this is a naturally occurring liquid, or if it is the result of a reactor spill from a fallen citadel, or if a noble lord's power created this wasteland. Even Seraphel stays a distance away from it. I'm not quite sure what it is or how it got here. However, it does have a noticeable amount of low-quality ether infused within it. Soaking in the gray waste feels like toxic mud is trying to seep through my skin. Seraphel watches from high above, soaring in circles while I hold my breath and follow his instructions. The sea is not very physically limiting. I can easily swim through it, up and out, without a problem. However, my noble vibrations and ether senses hardly make it more than a few hundred meters through the gray sludge at first. It is an odd feeling, like I've gone blind. Being able to sense every particle around me for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, to instantly not be able to sense more than a few long strides in front of me. Attempting to override the old structure's Citadel ether commands only works when I'm extremely close or touching the old decaying buildings. Even when making contact, I can only control small patches where my limited senses can connect to. However, soaking in a pool filled with ether does allow me to drain large amounts of the hot white substance through my skin the longer I soak in it. In just the first hour submerged, I drain almost 100,000 low-quality ether and get the hang of finding the currents in the sludge to expand my senses. The same feeling I got when mutating my body in Celia's divine construct tickles the back of my mind, as I already feel myself adapting to this new environment. It feels like I finally made progress with my first stage of training, but now I've been thrown into the dark and have to start back at square one again. My noble vibrations feel just as dull and uncontrolled as they did the day I walked into the High Orc Tower for the first time. My self-regeneration skill is being used in full force, using a perk it hasn't had to use in a long time. It's passive poison resistance. I'm certain without it, a normal human would have died seconds after touching this darkness. I too feel more and more fatigued the longer I train here. But the amount of ether I'm able to farm and the expansion of my range of noble vibrations within this sea of sludge motivates me to not look back and not waste a single second. After my taste of warping my vibrations to a purpose while building the Ascension Chamber, Seraphel knew that it would be far better to let me break through to the frequency of a high noble under far more stress. It is understood that if I can train my body and mind to adapt my noble vibrations to get used to such a harsh environment, once I use them without such limiters I'll get far greater end results. After 7 full days of going all out, my total low-quality ether stores near 30 million. My range of perception through this dark sludge has increased by thousands of times. As it feels no different than looking through the crystal clear ocean back on the human world, Seraphel's words, if you can train your body and mind in the remains of the corrupted, then maybe you can survive in the presence of the royals. Echo in my mind, while the memories of my final day beneath the sea manipulating full city blocks worth of towers at once beneath the gray sludge rush through my thoughts, I began using my suppression technique on the way up out of the gray ocean after 7 days, and have not deactivated it since. Seraphel says I am well on my way to becoming a high noble, but I do not feel any different, as I have not been able to release my power yet outside of the suppression beneath this sea of corruption. As the Ellipsia Citadel comes into view again, I go through my mental notes of what I have to do before I go back to complete the final phase of training. I must collect the worlds my servants have purchased, check the structural integrity of my Ascension Chamber after the 7 days it's been sitting untouched, and lastly, collect a package from Asik and Torvak. All of this must be done while keeping my vibrations completely suppressed. If I fail to do so, the Citadel itself may end up in a similar state to the one I've spent the last week training at. Chapter 772. With my noble vibrations completely suppressed, I just appear as a 20-meter-tall demon floating through the sky back toward the Ellipsia Citadel. By the end of my week getting used to the sludge of corruption, I was able to push past its suppressive properties. What felt like a tight, heavy lead blanket over my eyes and entire body at first, became much easier to sense through over time, like a sea of clear gel, while my self-regeneration and absorption true core ability were pushed to the limits in order for my body not to succumb to the pressure or poison of the sea. Physical pain doesn't really bother me much anymore. I've become quite numb to this sensation, actually, as subconsciously I know I'm nowhere near death, so the pain signals that would usually be blaring throughout my full body don't bother to go off anymore. This is the result of the large amounts of low-quality ether flooding into my system, compounding with the memories of more and more past lives of the enemies I've killed over the last few weeks. That Cyclops and Andros Vermilion really took a toll on my mind that I didn't realize fully until midway through this portion of training. When adding up Draco's memories and the Goblin King as well, over 20,000 years of life experience sit dormant in the back of my mind, the hundreds of thousands of years worth of memories from the other demonic beasts around the central peak add up as well, but most of them are just mindless battles, an incoherent dark millennia filled with madness. While some battle instincts are transferred, there are not many life lessons or much useful strategic information that can be used. So, even though the mental strain put on myself to start fresh and relearn how to control and optimize my noble vibrations in that clouded pool of darkness should have pushed me to the edge, it really doesn't seem that difficult with this new range of perspectives I have molding my subconscious, organizing my thoughts, memories, and intentions to stay on the path I've chosen was the true test while beneath that black sea. Now, after successfully mutating my body and mind again to breathe through that disgusting waste pit and filter its toxic bits out of my being while keeping the pure ether, my own ether refinement deep within my mind grows far more efficient. Every time more sludge came in through my pores, pure ether from my pool of stores was released subconsciously to handle the load. and while accepting new ether into my mental pool, I refined the existing stores over and over during the process. Unknowingly, while this happened on autopilot, my mind was focused on my noble vibrations and controlling the broken pieces of Citadel. I was refining ether. It is not as efficient as the clear elixir ember granted me as a gift that is still in my storage and used. This refinement is very similar. While I can't test out my noble vibrations just yet, my ether senses have certainly improved. I know this for a fact when I passed through the first ether surveillance bubble around the outer limits of Ellipsia. Before, I had to focus on the strands of ether and actively think about deactivating and manipulating certain parts of the machine to float through undetected. Now, it's even more simple than breathing. Just the thought of altering an ether command is enough to have it done without lifting a finger or even looking its way. When I finally touched down on the outer edge of the Citadel, I no longer have to shut off full city blocks in order to stand anonymous. The Citadel's automatic surveillance system is far easier to manipulate now, so I don't have to resort to such crude tactics. Instead of creating random blackouts, I continuously edit out the visuals where I walk through the streets. With a light layer of ether around my body and the simple alterations of commands imbued in millions of ether strings, not even a fluctuation can be sensed in the internal system. Not even the demonic servants constantly monitoring every block of the Citadel know I've returned. My perception easily reaches through the entire floating structure, and as heads turn my way while floating through the streets, I alter the visuals of what is being transmitted to the surveillance systems to make it seem as though the lords spotting me are just going about their daily lives and not eyeing me with fear. I am truly a ghost, and can feel every humming ether command on the Citadel ready to be altered to my wildest imagination like clay. There is only one message I send to a single servant while slowly floating toward the central tower. Afterward, my entire focus is on the massive structure full of ether, mana, demonic energy, divine threads, unique blood-bonded teleportation systems, and a very subtle signature of my noble vibrations rippling through it, while I am not exerting any noble vibrations out on the environment. That doesn't mean I can't receive the data from my prior work. In fact, I'm far more sensitive to the intricacies of my craft. A few minutes go by as I float around the tower, leaving trails of demonic energy behind while inspecting every single layer with a fully focused and refined gaze. Knowing what I know now, I'm quite impressed by my past self just a week ago for pulling off such an extensive, intricate, and delicate craft with such little experience in massive structure manipulation. While it would have been fine to leave it exactly how it was, I make minor tweaks all over the structure, injecting about 1 million low-quality ether worth of structural support and additional automation commands into the walls of the contraption to suit my professional satisfaction. My mind scans the tower a few hundred more times while I wait high up in the sky, out of sight from any average lords, up near the top floor with my arms crossed and a slight grin on my face in silence as the green clouds slowly pass by all around. That is, until Rucker arrives, answering my call from a moment ago. "You're back, sir. I've completed the task of purchasing as many worlds as I could with the specifications you outlined. The entire balance has been spent, plus the additional ether collected from this week's tax collection." I nod, opening up the side of the private top floors. "Very good." We walk right through the corridors to the same private trading room from a week ago, and the worlds his team of servants collected while I was training are transferred directly to my world token with a long series of light dings in my inner ear. The number on my palm beneath my concealment ticks upward quickly until it stops on a final reading of 294,552. Nearly 200,000 new worlds, not bad. I murmur out loud for the servant to hear that I am pleased with the results. 109,272 of these new worlds are 5th class, while 58,045 are 4th class. Lastly, 21,086 are 3rd class worlds. While their average system users' levels don't compare to the strong 1st class worlds I looted from Andrus and the demonic Cyclops, the pure quantity far surpasses this level disparity. A large number of the 2nd class and above worlds I inherited from these kills were infected by demons or long dead and abandoned, while the beasts on these worlds are abnormally strong, some averaging over level 1000 for a total population. Having such superpowers on a chaotic world leads to not many demonic beasts left. Like Kelfer, for example, there were no more than 50,000 living beasts on that world, despite it being technically 1st class and over 7 times the size of the human world. In the 106,149 worlds I had prior, over half were useless, while many of the remaining that were mana-based were already on the verge of population collapse from the demon's neglect. There are many strong worlds too, over 30,000 very active, friendly, mana-based worlds that have made good use of the worldwide connectivity system. By no means is it a small amount. it's just very clear that this collection of worlds was optimized by the demons to create avatar buffs rather than focus on individual system users on these planets. In total, that gave roughly 16 trillion links of loyalty. Now, with an additional 188,403 worlds, nearly tripling the connected worlds to the worldwide connectivity system, the total links of loyalty have skyrocketed to 157 trillion. My links of loyalty have increased by almost 10 times, and I feel my borrowed stats increase by over triple instantly. I turn to Rucker. How much ether do you think it would cost to buy 750,000 more worlds, just like these, he thinks. For a moment, then replies, 4 to 5 million low-quality ether. Well, maybe double that to be safe. We would have to get far more aggressive in order to get this many from the current market. Even spending the full million you advised was tough to do in only a week. Many of the lower-class lords don't have more than one world. It is much harder to get good deals on home worlds, as there is a sentimental attachment. Many of the worlds we purchased this week were on the side markets, from lords that have died long ago. I nod back, only placing 1 million more low-quality ether into the trading chamber while thinking of a far better way to get this many worlds without breaking the bank, while I could do more. Having the remaining 27.8953 million low-quality ether in my mental pool feels far more valuable for my final stage of training than it would to get a few extra worlds at overinflated prices. Then forget about the home worlds. Just continue purchasing from the same side markets you did to get your current haul. High populations are all I care for. Good work, I'll be back in 3 days. He accepts the new capital, and we both leave the tower moments later. The servant heads straight down the side of the building to regroup with the team he was leading, and I watch dozens of ether channels between them send messages and begin dividing up the ether while making a game plan to buy more worlds. I, on the other hand, make my way straight toward the high orc tower to complete my final task. By now, my body is starting to heat up slightly. And a ringing in my ears paired with a slight pressure in my mind begins to show signs of the suppression technique starting to take its toll. This is similar to the last time when I was a quarter way around the citadel. My mental capacities are starting to be affected, but I still have plenty of time and energy to spare before it gets too bad. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, a series of very productive events have occurred over the last 7 days. The meticulous process of the two generals asserting dominance over the relic-class soul weapons that used to be kings of this demonic world takes place. It costs an exuberant amount of low-quality ether, divine threads, and soul energy, along with over 24 hours of focused cultivation to complete the bond for both of them. The walls of the cultivation moon bases take a beating. As the noble radiation and Berserker's crimson aura from even the dead soul weapon still decays through over 31 walls in Raven's chamber, and 30 in Ares even when he tries to keep as much contained as possible with his spirit arms, Alvaron reloads the chambers with divine threads 2 times each, as it is quite the extensive process, filtering their own soul energy through the weapons and using their greater forms to withstand the pressure of the radiation from within the blades and bow. Filtering through their own blood to make the bond. Fighting against the dead kings is not as life-endangering as the actual battles themselves, but they sure are stubborn and have strong wills that fight back even after death to be tamed and bonded with. Afterward, the two cultivate in peace to heal up from the fatigue of a successful relic-class soul weapon bond. Upon success, the weapons compact down to the size of the wielder's soul, so, in their base forms, the black weapons are no more than 2 meters long, but while activating their greater battle forms, the soul weapons can grow as large as the user's form desires. Ari focuses mainly on getting used to this new refined ether in his system, continuing to filter out small impurities of leftover chi and concentrated essence from weaker, less pure beasts. Raven feels very hot, as in the beginning of her soul energy fusion process with the swords. Bits of the crimson aura from within these blades cycled through her body. As the process continued, it disappeared, but the presence of a shadow of its aura is still deep within the blades, and now within Raven's psyche as well. When slipping away into her stealth dimension, the lingering presence of this hot aura disappears, and her mind is at peace, but when she comes back to the physical world, it feels like the remnants of that aura are here, lingering. She tries to tap into this power, but every time she actively thinks about it, it seems harder to manifest or find in the depths of her mind. It doesn't feel dangerous, to her at least. If anything, she knows that it is her power, but it just feels like an itch she wants to scratch but can't find where it is. So, instead, Raven uses the rest of her time back in the cultivation chamber gathering up more yellow divine threads. This is to saturate her blades and resaturate the last bit of her core that she sacrificed in order to win her battle against this king. Down below on the demonic world, the commanders search every single crater from Ari and Raven's battles, collecting corpses and artifacts. They even go back and double-check the other two-thirds of the world to see if they missed any artifacts or lingering demonic beasts. However, Abby stays by the throne. She doesn't dare to touch it again, or even scan it from afar, as she knows very well cyan divine threads are a threat that not even the rising emperor has faced yet. Messing with a power like this is a death wish, though. The thousands of wyvern and demon skeletons that surround this throne are a different matter. Alvaron and Monk both want to take the bones and soul weapons apart piece by piece to dissect any and all meaning out of them, but as Abby continues to float around this battle frozen in time, she continues to get more and more flashbacks of the real battle that took place here. It's very strange. The images of wyverns and demons fighting aren't even from the eyes of the wyvern she talked with in the desert. These scenes are from all the way across the world and through the eyes of many of the fighters on this battlefield right now. No one else but she can come this close to the decaying noble bones, and she knows that she'll soon leave this world, so the healer does something unexpected. She grabs her glowing green staff and borrows the item storage skill from the Rising Emperor to amplify its range and ability. A massive ring-shaped storage portal appears beneath the entire battlefield and allows all of the radiation-emitting statues of a frozen war in the past to fall into a true state of suspended animation within her system. She allows the worldwide connectivity system to store these artifacts as individual items and sends the data to Alvaron, Monk, and Bree, but insists that she holds onto the true artifacts for safekeeping. Following this event, Abby returns to her cultivation moonbase too, though not much cultivation is really done. She just sits in the center of the yellow room with her eyes closed, letting the black staff slowly spin around her, with a look on her face as though she's in deep thought. Meanwhile, Maria's cultivation chamber has been restocked with divine fragments 3 more times in the last 7 days. None of the footage sending messages back to the moonbase has been able to properly send any usable information back. The size of the corrupted portions of the files grows, as all the energy readings around her divine core and soul energy core send back nonsensical data that doesn't add up. Temperatures in her chamber have dropped down to levels that should only be possible in deep space, and a royal blue aura has begun to glow around the outside of her body. She is pulling a full 4% of stats and emitting a terrifyingly strong mana control radiation signature. It has consistently been fracturing 4 to 5 walls out that have had to be constantly rehealed. However, with Ares' aura reaching 26 walls out, and the soul weapons bonding fracturing over 30 walls for both Ari and Raven, these single-digit numbers don't seem like much. Her divine core has not shown any signs of collapsing. Everyone has trust in her that she knows what she's doing, but one would expect the process to move along much faster than this. Maria hasn't even activated her 3rd ranked up buff to aid in the process like she said she would. If it's taking 3 months to gather these threads and it hasn't even compressed her true core yet, then it is an even greater mystery how she'll saturate it in time. While it seems another day will go by with no more clues or progress in Maria's cultivation, a series of notifications ring in everyone's ears within the various moon bases. It's the new addition of 188,403 worlds to the worldwide connectivity system, and over 100 trillion new links of loyalty boosting the amount of borrowed stats available to the Rising Emperor, and of course, in turn, the generals, with the flood of new and confused system users being added to the forums and markets. Everyone borrowing stats gets an instant rise in power by over 3 times. The surveillance panels of the cultivation base holding Maria start to light up with many colorful warnings, as the flow of divine threads becomes extremely chaotic, suddenly being pulled inward toward the blue ice mage faster than they're being circulated through the chamber. Simultaneously, the mana control aura in the room from her natural existence triples in strength, which in turn is multiplied by the divine threads tethering her to reality. More and more walls begin to shake and fracture as her aura expands, and the gravity she exerts on the base around her continues to increase. Her burst makes it out to the 21st wall, and the center chamber she sits in now begins to freeze solid, making it harder to inject fresh divine threads into the middle room. Alvaron frantically triggers system commands to restock the base with another load of divine fragments, even though the last restock was less than 12 hours ago. Chapter 773, I float back to the High Orc Tower, and unlike before, once I get close enough, the intricate ether commands and structural patterns that made it impossible to see through before are easy for me to crack now. While leagues above the rest of the citadel, by simply touching the wall with an open palm, I'm able to take control of the entire building and send a simple message to the High Orc and Blue Ogre inside. They are resting, admiring their newly crafted soul weapons and avatar shells. As soon as I get a response back, I open up the side of the top floor, simultaneously editing the surveillance footage to seem as though the building was never manipulated at all. My eyes track over the crafts they've been working on all this time. And I nod with respect, as they are not built with the same craftsmanship interface that I'm familiar with, but instead a mechanical interface of its own that does not connect to the Citadel's systems. The avatars have a very similar signature and complex layering structure to the building, making me piece together the fact that it must have been him or an ancestor who created this structure as well. The soul weapons are very intricate too, with similarities to the avatars, but they have the Blue Ogre's craftsmanship imprinted on them, and their bases are all unique, like compressed ether, giving off whispers of intent. They are, in fact, old dormant souls. I close the door behind me and nod. Your work here looks very good, and I thank you very much for the data provided on soul weapons. My craftsmen in the lower realm are making good use of it. My gaze falls on two large containment cases in the back of the room, and then over to Asik as he sits up straight in his tall back throne hooked up to many wires. Indeed, I'm glad my research can be of use to you. He smiles and looks over to the Blue Ogre. Torvak may be more in the market of buying and selling my work, but he's a talented soulsmith in his own right. A few thousand research papers in my reports are his. I don't know if you read them all, but it was a Red Ogre's world where we managed to get the data on the throne to analyze artifact-class soul weapons. I nod slowly and respond while opening my item storage. Yes, I did look through your work briefly. Then I pull out my sword, not bothering to use my concealment or demonic energy on it, letting the blade float in front of me in its natural state. It is jet black, as it doesn't feel any threats nearby, but the red eye on its base opens up and looks around the room out of curiosity to see why it's been drawn. I'm suppressing a lot of my power right now, so you're not going to be able to witness its full capabilities. But I read you've never seen an amplifier in person, is that right? I don't have much time, but study it all you'd like while I'm here. Both Torvak and Asik's eyes open wide at my words as I let the suppressed blade, which would normally be sending out its own noble vibrations right now, float in the center of the room. Then, I walk forward past the avatar shells toward the concealment cases in the back of the room. These are for me to pick up, right? Seraphel said you would have some leftovers, plus an important item for him. The two snap out of their stares at the floating blade, and Asik nods quickly. Yes, all of that is for you. The white box is actually all incompatible relic and basic class soul weapon materials. Feel free to feed them to your blade. The blue box is for Seraphel. He says it's necessary for your last stage of training. Both boxes are dark black, with dense green divine threads and white ether radiating off of them. However, one gives off a slight blue glow. It feels very dense with mana, and this blue coloration is not from any special divine threads. It actually feels like very basic water magic from my initial scan, though it is giving off additional readings that makes it clear what's inside is far more complex than anything I've looked at before. I decide not to pry into Seraphel's business until he gives me permission to do so. The other overflows at the edges with pure white ether. I walk over, opening up another item storage portal to drop the blue box in without hesitating, then out of curiosity open up the massive black box with an ether command. The moment I do, even more heat with ether flows out of its top. And I see dozens more black boxes inside. From my enhanced ether senses, I can tell these containment cases are extremely old, possibly even older than the tower we're standing in, so I'm far more delicate while opening them up next. Inside some, there are dense slabs of black stone, saturated with ether. They give off the aura of being many failed or partial crafts melted down into raw material bases for easy storage. Others, I can feel faint noble vibrations radiating off them, and their shapes look more like their original forms. Swords, daggers, hammers, shields, armor, and many more unrecognizable item shapes pop out at me. Each one is packed with dense divine energy tighter than anything I've ever seen before. The ether content varies, as well as the unique auras they give off. A few of them give off killing intent, while others radiate fear, pride, anger, longing for a wielder, and a whole range of emotions. I can feel that these come from all over the galaxy, and many different eras. All of their past wielders are long dead, or are within the soul weapons themselves. The stories of these pieces of art are impossible to correctly guess, as some wield pure ether, and others are far more concentrated with mana or even just divine threads. It reminds me of some of the strange originator artifacts I came across on the human world. They all reacted with different energies in their own ways. What I do know for sure is that every single item in this collection is extremely potent and powerful in its own right. Some weapons are fractured, others are broken into pieces, and some are just fragments of an unrecognizable whole. Each box has piles of these weapons, and I can tell each one is worth a fortune in the ether alone. My blade on the other side of the room ripples with red energy, and the entire floor gets a few dozen degrees hotter as it notices too. I grin. You're sure? All for me. Both of the first-class lords have holographic system arrays live, studying the sword with every bit of technology they can while it's still in front of them. Torvak calls out to reply. All yours, Isik nods too. Please, it'd be my honor to watch, to show respect. Instead of making the hungry blade float over to me, I bring the massive containment case back over to the middle of the room and grab the red sword with my outstretched hand. In the same moment, I don't bother to keep my concealment up anymore, revealing my ethereal noble human form to them. The pure white jade glow contrasts with the bright crimson sword in my grasp, but it is clear to the watchers that I am holding back. Such a beautiful sight should be giving off a domineering aura like when they watched me kill Andres Vermilion. However, it's as though I'm a ghost. It makes the display of power even more awe-inspiring. Like I'm an illusion, though, the pure ether aura cannot be masked, as my blade glows red and white while I thrust it into the open container and allow it to consume all of the leftover artifacts from millennia of war and trade. My body and sword grow extremely hot in the process, as the blade is bonded with me. When it gets stronger, I do too, and the energy it absorbs cycles through me as well. My whole body shimmers brighter white and gives off an ethereal glow, yet nothing is released. I only take in the energy. I don't know if the results would be different if I wasn't using this suppression technique, but I'm sure my sword successfully digested the weapons as a notification sounds in my inner ear after about half a minute. The Divine Emperor's Soul Sword Evolution attribute has reached LVE3, instead of the bright white glow dimming after the process is over. My blade and body maintain their luster, making the entire black room stay lit as bright as day. Asik and Torvak watch in awe, as over 100 priceless artifacts were liquefied into pure energy and devoured, along with the containment case they were resting in. I speak up in a calm tone while letting my blade fall back into my storage and putting my concealment disguise as a demon back up. I thank you very much. This will certainly be helpful in the coming days. To pay you back, even though you didn't ask, I put out my hand and create an ether transfer command. But connect my item storage to it and transfer 5.0 medium quality ether to each of them. It materializes in a crystallized form, about the size of a human palm. To me right now, the 50.6205 medium quality ether in my storage feels quite useless, but from the memories I have and the words I hear from snooping around the citadel, it can be traded in the fortress and Grand Citadel to demons in exchange for large quantities of mana and low quality ether. These materials can be transferred down to the lower realm for a price, and in turn, can raise the class grading of lower class worlds over a few decades, or centuries depending how much is injected, by the looks on their faces when the white crystals drop into their hands. I'm certain my assumption was correct that this 10.0 medium quality ether is more valuable to them than it is to me right now, though, it's hard to fully concentrate because of the ringing in my ears, blurred vision, and extreme heat making my body feel itchy inside and out, in a matter of seconds. Signs of my suppression technique hitting its limits have moved from the feeling I had a quarter way around the citadel during my first stress test, to immediately surpassing the halfway mark. Absorbing all of those artifacts has made the suppression process much harder to maintain all of a sudden, so, not wanting to put everyone's life in danger, I float upward and immediately activate an ether command to open the ceiling. Chapter 774, I'll be back in a few days. I must leave now to continue my training. This is all I message through a quick telepathy channel to the two first-class lords who have just helped me tremendously. The majority of my mind and body is concentrated on maintaining my noble vibration suppression, while the rest alters the ether commands around me to ensure that, while flying away from the citadel at extremely fast speeds, I remain invisible like a ghost. I take deep breaths while air-stepping over the green clouds, letting Ellipsia disappear behind me, and allowing the pressure, ringing, and heat to build up inside my body, for all the mental reinforcement over the last week in my mind. Making me believe that I've become immune to physical pain. This sensation makes me rethink things. It's like my body is being blown up from the inside like a balloon, but the outer edges cannot expand to relieve the pressure. My purple barrier is useless, as it only holds back mana and pure divine energy-based phenomena. My large pool of ether doesn't help much either. While circulating it within my mind keeps the loud ringing and increasing pressure at bay from driving me mad, it doesn't do anything to alleviate the increasing buildup of noble vibrations multiplying inside my being, scratching at the walls of my soul and mind to be released, my vision, and even ether senses dull more and more the further away from the citadel I travel, but I still have enough mental capacity left to remember the way back, though, over the last 30 minutes or so, as I descend down into the clouds, it is a bit of a blind dive. I can't sense anything, and it feels like my entire body is on fire with liquid flames far hotter than a sun. My fear and danger senses actually go off again, as it feels like I cross a point where I'm about to harm myself if I hold this power back much. Longer, that is, until I dive deep into the sea of corruption. The moment I feel a lead blanket surround me, it actually makes suppressing my vibrations slightly easier. Still, I wait almost a full minute, pushing myself downward into the thick sludge further before releasing the suppression technique a few hundred kilometers beneath the sea. Seraphel continues to peacefully glide in circles overhead, as he has been doing, staring down at the grey sea that brings back old memories of its fall to the strongest Morvale family general long ago. Back then, there was nothing they could do but watch it fall. Countless soldiers who followed his orders died or became corrupted trying to fight back. Very familiar cold vibrations come off the sea, like an echo of the past, though a new destructive force erupts from down below as well, making the wyvern feel an intense warmth as a suppression technique is lifted deep beneath the murky liquid. An immense chaotic and violent pressure from within me is released, paired with a satisfying rush knowing that I don't have to hold it back any longer, and the true increase in strength from my sword leveling up finally manifests itself as well. I feel even stronger than I did after releasing my suppression after a lap around the citadel following my first stage of training. My senses finally return to me, and my mind feels clear again. I can see everything in this grey sea as though it is a crystal clear lake, the massive towers and citadel parts deep under the ocean that I was manipulating before all reconnect to my senses, and I even sense Seraphel flying high above the sea. His suppression technique is activated too, however. The blue wyvern gives off a light aura, not fully holding back all of his vibrations. I'm unsure if this is necessary to let some out in order to keep the suppression activated for long periods of time, or if my senses have just grown so acute that I'm now noticing an aura that I didn't before. However, even if the first thought is the case, sensing anything this deep beneath the sea is impressive. I let my noble vibrations settle down from their violent and chaotic state by putting them to good use, moving around structures beneath the sea, organizing towers and bringing more upright, as even in the 7 days of training before. I didn't get to every single tower of this immense fallen citadel. Then, once I feel myself settling back to a natural state a few minutes later, I come across a new phenomenon beneath the sea. After moving a large piece of a broken tower from what I thought was a section of the seafloor, a deep crack in the ground becomes visible to me, leading down a deep ravine even further than I can see. The pressure feels far denser, and even looking in its direction makes my poison resistance perk work in overdrive. I feel cold noble vibrations ripple through me, as I sense this pocket of corruption has been blocked off from the outside sea, plugged up by a pile of decaying towers. Even Seraphel feels the shift in vibrations beneath the surface. I don't investigate for myself. Instead, I swim upward again, reactivating my suppression technique to fly up and out of the sea. The blue wyvern is already swooping down to greet me. I take it you managed to stay suppressed during your entire trip back. His eyes shift down to the sea, then back up to me. Yes, I did. I pull out the blue-tinted containment case from my storage to show proof, and Seraphel immediately replies while using ether to pull the box closer to him. Good. And I think that pocket of far more potent corruption you found will be perfect for your next and final stage of training. I thought we would have to go much deeper into the sea to find leftovers still as dangerous as the day of the war. I raise an eyebrow as Seraphel opens up the containment case and peers inside, the bright blue glow lighting up his face with mana. The presence of water magic and dense ether becomes far more potent to me as he nods and looks back up at me. I'll be joining you down in the sea this time. You've managed to become quite skilled at creating and manipulating structures that you have full control over. Your vibrations have begun to find a path to mature upon, but for this next stage, I have a task for you that is a bit selfish. It consists of training your vibrations to take control of systems and structures that you are not in control of, kind of like a heavily encrypted code that needs new creativity and growing untainted power like yours to crack. My expression doesn't change, as I'm still a bit confused about what he means by this. Though, his next comment, while he turns the containment case my way, makes things far more clear. For your last stage of training, I want you to unseal my physique. If you can do this, then maybe I'll finally believe you have a chance at following through with the absurd plan you've laid out to take back the green zone of the upper realm. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, on a moon base orbiting around a demonic world, an emergency inside Maria's cultivation chamber is still ongoing. The restock of divine fragments Alvaron has placed inside are drained in less than 4 hours. And an additional 5 layers of the dense black walls of the base have fractured and begun to leak dense aura outward. The Silver Knight restocks the chambers again but is forced to deactivate the walls of the center room. The cold icy soul energy that is being emitted from contact with Maria's skin has rendered this portion of the base completely useless. They're soaked with a royal blue aura and fracture like glass once their connection to the rest of the base is severed. The reload of divine fragments into the room comes from the second inner wall system commands now, as there are only 51 intact salvageable walls remaining in the base. She really destroyed an inner wall beyond repair. Neither of the other generals managed that, Alvaron says in a fake amused tone, behind this silver knight facade. The yellow slug is analyzing the data over and over again, trying to figure out where exactly this soul energy came from. It's like it's seeping out from her skin at an endless rate, and her perceived energy levels are not changing. Bree looks up from her system at these words. Yes, and it looks like she's spread her aura through half the walls. The craftswoman grins but is partially occupied with the worldwide connectivity system market surge, nearly 200,000 active mana-based worlds were just added, and the user base of buyers and sellers increased by almost 10 times. While there are no new first or second class superpowers to add to the Galactic Trade Committee, Bree sees massive markets to tap into and many third class worlds with plenty of resources to manipulate and sell to the new fourth and fifth class worlds. However, it's less than 2 hours later before the second wall of Maria's cultivation room faces the same fate as the first, becoming completely enveloped in her ambient soul energy just from contact. An hour after that, the third wall faces the same problem. It is completely destroyed beyond what the self-healing system can fix. Her mana control and divine aura surpasses the 31st wall, creating fractures and breaks that are maintained and worsen faster than they can be self-healed, breaking the record for the furthest distance either of the generals surpassed while bonding with their soul weapons. During these 3 hours, Alvaron has to restock the divine fragment stores again. Yet no sign of where they're going is known. In his advanced scanners, the only thing that can be seen is a strange overlap of Maria's divine core and soul energy core. It appears as though they're working together, but Alvaron's mental theory is that Maria's soul energy core is overpowering her divine core. In the tens of thousands of true core compressions this Silver Knight has witnessed in the past, it has never seen one so bizarre. Even with special buffs, artifact crafts, or even the aid of low-quality ether in some strong first-class civilizations, there is never an energy source that overpowers divine threads. In essence, they aren't even a true energy source. Divine threads are more of a medium to channel one's power and exert its true dominance on reality around them. While one that wields different colored divine threads may seem like they use them as a power source, as the pure threads can be wielded alone and bent to the user's commands, it is a far more complicated series of events that are really taking place. Divine energy, from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, dark blue, all the way to purple, are all the same exact manifestation of a whole. They are just tightly bound to different densities for wielders to use based on their bodies' and minds' limits. This is the first time Alvaron is witnessing a true core's compression being eclipsed by another force of nature. The only reason Maria's true core hasn't collapsed and saturated 100 times over is that it's been trapped within a gravity field more powerful than its own. The dark blue soul energy core in the Ice Mage's chest has allowed an unfathomable amount of divine energy to be packed into the yellow divine core, as it is bending reality around it, keeping it from collapsing in a state of suspended animation. The usual stress, forces of gravity, and rules of reality have been protected by a shield of overbearing power. The fourth and fifth inner walls both break at once, shattering into shimmering icy snow while Maria's aura surges outward even more, forcing its way through the 35th outer wall. When Alvaron loads up the fortress with another full replacement of divine fragments, the surge of yellow energy that flows into her core disappears and depletes the base's stores in a matter of minutes. The sixth inner wall is broken, and she opens her eyes while releasing a wave of blue light that cracks and fractures up to the 40th outer wall, leaving only 12 dense black layers of structures between her and the vacuum of space on this moon. A telepathy message is sent through the systems as another load of divine fragments is transferred in. It echoes in the minds of everyone present on all of the moon bases. I'm going to activate my third ranked up buff. If you are listening, please send in all of the divine fragments you have to spare, then evacuate as far away as you can. I'm not sure how destructive the result of my compression will be, and I do not want any reason to hold back. Chapter 775. The instant this message comes through, flashes of white light appear in the teleportation hub on the main moon base. The first to arrive are Raven, Ari, and Abby. All three of them have fully saturated true cores and stare up through the clear dome down at the demonic world below. To their left, for large moons can be seen in orbit. 3 of these they have been cultivating on over the past few months, while one, the furthest away, is where Maria sent out a message. All of the moons vary in size by 10 to 30%, and their speeds in orbit around this dark world are not the same. At times during their cultivation, the generals were on opposite sides of the world, at varying distances away in seemingly random orbital patterns. However, right now, all 4 of Kelfer's other moons are within view from the main moon base. Alvaron makes his way to the moon's surface under the dome next and activates some system commands to bring up the surveillance systems from below for the generals to see. The visuals of a bright blue aura cracking through the 41st wall are displayed via a holographic model, highlighting the highest stress fracture points alongside a live surveillance feed of Maria in the center of the base. The knight does as requested, triggering all of the divine fragment restock commands to saturate every single wall in the base with a full new load to its max capacity. However, 6 of the inner walls are broken beyond repair, so only 46 restocks are triggered. The ones closest to Maria immediately begin to swirl around her and disappear into her body, while others remain trapped behind layers of block walls that haven't fully come down. Fisher and Lydia arrive on the surface next, greeting the generals who look upward. After looting the entire world and helping sort the corpses and soul weapons over the last few days, the two commanders have been using some of the smaller cultivation rooms on this base to gather more yellow threads. While they are far from compressing their true cores, watching the surveillance footage of the Battle of the Kings with the generals has really put into perspective the possibilities of their potential in the future. Bree arrives behind these two commanders shortly after but does not greet anyone present. Her mind is mostly occupied within her system, as it's only been half a day since a massive number of worlds and new system users were added to the worldwide connectivity system. While it's begun to self-regulate, the amount of potential at her fingertips is overflowing again. Everyone knows she will be glued to her system like this for a few days, and for good reason. Lastly, Monk and Luna arrive at the surface dome. Monk has borrowed the item storage skill and opened up a large portal to temporarily hold all of the sorted artifacts taken from the world below. This includes the message on the stone tablet beneath the wyvern's inheritance skeleton, along with all of the corpses and soul weapons of the demonic beasts. The only things he does not have on him are the corpses of the two kings. As requested, they were handed over to Alvaron in exchange for the generals keeping their relic-class soul weapons to rebond with and make their own. With a distress message that's sudden, directly from Maria herself, Monk doesn't want to lose the chance to continue studying these pieces if they have to evacuate. Luna looks quite frail at first glance, but looking closer, she has a faint light purple aura, made from demonic soul energy absorbed by a first-class beholder down on Kelfer. Ari is the first to turn his head and scan her with his own soul energy. As the frequency she gives off is just like his, that of a demonic beast, he wonders why bonding with this beast took so long and what merging with it did to her ranked-up buff of eyes in the sky. However, there is a more important spectacle playing out in front of them all. Alvaron sends a telepathic message straight to Maria, notifying her that no one is near her moon or on any of the nearby neighboring moons that could be affected if her moon base breaks, releasing her aura on the surroundings. There's no reply back, but the breaking of the 7th, 8th, and 9th inner walls with a pulse of blue light is more than enough of a response. As a result, 3 restocks of divine fragments flood toward her all at once. And this only increases the speed and potency of the output. Cracks spread through even more of the outer walls as the pressure builds, moving out to the 45th outer wall, leaving only 7 between her and the space outside. All of the visuals being sent back to the generals and commanders don't even look real. The further out the walls are from the center, the thicker and more difficult to break they become. While the inner walls that Maria has been shattering are only a few hundred meters thick, with the 9th one she just shattered about 2 kilometers in density. The outer walls she's cracking eclipse this. These moon-based structures were built tens of thousands of years ago and have withstood spars between the strongest first-class lords of many races that lasted years at a time. There have even been competitions for system users to try and break through the walls with all their might, using any soul weapon, buffed artifact, or external force allowed. It is the peak culmination of a first-class lord civilization that ruled over hundreds of worlds and allied with many advanced civilizations in neighboring star sectors. The outer 7 walls remaining are over 100 kilometers thick each, creating a fortress that has never been broken before. However, the pressure of this ice mage's aura cracks through even more, shattering 5 more of the inner walls and breaking through another outer wall, leaving only 6 remaining. That leads another 5 full restocks worth of divine threads to be sucked in toward the ice mage, who sits peacefully in the center of the region-sized cultivation chamber. The shock alone from this rapid increase, just seconds after the last large break, leads to a chain reaction of more walls breaking beyond repair and more long cracks forming in the last line of defense in the outer walls. Subconsciously, Maria has been counting and knows that the base is reaching its critical limit. She has only a matter of seconds left before her aura is released into the vacuum of space outside, so she activates her 3rd ranked up buff to finish what she started and compress her true core. With 4% of the stats from 157 trillion links of loyalty fueling her next actions, and enough yellow divine threads to compress and saturate hundreds of true cores already absorbed in tethering to reality to enhance her every move. The reaction to this release of power is instantaneous. The chain reaction that should have taken about 10 seconds is sped up to happen in less than 1/100th of one. It is so fast that only the generals in Alvaron truly see what happens. This is not through any surveillance system either, this is with their naked eyes, staring at the moon far off in space. Maria's entire body pulses royal blue, and her dense aura spreads outward with far too much intensity for the sensors or surveillance systems to grasp before they're destroyed. The center of her aura is dark black, and around its outside, there's a shimmering white glow. It is not that the energy itself is black. It's just that trying to look inside her soul energy core does not compute to a sane mind's senses, and the only way to rationalize what is there is by accepting that there is nothing at all. Every single black slab of advanced technology in this 52-volt structure becomes enveloped in this blue glow instantaneously, and they all shatter like frail glass the instant they're hit. From the main moon base's perspective, a dark blue crater forms on the side of Maria's moon, spreading thousands of kilometers in every direction, sinking deep into its surface, and almost instantly deleting a solid quarter of the moon's mass with it. The shockwave center reveals a humanoid form stretching its arms outward. With two glowing blue eyes, they look enormous and dangerous, like a god of destruction, yet delicate, like a princess creating art. In the same movement, the entire face of Maria's energy form is revealed, and behind it, spreading from her back, are what look like majestic wings, like an angel. Though the 30-kilometer tall angelic form does not flap these wings to fly out from the crater in the side of the moon. They fold toward her, like she is hugging herself, and her arms make a similar motion, moving toward her chest where the eerie dark core rests. The angelic wings cover her body and face from view, while her hands reach into her soul energy core to pull out a dense ball of yellow divine threads. It appears to be at least a kilometer wide, with the density all the way through of a normal yellow divine core. The moon shudders, and large frozen region-sized rocks break off, altering its orbit from the last blast, but Maria completely ignores her surroundings. She takes her divine core and compresses it with her energy form's hands, shielding the stray threads that erupt from the violent display with her wings and using the gravity from her black core to pull the threads that escape back into the compressing core to continue the cycle. This all happens so fast, as she has planned out this procedure in her mind many times over the last 3 months, that the core compresses down to less than 500 meters before the shockwave of her activation of the third ranked up buff even hits the closest moon. Its surface is shaken up, like a massive dust storm has hit it, and some large rock structures and mountain ranges crumble. Large portions of the moon's surface frost over like a snowstorm has hit it, but no massive damage is done like the moon it originated from. Maria compresses her divine core down to 100 meters in diameter by the time the shockwave hits the next moon, and it hardly even shows any structural change. Its surface is coated in frost, like a cold morning dew freezing on the grass. The moon after that is very close by, and it shows similar results, merely kicking up some dust on its surface, but no icy residue is left over by the time Maria has forcefully crushed her divine core down to less than 20 meters wide. The shockwave of her activation blast reaches the moon base furthest away where all the generals and commanders watch. The pre-built radiation shielding and strong infrastructure from Alvaron is sturdy enough to withstand it. The dome and teleport platform they're on only rattle slightly, but an eerie cold aura washes through everyone that watches in awe. It is impossible for anyone to see what is truly happening, as the dense royal blue angelic wings are protecting the outsiders from witnessing the true process. However, Maria's soul energy and divine cores are overlapping to keep the structural integrity of her divine core intact, as the core is compressed below 10 meters wide. It becomes far denser than a normal fully saturated true core should be. Threads begin to press together so densely that they start to turn green. However, Maria knows that she should not ascend to the next rank before completing her true core progression, as that will greatly limit her potential, so she uses her soul energy core to bend the laws of nature once again. The divine core rests inside her soul energy core, which acts like a supercooled sea to freeze her core in time. Instead of pressing down on her divine core, her hands begin to press in on the outer edges of her soul energy core, compressing its diameter by 10 times over. Instead, space inside the dark anomaly that is Maria's soul energy core compresses. Yet its lack of quantifiable density stays constant. This results in the impossible happening. Maria's yellow divine core compresses further than it physically should be able to in the outside environment, making it simultaneously more compact in a smaller area of space, yet maintaining its yellow state in which it entered, creating the exact conditions of triggering a normal true core collapse. The true core falls below a meter wide within Maria's body, yet it is still within her soul energy core. A bright yellow and white light pulses from the darkness, and her true core's ability awakens while her entire energy form becomes mutated by this unique and bizarre true core compression within her soul energy core. As a result, another shockwave comes bursting outward, so powerful that her wings cannot contain it. Just as the commanders and generals on the furthest moon base finish shivering from the first blast, a bright light fills their vision from many moons away. The entire moon Maria stands on turns to blue ice, fractures, then shatters to unrecognizable dust. The silhouette of a dark blue angel is left behind in the icy dust cloud, but the shockwave that continues to blast outward doesn't slow. One bit, the closest moon faces an identical fate, freezing over instantaneously, then disintegrating into sparkling ice the moment the bulk of the blast hits it. Then, the next moon ices over and explodes into dust the same exact way. The closest moon to the main moon base starts to turn a dense shade of blue, and the overwhelming icy cold aura covers all of the commanders' and generals' vision as all 4 moons before them are obliterated, and they watch the wave that hasn't slowed down continue surging their way. Not only does it come forward toward them, but also down toward Kelfer as well. A massive portion of the world below starts to turn to ice, and the overwhelming strength of the shockwave begins to dig an enormous ravine into the world's surface. The only one truly fast enough to comprehend the events playing out before them is Alvaron. The yellow slug's home planet is lighting up with the brightest yellow glow of excitement it has seen in tens of thousands of years. Its first reaction is pure joy and awe as it gets to record so much unique data, but another portion of its mind begins to calculate the best way to get everyone off this moon in time to survive the incoming blast. Chapter 776, a dark blue wave of mana and chi-infused ice magic just obliterated 4 moons, and in less than a tenth of a second, it will collide with the final moon. Abby has grasped her staff, while Raven and Ari begin powering up, reaching into their item storages to pull out teleportation crystals that lead back to the human world. Bree and the commanders have barely conceptualized what is going on. Their reaction times are slightly slower. At this rate, the generals will survive. Though Alvaron is the only one with enough mental capacity to correctly assess the energy levels of this blast and watch the reactions of the other humans to properly analyze the probability of everyone's actions. To the yellow slug's surprise, it hears a woman's voice in its ear. "If you're going to teleport them away, leave me here. I want to watch the blast. I can handle it." The activation of Abby's 3rd ranked up buff, in addition to the enhancement attributes of her staff, instantly spreads a warm green aura outward and makes her entire body unsensible to any of the moon base's surveillance or energy level readers. Commands all over the base trigger teleportation arrays, emptying the vaults filled with mana, divine fragments, and valuable data and artifacts collected from this planet in the past. Alvaron calmly replies to Abby, deactivating some of the commands that were already set to trigger. As you wish. Bursts of white light rise from the ground to trigger pre-built arrays beneath everyone else in the room. If Alvaron had waited even a single hundredth of a second longer, Ari and Raven would have disappeared back to their home world, but they paused their escape plans as messages are sent into their consciousness to wait. Flashes of light bring 7 humans roughly 700 billion kilometers away. To the outer edge of this solar system, rotating around a dense white star, there are multiple planets in this small system. Kelfer is the largest and only planet that has ever shown any signs of life. However, a planet roughly 1/10 the size, and twice the distance from the star at the center of this system, has been built upon by Alvaron as a bounce point to store data in a secure place and house a small teleportation platform linked to the moon base in case a necessary evacuation occurs like this. While Bree, 2 generals, and 4 commanders appear on this base, 2 figures stay behind on the last moon of Kelfer. Abby and the Silver Knight stand side by side and are hit head-on with the blast. A sparkling green and yellow aura covers Abby, making her body semi-translucent. It is the same technique she used to shield the commanders from the aura of the noble wyvern and demon bones on the ancient battlefield around the throne. However, instead of spreading it outward and protecting others, she has it fully concentrated on her body alone. She is also pushing her mind and true core to the limits, already facing fatigue as she creates the most powerful activation of this technique possible before impact. It pays off. As the wall of royal blue light hits the final moon, it turns icy blue all over in less than a hundredth of a second. Then, the impact of the blast causes it to fracture all over, split into large chunks, then shatter into trillions of pieces like glass. The sturdy walls and advanced technology of this moon base look indistinguishable from the solid rock that has been turned to dust in an instant. Even the Silver Knight, who was watching the blast in awe and taking in as much data as it could until the last moments, is completely overwhelmed and destroyed. There is no measurable time difference between when the dome of the base shatters and when the Silver Knight and this entire moon disappear entirely. Abby's senses are overwhelmed. She is not physically struck by the blast, But she can still sense the energy levels around her as her whole reality becomes a raging blue blizzard of aura all around for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in every direction. After a few more hundredths of a second pass, she starts to feel actual cold on her true body at the edges of her energy form, but luckily this is at the peak of the blast. She imagines what it would have felt like to be up close, on the actual moon where she compressed her true core. Though, these thoughts are pushed to the back of her mind once her eyes move in a different direction, away from Maria, and back toward Kelfer. The monstrous blue wave of energy doesn't stop at the moons. It is currently freezing and breaking through this massive demonic world like a heavy axe slicing dry brittle wood. What started as a shockwave that blew away a large portion of demonic clouds and dug into the surface to create a ravine, the depth of one of the moons, continues to grow. The impact of this shockwave doesn't slow down one bit. It looks like a thick line through the center of Kelfer is being deleted, like a massive blue eraser is pressing down and making the mass of this planet disappear before Abby's eyes. She knew Maria's true core compression and the reveal of her third ranked up buff was going to be a spectacle, but the mass destruction before her eyes is absurd. It's over in the blink of an eye. Just as the shockwave destroyed the moon Abby was standing on without slowing down, it bursts all the way through Kelfer just as fast. The enormous ravine being created continues to grow and grow until the entire planet cracks in two. The burst of royal blue light blasts forward as though the massive celestial body wasn't even there, expanding further out into deep space. Beyond what Abby can see or sense, the two remaining halves of the enormous world, 7 times larger than the human planet she grew up on, float apart, turning brittle as the soul energy residue from the cut spreads and freezes the entire floating mass. The two parts crack and fracture apart slowly, but their entire mass has stayed in large pieces. Luckily, the entire planet wasn't completely consumed by the blast. However, the planet's former molten core was hit dead on. It was frozen solid on impact and shattered to dust along with a large percentage of the planet's mass. Over 30% is completely gone, while the rest is frozen blue. This reveals a secret of Kelfer, one that was quite possibly what the kings were left here to protect so many millennia ago, with the massive explosions, moons and planets being destroyed. And trying to save her own life, Abby momentarily forgot about the cyan eyes that stared down at her over a week ago when she tried to scan the throne on this world. Even during the blast, the planets' and moon's orbital rotations had shifted so much in the last few days that the throne was on the other side of the world during this event. However, now, she can see the other side of this world where the throne should be, yet, there is nothing left in its place. Her assumption is that it was blown away into deep space, or maybe covered in a dense layer of ice, and she lost sight of it in the debris. That's because no matter how strong Maria's shockwave was, there's no way it could destroy a structure owned by a being 2 full divine thread realms above her. Though, as a few seconds pass, and the empty silence of space sinks into her mind, watching the two halves of Kelfer drift further and further apart, she begins to second-guess this thought. That's because a small, clear, shimmering, and oscillating liquid remains in the center of the planet, where the core of this world was destroyed. Abby stays still, but Maria's angelic blue energy form flies forward through deep space toward it. Moments ago, blocked by the bright radiation of the blast, the only one who could witness the truth was Maria. She could feel every single bit of matter the shockwave touched. Every hot, molten particle of Kelfer's core that solidified still replays in her mind while she flies forward toward what's left of it. The imagery of the world breaking in two, and the feeling that the planet itself was crying in pain yet thanking this mysterious force as it was finally granted relief from the horrific fate it had succumbed to. Dense black roots from the tower on the other side of the world froze solid once the molten core did too. This artifact, planted here to take over this system-linked world, is a technology that comes from the highest zone of the upper realm. While it's used for a simple task to easily claim worlds for the demons and send their kin through trials, it's far more sinister than that. These artifacts mutate the history and system settings granted to a world when it's connected to the source. Every world where a throne lies is tipping the balance of this mana-based system further in favor of a race that should have never even existed in the first place. The serious implications of what has just happened is unknown to many throughout the galaxy. This is because having the means to destroy an entire world in an instant, especially a world owned by demons, is not common even for the peak of many first-class civilizations. Doing so in such a manner is how a throne can be forcefully deactivated. It is a device that feeds on the very essence the source granted this world with, and when that connection is severed, the artifact-class soul weapon known as the throne has no world left to grant a seat for its ruler and carry out its single purpose. The roots connecting the core of this world to the Black Tower turn gray, then white, then dissolve into nothingness, disguised by the royal blue blast. The enormous black structure, rich with cyan and silver threads, ceases to exist. all of the stored potential inside is returned to its owner through an invisible and unseeable link. If the Rising Emperor were here, this sensation and display of an originator artifact disappearing into dust would feel eerily familiar to When the Black trees within Celia's construct were destroyed by the green serpent in the sky only when the islands they were planted on were destroyed. Despite these many mysteries unraveling in real time, Maria's gaze is set on the shimmering clear liquid that remains unaffected by the blast. It is all that is left from the molten core, as it was at its center, yet even now, it remains in place like it has its own center of gravity unaffected by Maria's shockwave. The two frozen halves of Kelfur still float away from each other and begin to fracture into smaller pieces. Chapter 777, all transmission devices and technology left on the moon bases have been completely destroyed. Alvaron's consciousness is split between thousands of worlds. So when the humans are teleported to a small base on a cold world named Kelfur's solar system data backup and bounce point M0917 in its system logs, another identical silver suit of armor boots up to greet them in a smaller yet nearly identical dome protecting them from the vacuum of space outside. The bright white star at the center of this system looks over twice as far away, and even the gravity on this cold, desolate world is less than the moon they just left, so far away, in fact, that when looking across the solar system, Kelfur still appears to be intact, and they can even see strange copies of themselves, as the light has not yet caught up to the Luminite's aid to create technically faster than light travel. However, there is an instant transmission feedback being shared directly from Abby's mind through the passive spectate function. The real-time visual of Kelfur turning blue and splitting apart plays in the back of everyone's mind as they regain their footing on a new base on the far side of the solar system. Maria flies forward through the vacuum of space, drawn toward this clear oscillating liquid in the core of the planet. It is the only thing that could withstand her aura, and the strange feeling of life emanates from it. She feels the sensation of a baby staring up at her, with its arms outstretched, as if it sees nothing but her angelic form moving toward it. Abby does not feel this sensation, as her senses are not being projected that far. However, her eyes can see this substance, and it gives off a reflective rainbow glow, like shattered crystal reflecting light, but in a liquid form. None of the generals, commanders, or even Bree have any idea what this substance could be. It's unknown if it is native to Kelfur, or a portion of the throne artifact left behind, or a combination of the two. However, Alvaron's voice through the link makes it clear he knows what it could be: Isur's resin, and from a world of this quality, a former noble grade world. I've never seen so much, and in such a pure form. Maria cannot hear any of this conversation, and as Bree asks what it could be, Abby stays silent, mesmerized by what is in front of her. A trail of dense royal blue soul energy flows behind Maria, and tendrils of dense yellow light seep out from the depths of her soul energy core to strengthen and tether to her new angelic form. Only the outer edges of her true core are being used to slowly acclimate to movement in the new environment. While its main form is still trapped in a unique superposition, not allowing it to collapse to a green state while simultaneously taking advantage of this state to use far more yellow threads than normally possible, space bends around her as a yellow-white glow radiates from within her royal blue soul energy form. Her long feathered angel wings flap slowly, and she kicks off empty space, leaving yellow and blue dense on reality to speed up her flight toward the center of Kelfur. Her blue hands reach out toward the translucent rainbow liquid that oscillates and reacts to her aura, as though it is having a conversation with her without any words. The substance has lost all of its memory and all of its purpose. As the two halves of Kelfur float further apart, it can feel that it too will soon disappear into nothingness, like its body has been destroyed, and its soul is still rigid in place, unable to conceptualize that it has been killed. What could be considered memories to the mortal mind of its conception, when a wave of energy from the source rippled through this planet that was once full of life is still locked away in its being? Multiple waves of this energy are locked away, meant to be forgotten by every system reset, but still echo in the resin that slowly loses its footing in reality as empty space consumes it. It begins to lose its grasp on what its purpose is, and what a purpose even is in the first place, yet a powerful energy source moves toward it, keeping it lucid for a few more seconds. With the face and wings of an angel, it recognizes this aura as the force that jolted it back awake moments ago. As this planet was being altered, and its energy siphoned in order to change the rules of the system, however, this blue power that destroyed the world was what stopped it from being consumed and forcefully altered. While this semi-conscious resin does not understand the concept of death, it knows that disappearing would be a far better fate than being altered and used by the dark roots that were attempting to harvest it, though it sees an even greater fate, one that would allow it to continue existing, if only it had a vessel to exist within and serve a purpose once again. These abstract feelings are pushed out into the void of space, and the only one to feel or understand them is Maria falling its way. Every moment that passes, the oscillating substance loses its grasp on reality further, threatening to fade away with all of the power and knowledge it has gathered in its billions of years rotating around the star. It gives off a similar existence as Luminite does, once not a part of its whole, fading away from existence. The essence of the universe around it starts to become darker, even though the bright blue and yellow glowing angel moving toward it shines brighter and brighter. Maria looks as though she's going to collide with Kelfer's core. The clear resin is only a few hundred meters wide, though it gives off gravity readings similar to the entire planet. Touching an unstable and unseeable power source like this, on the edge of existence, with only one wish, to claim a vessel, is an extremely dangerous procedure. Maria isn't going to risk her own life, but she has just recently awakened an absurd amount of power and needs something to release it on. The first thing that comes to mind as a vessel she can control is a blood-bonded weapon that is paired with her, and has a long history fighting by her side, yet is severely underpowered. So, right before her impact with the shimmering and oscillating resin, she pulls out her silver ice sword that she has carried with her throughout most of her journey and plunges it deep into the clear substance. It has grown massively in size due to her angelic form, and pools of soul energy flood out from her core, along with tendrils of divine energy that are continuously pulled from the endless pool of her overcompacted true core. Then, as Abby sees what she's doing, a ping sounds in Maria's ear, pushing her to borrow the divine craftsmanship skill in order to fully comprehend what is happening before her. Upon impact, the clear substance doesn't resist one bit and instantly shifts its form to dive into the blade it has come in contact with. The sword's core parts, made of ice element stones, mana-enforced steel, and large amounts of pure chi, are instantly obliterated. They are such insignificant materials in the presence of this noble great ancient substance that they cannot stand to exist in the same form together. However, the essence and shape of the blade holds its form. The blood bond allows this sword to be treated as a vessel, as deeply coated in its craft. It serves Maria and is a blade that destroys all enemies in her way. Instead of flowing right through the sword and attempting to invade the human that wields it, the resin is struck by two emotions, one of compassion, as it senses this familiar royal blue soul energy, the one that rescued it from the black roots of change that were trying to alter its being, then, one of fear, as this resin cannot understand why it cannot sense what is beyond the outer edges of Maria's soul energy core. It feels like if it truly tried to enter her body, it would be sucked up within this core and never see reality again. Like it has an endless hunger, yet somehow, it's able to push out and produce endless energy as well. A fundamental law of reality is confusing the half-conscious resin, and it can only feel fear from this confusion, as it has never been incapable of understanding something before. In addition to these mental interactions, thousands of divine craftsmanship panels light up in her vision, showing every possible path to take in order to complete this craft. An ocean of soul energy pours out from her core, making the outline of where her sword used to be fill up with cold energy. This royal blue energy and the translucent resin within the blade overlap but don't mix. It's as if they are both existing in the same space, spreading out to fill the mold of her longsword. Next, tendrils of dense yellow divine energy, so silky smooth and compact they shine as bright as the star at this solar system's center, sink into the blue and translucent rainbow refracting substance, making the sword appear to be made completely of divine threads. With the gravitational pull of Kelfer itself, the icy blue soul energy strong enough to crack this planet in 10 more times. And enough divine threads to compact 100 first-class beings' true cores. An extremely complex and dangerous craft is initiated. Abby does not even want to risk staying to watch the result. After sending Maria a tip to use her craftsmanship skill, she opens up as many emergency trading windows within the worldwide connectivity system as she can with Alvaron to request a teleport crystal to their base. She crushes the white gem in her hand the moment a trade is triggered in her mind to leave, so, right as a new weapon is crafted before her eyes, she's teleported away. Finding herself standing behind the 7 humans and a silver knight, the green-eyed healer's heart is racing. From the glimpse of energy readings she felt, and everyone turns around with a questioning gaze, Bree, with the current slowest reaction time of everyone here, comments out loud, "Why did you leave? It was just getting good. Wasn't it?" She gulps and waits a few seconds to answer, "I was not as confident that I could withstand the blast without getting hurt." Her eyebrows raise, and Alvaron starts to replay the last microseconds of footage Abby's spectate skill shared. The knight speaks up, "I believe your choice was wise. There is no true data on what would result from a craft like that. The visuals you've granted me are far more valuable than any information I've come across in my entire life. It is not just a myth or mere theory anymore. We're about to witness the birth of a real destroyer-class soul weapon." Large energy graphs and holographic visuals of the angelic figure falling toward Kelfer's core show up all over the inside of the dome of this base. It is cross-referenced with the database shared earlier, showing the similarities of all the soul weapon classes and all of Asik and Torvak's theories on how to harness the soul of a planet or a star. Minutes pass while Bree and Alvaron discuss the possibilities and compare these notes to energy readings and footage. Then, the speed of light finally catches up to Abby's teleportation through space, and everyone's eyes widen at the size of the bright burst of yellow, white, and blue light forming on the other side of the solar system. For a moment, it looks like they're rotating around a second star. Meanwhile, Maria grasps the newly crafted soul sword with both hands, holding it high above her head as the shockwave of its birth erupts outward. Both halves of Kelfer that were slowly floating away are instantly obliterated into blue dust, just like its 5 moons. Her entire energy form glows extremely bright, with a shimmering white icy light surrounding her like a second aura. The long sword in her grasp is almost as hard to look at as her soul energy core. At first glance, it is dark royal blue, but the longer one looks, the brighter and stranger it becomes. There is a glossy, translucent, rainbow-reflective glow that holds the blade together, as the substance that made up the core of Kelfer and housed this planet's soul has found a new vessel. It is able to stay present in reality now that it has a new purpose to live on. Connected to the system through its wielder, Chapter 778, while the first known noble-grade destroyer-class soul weapon of this era is being born, the upper realm remains calm and still. The lower-class lords in the Ellipsia Citadel are living better lives than they have ever known before, under the rule of this new Draco Vermilion demon lord. The servants who would normally strip them of every ether they could in taxes and fees are now shoveling millions of ether into their economy in exchange for trash worlds. 1 million ether was given out in the first week, and now the servants are back for more with another million ether, scouring the lower-class markets for even more worlds. Word has spread fast. They even approached the black and gray markets, which would usually be shut down and charged fines for existing, but now, they look the other way as long as they can get a good deal for these trash worlds overpopulated, with little to no resources left. Usually, this means the dungeon divers on these worlds are over-leveled, and their societies have many precautions and regulations for farming the remaining dungeons. Often, trying to create new contracts on these worlds is a negative investment almost 100% of the time. Tens of thousands of 5th, 4th, and 3rd class lords are now able to live better lives and enrich their home worlds even further, at the same time. Inside the top floor of the High Orc Tower, Asik is finishing up assimilating with the avatar upgrade and new soul weapon pairing. A pile of shattered divine energy imbued mana and ether rests on the floor in a circle surrounding a massive, glowing High Orc statue holding a sharp, radiant battle axe. It has been erupting with ether and divine threads for hours now, rejecting all portions of the old avatar and the impurities that have built up in Asik's body over the last many tens of thousands of years since he transferred his consciousness and cores into a new sleeve. Torvak watches intently from the other side of the room, standing next to the other 3 shells of black avatars and their soul weapons. For the first few hours of this assimilation, he helped stabilize Asik's bond with a large amount of his power, but after the initial link, it has been all up to the High Orc to finish the process. The majority of the mana and ether necessary to complete the bond were already exerted during the crafting process. So, while it appears that the silhouette of the ancient first-class warlord is exerting himself to the limit, inside his mind, this High Orc is actually having quite the pleasurable experience. After a long week of crafting, he finally gets to bask in the glory of his creation. At last, the immense white glow and pressure in the room fade, allowing Torvak to see the completed bond on the other side. Asik swings his glowing dual-sided axe in front of his body a few times, leaving streaks of white ether behind it, then runs forward, zipping side to side in the room. For a moment, he's moving almost too fast for Torvak to see, which is surprising, given that the old High Orc isn't even using any buffs or skills. With Torvak's lightning attribute, his reflexes and perception are usually far better than his crafting partners. He smiles and speaks up while struggling to track the High Orc with his shifting gaze. I take it the bond was a success. Asik appears right in front of the blue ogre and lets out a laugh. Oh, it's a success, alright. I feel better than I have in 40,000 years. But command restrictions are all lifted too. It really worked. Torvak grins and sends out a few messages through his system telepathy links, notifying the others of this success and that their avatars and new soul weapons are ready when they are to bond with them. Ava is the first to receive this message. She has been working with a few of the demonic servants to reintroduce many slave workers back into the society of Ellipsia these past weeks, but has managed to move every single one. Now, she is all alone below the citadel, farming as much additional ether as she can while using her new senses. However, she has reached a bottleneck, as there is not much more ether to be found down here other than stones buried extremely deep below the surface and worthless 5th-class stones. With all of the lower class worlds being bought up by the demons, worlds that would usually be compacted into the power plant, no fresh stones are being dropped down here either. The cracks in her avatar have stopped growing. It feels like she is seeing light peek out from behind a closed door and has adapted to this small amount of information, pairing it with her instinct ability to create a rudimentary ether sense. However, it's clear that something is not right. The limiters on this basic grade avatar, provided to her by the Ellipsia Citadel upon entry, are suffocating her potential. Even the hammer she uses is extremely lacking. It was the only one available to pair with the avatar, the lowest grade of a basic class soul weapon. It was not even specially crafted. The default shell was preloaded the moment she purchased it in the Ether command shop. While it has its perks, far better than anything a 4th or 5th class lord could purchase with their basic grade avatars, this is far from what a general of the Rising Emperor should have equipped in preparation for his own takeover. The Goblin Queen flies back toward the central peak the moment she gets word that her new avatar and soul weapon are ready to pair. At the same time, a message sounds in Ember's inner ear, telling him the same thing about his training partner's new avatar and soul weapon set. Torvak knows what Ember is attempting to do, so he does not send a message to Zacian directly. This is a wise move, as the Berserker Giant is in the final stages of awakening a crimson aura similar to the one Raven had to face back on Kelfer against one of its kings. After relentless attacks on this warlord's psyche, each increasing in pressure and strength as his ether defenses adapt to the last, Zacian is being pushed to a limit he never knew was possible. The number of times he has come within milliseconds of death is in the tens of thousands so far. Ember's reaction time and precision with refined ether is far greater, so his ability to stop his attacks right before killing Zacian is unnoticeable. To the Berserker, it feels like he's had to push his body and mind to the limits every time, skirting away from certain death over and over. With no end in sight and no set time limit for their training to end, this first-class monster, who has been the strongest berserker in the green zone of the upper realm for its entire life, must evolve to push itself past its limits. Ember's words, telling him that if he wants to fight a real noble without any help, he'll have to survive this training first, echo in his psyche, and the fact that he actually wasn't able to truly go toe-to-toe with Audras Vermilion eats away at him too. At first, he believed it was the rush of his life to actually injure a noble demon and exchange blows in the same room. However, after every new mental attack Ember throws down at him, his stress levels and instinctual rage to get stronger and survive grow. The fact that he wasn't able to push himself to such a limit during that fight proves he's gone soft, living in luxury in Ellipsia, allowing others to win his fights for him. This rage starts as a slow simmer, a light red aura in the depths of the Berserker's eyes, like a seed sprouting in his mind to aid his defense against these incoming attacks. However, when Ember activates his full dragon form less than a second after this seed sprouts in order to keep the intensity at a maximum, this rage only grows more. Instinctively, the Berserker knows he has broken through to a new limit, yet it feels the same. It reinforces the fact that it is not strong enough. The crimson aura within the Berserker's mind grows. This seed of potential is forced to sprout into a sapling, growing into a tree yearning for sunlight but constantly limited by a growing aura of suppression from the dragon. Ember matches its growth with an equal mental attack, taking advantage of the rare state that only a single-digit number of Berserker Giants have ever achieved. Ember grins when he receives the message that Zacian's new gear is ready, but staring down at the massive, red-glowing giant, he sends another attack his way to continue completing this inner transformation before breaking the good news to him. All seems to be moving along just as planned in the upper realm. 10 million kilometers away, even the Wyvern's fallen citadel is being put to good use. The sea of corruption may be calm and unmoving, but deep within a ravine that hasn't felt the divine threads of the green zone in over 200,000 years, something is finally being set into motion. A noble human and a noble wyvern are deep below its surface, submerged in the dark black liquid within the deep crack below the sea, working on a single task, to undo a seal that tainted Seraphel's fate. However, in a zone even higher than the green, a certain Cyancord demon is struck with a surprising bit of news. After being hit with a very long realm wave, lasting 3.5 years, the Morvale family head isn't expecting many updates from the green zone or the lower realm. This is because he has already been given reports that their realm waves only lasted 16 minutes and roughly 79 days, respectively. Not much of anything interesting could have happened in that time, as this wave was quite mild compared to some in the past. No reports from any of the higher zones have come back yet, though it's unclear if they are recovering after a longer than average wave or simply do not care to interact with the lower zones. Whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. The Morvale family head is usually only occupied with matters within the Cyan zone. However, one of his projects from a few 100,000 years ago has just come to an abrupt end. Just a week ago, he felt a strange disturbance on Kelfer, as if someone or something was trying to look at him through the throne. However, before he could react, the gaze of whatever it was disappeared. His initial thought was that a stray third-class or weaker beast with some kind of stealth attribute must have made it past the kings, as they did not see it as a threat. There are strange disturbances like this happening all the time, hundreds of them per second, actually, given the number of worlds this demon controls. So, given that there was no attempt to damage the throne, he pushed it to the back of his mind and carried on with the important tasks within his zone. However, now over a week later, a surge of cyan threads has returned to his body, and the world token on his palm ticks down by 1. The family head checks his consciousness to scan the world where these threads came from, but to his surprise, it is completely gone. A tinge of panic runs through him as he sifts through his memories over the last week, pinpointing the one that has to do with that world, then replays it at the forefront of his mind. Green eyes of a human are all he sees for a fraction of a second, but nothing more. Other than this, the throne was completely dormant. The last time this particular throne was stimulated was 30,000 years ago, when one of its lingering yellow-cord armies was tactically overthrown by a very old mind flayer. Though, considering there were no more attacks on the throne itself since then, and no additional support was requested from the branch in the lower realm, this demon assumed the matter was taken care of. The security system of noble blood-infused demonic beasts is more than enough to keep even the peak first-class civilizations away from special worlds like this one. However, the world is gone. The realm wave has made things a little fuzzy, as over 3.5 years have passed, but this demon remembers speaking with Muriel Vermilion about a new noble demon that had recently ascended from a similar sector of space in the lower realm. He sifts back through his memories and relives the conversation between them. Then, is struck with a very odd message that he found amusing at first when it came from the dark blue zone about this new lord named Draco. The Vanguard family does not approve. Eliminate the threat. This is what he heard from the Vanguards, and he brushed it off as them being overly cautious as usual. However, after spending hundreds of thousands of years waiting and making careful moves to build his empire in the upper realm, having so many oddities pop up within such a short time frame is not what he likes to see. Maybe the Vanguards were right. He whispers to himself while sinking his mind into the dark chamber communication technique used for family heads. A message is sent down to the green zone, requesting more information on this new noble lord. Then, through a slower and more formal channel, another request is sent out for a force from the Morvale Lower Realm branch to investigate what happened to Kelfer. Chapter 779, Lucian Morvale, a meticulous family head in the cyan zone of the upper realm, sends a simple remark down to the green zone. It is truly meant as a technical precaution with no ulterior motives. The Morvale family head has been wondering about this new arrival to the path of nobility in the upper realm for over 3.5 years now. It's not often a new candidate for a new family head comes along, less than one every 10,000 years on average, and, of course, the chances of them actually claiming this role in less than 100,000 years in the upper realm is very low, so there are many rigorous tests and training one must undergo to become strong enough and prove their loyalty to the demons before this is a true consideration. However, the third, second, and first-class demons that make it up to the upper realm are guaranteed life as loyal servants, while nobles always have a chance of climbing the ranks. This being said, the arrival of a new noble always raises some eyebrows. It is even more interesting that the arrival of this noble stopped the uprising of the Green Zone's old forces that were suppressed in the last war, and that in doing so, another noble demon was killed. The fact that this coincided with the destruction of a noble grade world within the same few months in the lower realms timeline makes things even stranger. The Morvale family had scanned through the data from the monthly Citadel reports as well and found another odd inconsistency. He found the ether command records of this new noble demon being ejected from the transport function to the Citadel, forcing him to fall down into the exile zones upon his arrival. This Draco Vermilion killed the noble blood-infused Cyclops beneath the Citadel in order to escape the exile zones and make it to the dueling room in time to cause such an event to take place. In doing so, this family head knows what killing an exile guardian achieves. It releases the barrier commands on all of the avatars within the zone, and a certain prisoner was beneath Ellipsia that has connections to the world he lost contact with, while one of these actions alone would not be too out of the ordinary. Having them all happen together makes the cyan cord demon that has lived in the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years quite suspicious, so he sends this simple message to Muriel: I've received new information after the realm wave that gives me reason to believe a disturbance in the lower realm is disrupting the natural order of my family's plans here in the cyan zone. I'll be dealing with it accordingly with my lower realm branch. However, I am looking to gather more data. Please do keep a close eye on that new noble in Ellipsia. A copy of your assimilation plan would be appreciated, and of course, a confirmation once it is complete. He knows the Green Court Royal Lord has quite the temper. So a subtle nudge like this should be more than enough, though. Years have not passed in the Green Zone since they last spoke. Instead, it has been less than 2 weeks. The conversation between the two family heads and the ominous order from the Vanguards is still fresh in Muriel's mind. He remembers just 18,000 years ago, the Vanguards voted against his promotion to family head, and only truly accepted him 6,000 years later once he reclaimed every citadel in the Green Zone. However, he feels every interaction with them has a tinge of disrespect within it, making Muriel feel as though they don't fully believe in his capabilities. The Vermilion family head has quite the opposite perception of himself, believing that none of the higher zones understand his true potential. This, paired with the blatant disrespect of Draco Vermilion, the new arrogant young lord, who is less than 500 years old, believing he can talk back to a true royal like him over a video call between citadels without consequences, is infuriating. Muriel is pushed over the edge when he gets a message from his former family head when he was just a general in the Morvale army. It sounds to him as though the Vanguards have planted a seed in Lucian Morvale's mind, turning him against him too. Muriel sits in the center of the Grand Citadel, his mind deep in the depths of the communication chamber for what feels like hours, digesting this message. But in the end, he decides not to send a response back. He grits his teeth as dark tendrils of corruption flood out from his body, covering the massive room he stands alone in with corrosive energy that forcefully erodes dense divine energy structures and thick ether shielding. Muriel takes a deep breath, blinking slowly once, and pulls his aura back before he breaks the ancient tower he stands in. Then, he sends a telepathic message to a few servants in the Grand Citadel to slightly alter the plans for the event he had planned to welcome Draco in 11 days. In addition to this, he sends a message to the only other noble demon in the Green Zone of the Upper Realm, far off on the Mensa Citadel. Meanwhile, a far more formal request to check on a certain sector of space is sent down to the lower realm by Lucian Morvale through a black tower on a massive demon-infested planet. It is even larger than Kelfer and houses far more living beings than that violent noble-grade demonic world. However, this world is not exactly accessible by normal means. There is a good reason it is referred to as the demonic realm. That is because, in this sector of space in the lower realm, the density of pure demonic energy far surpasses any other sources of power. It has properties similar to its own foreign realm. Mana cannot make it through the thick clouds of black fog that cover enormous amounts of space. These clouds are so massive, entire solar systems are trapped within. Divine threads manage to make their way through, but no mana-based life can make its way through these clouds. Even demons without a direct rift key to this world cannot travel in without getting lost. Some demons even theorize that the cloud of energy is just a smokescreen to hide the base's true location. It could be somewhere else entirely. This is because no one has ever successfully found it by venturing in from the outside, though no one has found any other probable locations either. Within this massive cloud of demonic energy there are massive pockets of strange white energy with similar properties to refined chi. Though, the densities are far higher than even medium-quality ether, so no one has ever been able to properly collect it. Many beings have been trying to comprehend this their entire lives, as some have very odd space and time warping properties. These aid the theories that the homeworld is somewhere within this dense cloud of energies, just impossible to get to by normal means on purpose. Somewhere within this massive cloud of demonic energy is the demonic realm's home base, where 5 massive armies of red, orange, and yellow-cord demons are trained to carry out ancient duties and traditions passed down from them for millions of years, dedicated to them by demon lords, praised as gods from the upper realm. It is not often that a message comes in from the Morvale's tower, but a fully saturated true-cord demon listens in on the one-way message from their lord and begins giving out orders to send a search party into this sector of space. A secondary party is sent out soon after to initiate contact with Alvaron's empire, a first-class mind flayer with a large army that a past generation of demons lost many worlds to in a war over resources about 30,000 years ago. After these messages are sent, a full day passes. Torvak bonds with his new avatar just the same as Asik did. The two brand these 4 new creations as their premium freedom models. This is because they feel as light as a feather and allow them to move as though they are in true bodies. There are no longer roadblocks limiting them to only use specified ether commands, nor do they forbid using certain techniques. The only downside is that they do not come pre-programmed with connections to the fast travel ether circuits, and many Citadel commands have to be triggered manually. However, many blocking techniques, mental defenses, and imbuement commands are kept in the subconscious of these avatars just in case they want to be triggered for easy access. Many additional commands, like the full guard avatar techniques and other premium features, are added as well. The Blue Ogre is expecting this upgrade, however, he is most excited to equip his new and improved Lightning Club, a relic-class soul weapon. The essence of an ancient Hydra clan that used lightning affinity-based attacks is trapped within this new spiked club, while only a palm-sized fraction of this old relic soul was imbued into the 10-meter-long soul weapon. It is potent enough to make the entire top floor of the High Orc's tower full of static charged ether even when it isn't activated yet. This small fragment of an ancient soul is an old gift from Ember on one of his past visits, but there has never been an occasion important enough to risk this craft. It took tens of thousands of years worth of ogre conglomeration ether profits to fuel this procedure. Both Ava and Zacian arrive to receive their new avatars as well and are taken to separate floors of the Black Tower in order to begin the process. Ava has never been through such an extensive procedure and has Asik personally guide her through it. He believes it will take a few days to properly bond when making an upgrade from a basic grade avatar to such a high quality shell. When Zacian arrives later in the day, he seems to be in a very calm state. He isn't very talkative or energetic, which isn't like him. However, Ember and Torvak assist him with his assimilation process on a separate floor of the tower. The final words that are heard before their cut-off and isolation come from the red-haired dragon in his human form through a grin pointed at Torvak. Indeed, he broke through. I can count on one hand the number of berserkers who actually managed a feat like this. His soul is certainly ready for an avatar upgrade. Now, it's just up to Jay and Seraphel. Maybe I'll actually make it past the green zone this time around. It's been far too long. The first day beneath the Sea of Corruption doesn't appear to be any different than the last stage of training. A smooth surface on the gray sludge makes it seem as though it is still in the calm state it's been in for millennia. However, deep below the sea, in the darkest depths of corruption where the potency of this liquid is so strong, I feel as though I'm back at square one of training once again. My body has to adapt and relearn the essence of noble vibrations from scratch a third time. It feels just like the first hour within the High Orc's tower. All of my senses deep below this polluted sea of corruption are masked again. I can't even feel further than a few meters around me on every side of my massive noble form. The pressure and weight of this sludge down this deep are quite noticeable as well. I have to mutate my body once again. Though, after learning how to understand and master my noble vibrations twice before, the method of doing so is a bit easier this time around using my intuition. Mentally and strategically, at least. The physical battle is far worse this time, and I can feel my poison resistance being pushed to limits it never has before, mutating and merging with my natural ether refinement process. This is because, at these depths, the sludge moves through my skin like divine energy does in the atmosphere above. I must learn to breathe in and out, with this black goo entering my lungs, and filter it out like I would normal air. It is the most deadly poison I've ever come across, tens of times worse than the sea above. While it certainly would kill a human from the toxins alone, it has properties that attack the system itself within it too. I have to use my noble vibrations and all of my willpower to not let this corruption completely take over. I can tell if I don't actively resist it, I'd be consumed, and my access to the system would be forcefully taken and altered. It's hard to fully comprehend what it would be altered to after being consumed, but I do know that it is a sinister and relentless attack. While no actual consciousness is fueling this corruption's actions, the thought of a being controlling something like this is horrifying. It almost takes a full day before I get used to my environment, and my grasp on my noble vibrations and ether absorption becomes consistent. In these 24 hours, I've taken in another full 30 million low-quality ether, similar to the full time spent in my last stage of training. However, this is not the pinnacle of my day down in this dark abyss of liquid corruption. The final stage of training here isn't just to adapt to this new dangerous environment, it is to open my mind to even greater possibilities so I can become a high noble. I've been extremely productive, and quite simply put, obsessed with creating and manipulating large-scale ether structures and machines using my new vision and dominance over my surroundings. However, when Seraphel activates his greater form, it gives off energy readings like nothing I've ever witnessed before. For starters, he grows almost 100 times in size, spreading his long blue wings over 200 kilometers in wingspan deep within this dark black ravine. At first, I cannot fully grasp the size of his form, so I even activate my astral form beneath the ocean to try and spread my perception further and truly take in the sight. The massive blue water artifact inside the containment case I brought over from Ellipsia for him to use gives off the same strange aura as his greater form. I can't quite understand what is so special or unique about it, though. Once my senses begin to adapt to this sea's environment more, I see the massive blue shard of crystal that is imbued with water magic and unbelievable amounts of ether floating in front of Seraphel's matching blue eyes. The intricacies of the problem all over his body that I couldn't see before start to become more clear. They look like dense tendrils of ether. Like the hot white energy is being confined to thread-like patterns similar to divine energy. However, they're covered in a substance I cannot see through, with a far denser material that feels like it's suppressing or sealing what's within. They're like tightly bound steel bridge cables with infinite layers reinforcing them. The moment I notice the first thread's intricacies, more show up in my vision by the hundreds, then more and more revealing thousands and then millions. It looks like Seraphel's entire body is tethered with these foreign ether threads, keeping him constrained, while simultaneously looking like they make up his entire being. It is such a strange sight to see. Each one is imbued with countless commands, far more complex than anything I've seen on the Citadel or within any of the older Black Towers. The deeper I look into each thread, it appears as though more and more commands and complex locks and encryptions mask what they're really doing. I hyperfixate on small portions, and the deeper I look, the more I find. Yet, the less I understand. It's like they're never ending, a fractal that continuously forces my perception to dig deeper, and the massive blue wyvern's entire being is being locked from exerting its true will on reality. After staring at the state of the teacher that has been guiding me through this training the last few weeks, I feel as though the sea I'm sitting in now is nowhere close to the suppression and endless pain this wyvern must be going through every second of every day. The jaded, lifeless gaze that stares down at me makes far more sense now. This very gaze shifts to the shard of blue crystal, then he consumes it without hesitating at all. I watch his entire massive physique ripple with the dense ether and this unique aura of water magic. It feels like mana or soul energy, but there is something more to it. The wave of energy stimulates the millions of seals that are tightly squeezing every particle that makes up his physique. His voice then echoes into my mind as I watch the blue wyvern's eyes close, a light grin flicker on his face, and the threads start to loosen. The seal will become semi-malleable, but not for long. You have one attempt to crack it, as there are no more celestial gradewater stones left in this zone of the upper realm. My life is in your hands, and I trust you will find a way to do the impossible. That is because if you fail and allow my seal to solidify, your odds of becoming a high noble will dwindle as well. Chapter 780. The bright flash of light fades on the other side of the solar system where Kelfer once was. Maria's enormous angelic form cycles soul energy and true core threads through the destroyer-class soul weapon that houses the childlike soul of a planet. At the peak of the blast, when both halves of Kelfer were obliterated in a shockwave, a connection was formed between Maria and the blade. She accepted it and fueled this lost energy with enough pure power, giving it a vessel in her sword to call home, and a new center of gravity to latch onto, enabling it to stay rooted in reality, unknown to her. This is a similar amount of energy released in the activation of a world connecting to the system in the first place. Doing so is an extremely cathartic, awe-inspiring, and satisfyingly blissful experience for both parties involved. However, it is also very stressful and energy extensive. The bright flare that appears as a second sun on the other side of the solar system flickers out just as fast as it went ablaze. While Maria's soul energy core does not stop fueling the oscillating rainbow blade with more ice-imbued soul energy to complete the bond, her body and mind still have physical limitations. She is struck with a fatigue so sharp and out of nowhere that, for a moment, Maria considers the possibility of if this is what death feels like. However, even at the peak of the blast, her grip on the sword only tightens and more soul energy floods out to maintain control. The pain and aches that vibrate through every cell of her being pulse in succession with her heartbeat, and for a moment, once the flash stops, she's able to look at herself from above her body for a frame captured outside of time. Her gaze is mixed with a crystallized structure, as not only is her soul energy being pushed into the sword in her grasp, but its energy is flowing back into her and being filtered to fully complete the bond. In order to pair with her soul energy and divine core, portions of this pure source resin begin to flow through her as well. None stay within her body, but as they flow through her, understandings and depths of strange knowledge tickle the back of her mind. Every time they do, she gains a far greater control over the blade she's making her own. It isn't clear that this is happening until the bond is complete, and her vision returns back to her after having an out-of-body experience with far more senses than she usually does. Her greater forms instantly deactivate, and her body and mind are so filled with fatigue that she cannot move, and her vision is a blur. The sword in her grasp shrinks from the 20 kilometers in height it was just moments ago, glowing bright blue and reflecting rainbow crystallized designs, back down to just about 1.5 meters from handle to its sharpest tip, the flow of soul energy falls back into her body and core as well. And the blade in her grasp becomes crystal clear, though it does reflect light from the star that still shines from the center of this system. It reflects in beautiful patterns, like the blade is made out of a unique flawless diamond. It gives off the dense feeling of having its own gravity field, similar to the entire mass of Kelfer. Though, to any person looking in, it gives off no sensible energy waves. She floats in the vast, empty, cold silence of space as energy from the blast travels through the solar system, and the other generals and commanders finally see it. In this time, her natural healing properties and passive use of self-regeneration as a borrowed skill have begun to neutralize her fatigue and horrific pain all over. However, the worst of it is gone. Right now, she smiles and is happy with her results, as she's completed her true core compression and full saturation over 2 days early, and with that, she has even gained a new weapon that can stand up to her power, on instinct, to allow all of her muscles to rest, especially those in her fingers and forearms. She releases the grip on the clear crystal and sword. Instead of floating right next to her in zero-gravity space or floating away from the inertia of her release, the sword instead begins orbiting around Maria in a slow and beautifully perfect circle. The Ice Mage grins and closes her eyes, though, not too long after, she's woken up from her peaceful meditative state with pings in her system from Abby. Sending over a trade offer for a teleport crystal to where they are, she accepts, using a borrowed item storage to let her soul weapon fall into it, then crushes the white gem. When she opens her eyes again and real gravity returns to her environment, Maria slowly stands to her feet yet is still completely riddled with fatigue and sharp pain all over. While one would assume she's been brought to the other side of the solar system to the small desolate base Alvaron arranged for them, this is not the case. When Maria looks around, she finds herself in what looks like a personalized hotel suite specially made for true cores. It has labeled rooms and sections for standard flesh rejuvenation, mana infusions, divine energy restocks, a bed, and even all kinds of labeled food for varying races. There is an enormous bed, large enough for a being 20 times her size, and the walls and floor are made of extremely strong material that feels very similar to the outer walls of the moon base she recently destroyed. It would not take much to destroy this base too, but Maria has kept her power suppressed in case she was teleported close to the commanders or even the generals who may not be able to handle it. However, there is no one else here with her right now. She would normally feel quite confined from being sent into a closed space out of nowhere, but there is a transparent ceiling in this base, and she can see outside into deep space where she really is. A dull red star is visible in front of her, and over 40 planets all orbit around it on the same exact path, creating what looks like a solid ring. In between the planets, massive rock fragments and asteroids connect all of the worlds. Each one of these planets is heavily populated, and light streaks of white and yellow blip all over the strange system, showing teleport crystals activating as well as spacecraft transporting beings and goods between worlds. All of the asteroids, hundreds of thousands of them, appear to have infrastructure built on them as well. A group spectate call is connected between everyone that left Kelfer, and even the Silver Knight's persona attends. Maria's eyes widen as she looks at her surroundings more and compares her general vicinity and star patterns to the views of everyone else in the call. She realizes she's standing on one of these asteroids right now, and so is everyone else in their own private bases nearby. Alvaron's voice echoes through their minds. Unfortunately, considering the fact that the planet no longer exists, our stay on Kelfer has been cut short. Please do not think you owe me anything. The information I managed to gather during your breakthroughs, soul bonds, and the corpses of the kings are far more than enough to satisfy my greed. I know you all have an important ascension to prepare for in less than 3 days, so make yourselves at home here. Not only is Maria surprised, but the commanders and generals are still in quite the shock too. It's been less than half an hour since they all arrived here, and they are still trying to wrap their brains around the massive infrastructure and interactions of so many races and neighboring star systems. It's a mini, and far slower, less technologically advanced version of the worldwide connectivity system playing out in front of their eyes in real time. This is one of the reasons Alvaron was so quick to network and scour the forums when it first gained access, as this ancient creature knows the unlimited possibilities of such a system already. It spent its entire life gathering data and connecting just a fraction of the lifeforms as the Rising Emperor has in a matter of months. I own every planet and asteroid in this system. While it is most often used for trading and information gathering within the worlds in the nearby systems that I own, many allied forces and connections I've made in my lifetime come by as well. Believe it or not, demons come through here occasionally too. Any race's wealth is all the same to me. This is neutral ground. There is absolutely no fighting or killing allowed. Think of it as what you humans call a rest stop. Many come here to relax for a while before they continue their journeys through the stars. The Silver Knight takes an overly dramatic pause, pointing with both hands up into its dome to show off the entire structure in all its glory. Placing the red sun in this system in the center of its view, and all of the populated satellites in a perfect ring on the outer edges of its vision, welcome to the Great Belt of Brimia. I hope you can all rest and recover in time. Please take advantage of all my facilities and enjoy your stay. Chapter 781, 2 full days pass. An unfathomable amount of high noble vibrations are distorting the sea of corruption. What used to be a dark, silent, and motionless cold ocean has turned into one full of raging waves and a unique radiation that will make any first-class or below lord that comes within 1 million kilometers feel as though their grasp on the system is being suppressed. These waves bursting out from the sea peak when two incredible lifeforms overcome their limits. An ancient wyvern with a celestial-grade physique finally had the intricate seals lifted from its body that have been acting as a pseudo-avatar, binding his very soul to a lower-class lifeform's limits. At the same time, the process of digesting, understanding, and lifting such a complex seal filled with millions of fractal-like encryptions and failsafes to kill the manipulator and the seal holder. If it is ever tampered with, brings my level of complex system understanding to an instinctual and practical degree I've never even conceptualized as possible. Completing such a task under the suppression in the depths of the deepest point in the sea of corruption only forces my mind and body to work in new ways that are far too abstract for my human mind to normally comprehend. In my astral form, while using the full capacity of my noble vibrations and borrowing large amounts of stat points from over 100 trillion living beings in the lower realm, there is a moment in time where I can feel every single intricate seal while also feeling every single noble vibration over the last 12,000 years that it has suppressed. The water stone that Seraphel consumed before I began this process did exactly as he said, linking with his unique physique, one that makes his entire greater form turn into a light blue mass of pure water soul energy. It does not affect the seal's suppression on his noble vibrations, but it makes him momentarily incapable of being hurt by my aura or physical attacks. Anything I throw at him flows through like water, reforming his mind, body, and soul back into its original state and allowing me to use trial and error on the seals without any fear. Though it only stays malleable like this for the first few hours, I had to learn quickly and be meticulous to pull this off. Seraphel falls into a deep sleep, and I lock into a flow state of vast understandings to improve with every movement I perform. Every single trick I have is used, foresight, extreme precision with mana and divine energy manipulation, true core abilities, and even variations of my offensive perks like swordsmanship to use in abstract ways in order to find threads to pick complex locks within each encryption. My divine craftsmanship is extremely helpful as well, opening up hundreds of thousands of windows with step-by-step guides on how to dismantle and rebuild seals with whatever my imagination can fathom. Over the last 3 times I had to reteach myself noble vibrations from scratch. I always got a very good grasp on them by the time the next stage of training came. However, now, I'm finally able to flourish using these instincts and knowledge gained so far, to push these understandings further than ever before. Seal after seal is dismantled and broken, like a sharp knife in my mind cutting through millions of ropes tying this wyvern down for millennia. The path of nobility becomes far more clear in my mind as I do. As the frequency of my vibrations becomes more and more adept at using them exactly for a complex craft like this one, the fewer seals that remain, the less malleable they become as the perks of the waterstone are wearing off. To make things even worse, I can feel another unnatural resistance building up within the wyvern. It is another natural phenomenon of the seals. If they ever were dwindled down to this point, they would only become more complex, harder to crack, and far more dangerous for both parties involved. These last few hours are what make or break this entire procedure. Hours later, the violent high noble radiation that pours off from the sea is more than enough proof that this final breakthrough was a success. It is even more telling that the waves of radiation coming from the sea are 100% Seraphel's. For the last few days, the waves coming out have been almost entirely mine, so, as a single humanoid figure emerges from the sea of corruption, it is quite the eerie sight. Seraphel's horrific waves of high noble vibrations do not stop, as he is still far below within the deepest ravine, attempting to stabilize his power as he is in an unstable and dangerous state. It would be a disaster if he tried to emerge from the sea now. Myself, on the other hand, am not borrowing a single stat from my links of loyalty, nor am I even using my noble form any longer. I am simply in my unaided human form. Just shy of 2 meters tall, a slight grin is plastered across my face, and a gleam of deep understanding is vibrant in my eyes. It all finally clicked the moment I broke Seraphel's last seal and freed him from his fate, what it means to be a high noble, and it wasn't at all what I expected. Now, if one with the same new depth of knowledge that I have were to look at my body, they would be very intrigued with what I've done. Instead of letting my own power flourish, I've taken the raw energy and intricate patterns of the seals off of Seraphel's body and created a one-time use limiter for myself. It is comprised of 3 layers of millions of seals, placed on my Demon's Core, Soul Energy Core, and Divine Core. My low-quality ether pool, which has now surpassed 110 million, is also slightly sealed by the third, most complex layer. This is not for me to be held back for my own good. I would not hurt myself like Seraphel if he was let loose in an unsuppressed state. It is so I do not hurt others. I still have quite a lot of business to take care of in Ellipsia, and can't go destroying the Citadel by accident just from taking a wrong step. While I could perform a temporary suppression technique without these seals, I also did not want the beautiful, complex machines I worked so hard to understand and disassemble to go to waste. In fact, altering them and improving them further consolidated my confidence that whoever created these seals is no unsurpassable god like I first believed after all. I float upward above the green divine clouds and make my way back to Ellipsia while sending a simple message down to my generals in the lower realm: prepare yourselves to ascend. I will be ready to begin the fast travel activation in a few hours. Then, I peacefully float back through the ether command surveillance bubble like a ghost, even with all of these seals on, and no noble vibrations to better understand my surroundings. Manipulating these tiny and simple structures is nothing to me. I want to let out a laugh when I finally float down to touch the welcome point on the Citadel, where I should have checked in the day I came here from the upper realm. I lift a finger and edit some of the entrance and visual flight records while wisps of white ether trickle off my pointer finger in the air. An automatic ding sounds in my head, as unknowingly, I've just mimicked the same thing Ember did when he first arrived on Ellipsia. Welcome, new lord, race, human, worlds claimed, 1, classification, 5th class, fast travel to nearest human embassy, free, fast travel to your selected location. A fake identity is formed as I link one of my 5th class worlds to this rudimentary system and mimic the ether commands and flows of a normal avatar using little to no brainpower. It feels like second nature, playing with such boring simple machines. However, once I do, all of the fast travel lanes and Citadel perks start to become clear to me as I enter it as any new 5th class human lord would. Putting on a show, with wide eyes and a craned neck up at the massive green towers, I send a pulse of ether through the entire floating structure in the sky. I turn right, but a copy of myself appears as though it's turning left in the surveillance systems. I disappear from the Citadel's view while the ghost-like copy of myself begins to build an alibi for when the next monthly update of Citadel surveillance is sent in. The first stop I make is to the central tower, not wasting any time to begin reassessing my foresighted ascension chamber one more time with my new knowledge. I float around the tower, making minor tweaks and reinforcing very tiny, intricate places where the blood bonds between Luminite and the sample from the lower realm could be tighter to make a more flawless jump to higher floors once conditions are met. It would not be something I could even see before, but now it seems like such a simple find. More ether is injected into the higher floors and spread out evenly between divine threads. They were so compact before, at over 200x the outside density, that it was hard to simultaneously keep track of the ether particle count between threads in every single structure before, yet now, it is such a simple fix. About 80 more tiny fixes like this are completed all over the structure, while none of them were really necessary. Making things as perfect as possible can never hurt. Rucker, please meet me in the usual spot. I've returned after 3 days. Are my new worlds ready? Yes, of course. I'm on my way, sir. This interaction goes by quickly as I wait on the top floor of the central tower to move to the private trading room again to receive the worlds from my most trusted demonic servant. A total of 107,032 worlds are transferred to me, raising my world token to 401,584. At roughly the same 5th to 4th to 3rd class world ratios as the last pool, it is clear something has changed here. It is barely half of what I gained before. Roughly 50 trillion links of loyalty add to my mental pool to pull from, yet there is no massive rise in potential power like last time. It's just about a 30% gain. I infer exactly what has happened here and turned a rucker. The markets are not as full of supply with worlds to buy. And many lords must have caught on that the demonic servants find value in these kinds of worlds. So, the average price of these lower quality worlds has risen. Am I right? The servant bows his head. That is right. I am sorry for, I cut him off and still transfer 1 million more low-quality ether back, it is fine.
It was bound to happen.
I told you to spend it all, and you did as asked. Do it again. We both leave the top floor of the tower moments later, and I am a bit confused about the intense fear rippling off this servant. He did not once mention my new appearance and just acted natural, but was mentally full of far more stress than usual. I send him a mental message while he flies downward.
Just another week.
I'll fulfill my promise to grant you all new avatars to resemble your true selves and live in the upper realm as you wish.
There is no need to fear me.
I'm no demon, understood, sir. That is all that comes back as I turn to set my sights on the high orc tower near the edge of the citadel. It is glowing bright with 5 energy signals in my enhanced ether sense. One is Ember in his human form, while the other 4 are unique avatars without the markings, limitations, or natural bindings found on every other avatar I've seen in this place.
Looks like everyone has made progress of their own while I've been busy. I whisper to myself while floating over.
Meanwhile, in the lower realm, a demonic force of many first-class true chord demons leave the massive cloud of demonic energy that cloaks the true location of their home. They are headed to a neutral star system to meet with a powerful force that owns the Great Belt of Brimia. There is no ulterior motive to this mission. They are merely on their way to make contact and request access to pass through this star sector in order to retrieve data on an old world they lost. It is a personal
request from their demon lord as devout soldiers of the Morvale family.
It should be a very simple task at that, as Alvaron is known to not choose sides.
Everything can be bargained for at a reasonable price.
Chapter 782. I float over to the high orc tower and open up the ceiling unannounced. The only head in the room that turns my way while I'm editing the ether commands to make an opening in the tower is Ember, but as I float down on the opposite side of the long dark room and close the ceiling, everyone else in the room turns to notice me as well. Ava is the next to make eye contact with me, as her instincts pull her gaze my way. Along with a much deeper link between us, she is my general. After all, my eyes focus on her as well, quickly analyzing the new avatar she's wearing. It certainly accentuates her mature goblin queen physique with much greater clarity. There isn't a hint of artificial suppression left. And I can see the perfect tethering of her ether pools lining her eyes as well as the countless green divine threads flowing from the true core in her chest. It's like the basic grade avatar she had on before only showed a pixelated and limited view of her true potential and soul. Now, it's as though I'm viewing a high-definition model that moves with far more fluidity and purpose. The small cracks that showed while she was training her ether sense, and most recently when I saw it during her rank up from a hobgoblin, are a drop in the bucket compared to the potency of clear power and potential. My gaze sweeps across the room to see Asik and Torvak, as their avatars are upgraded significantly as well. They have the same unsuppressed divine thread count and free-flowing ether about them. However, when my eyes fall back on Ava, she has a strange glow about her that I can't exactly put my finger on. It feels like my third seal, which is holding back the more advanced parts of my ether senses, is limiting my ability to see what this is. She speaks up as I touch down on the floor. Jay, you're back, and in your normal form. Asik blinks a few times, and Torvak is visibly surprised as well. Neither of them has seen me like this before, but my small human form isn't what leaves them in such a state. I can tell they're extremely thrown off by the fact that I just snuck up on them like a ghost. Not only did I fool the Citadel's sensors, but even the senses of these two ancient first-class lords. The feelings of Rucker, the demonic servant, flash back in my mind, as maybe the fact that I gave off no radiation or presence at all was enough to scare him like that. So, in response to these stares, less than a tenth of a second later, I alter my energy output. A small amount of ether, light mana control, and a normal level of green divine threads begin giving off the radiation that a basic grade avatar would. The fact that I'm faking this makes the two warlords' eyes widen even more, but I just smile and calmly respond to Ava's remark. Indeed, I need to keep myself suppressed for the time being. You, on the other hand, have experienced quite the upgrade. My pupils dilate as I continue to examine the intricacies of her avatar as best I can in my current state, soon turning back to the two warlords that made it. Good work. My gaze then moves past them and to the berserker near the back wall of the room, who is lying down in a transparent pod with his eyes closed. He appears to be in a peaceful sleep, but I can feel another strange aura, just like Ava's, that I cannot fully analyze. However, this one does not feel sweet and inviting. It is filled with rage and danger. Ember catches my eye movements and speaks up, changing the subject. Last time I saw you, you were struggling to stay in one piece in your noble form even with that divine limiter paired with borrowed power. Now, you're in your weakest form and using a celestial grade seal to hold yourself back.
I'd say that means your training with Seraphel ended in a success? Did he survive it? The expression on the red-haired dragon's face in his human form is one of complete nonchalance. He even looks entertained, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes that have far more meaning behind them now. Looking at my soul-bonded partner in the face now feels quite odd. Memories of fighting together on the human world come rushing back to me while I stare at him in his deep crimson eyes. The being behind those same eyes saved my life many times before, but the grin that shows a few teeth at the corner of his mouth gives me a tinge of unease. He's never actually been honest with me about his goals or his purpose here. For all our time together, he's played the role of a clueless and new-to-the-world dragon, with varying histories that shift and conveniently tell just enough to make sense in the moment. He always has the answer to a problem, an artifact that helps when it is needed most, or a new way of training to reach the next necessary level. All of the warlords have very similar experiences with him, even after tens of thousands of years and many meetings through countless past lives. Even Seraphel, over hundreds of thousands of years, seems to have been helped many times but opened up to me and told me he still does not know this dragon's motives. With these thoughts rushing through my mind, I hesitate to reply for a few tenths of a second longer than usual, but it only makes the crack of a grin on his face grow more. Indeed, it was a success. Once these seals are removed, I will have the capabilities of a high noble, and Seraphel, he is still adjusting to his new freedom. My eyes move all over Ember's body, and I realize that he is using extremely advanced ether commands, just like I am, to create a false identity and a fake connection to the Citadel as though he is using an avatar. The others in the room are unregistered, classified as illegals through Citadel system commands when I scan them, but Ember registers as a normal 5th-class human lord. Just like me, the inner golden and silver light in his chest is unable to be sensed at all, and the same goes for my inner secrets, as my demon's core is completely hidden and sealed away. It appears as though I am an average human with no true core and only simple access to mana and basic grade ether commands. He nods at me with approval. Good disguise. I can see your seals, but barely. I doubt even a high noble will be able to see them. In this form, I'm having trouble sensing the presence of that third one myself. Thanks, I reply, deciding right now isn't the time to bring up my concerns. I then scan the room again and speak to everyone. For those of you that haven't seen me in this form before. Yes, I really am a human, and this is, in fact, my body from the lower realm. Soon, we will be welcoming 4 more from my world here to the upper realm and attempting to conserve their true forms just like mine. I pause and turn my gaze to Asik and Torvak. Oh, and one other thing. I need another craft done. Well, almost 10,000 of them, actually. The initial shock of my return in this strange, sealed human form wears off, and I can discuss my updated version of the plan with these warlords and get confirmation that my demonic servants can get their avatars created easily. Meanwhile, the 4 generals in the lower realm that are being discussed prepare for their ascension after receiving confirmation from me on my way over to the Citadel. 2 days have passed since they all arrived. Bree has taken full advantage of the entire Great Belt of Brimia, using as many teleport platforms as she can to move from market to market on all 40 worlds in the ring multiple times over. While it is not as fast-paced and lucrative as using the worldwide connectivity system, these are still business connections and new markets to exploit. None of the commanders or generals use any of their borrowed stats on their private asteroids, as the facilities therein cannot withstand such stress. Monk decides to leave and get his master and the saint's insight on the artifacts to gain a better understanding of what they all mean. A majority do not hold ether, and even more are written in texts no one can decipher. Fisher and Lydia follow Monk, as they must return to their posts as pillars of the Crimson Army, protectors of the human world. Ari and Luna reconnect briefly, but the young woman who was bonded with the mental power of a beholder only woke up because of the emergency alarms Alvaron sent into her resting room on the moon base that no longer exists. She goes back into closed-door cultivation and recovery on a far more secure base here. On Brimia, Ari decides to explore the ring, and Raven goes with him. Neither of them can benefit any further from cultivating yellow threads, so they take these 2 days off to relax, try exotic foods, and enjoy entertainment around the Ring of Worlds. Abby, however, stays within her private suite. Now that she has left the Wyvern's home world, and it's been destroyed, more memories from the staff she carries with her are appearing in her mind. When Kelfer was destroyed, she felt its connection with her inheritance become altered as well. The soul of that planet has been changed, no longer strongly linked with the Wyvern's fate. However, a great relief has been lifted from her psychologically that she didn't know was holding her captive and suppressed. The black roots that were devouring this planet were holding back her soul weapon as well. It feels free, with far more potential, and the ability to choose its own new destiny now.
These are all the feelings Abby gets as she stares at the soul weapon that feels as though it has a metaphorical heart that beats in perfect rhythm with hers. However, the path and directions on how exactly she can do such a thing are still extremely foggy in her mind. When not staring at the amplifier with wide eyes, she examines the frozen battle of wyverns and demons that still rests in her item storage deep within her mind. Doing so triggers images of that very war to continue flashing into her psyche like they were always there. She begins to see through the eyes of many of the wyverns that fought that day, and even further back in time. Hundreds of thousands of years, all the way back to when Kelfer was first linked to the system and the wyverns of that flourishing world awakened. She sees through the eyes of a blue wyvern on this world that ruled a massive sea. It was right where the desert was when she claimed this inheritance. These memories further back are choppy and blurry, but the longer she meditates and focuses, the more clear some of them begin to appear. Meanwhile, Maria has been completely asleep. For a true core of this strength, sleeping more than an hour or so every few months is considered excessive. Though, her body and mind just produced and consumed more power than 100 true-cored humans might ever use in their entire lives, all in less than a few seconds to complete the bond with a soul-imbued source resin from a noble-grade world. At the words in her inner ear from the upper realm, this is enough to wake her from her peaceful slumber and stare up at the stars again. Her bones, muscles, and mind feeling as good as new thanks to 48 hours in a rejuvenation chamber specially designed by Alvaron. Her soul energy core has shrunk back down to a calm state, and her true core has settled nicely deep inside it. This ice mage consumes 6 full first-class worlds worth of mana, chi, and divine energy resources just on autopilot. While sleeping, while all of the generals receive this ping, a powerful army of true-cored demons arrives on the far side of the belt of planets. They arrive only 3 worlds away from an auction house where Bree is scouring for deals. And just 5 worlds away in the opposite direction from Ari and Raven at the most extravagant VR fighting simulator in the system. It allows them to use exosuits to simulate up to level 1000 mana control levels and choose from a wide range of skills to go on simulated missions, dungeon runs, and fight boss monsters, while far below their skill levels. It is entertaining and informative to watch other races complete similar quests and compete in local leaderboards to pass the time, though. The 4 generals all stop what they're doing and turn their gaze toward the planet these demons have arrived on, as a slight taboo of the Great Belt of Brimia was just broken. The feeling of a weak wave of visual perception sweeps through all 40 planets and all of the asteroids. And it doesn't come from Alvaron's internal systems. It's clear a new foreign visitor has just illegally scanned this entire neutral star system with a very advanced piece of technology. Chapter 783. While catching up with the warlords, I can't help but question one thing about their illegal avatars. Why haven't you just connected these to the Citadel? It wouldn't limit their command freedom at all. I think about the fact that there was no way I could have contemplated such a complex craft just a few days ago. However, the inner workings of these avatars look advanced enough to handle settings like this without altering any of their current features. Torvak laughs, and Asik shakes his head to reply. Well, that would be impossible. We would have to manipulate the entire Citadel's command base at once. My expertise is on what's in front of me. I can't handle such a large-scale craft. I raise an eyebrow and realize again that the memories of Andras Vermilion are aiding my complex understanding of this Citadel further. And even ancient first-class lords like this cannot spread their ether senses as far as I can or with as much accuracy and speed. Well, in order to move forward, I'll finish the job. With a few swift movements of my right hand and my gaze moving back and forth from the 2 warlords to the Goblin Queen beside them, I start adding complex ether commands that tether to the outside of their avatars. Nothing physically changes, but new options connected to the Citadel pop up in the systems, linking them to all of the fast travel routes and trading commands, options to edit their outward-facing homeworld and to disable all access to the Citadel, returning to their unaided illegal freedom forms, are available as well. I turn my hand toward Zashin, but before I take a step forward, Ember stops me. Oh, I'll link him once he wakes up. Altering him in any way right now wouldn't be a good idea. I nod and turn back to the 2 warlords. I even added a cloaking feature, so if you walk outside, the surveillance systems won't detect you at all. It will be as if an invisible ghost is moving through the streets. Though, other lords will still be able to see you, Asik nods calmly. We will be able to stay out of sight of those that could recognize us until the time is right to reveal the truth. I thank you again. Torvak looks down at his hands, still in awe as he examines the edits to his system. Yes, very good. And those avatars for the servants, we'll get on that now. Ember waves them off, But when I ask if he'd like to come welcome the generals to the upper realm, he declines, determined to stay behind in the High Orc Tower longer. I believe right now, if you wish to keep your seals on, I'll be the only one capable of handling Zashin safely if he wakes up in a bad mood. Very well. Ava and I will do the honors then. The Goblin Queen and I float up out of the ceiling and leave in the opposite direction the warlords took, on our way to the central tower. At the same time, for sets of eyes all turned toward the main long-distance transport terminal planet on the Great Belt of Brimia. It was just a surface layer scan that registered their physical appearances, divine core level, and refinement quality of their soul energy cores. The scanner is imbued with a large amount of low-quality ether and a very intricate mana-based dispersion array, moving through the entire system so quickly that it almost goes unnoticed. A communications channel between these four generals and Alvaron is immediately established, as none of them want to destroy this system by accident if they don't have to. But they will not be confined by the rules here if they are under attack. The persona of a Silver Knight immediately responds, sending them a live feed visual of the perpetrators of this disturbance. I will show you the source of your disturbance in privacy, but please do not act rashly. This is not one of those new Vermilion forces. They do not fight without reason, and I have a complicated relationship with them. They've only broken one of the minor rules here to get my attention quicker. I do not believe they meant to directly antagonize you. The imagery of 24 first-class true cord demons standing in the middle of a massive teleportation hall appears, 5 of them standing in front of the others. Fully saturated cores glowing with power, one stands front and center, over 10 meters tall, with jaded eyes and a small black box between his palms that glows with a faint white light, visible only to those who have awakened ether senses. Its eyes barely move once Alvaron appears before it in his silver suit of armor and speaks aloud, one of the Morvale's old attack forces. I welcome you all back to the Great Belt of Brimia, but I cannot allow you to break one of our minor rules like that without consciousness. The privacy of my guests is very important. The entire room begins to glow with teleportation magic, as countless pre-built security arrays activate, designed to eject criminals from public areas. Every one of these demons is strong enough to withstand the arrays and fast enough to leave before they're transported away, but none of them move a muscle, and their leader shows a slight grin. The next scene that appears in the minds of the generals is these demons appearing in a new room, quite far away on a small orbiting asteroid within this same solar system, yet distant from the belt where all the planets are locked together. If one were to look toward the red star, it would hardly appear larger than the others in the sky. It just barely has enough gravity to keep this small prison, used to interrogate aggressors in orbit yet far away from the public. None of the demons look concerned or surprised at their predicament. And the strongest looking one opens up a small purple and black rift in front of himself, letting the box that scanned the base fall in, and speaks up. Well, I knew that would certainly get us a meeting fast. Good to see you too, Alvaron. It seems you're still as sharp as ever. The knight uses common demon mannerisms and nods while responding, of course. Helix was your name. Helix Morvale, am I right? Just know that you have no privacy here. You're being monitored, and this information is being shared, as it seems you have no respect for my rules either. The eyes of the demon in question sharpen, indeed. Do you have a new business partner? Or a buyer already lined up that wants my information after feeling the scan? A client that rivals the forces of a great family? I know that in the past you would have at least offered me the chance to buy my privacy. What has changed? The generals all watch with open eyes, as in mere seconds, this demon has already figured out the entire situation on its own. Alvaron is mildly concerned, as the creature does not want to get on the bad side of either of these forces that clearly have animosity toward each other. The great families are not to be messed with directly, and this new rising emperor has the potential in Alvaron's mind to be even more terrifying, at least here in the lower realm. It has deduced quite a few possibilities of what this abrupt appearance could be about, but answers tactically to please both sides. Yes, one could say a new client. But their matters are their own. If they wish to speak to you, they will make that clear. There is a pause, and through the system spectate link, Raven is the first to speak. We were closest to that burst. Whoever they are, they definitely know how powerful we are. Abnormal for humans, but I highly doubt this will directly link us back to our home world, or Jay in any way. Maria comments right after, I don't know. It seems like this isn't a usual appearance. Something isn't adding up. I say we don't let them go until we have those scans deleted at the very least. Abby's eyes are wide, as memories are triggered in the back of her mind from the mention of that demon family's name. She had never heard it before now. Yet the moment it's mentioned, it sounds familiar. The visuals of these memories are blurry and pretty much impossible to make out, but the feelings associated with them are hatred and fear. I don't know why, but I think we should have nothing to do with them. My soul weapon is telling me to fear them. The sooner they leave, the better. She murmurs. Ari stares at the visual feed and comments back to Alvaron last. Let's just hear out what they want. We can always be the ones to leave first, Alvaron replies to the demon after this consensus. So, what is it that you've come here for? What would you like to buy or sell? If you are here to declare another war, I would strongly suggest against that. It would not be profitable for either side given the strength of our current forces. Helix laughs. No, I do not wish to start another war this far away from the source. I agree, it would not be profitable. I just wish to survey one of the planets my forces lost to you in the last war 30,000 years back. It is far too deep in your territory for our forces to slip in unnoticed. So, I'm offering to pay for a single scan. We do not even need to descend down to the world. A view from one moon is more than enough. Name your price for a quick trip to the Kelfer star system. Chapter 784. Ava and I begin to make our way back to the central tower in the Ellipsia Citadel, while floating through the air. I use a light magic perk mixed with my stealth skill to create a reflective bubble around us, ensuring we remain unseen. In my demon lord form, floating around using the proper airways and ether commands for travel wouldn't be out of the ordinary. However, a random lord seeing a human and a goblin queen entering the central tower in this manner could spark unwanted rumors. Editing the surveillance system to make it seem as though I'm invisible is easy enough, but editing people's memories is a skill I do not possess. Ava speaks up now that we're alone and slowly making our way to the tower. 4.1 million low-quality ether. That's what I managed to farm after all of the slaves received their worlds back in ether to live on. Plus the full-term contracts for the plot owners were paid out fully. I nod with an impressed look on my face. Not bad. Keep it all. I can tell a deep pool is enhancing your ether sense a lot. My own ether senses are still analyzing her avatar, trying to make sense of the warm and inviting aura radiating from her. Now that I'm aware of it, combined with Ember's warning that I'd have to undo my seals to take care of Zashin, and the similarities of the feeling I'm getting from the two of them, it only makes me more curious. However, my curiosity is cut short when I receive a message from 4 generals all at once from the lower realm. It wasn't going to be long before I sent my own message down to have them prepare the necessary mana from Bree to use our fast travel, Rising Emperor perk. I even mentioned that I would notify them again when I was ready. So, a message from them all at once is slightly unexpected and concerning. I immediately accept the incoming spectate feeds. Maria's voice echoes in my ears as a visual of 24 true-cord demons conversing with an empty suit of armor fills my vision. We have a slight situation on our hands. Abby's voice follows immediately after. Do you know of a Morvale family from the upper realm? Do you have any idea why they would be interested in us, or you? My attention sharpens, the mention of this family name resonating deeply from my recent talks with Seraphel, and coming up a few times in both Draco and Andres Vermillion's memories. While the grunts of the great families don't interact much and only follow orders from their family heads, I have heard of this family name before. I have heard of them, but I do not know how or why they would have any issue with you or me yet. I try to rack my brain for ideas, but I'm certain my cover is still perfect. There must be more details that I'm unaware of. There is a brief silence on the line, but Raven pulls Bree into the spectate call, and she floods my trading inbox with all of the data from the last few days, complete with full analysis from her and Alvaron. She includes the raw data files for me to do my own analysis if I wish. My eyes widen as I take in the data and watch the beautiful explosion of 5 moons nearly the size of the human world, followed by the complete destruction of Kelfer as it was turned into Maria's sole weapon. Although many sensors and close-up imaging devices were destroyed in the blast, I can piece together the extra details and paint a mental picture of how it happened. Even the live recordings of this spectate conference, capturing the words of these demons and how they scan Brimia, are transmitted as well. I take a few moments to process this new information, but the scene inside the slowly orbiting prison continues to unfold as Alvaron responds to the demon's question about the price of a trip to Kelfer. I managed to move my territory boundaries out a few star systems, but you know very well you took nearly 10 times that away from me. Plus, over 100 of the worlds I managed to take back were already infected by your demonic plague. I had to siphon the energy out of those worlds in a matter of years, barely managing to keep half of their energy. Now you come here asking to scan a world I still can't even extract resources from because of your blood transfusion testing? If I even have an offer for you, it's not going to be cheap, the demon smiles, but it is clearly a performance. He knows Alvaron isn't truly irritated with him, this is part of the negotiation. If anything, he believes Alvaron is stalling for some reason. Helix, the strongest first-class demon in this task force, replies with a nod, yes.
Name your price, and I want to go now.
Our Lord Morvale wishes for a quick reply.
I didn't cause a scene just to be interrogated. Maybe you have changed, Alvaron.
Maybe the Lord was right, there is a disturbance in the lower realm, and this is all connected. I absorb all the data from the last few days and begin cross-referencing it with the brief history of the great families that Seraphel mentioned to me. It dawns on me that Maria's breakthrough must have triggered some kind of reaction from the owner of the throne. My perception of the human world still feels as if I'm standing right where the throne is, able to feel every action with perfect clarity, that is, only if I choose to focus on it. I can assume that this world was claimed by the Morvale family long ago, as this demon mentioned losing it in a territory war with Alvaron over 30,000 years ago. The Vermilion family wasn't even founded then. With this information, it's impossible to know if the Morvale family witnessed everything that occurred on Kelfer and is now bluffing to reach my generals, or if they are genuinely clueless and seeking more information. I don't even know if this is standard protocol or if somehow all of this is connected to the appearance of a new noble demon in the upper realm.
This family head must have been notified by the death of Andras, and could be setting up a sophisticated trap.
The room falls silent as I contemplate my next words. I could be overcomplicating things and covering tracks that were never followed in the first place. However, I still wish to take a safe approach, unwilling to underestimate my enemy. Do not directly engage if you do not have to.
Do not even attempt to retrieve that sensor.
We do not know what they are capable of or how much they already know. However, one thing must be done: you cannot allow them to reach the Kelfer system until my plan here in the upper realm is already in motion. I need you to find a way to stall them for at least 8 days.
One that will keep them there even once you ascend, and instant response comes back.
And to my surprise, it is not from any of the generals, it is from the Silver Knight. A pleasure to meet you, Rising Emperor.
While I believed it would be under simpler circumstances, what better way to understand someone than meeting them in a high-stakes situation?
8 days of stalling can be arranged, but it will require some assistance on your end. I require the help of your generals immediately, 2 of your commanders for the full 8 days, and a negotiable deal to purchase low-quality ether from the upper realm on a regular basis. Even though Alvaron has technically sworn loyalty to me through acquiring one of its worlds in the upper realm, there is something off-putting about it. There are no true emotions coming through the link. Every one of its words feels like imitations of what it has observed other humans doing. All of the recordings throughout the last few days, and even months back on the moon bases, give me the same strange feeling that I'm speaking to a robot that wears many masks.
But now isn't the time to analyze this further.
It's clear in every interaction that this machine is hardwired to create profit, make allies, and gain knowledge. It would have offered the demons a number right away if it didn't think I had something better to give. In deal, I reply, as I watch the facial expression of the demon grow impatient. Less than 1/100th of a second later.
Intricate details are sent to the generals, and they exchange transport crystals while Alvaron responds to the demon's request. Just a quick trip to the moon base I've established there, for you to use that scanner and come right back.
I'll make it happen for 5 star systems near the Voltic Spiral sector. Minimum quality for Divine Thread and Ether count is 3rd class, with at least 1 world left with 20% of its mana stores and population in each system. Do this, and you'll get in and out safely without any problems. The demon's eyes narrow. He knows this is an outrageous demand, but he also recognizes that he has come unannounced with an urgent matter to an old enemy.
Even considering the circumstances, it is still high for just a scan.
However, their lord has already waited long enough for them to escape the demonic realm's protection cloud and acquire the necessary transport crystals to get here. So, without any hesitation in the demon's voice, he replies, "Deal. We'll have it done right away." He turns to one of his fellow saturated true cores beside him, and the 9-meter-tall archdemon opens a bright purple system panel, pulling up holographic imagery of star systems matching Alvaron's criteria. This all occurs in mere seconds. But it is more than enough time for the 4 generals to surround the outside of the asteroid prison using the maintenance teleport platforms on its outer edges. It appears to be a massive gray rock, about half the size of the human world's moon, with an incredibly dense black structure containing 5 layers of shielding. similar to the walls found in the cultivation chambers where these generals compressed their cores and bonded with their soul weapons. Maria and Abby borrow my stealth skill, while Ari and Raven use their own, vanishing into the darkness of space as they arrive, monitoring the response to Alvaron's next words. Very good. I will gladly accept these star systems, right after you all serve your sentence for committing a mid-level crime on the Great Belt of Brimia. This is purely business, you know better than to flaunt your power with me this far from the source. Rules are rules, and I cannot have word spreading that it's acceptable to break them. The pressure of divine threads in the room intensifies, as this demon did not expect such a response. Helix was uncertain why he was tasked to investigate this system. He initially believed it to be a random occurrence of demonic beasts fighting and damaging their leftover artifacts and security failsafes. However, now he is certain that something significant has happened, altering their lord's plans, and that Alvaron and this new mysterious client are involved and responsible. We shall face the punishment for breaking these rules, whatever is necessary to maintain your public perception. But I hope you do not forget that we allow you to live as a privilege. This is not a polite request, it is an order from our family head. Bright yellow threads begin to glow from the demon's chest, and an aura of darkness fills the room. Alvaron replies calmly, unfortunately, whatever this urgent matter may be, you still must follow my rules on neutral territory. I cannot let a potential threat to my visitors roam freely until your intentions are made clear. I'm happy to finalize our deal once you've completed your punishment. Helix grits his teeth and opens a dark rift in space before him, replying, I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. At these words, for intense bursts of energy erupt outside the prison, even with the hundreds of kilometers of dense artifact-class walls blocking the demons from perceiving the outside world. The release of 4% of borrowed stats by each general cracks through the walls and sends a ripple of fear through the demons' minds. Suddenly, strange arrays begin activating that weren't there before, and the escape rift forming in front of Helix starts to shrink away, their visions tint green, and an overwhelming cold pressure like nothing they've ever felt before surrounds them and dulls their senses. All 24 first-class demons shiver in fear, unable to pinpoint who or what the threat encircling them is. Chapter 785. What is the meaning of this? Alvaron. You do not get to make fools of us. The 5 great families own this galaxy. Allowing you to maintain control over your sectors out here is a privilege. I demand you turn off these suppression arrays. You and this new client of yours are as good as dead if you do not comply right now. Helix squeezes this thread out through gritted teeth, staring straight at the Silver Knight as his true core grows in luminosity, and the aura of his first-class bloodline, starting to unseal, surges through the room. I think about a response, but Alvaron is much faster than me in a reply, sending one to me first. I've witnessed power from your generals that certainly stands against forces like the 5 great families in the lower realm. If they do follow through with these threats, do I have your backing as an ally in any future war that comes of this? I grin through our link. Of course. Your help in giving my generals an optimal environment to break through to their highest potential has certainly cemented you as an ally. An attack on your forces is an attack on mine. The Silver Knight then replies to the demon's threat as the room continues to grow colder, and the rift in front of him is fully suppressed enough to disappear. A threat on me? And my new clients? After you have broken the laws in a neutral zone and refused to take immediate punishment for it? I cannot continue doing business with someone who lies and does not respect the rules that we have set in the past. If you break them now without any remorse, how can I trust your word on anything else? The demon's eyes look far more confused than any other emotion, as it makes no sense why Alvaron would say such a thing. Even if this creature has managed to gain countless new worlds, multiplying the monster's influence tenfold, it wouldn't stand a chance against even their first-class forces. Deploying noble demons would not even be necessary against the strongest foreign forces like Alvaron out in these far-out sectors. The natural strength gap between demons and lower races is far too large. The sole reason they don't take over every world by force is that it would cost more energy to come out here than they would gain in draining these worlds. The demons' words are true. The fact that they are still thriving out here is pure chance and privilege. Only 30,000 years have passed since their last disagreement that resulted in a war, and the demons know Alvaron cannot afford another one like that. So, the creature's actions are purely illogical. The Silver Knight's armor set looks as though it's powering down, unwilling to engage any further, and this makes Helix feel a tinge of fear, a strong opponent he can deal with, but an illogical or unpredictable one? That is a true enemy to be scared of. Outside the asteroid prison, the 4 generals follow a set of instructions with smiles across their faces. especially after hearing the threats on them indirectly from the demons within this prison. The overwhelming cold feeling that could be felt from within was the activation of Maria's third ranked up buff, making a massive royal blue soul energy form appear above the prison. She does not even bother to let her angel wings sprout from her back, nor does she need to take out her soul weapon. The task at hand will be easy enough just using her ice magic. Abby follows her lead, activating her third ranked up buff on the other side of the asteroid and pulling out her staff to amplify her range. A green aura envelopes the entire asteroid and pierces through the prison base with ease, tinting everyone's vision green. Thousands of spirit arms come out from Ares' back, and they begin creating dense light purple arrows made of demonic soul energy. He lets them rest in place while circling the asteroid base and creating more and more, evenly surrounding the entire floating rock in an array of demonic soul energy. It is imbued with large amounts of low-quality ether and has lingering noble essence from the soul bond with his bow not too long ago. Large amounts of bright purple soul energy create thick barriers, like a ball of light held together by floating arrows. This creates a strange energy field around the prison, not allowing lesser demons to use their bloodline traits or rift perks to escape from the suppression array created. Raven slips into her stealth dimension and flies right through the walls of protection, going deep into enemy territory, crashing the meeting between the 24 demons and the Silver Knight that just shut off its connection to the base. She is far too fast and powerful for these first-class demons to see. After taking down one of the kings of Kelfer, who was artificially mutated to possess the strength of a noble demon in its unsealed form, the bugs before her do not even register as a threat. They are merely messengers, tools used by their family heads and leaders to spread fear through the lower-class worlds. Even with such a powerful backing, disregarding rules and disrespecting business partners is quite unnecessary, though killing insects like these is unnecessary too. So, Raven allows a single finger out from her stealth barrier while circling the room and breaks 48 legs in less than a tenth of a second. The force from the attack sends ripples of her own mana control boosted by 4% of over 200 trillion system users' stats, but most importantly, it sends horrific shock through the demon souls as they're all pushed downward by an invisible force. The simultaneously gruesome cracking sounds are followed by 24 demons falling to their knees in front of the deactivated Silver Knight. Raven slips out through the walls of the base again in her stealth dimension while Abby and Maria carry out the final stage of their attack. A bright blue cubic outline around the asteroid starts to form as Maria raises her arms. The cold aura within the demon's prison worsens extremely fast. Then, the cubic outline that Maria has created starts to fill in with dark blue ice. At the same time, Abby's staff activates a new set of glyphs, while she pushes her True Core's restoration ability to a new level that she's never tried before. While this cube around the floating block is filled with ice, it is also filled with pure restoration magic tethering within Maria's soul energy. The two of them swap out their borrowed stealth skills for divine craftsmanship and set conditions and failsafes within the icy prison. As Raven leaves the freeze zone, the purple demonic orb structured with arrows around the prison is engulfed in blue and green light. The inside of the prison grows so cold that many of the true cores behind their saturated leaders lose feeling in their bodies and seem to be frozen in time. Blue ice floods in through the cracks in the walls, and it comes from every direction. There is nowhere they can run or hide. Helix still wears a determined look on his face, even as his 4 strongest subordinates are frozen solid around him. He too is engulfed in the ice prison, along with the Silver Knight statue in front of him. Alvaron turns the link between them back on moments before the entire room turns to ice. Once your sentence is served, we may resume our deal. The knight is frozen, and the connection is lost again, but Helix still shows a resolute grin while his body freezes. This is because he opens up his system panel and sends a single emergency message back to the demonic realm through a pathway that does not use normal means. Unfazed by Ares' demonic suppression array, it reports the situation they're in, but also mentions the appearance of a berserker that carries the aura of the Scarlet Clan. The Morvale family is far older and more resilient than many know, and even a leader of their first-class attack forces should not be underestimated. Even though it appears that Helix's forces were completely dominated, he smelled the scent of a berserker that shared a common ancestor to the corpse being tested on back on Kelfer. Even as he's engulfed in ice, the smirk across his face as the message is sent is his last laugh, showing Alvaron that he's found the clue he was looking for anyway, while the aura he felt is accurate. The fact that Helix believes a berserker race is this mysterious new client linked to Kelfer has unintentionally spread misinformation back to the demonic realm. The cube of restoration-infused soul energy ice with a spherical demonic seal in its center is complete. It surrounds the entire asteroid, now making it appear as a massive ice cube orbiting around Brimia. The 4 generals all deactivate their buffs and float around the craft they built together. Maria is the first to speak. it will automatically begin to thaw in 8 days. Nothing is breaking through, that's for sure. Abby nods. They won't die either. While they may be in shock or mentally damaged a small amount, their physical forms will be preserved, even if the ice fractures. Ari grins, with a million questions rushing through his mind behind focused white eyes. That was the first time I've ever felt such a strange resonance with demons. The ones on Kelfer didn't have the same pull, they were fakes. With these demons, it was like I could feel each one of their cores and could counteract their bloodlines being unsealed. I don't know how else to explain it. Raven reappears and speaks directly to me. I did what you asked. Their leader managed to see me for a moment. I felt his gaze. I reply back, just as Ava and I arrive in front of the central tower in the upper realm. Good. I'm glad this matter was taken care of now. To say the very least, things are still a bit delicate up here. I then turn to Bree in our mental feed while pulling up the fast travel perk within my Rising Emperor's domain and skim through its interface. Any one of the Rising Emperor's 5 generals may use this fast travel perk one time every 24 hours. This ability allows the users to take the fastest route of travel from their current position to a mutually agreed upon position within 100 meters of the Rising Emperor. Choose travel type. 1. Deposit mana, default pre-activated. 2. Create demonic energy. Travel type, admin activation necessary for general use. 3. Create ether. Travel type, admin activation necessary for general use. I select option 1, feeling my surroundings all become valid transport points, and send visuals of what I'm seeing through the spectate feed for Bree to transfer the necessary mana to each of the generals so they can pay on their ends. It fluctuates a lot, but the average cost per general is roughly the entirety of the mana stores on an average 4th class world. This was quite pricey the first time I looked at the cost a few weeks ago, but now, these profits are made every few minutes thanks to Bree's control of the market. I turn to Ava and leave the reflective orb we're standing in, leaving her to stand at the base of the tower. I'll be right back, then phase through the walls of the tower with ease. Using advanced ether commands, I move forward to position myself in the center of the central tower so that my 100-meter range for each general fits into a corner of each of their selected bottom floors of this 4-part ascension chamber. Then, I speak directly to the generals. I believe there's no better time than now. Are you all ready to ascend to the upper realm? Chapter 786. As I ask if my generals are ready to ascend, a visual of Alvaron's consciousness comes back online, viewing us from Brimia, as all transmission points of the prison are now frozen and cut off from the rest of space. However, there is far more than one satellite orbiting around the great belt of Brimia and its star. They have their own transmission routers and surveillance arrays that can capture the scene taking place from an outsider's perspective. This is shared through the link to everyone watching. Bree adds the 4 commanders that are currently on the human world to the call as well, but they do not speak. Alvaron does not say a word about these added displays, and I don't make another mention of it either, as given the monster's history, it clearly wants to record as much data as possible from the event that is about to take place. The generals reply in unison to break the silence. We're ready, for stable points in the center of the central tower are selected on my end, and a request for a mana transfer on each of them is transmitted through our system link. Ari, Abby, Maria, and Raven all use the mana transferred to them from Bree to pay for the request. The instant they do, the fast travel panel lights up, ready for both ends to initiate a mutual agreement to complete the system command. All 4 mental agreements are accepted at once, and a powerful sensation surges through me. I feel 8 distinct points in space flash in my mind. 4 of them are all around me. In the corners of each of the bottom floors of this tower, the other 4 are down in the lower realm. While I have access to over 400,000 worlds and can sense their presence quite well, this sensation feels very different. Even the human world, in which I have the most in-depth connection through the throne. I can really only sense what is on the world. Its exact position in space is a total mystery to me. Even with some of the planets I own being within the same star systems, the only reason I know this is because of the forums and discussions within the worldwide connectivity system. My perception of each world is limited to the system users on it. My spatial awareness is lacking, to say the very least. Up until right now, the only thing I really understood about the upper realm is that it is certainly above the lower realm, but I never fully comprehended what this meant. There is no true up or down in the vastness of space, but seeing where I stand now as above always instinctually made sense to me. Now, as an instant connection from exactly where I stand down to this lower realm is formed, a physical pathway within my mind appears that opens my eyes to what the split between realms really is. From the general's perspective, only dense light pink pure mana surrounds them in small orbs. It looks very similar to my mana crystallization skill, though it stays in a liquid form and is packed so densely that any interference with space around them is negated. Red divine threads tether the mana together at first, but as it gets denser and denser, the threads compress as well, turning orange, then yellow, and finally, once the 4 orbs consolidate, they all shimmer green. Nothing from the outside can push through. And even as the generals touch the inside of their orbs, no reaction or radiation comes back on them. It is very similar to the ether orbs used in fast travel between points here in the Citadel. However, there is an added barrier of pure mana and dense divine threads that act similar to the purple ring that protected me in my first days here in the upper realm. To the observers on the outside watching this scene, the 4 orbs of light disappear in a blip, only leaving behind trace amounts of mana and divine threads. These threads quickly unravel the second the orbs are gone, spreading out to turn yellow, then orange, and back to red before their density becomes negligible and disappears from discerning eyes into the vacuum of space. It truly appears as though they disappeared into thin air, like each of them used a teleport crystal. However, I may be the only one capable of perceiving what is really happening. All 4 of the orbs just shift through a direction in space that isn't normally used. Coincidentally, 2 of the generals that are being shifted upward through this space have already been using similar techniques for a while now, just on a smaller scale. Raven's use of a stealth dimension is the simplest example. When she slips into a pocket dimension of her own that cannot interact with the rest of space around her, she is not actually ceasing to exist. Raven's true core ability has allowed her to shift in a different direction than reality around her. The same can be said for Abby's immortal form. While there is far more happening within her body and mind that cannot be explained using a simple shift in direction, there are parts of her body that apply to these same rules. She is able to hide her vitals and physical form in a space that is unaffected by attacks that would usually be lethal in a base reality setting, though this can only be pushed so far. For example, when Maria was compressing her true core and bonding with Kelfer's soul, the shockwave of ice soul energy was so powerful that it managed to tether to the remaining particles of her existence and tear through the shift in space that hid her true form, making Abby feel cold even though she should be theoretically protected. With this being said, the upward movement of the generals is not exactly a true explanation, but it is extremely close to the truth. I'm the only one who watches all 4 orbs of light phase through what looks like a glossy white film around the top of the lower realm. Below it, hundreds of billions of star systems all exist in the vast galaxy, and above, in the upper realm, I exist now in what feels like compressed space. It is like a massive pocket dimension that is wrapped on top of the entire galaxy. With my new breakthroughs in noble vibrations and complex understandings of large-scale crafts, I'm having epiphany after epiphany watching this all play out. It's as though I'm unraveling the truths of the most complex craft I've ever seen. It is both enlightening to see that this is what I've been existing in all along, but equally horrifying to understand that there may be far more layers than just this above me. I feel as though if I had enough power at my fingertips, I could tear open space in front of me and step down into the lower realm right now. Vice versa as well, if I were in the lower realm and compressed enough energy in the right place, a tear could occur that connects both spaces. It makes the function of thrown so much more clear to me, as they are merely doing what I am seeing happen here in real time. My mind begins to work out even more oddities, like how this ranked up buff, the Rising Emperor's domain, has the ability to transfer data and even materials through the trading system without having to create such a complex breach, the fact that it has a built-in feature that acts just like a throne, and also the power ranking system of knights, commanders, and generals just like the 5 great families, eats away at the back of my mind as I try to figure this out further. I can chalk things up to just being another mutation to suit my environment, but I get the feeling there is more that Ember has kept hidden from me. His crimson eyes and toothy grin he flashed me before I left lead me to believe there are far more things connected here than just coincidences. While everything seems a bit too perfect, there is one thing that certainly isn't. This fast travel feature allows my generals to be transported from wherever they were to where I am in the fastest path of least resistance. That doesn't mean they're teleported straight toward me. When they shifted upward through the film's separating realms, they burst into the dense green clouds into a landing point just like I did the day I arrived here. While the Brimia system is a similar distance away from the source as the human world, it is enough sectors in space away to make the contact point up here in the upper realm different. The 4 generals all surface near one of the Mensa Citadel's transfer points. Normally, they would ride the ether transfer route for a normal check-in. But the 4 orbs of light leave the normal fast travel trails and burst through the sky toward Ellipsia. The data of this strange event is registered and sent to the Mensa Citadel, as it just forcefully lost 4 unidentifiable Lord cargoes. However, my current senses that are strictly held between the generals cannot sense this transfer of data. I can't even see or sense the Mensa Citadel at all. The only thing I do know is that these orbs are coming straight my way, and extremely fast. While their current ETA is still a few minutes, as they need to travel millions of kilometers through the upper realm, I realize a large problem I may be facing. The monitored vitals of my generals within the orbs are steady, as if they still haven't moved a muscle from the lower realm. Their heartbeats are consistent, and they're focused on staying still as I instructed. The fact that the air density inside these orbs hasn't changed, and they're plowing through dense clouds of divine threads means these orbs are truly made of solid matter, strong enough to destroy anything in their path. I'm not sure if they're going to stop or dodge the enormous rows of towers in this citadel. I can't move, as the range of their travel points is locked in place around me until the exchange is complete. However, I do have the ability to manipulate the citadel around me with endless ether commands at my fingertips still. While I do not have extreme control over every aspect of Ellipsia, in total domination like in my noble and astral form, I still have almost 110 million low-quality ether in my mental pool and the intricate patterns of citadel-wide manipulation thanks to Wondrous for millions memories, so I don't waste any time and borrow a single-digit % of stats from all my links. Then place a hand on the ground in the center of the citadel. This should be enough. Closing my eyes, I send a pulse of ether commands in a straight line directly pointed at where the orbs of mana and divine threads are coming toward me, simultaneously editing a massive portion of the citadel-wide surveillance systems. I carve out a path. It looks like a massive laser beam just pierced through dozens of enormous towers. In reality, thousands of kilometers worth of infrastructure splits itself in half and rigidly shift apart in an instant. The citadel ground moves below like tectonic plates, as the only way to avoid a potential collision is to make sure there is nothing in the way. A new temporary street is formed, leading straight to the central tower. Chapter 787. As the generals disappear from the lower realm, all of Alvaron's orbiting arrays and surveillance systems watch every moment of it. They track how fast the generals disappear, the density of the mana and divine threads that formed and were used, the process in which the unstable green threads left behind collapsed back to their natural, less dense states, and lastly calculated the direction in which they shifted with as much accuracy as possible. Of course, using normal means, this shift between realms is impossible. To create such a flawless and large-scale shift, one would need to have a personal connection to the source, claiming a planet that is already connected, which triggers their welcome into the upper realm. Or, a forced ascension using a throne fueled by silver threads. Alvaron has witnessed these two normal ascension types in the past from a distance before, though he has never seen beings that have not claimed worlds or used external technology from the demons ever do such a thing. From deep within the ice prison where 24 demons are frozen solid, a final last-ditch effort pulses outward from Helix, the leader of this attack squad. After sending a warning about a berserker race to the demonic realm, he also allows for the advanced tech that scanned Brimia to fall out from a microscopic rift inside his own brain that is rapidly freezing. This takes place after the seal on the cubic prison is made, as his entire body is frozen, yet small portions of his mind are still resisting the cold. In a final act of defiance, a scan of his surroundings is pulsed outward. It doesn't make it far, but it registers the fluctuations in space where the generals used to be. This information is transmitted back into the black cube that rests inside of the demon, but his mind is already frozen, just like the other 23 demons. He cannot manipulate or send this information anywhere, as he is not conscious to do so. This pulse was too weak and non-intrusive, as it doesn't scan any living beings, so not even Alvaron sensed its presence. This is clear by the Silver Knight and Bree celebrating a success while watching the data from this strange event they just witnessed replay over and over again in front of them. Neither can explain how it worked or what exactly the mechanism that fuels the Rising Emperor's domain really is. I do not pay attention to their conversation. My concerns are far more focused on the 4 bright orbs of light rocketing through the upper realm toward the Ellipsia Citadel. Hundreds of thousands of lords in the Citadel are instantly affected as I tear their towers in two. Many of these towers are businesses, homes, and public spaces. The larger towers closer to the center of the Citadel hold mostly second and third class lords, while the smaller districts further out hold tens of times more fourth and fifth class lords. Though, compared to my speed and control over the Citadel, they are all at my mercy. Even with 3 seals holding back immense levels of my power, I trigger small ether-imbued fast travel orbs to activate almost 500,000 short-distance rides at once. Instead of falling to the Citadel's new road, hundreds of thousands of bright white orbs form all throughout the sky, safely transporting many lords that were present in the center of the towers that I split apart. While a very low percentage of these lords actually needed saving, I still have over a week to keep the facade of a regular functioning Citadel running. Even if only a handful were weak enough and fell to their deaths or suffered fractured avatars, it's not something I want to worry about. There are some screams and frightened lords, but I immediately send over 8,000 pulses of telepathy out to my demonic servants, instructing them to calm anyone that sends in reports of this oddity. Tell them it is a routine automated maintenance system, and things will be back to normal in a few minutes. Compensate businesses or any lords that were somehow hurt in the split. It isn't very urgent in my mind. The process is working hundreds of times faster than many lords here, many that have ascended to the upper realm at below level 1000, so the few minutes I need to clear the way before impact seem as though I'm planning far ahead, but from an outside view, it appears I'm cutting it close. As servants scramble to calm the citizens, the last of the fast travel orbs clear, some lords still try to conceptualize their situation as they look over the edge of the split buildings they're in now, showing a completely open wall that leads down to the empty street where the other half of a room was moments ago. I don't really care. In fact, the absurd sight is kind of funny to me. The only thing I spend my true mental power on is the 4 green orbs that show up in my mind as the white flashes of light clear the way. My pulse of ether that manipulated the citadel does not stop at the outer rings of towers, it continues to fly forward through the bubble of ether commands that create surveillance systems around all of Ellipsia. In my mind, it looks like an arrow parting white silky clouds, though, in reality, visually nothing is changing. I am merely taking control of a long and narrow portion of the ether bubble and manipulating it to not register any new additions to the citadel. I know what it did to me when it couldn't detect a valid world token, dropping me into the exile zones, so I can't have the pre-built citadel system interact with these orbs at all. They finally come within range, and surprisingly, long green and pink tails of divine threads and mana trail behind each of the orbs. I could visualize how densely packed these contraptions were in my mind when they left the lower realm, but once they actually plunge into the surveillance bubble, I can actually try to dissect and understand them, to my surprise, as the orbs rocket through the surveillance bubble. Nothing out of the ordinary makes up these spheres holding my generals. They seem to truly only be made of mana. Even the green divine threads tethering them together are no stronger than average. Their density is hardly double the pressure of the green clouds they soar above. However, a strange link pulls me to each orb, urging me to look deeper. Something else is tethering them together, something that allowed them to shift through realms. Yet, my third seal holds my advanced ether senses in full noble vibration analysis back, not allowing me to understand it fully, though. With my foresight true core still passively activated in the background, I can perfectly predict these orbs' flight paths and their rate of decay by tracking the trails of mana behind them. They're set to use up all of the energy siphoned into them just as they arrive here around me. It only takes a matter of seconds for them to fly through the translucent white bubble and rocket through the 10-kilometer wide empty street I've created in the citadel. The 4 orbs slightly shift their paths the moment they're about to hit the tower's base, and in this moment, I take hold of the entire ascension chamber to edit its walls. The noble vibrations I used to form this tower leak out for a moment, and the dense layers of ether within the walls seep out as well. This is different from myself just phasing through the structure. I need to allow foreign objects in while keeping the incredibly dense atmosphere out. I can't manage it without some small interference, in this sealed form at least, so, as the 4 generals stop moving in equal distance away from me on each side of this tower, the opening to the outside is closed off again. Though, the echoes of old noble vibrations imbued many days ago create a shockwave, leading to a momentary citadel-wide blackout. Many lords get flashbacks to the day this new demon became their lord, as millions lose access to their systems temporarily. This doesn't make calming the citizens down any easier for the demonic servants when systems come back online seconds later, as this does not feel like a routine maintenance procedure. Inside the tower, for dense balls of mana and divine threads completely unravel, the generals, whose senses were completely cut off from the outside, can now feel their environments. Again, they're full of dense, low-quality ether and mana. Though Ares' chamber is filled with demonic energy instead. On this lowest first floor of the 1000-floor ascension chamber, there is little to no divine threads. It is almost entirely pure energy and ether. The remaining green threads from their orbs even manage to unravel and decompress into yellow threads to fill up the space they stand in. There are 3 bright true cores burning in my vision from Ari, Raven, and Abby. Maria's is protected behind her dark soul energy core. It is quite an odd sight to see yellow threads and yellow cores like this up here in the upper realm. However, just 1 floor above them, I know that the pressure begins to increase, and they will be exposed to their first dose of green threads. None of them can physically see each other, but they can see what I see through my spectate perk that is still active, which gives a visual of all 4 of them from my center position in the tower.
and the in-depth visuals of the 999 floors above each of them, all eyes turn to me as I smile and turn around in a circle, looking my generals in the eyes. Welcome to the upper realm. As you can see, I've done my part, but to truly assimilate to the elements up here, all of you have a long way to go. Chapter 788. While standing in the center of the tower, using advanced ether commands to stay within the walls, I turn my gaze around in a circle to take in their true appearances. I put up my purple barrier, and suppress all of my ether and mana control so that I can take a small lap around the center of the room to personally welcome each general eye to eye. The visualizations from the lower realm were one thing, but opening my eyes and perceiving the real thing is far more awe-inspiring. Raven stands rigid, yet aware, as though she's still in battle. Her physical appearance has not changed much since the last time I saw her. The only difference is her true core being far larger and luminous. A hot aura resonates from the outside of her body that feels very similar to Zashin's when he was sleeping. Ari, on the other hand, looks far more mature than when I last saw him come out from the abyss on the human world to help fight in the war for the throne. He's begun using divine energy, consolidated a saturated true core, and even ranked up a third time since I last saw him. He's grown almost a full 10 centimeters, and his eyes shine white with a faint ether glow even when none of his buffs are active. His skin is smoother, hair darker, and the strength and maturity of thousands of demonic beasts seem to be emanating off of him. This archer gives off the presence of a demon. But another aura is mixed in that makes him feel similar to Raven and Zashin, though it feels older, wiser, and more strange. Memories of the surveillance footage where he bonded with the bow of an ancient elf that was turned into a lich and experimented on by noble demons come to mind. But even as I filter the memories of the 2 vermilion demons in the back of my mind, none of them have ever come into contact with elves, or know anything about them. Not a single one is present on the Ellipsia Citadel, and the only mention of them other than that was Seraphel's history lesson mentioning that there was an overseer before the wyverns that was an elf, though, considering the fact that once the system ruler falls to another race, no more planets holding their spawn ever connect to the system again, the appearance of an elf is even more strange. My eyes turn to Abby next. Her green eyes and hair shimmer far more vibrantly than I've ever seen before. Other than that, her physical appearance looks very similar to what she looked like before compressing her true core and ranking up again. However, her soul energy and the strength emanating from her being have undeniably grown. I remember Ember sparring with her in the desert before I claimed the throne, as he was trying to push her immortal healer's form to a new level. Even once they were done, and she could stack up against his full dragon form's blows, he did not look satisfied. There were data reports of her odd cultivation methods within the moon base, and her withstanding the destruction of Kelfer and its moons. However, now, I truly begin to understand why. Her physique is not normal, not at all. Only one other time have I sensed anything like this before, and it was not long ago, beneath the pressure of the sea of corruption, when I broke the last seal keeping Seraphel's true body in high noble vibrations bound. A celestial grade physique showed its full power to me. While it was thousands of kilometers under a blanket of corrupted protection, it was still an awe-inspiring sight. Without witnessing its existence, conceptualizing rules of reality unfolding in front of me, my own high noble breakthrough never would have manifested. I never would have been able to reverse engineer the seals around my own body that allow me to stand in the same room with my teammates from the lower realm. There is a sense of confidence and wisdom that comes off Abby, and I know that countless years of memories have given her that look in her eyes. None of that was mentioned in depth in the data packets or reports that Bree filed, but if anyone would know that feeling, it's me. I want to open my mouth to ask what she's seen, but my attention cannot be torn away from the main attraction in the Ascension Chamber any longer. A pair of icy blue eyes meet mine. Maria has changed after her rank up and breakthrough too. And out of everyone, it is definitely the most noticeable. Her aura gives off a cold pressure that simultaneously feels as though it wants to freeze the world around it in ice and never let it go, but at the same time, is warm and inviting. Her soul energy core is an alluring anomaly. Looking at it with my own eyes is far more intriguing than the simple stats and recordings from analysis equipment that Alvaron had to offer. I get the urge to walk toward her, to see where this bottomless abyss really goes. It is just as all of the reports say. It feels as though I'm staring into a dark abyss, but the color is certainly not black. It's blue, but so densely packed my mind can't comprehend it. It feels equally powerful, like the bottomless abyss stores power inside it that could flow out forever. Though, my stares deep into her chest unknowingly catch the sight of a few other things that have matured during her time away. Her skin looks flawless like smooth ice, and her curves have become far more pronounced, symmetrical, and more perfect than I ever believed possible. I blink, and an unexpected flash of old memories comes rushing back to me. I see myself fighting alongside her in the Dark Continent, and our time back working in the association, and even the first time I ever saw her. When I move my gaze up again and look into her bright blue eyes, they're the same eyes I saw across the hall at my old apartment before she was even an awakened hunter. The hundreds of thousands of years of memories I've made my own and the horrific training I've gone through these last few weeks to survive and become strong enough to welcome my generals here without any risk have unknowingly hardened a shield over my mind, so much so, that during my last stages of training, the sensation of pain was lost to me, though, this self-induced numbing of the senses melts away all of a sudden, to let forgotten emotions through. Beautiful escapes my lips before I even know what I'm saying. A translucent aura seeps out of her at the same time, with refracting rainbow light shimmering in the light of this cultivation chamber, as soon as my eyes see it. I'm struck with another emotion, confusion. There are no energy waves coming off this aura, and its coloring and consistency look extremely similar to the data shown for what Alvaron called source resin, found in the core of planets connected to the system. I assumed it would be like her soul energy core, and my trained eyes could understand it better. But I don't even get the hunch that releasing my third seal would do me any good in understanding what I see right now. All of the generals respond to my words of welcome at the same time. We made it. From Raven, how does this tower work? Ari asks as he begins to walk around in a small circle. There is so much energy to absorb. From Abby as she raises her arms to feel the dense ether and mana in the air, ready to be absorbed to fuel their soul energy cores. Then Maria's response comes last while we still both stare at each other. Beautiful. Her face tints a shade of pink, but my moment of awe has passed, as the simultaneous responses from the other generals shift the mood. She opens up an item storage portal beside herself and lets a pristine crystal sword emerge, which only makes the source resin aura around her more visible and dazzling. Maria swings it back and forth a few times, leaving small trails of glimmering reflective aura behind, then lets go of the blade to allow it to rotate around her. Yes, it is quite beautiful, isn't it? Her icy cold expression and unreadable face returns, clearly deflecting my comment and changing the subject. However, at such close range, with my purple barrier in full use right now, I'm registering a flurry of emotions I wasn't expecting to confront at a time like this. It is. I nod, then look away. As soon as my eyes leave her aura, the mental shielding returns, slowing my heartbeat and allowing me to reply to the other generals. Indeed. To properly assimilate to the elements up here, doing so with your soul weapon from the first floor up would be wise. A staff, a bow, and 2 longswords are pulled out from item storage by the other generals as I continue to speak. As this reunion begins, parts in the lower realm begin to shift into place as well. The 4 commanders who witnessed this shift between realms in the presence of Bree and Alvaron on the group spectate feature have goals of their own to carry out. Fisher and Lydia work out an 8-day contract with Alvaron, as they are the strongest forces remaining under the rising emperor left behind. The 2 of them agree to stay on Brimia, in special cultivation chambers for the time being. They will simultaneously work their way to true cores themselves while keeping an eye on the prison of demons on the asteroid in case they break out. Luna is still being treated in a private room, and her condition is still not getting better. However, Alvaron has sent out a long-range transmission to an allied force a few dozen star sectors away. This transmission is going to a first-class monster that is, in fact, a link of loyalty and could receive instant messaging but tends to keep to itself and tend to its small collection of remaining worlds, though it did make itself known to Bree and the generals once in the first Galactic Trade Commission meeting. A request for that very same beholder to check on Luna's condition has been sent out and is awaiting a response. In the meantime, Bree brokers deals for even more of the cultivation chambers on Brimia to be used in rotation. She herself wants to continue her cultivation toward a true core but also wishes to have her brother Rodrigo catch up to her level. In their time away these last months, Rodrigo has taken full control of the Hunters Association, dungeon maintenance, and allocation of resources back on the human world, while he's been given access to a labyrinth to level up and is one of the strongest hunters in the entire world. The galaxy is vast, and he needs divine energy to keep up. The entire Crimson Army shall begin their red core cultivation in shifts on Brimia as well, leaving over 75% on the human world at all times to maintain order, just as Bree is signing the final documents with Alvaron to schedule time slots and ensure that he will get a good end of the deal too. An unexpected ping in her ear sounds. It's from a demon that she hasn't talked to in months since she left it with containment cases full of mana and divine fragments. Pluto was tasked to only contact her again when he is strong enough to begin an infiltration mission specially ordered from the Rising Emperor. Chapter 789. The auras of the soul weapons my generals pull out from their item storages all give off extremely strong and strange vibrations that I can't understand. Well, other than Maria's, which I cannot even sense.
The ones that do give off readable energy waves all have a tint of noble vibrations laced into them, but at the same time, feel unique and different from my own or any of the noble demons I've felt with similar power. With the seals blocking me from using my own vibrations to analyze them, it makes things tough, and the fact that they are all still yellow core makes this even tougher. While they may have been impossible to match in strength in the lower realm, capable of bringing first-class worlds to their knees, the jump from yellow to green is still massive. There are plenty of lords on this citadel with enough power to match them as they are now. We only have 8 days left before the Vermilion family becomes suspect too, as this is when I'm scheduled to meet the family head and have my avatar recalibrated to link to the 5 great families. My generals are in no position to help me yet, so I push these thoughts to the back of my head and begin to explain how this ascension chamber works. Each of them walks to the center of their bottom rooms, and I make small-scale tweaks to the atmosphere as my presence here does change the structure of this craft. Though, after a thorough explanation and reanalysis on my part to make sure the blood-bonded luminite triggers are still stable in all 4,000 chambers, they all begin a long process of their next stage in training. All 4 generals sit in the center of their rooms and begin cycling the energy in the air through their bodies. Once every room is drained, they will teleport upward, and by the final floor, they will have gained 2.5 million low-quality ether each and consolidated their green cores. Good luck! And use every resource you have available to you. My self-regeneration skill, plunderer, mana manipulation, borrowed stats, everything. What you're attempting to do now is not the natural state of progression. Lords do not keep their bodies in the upper realm, not even the strongest demons. So, to beat the odds and break the normal rules of reality up here, you will need to be creative in your own rights to figure out how to do so. I've built the infrastructure, and trust me, it can handle whatever you throw at it. Finish your ascension. I smile as I get nods of approval and understanding from everyone, and I walk out of the central tower the same way I came in to see Ava still waiting for me behind a protective orb of light magic and ether. There was a small amount of doubt in my mind a few weeks ago that they would be able to mutate and adapt their bodies to assimilate to the pressure up here. But seeing how much they've already changed and grown, that doubt has completely left me. They'll succeed. The fact that I'm certain they will is the very point that twists my facial expression and keeps me silent as I float up the tower with Ava next to me. With a few hand movements while we rise upward, the massive split in the citadel shifts back together. A few thousand fast travel orbs are summoned, as curious lords wander onto the empty street, but for the most part, they stayed inside as these few minutes passed. A light thud brings the citadel back together, deleting the temporary street I made, and leaving everyone involved in this stunt far more confused as the demonic servants continue to explain the situation. Ava and I make it to the top of the central tower, and instead of going inside where all of the private rooms are, we float higher to stop on the roof. It's flat, shimmers green, and is the highest structure in the entire city. I can control the ether commands with ease up here, and no other lords have a possible vantage point of seeing us up here, so I let the reflective orb disappear so we can overlook the city. My expression is stern and focused, yet the goblin queen that takes in the beauty of the citadel around us takes a seat on the edge of the central tower with a thin smile across her face. Even sitting, her torso is taller than my entire human form. After a few seconds of silence, she speaks with a low and curious tone. Seems like things went well. So, what's with the troubled look? I still stare out into the city, and past it in the direction where the endless clouds lead to Seraphel, and shrug. I don't know. I didn't expect my generals to change so much. Maria's face flashes in my mind when I say this, but the others come to mind right after, as speaking it out loud makes it real. I probably would have tucked these thoughts away and moved on to my next phase of the plan, but Ava's asked, and she's a key part of this team now too, so she should know what's on my mind. There's something different about training and fighting together, versus them growing and going through trials of their own without me. I can tell they've changed, especially during that realm wave, far more than any time apart before. Ava chuckles, and slowly swings her legs off the edge of the tower, then turns to face me. They're probably thinking the same thing about you. You've certainly already changed a lot since the day I met you falling out of the sky. I open my mouth to speak, but don't let that fact settle in too. I've gone off on my own plenty of times, training with Ember, or entering the B-class exams, and the most extreme one, entering the throne. It's always been in the name of survival, to save ourselves, and save humanity, though, right now is no different. In fact, the stakes are even higher. If we are not strong enough to face the threat in the green zone of the upper realm, and the facade is broken before I can pull off my plan, the wrath of the 5 great families will come down on every single world connected to my rising emperor's domain. A battle of thoughts collides in my mind, wondering if this is how it will always be, fighting upward until I die, or if there is more purpose to all of this. The secrets of the heights of the path of nobility are still a blur to me, as even
Seraphel does not know how one surpasses the state I've made it to.
What makes things even more strange are the states I feel my generals and those around me in. It's like they are awakening a separate path. Not of nobility, but using the same frequency manipulation to create their own. The more I try to understand the intricacies of the system, the more convoluted it all becomes. At the end of all these jumbled threads of thought, Ember's face still appears in my mind as well, the most convoluted mystery of them all, because out of everyone, he's the one who knows the truth, but is least likely to be the one to reveal it to me.
If my mental shields weren't up right now, I might be going insane. The only reason I'm able to breathe and think this clearly is because I've completed all my training. There is nothing more I can learn or train to get stronger, other than drinking Ember's elixir.
And of course the experience I would get in battle fighting a superior opponent with at least high noble vibrations themselves. Ava doesn't say a word as I think, turning back to look out over the city and swing her legs with a smile, though, once I come back to a peaceful state, I am interrupted by a ping from Bree and Alvaron, ready to talk business. Jay, we've worked out the commanders and knights' schedule in order to strengthen them further.
However, there are two things that need attention. Alvaron's low-quality ether trade contract, and the fact that Pluto has done as asked.
He and his dragon have compressed their true cores. He is now strong enough to carry out that mission. I smile and transfer 1.2 million low-quality ether to Bree and nod, there. Place that in a shared secure account.
One can be created in the worldwide connectivity system.
Bree, you will be the owner, and 100,000 low-quality ether per month for a year will become free to trade to Alvaron alone. I'll have you broker the trade based on the current market price, and we can reload the account once it's drained. I turn to Alvaron in our virtual meeting and the Silver Knight replies, that is satisfactory. Good. I turn back to Bree, and Pluto is ready?
Excellent.
Have all of the knights in the Crimson Army power level with my doubles up to the labyrinth's 199th floor. Then, give him confirmation to collapse it, and bring its energy back to the demonic realm.
I'm sure the Vermilion family's lower realm branch is still eager to recruit such talent. My eyes gleam with excitement, as this conversation is exactly what I needed to get back in the mood for killing the demons that tried to take over my home world with no remorse. Understood? I will do exactly that.
Great. Our links are cut off, and I turn to Ava, then turn my head away in a different direction while allowing a tiny amount of mana control and divine threads to mimic that of the 5th-class human I'm trying to portray. Well, there is one thing left to do. I must study the enemy's home base with my own eyes to finalize my options. Ava's eyebrows rise as she looks off in the direction I do, while memories from a demonic Cyclops guardian and Andrus Vermilion replay in my mind with fractured memories of the place in question. You mean?
Now. You want to go to the Grand Citadel, Chapter 790, down in the lower realm, on the human world, in the outer edges of the Crimson City, deep within a canyon filled with the highest quality dungeons in the Dark Continent. A demon and dragon stand before a containment case holding enough mana to bring this labyrinth to a collapsing point. A ping in the demon's ear arrives not long after he sent his request, and it comes from Bree, the woman who gave him this task in the first place. The Rising Emperor has granted you permission to move on to the next stage. You will soon return to the demonic realm, but we need a few more days to take advantage of the power leveling opportunity at such a high-floored labyrinth. So, consume the mana in small bursts and wait for another confirmation to push it over the edge to create the final floor. Pluto smiles at these words and looks his true court dragon in the eyes. Thanks to the Rising Emperor before leaving, Pluto was granted an earth summoning skill normally reserved for a small subset of second-class monsters and an extremely small percentage of humans and other intelligent third-class mana-based lifeforms. Demons cannot naturally gain such a skill. And as a result of this, the Labyrinth Guardian has awakened quite the unique true core skill that will certainly set him apart from any other, even considering the fact that many of the strongest demons, even some nobles, do not have their true cores compressed after completing their trials. It is very common for this stage of training to be conducted in the demonic realm. Pluto does not come from any of the 5 great families' bloodlines, nor did he come from a powerful demonic world to give him a third, second, or first-class bloodline transformation. He is a commoner of the demonic race. This fact puts him on edge, so despite the good news that he won't be a part of the 99.99% of demons that die in their off-world labyrinth trials and never return, he is still unsure if he stacks up against the demons of royalty, living outside of the main kingdom walls. Even the red-cored demonic knights of the Vermilion family are worshipped like gods by the commoners. Do you really believe this will work? he asks his Earth Dragon. The dark brown eyes of his soulbound partner hold many memories behind them that only it can know. Any that are shared with its bonded partner will be burned away by the fallen one's curse. However, the dragon replies, understanding that to a common demon this all may seem too good to be true, but the fact that they are linked to the Rising Emperor's system means that this mission they've been given is far more important than he could ever know. It will work. Considering the Vermilion family has just lost a noble demon and a strong squad from their lower realm forces, they will be searching for as much fresh talent as they can. It is not common for a demon to return with a true core already compressed. There is certainly an open slot you can fill. In the upper realm, fractured memories of Andras Vermilion's time on the Grand Citadel, and even more blurred and fuzzy images from various sources of the demonic beasts I've killed, come to the surface of my mind. However, the most important parts are missing. I know the Citadel is massive, multiple times larger than the one I stand on now, but for some reason the large-scale imagery and exact location of this place is a blur in every memory I recall. There are vague visions of time inside the core of the Citadel, where the family head stays. However, they are all inside, and I have no memories of how to reach this place. Many other strange corridors and massive rooms full of storage and secure meeting and training rooms are fuzzy in my mind too. The strongest memories are all associated with the fighting events that even Zashin has mentioned, where the strongest demons, berserkers, and other powerful lords show off to be recruited for jobs. Andras participated in these events in the past, but only for fun or for show. It is more so an event for second and first class lords holding many worlds, yet are spread far apart in the galaxy below. It has been tradition to link the realms, even before the demons took over. Now, it is more commonly used for the training and testing grounds for new demons and their experiments. However, finding others to make alliances or carry out jobs in the lower realm is a common occurrence, even here in Ellipsia. So, despite my fuzzy memories, this is true in the Grand Citadel still as well. The disappointing part is that many memories of that citadel are wiped, replaced by nothing but overwhelming fear and obedience toward a tall, longhorned demon. For me to carry out my part of the plan, I know exactly where I need to go, but it is still a mystery how exactly to get there. Andras Vermilion relied solely on the Citadel systems and pre-built ether commands in his custom avatar. So trying to reverse engineer any of the simple commands he activated in the past when entering the surveillance zone of the Citadel is pointless. I reply to Ava, as she's already deduced my thoughts. Yes, I need to scope out the Grand Citadel. Ember and the warlords have a plan to secure the fortress, and all of my memories of the Mensa Citadel are still intact. Securing these will not be a problem, then let's go. I haven't had a chance to use my instincts with this new avatar upgrade. If there is anything that needs to be found, that would normally be trapped away, I'll be able to find it. I think of the danger of bringing Ava with me, as she does not have the power of a high noble sealed within her. There is knowledge of one other noble here in the green zone, other than the family head. But the number of mutations and experimental nobles like the demonic cyclops that still exist in this vast realm are unknown to me. It's a risk, but the gaze Ava sends me is full of seriousness, calmness, and curiosity. She's committed to help and witnessed both my kills of Andras and the Guardian. It's clear there are stronger beasts lurking out there, but she wants to come. I accept this fact and am about to voice an entirely different concern, but Ember's voice echoes in both of our inner ears before I do. Do not worry about the tower. I'll guard your generals and make sure nothing goes wrong here. Both of you visiting the Grand Citadel is an excellent idea, just do not speak out loud so casually like you are here. The surveillance system is far more extensive and harder to fool. My neck swivels, looking back in the direction of the High Orc Tower, half expecting Ember to be floating nearby, but he is truly on the other edge of the Citadel and easily eavesdropped from that distance. Point taken. I reply through our mental link, then turn to Ava and begin weaving a few more ether commands. If I can sense whatever that energy is coming off of you, the Vermilion family head can too. The adjustments I made to all of the warlords and Ava's avatars earlier are not as strong as the commands and pseudo-seals I'm creating now. They're made of pure low-quality ether but rest below the surface layer of her skin. Just the same as her connection with the Ellipsia Citadel, she can deactivate at any time. Her thin smile grows to a wide one as she steps up from the ledge of the tower and looks down at her hands. You could really sense my instincts. I nod, wondering why she's called that aura her instincts while looking back toward the Grand Citadel. Yes, just barely. Once I have a better idea of this surveillance system Ember is talking about, we'll see if we can safely undo this blocker. While I can sense them, I still have no idea how they work, nor do I have any idea what the difference is between her strange aura or any of the other generals forming aura paths of their own.
I don't even know the difference between my own noble vibrations in these, but Ember's voice butts in again. I would come with you, but I must stay and tend to Zashin until he wakes. I can be your eyes and ears here while you're out of range. A spectate window pops up, and I instantly accept it, showing me only a purely visual view of the sleeping berserker inside the high orc tower. Plain outlines of the entire citadel, like a barely rendered version of my ether senses, come through too. I can fill in the gaps and see the citadel for what it really is, but no additional sensory data is shared. All I'm receiving is a very basic version of what Ember sees. Perfect. I reply back, not wanting to question why he doesn't give me full access to his senses right now when I have better things to worry about. Then, I open up my ether panel and select one of the basic Citadel commands that I gained access to when I linked my fake identity as a 5th-class human lord to the system. I select a one-way, fast travel, command and add Ava, the 3rd-class goblin queen, to the ride. A dense orb of translucent white light forms around us and begins to calculate the estimated distance and travel time to the Grand Citadel. Chapter 791, the ether orb around myself and Ava locks in place, then bursts forward with a steady and extremely fast pace. It is multiple times faster than the standard fast travel orbs that transport people within the Ellipsia Citadel, yet the travel time is still set to arrive in over 8 hours. In my fully unsealed form, I've already sensed around this citadel for a few 100,000 kilometers on every side. Plus, I know it takes less than an hour to travel about 1,000,000 kilometers from the realm transfer point where I first arrived here in the upper realm. My training ground with Seraphel was far past this, roughly 10 million kilometers away, so my guess is we're headed a similar distance. Or possibly even further. I turn to Ava as Ellipsia begins to get smaller behind us, speaking through our telepathic link rather than out loud after Ember's warning. Alright. This will be a quick mission. In and out. We blend in like normal lower-class lords looking to trade in some ether for mana in order to send to our home worlds. In reality, we'll make maps of the Citadel's inner workings and ether commands. I know what I'm looking for, but I'm not sure how hard it'll be to find it. Sounds good with me. I won't use anything more than an average basic avatar a 3rd-class lord would display until you've cloaked us from the new Citadel's surveillance, she replies. Then we fly off into the endless green clouds of the upper realm. My mind is half relaxed, and half trying to wrap my brain around this new power that I cannot quite sense. Thinking back to the data I received from Bree on the exploration of Kelfer, I know where the auras on Abby, Raven, and Ari have originated from. The Wyverns, Berserkers, and Dark Elves had strong members of their races leave those artifacts behind, Abby's even being named an inheritance for an entire race. This triggers the memory of the strange black cube I found in the enormous humanoid statue back on the human world. It too called itself an inheritance, though, as far as I know, there have not been any specific perks that have made themselves known to me. It has merged with my flame and dark swords to create a soul weapon and become a host for the unique cubic black artifact that was rotating around me. But no new memories or abilities have made themselves known linked with this so-called amplifier. This brings me to remember another small piece of information written in ASIC's notes on soul weapons that I gathered for Bree, outlining that only one amplifier is created for every race. If that is true, whatever is sleeping dormant in my sword must have a higher purpose than just a tool for battle, though I have yet to figure out what or why. As Ellipsia disappears from sight behind us, I ask Ava another question to try and piece together more clues about my wandering thoughts. You mentioned that you found an inheritance tomb on your home world, right? By chance, do you remember what race it was from? Or even better, a description of what you saw or felt once you accepted it? Sure, I can tell you how it happened, she replies. As the clouds was by our sides, I listened to the story of Ava finding a tomb made of bright white originator stone with very similar runes and markings on its inside like the one I found. Her tomb was deep underground and came stocked with large amounts of divine threads and concentrated chi, as if whatever left it behind knew it was dying or was already dead. Memories of an entity drifting through the endless stars and falling down to her home world, watching it grow and develop on its own for countless years, are shared with Ava, partially similar to my memories from Adam. However, all of the visions I received from my inheritance were on the human world. Her descriptions sound far more similar to the memories Celia showed me when we met inside her construct, though Ava is unable to confirm or deny if this inheritance comes from the goblin race or something else. She doesn't even have a soul weapon or physical artifact to prove it. Whatever inheritance it left has combined with her soul. Many other intricate details of her story are shared, and dozens of times it's perked up and triggered thoughts and feelings to aid her in making decisions. paths to take, life or death instinctual movements in battles she was never ready for, and of course, her decision to choose the exile zones rather than living a normal life up on the Citadel decades ago. Though, all these premonitions of the past have sparked from the depths of her mind and would appear randomly, now, she says right now it feels entirely within her control, and she can summon the aura to use it to a certain extent whenever she wishes. At the same time, Pluto and his dragon begin to let more and more of the compressed mana out from the containment case, and squads of hunters from the Crimson Army take turns dungeon walking in and farming the higher floors for levels. Rodrigo sits down at a meeting with many of the old regional leaders and the association heads from large landmasses outside of the 8 great regions, Dark Continent, and Central City. They discuss forming new labyrinths in the main capitals of the human world and keeping them level capped, yet accessible for those within their trusted ranks. It would not be safe to have more than the Crimson Army running around at level 20,000. The standard ranking system for the association will remain in place, keeping large amounts of the population below level 500, just under new management. The fast travel time flies by, and after hearing of all the times Ava's instinctual inheritance was triggered, with in-depth explanations of how it felt and the ripple effect of events that it has caused in many cases, I'm possibly even more confused than before I asked. With my own divine grade foresight skill, I can understand how complex patterns and energy waves can be analyzed to predict potential outcomes. But some of the scenarios she's describing sound impossible. The increase in reflexes for survival situations or the draw toward high-energy substances makes sense, but the part that stumps me are a few of her long-term decisions, especially the ones that had to do with choosing to live in the outer ring of the exile zones, predicting events that would have happened before I was even born on the human world. Halfway across the galaxy, this doesn't add up, and it's certainly not making understanding my own inheritance any easier. While I haven't made any progress on the soul weapon or noble vibration front, our interesting exchanges do tell me a lot about Ava's old life. However, it comes to an end once ripples of new ether commands start to hit my consciousness. The presence of an extremely thin and weak surveillance system hits my senses and is paired with a familiar ringing in my ear. Level 1 surveillance zone reached. Stated cargo, World M5-39276550 Lord. Analyzing cargo. Cargo confirmed. Destination, Grand Citadel entry point 021458. Yes, NO, it's the same sound and style of messaging as what I received the day I was thrust into the upper realm. From the throne, however, this time, the barriers and ether commands I've created to make myself look like an average Ellipsia citizen have worked perfectly. I'm not going for a fall into the exile zones below like last time. I smile while pressing yes and watch Ava do the same as her single third-class home world is scanned and the same entry point destination is selected, though, as the text fades, it is strange that I still see no citadel. It has also only been 6 hours at most. The fact that we've made it through the first thin bubble of surveillance, about 1/10 the density of the Ellipsia citadels, makes me believe that this is just a very far-out pre-scan protocol, and it is not very strong. However, it isn't a theory I'd like to test out right now. I decide to stay still and silent, staring forward without letting any advanced ether commands or special aura leak out as we fly further into the bubble. It becomes slightly thicker every few thousand kilometers we pass. If not for the density of ether in the atmosphere and the strength of the ether commands slowly rising, I would not be able to tell we're even moving. All around, there are just more and more green clouds that move off into the ends of my vision. They all look identical, and the ether orb tech doesn't allow for any external outside movements to be felt, though. About an hour later, another ping sounds in my ear. Level 2 surveillance zone reached. Stated cargo, World M5-39276550 Lord. Analyzing cargo. Cargo confirmed. No additional confirmation is necessary, but there is a very heavy shift in ether pressure after this ding. It's as though we've burst through an invisible wall, and the number of active ether commands around us skyrockets by over 100 times. Maps of travel paths and security protocols are everywhere I look, as densely packed as though we're in the center of Ellipsia. I bet there is even more than this, as I'm not even using my advanced ether senses. I'm merely using my eyes and attention to the fluctuation of waves in the atmosphere. Level 3 surveillance zone reached. Stated cargo, World M5-39276550 Lord. Analyzing cargo. Cargo confirmed. After another 30 minutes soaring through the denser second level of pathways and commands, we're scanned a third time and pushed into an even more complex level of security protocols and possible ether orb pathways. I can see millions of possible paths to move just from where we stand, and every moment we move further inward it gets more and more intense, so intense, in fact, that without exposing myself and letting my true ether senses leak out, my eyes cannot keep up anymore. Outside of our fast travel orb, the ether commands become so closely packed together, it just appears like a white translucent gel, too complex to comprehend.
It is equally fascinating and slightly terrifying, though. My attention soon leaves my immediate surroundings as a massive structure begins to fill the entirety of my view at the horizon. At first, it appears as though the sky is turning dark further away, but we are just moving closer to a structure that is too massive to see in its entirety. I see no towers like the ones we left in Ellipsia, and as I saw in my fractured memories of this grand citadel. This looks very different. All I see is an enormous black wall that becomes easier to visualize the closer we come. Its outer edges fade into view, turning the green sky dark, and eventually my entire vision of the path before me turns pure black. We are still moving forward at the same rate, but it becomes much harder to tell how far away we actually are. Chapter 792. The Grand Citadel gets larger and larger, filling every corner of my vision, making the entire horizon and sky before me turn black the closer we travel. The density of ether commands gets thicker too. But my unaided senses stopped being able to tell the difference tens of thousands of kilometers ago. If I were to really try and examine my environment, I would certainly be affecting it by looking, and that's the last thing I want. I do not know who or what is keeping track of these commands, as there's a chance it's not an automated system. Full minutes pass, and both mine and Ava's eyes don't stop widening. I can deduce that whatever we're headed toward is actually a sphere. It looks like a plain black wall now that we're closer, but when I first visualized it, the edges were faded, covered in the divine threads in the atmosphere. This is only the fault of my own mortal vision. The center portion is what I was able to see first, and the outer edges have become more visible the closer we get. This means the further edges are, in fact, farther back than what is directly in front of me, so we are headed toward a curved wall at the very least, though, as we're arriving now, the curves are so subtle, most likely spanning over hundreds of thousands of kilometers or more, that it just seems flat. I cannot tell if it is still an illusion, and we're still minutes or hours away from arriving, or if at any second now we will collide with the black wall. It is quite ominous, yet both Ava and I stare forward and wait, watching as clouds pass and the dark black wall remains unchanged. At the speed we travel forward, after almost half an hour passes, I'm sure we've traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers forward, meaning the sphere before us is at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide. There are entire stars in the lower realm that are smaller than whatever this structure is. I believe the Ellipsia Citadel was enormous, spanning the diameter of large planets, but thousands of them could fit inside whatever this is. The name Grand Citadel is very fitting, and we still haven't even seen what is inside or any tangible differences on its surface to gauge the actual size. That is, until minutes later, a new notification rings in my ear paired with a gentle upward shift in the ether orb's trajectory. Arriving at Grand Citadel entry point 021458, please prepare for a manual entry scan. The clouds around us move even faster, and even though the ether commands around us are so impossibly thick that there must be billions of dormant actions just within 100 meters of this orb, I can visually make out a single line of ether that our orb follows up toward a selected point on the wall. Less than 20 seconds later, our orb completely stops, and a bright white rectangle opens in front of us on the black wall. My lack of concrete depth perception without using my advanced senses makes me second guess if this is an enormous opening, spanning thousands of kilometers, that an entire citadel could fit through. However, once the entire black section disappears and a demonic servant stands in its place less than 30 meters in front of us, taking up less than half of the doorway's height, I get a proper gauge of what is real. Its bright green outline glows against the pure white background of this wall, and it lifts a hand to activate an ether command that takes control of our ether orb and pulls it closer. I feel a very familiar scanning command take place, probing my fake avatar, and Ava's expression shows the same is happening to her. I'm quite confident in my disguise and the changes I made to her avatar. So I let it happen with no protest as we're pulled over to stand in front of the demon on a solid surface inside the rectangular door that leads to a hallway flooded with pure white light. Welcome to the Grand Citadel, 5th class human lord, and 3rd class goblin lord. Are you traveling together or separate? Comes out from the servant's mouth in the same default mechanical tone that all of the servant avatars use. Together, I reply out loud, having to look up at the servant that is over triple my height, nearing that of Ava next to me. It turns toward the goblin queen beside me, not reacting until she replies, together, as well. Then, the ether orb completely disperses as the servant nods. Very well. Are you here to trade, visit the wilderness, enter the tournament, or watch the fights? I think about a response, but the options this guard has stated are intriguing. On top of that, a light gray holographic crown floats above the servant's head. It looks like it is halfway filled up with bright ether in a semi-liquid state. It appears to be part of this servant's avatar.
My best guess is maybe a special perk for direct servants under the royal family head, but its features are unknown to me. The crown slowly spins, and the guard catches onto my gaze watching it, but it doesn't comment on it while I reply, "We're here to trade some low-quality ether for mana and other unique items to bring back to Ellipsia." The servant nods mechanically. "This must be your first visit to the Grand Citadel. You've already passed our fast travel reroute points for the trading terminals. I'm happy to order a new fast travel orb free of cost to the nearest hub." My gaze tightens, but I decide to just tell a portion of the truth in my next response. "Oh, yes, this is our first visit. I was hoping to get inside to see the tournament as well. There is one monthly, right? In that case, I am very happy to be the one to make your first impressions as grand as possible." The guard's facial expression doesn't shift when he says he's happy, making his words slightly off-putting as he continues. "The fighting tournament is an exciting event. I can book you both slots for the events that begin in just 7 days. Though, please, allow me to give you a better visual of what we have to offer. Being limited to only the trade terminals as a pair of young lords would be such a waste." Something churns in my stomach at this servant's words, as it seems so willing and almost eager to let us through these walls, or into their trading terminals, without any questioning or in-depth scans. Though, my focus turns to a hologram that forms above the demon's two outstretched empty palms. It shows what looks like a massive floating dome, a sphere sliced in half. There is a visual of divine clouds surrounding it, just like there are behind us, and there are 12 large trading terminals that float around the top of the dome outside of it. A few of the terminals are grayed out in the displays, labeled inactive, as whatever citadels they were previously linked to no longer trade with the Grand Citadel. Though half of them still light up bright green, 2 of which are linked to Ellipsia, the demonic servant points to them. There are the 2 terminals where you could trade your goods. They have direct connections to the Mensa, Fortress, and of course, the main Grand Citadel terminals. Then, it points back down to the base of the outside of the dome below them. As the hologram zooms in, thousands of labels begin to fly by, and different-sized doorways on the base of the dome light up to show white doors identical to ours. This is one of the many hundreds of thousands of entry points to the Grand Citadel. It zooms in further, mimicking the action of flying through the door, and beneath the dome, I see a massive pillar in its center taking up over 25% of the Citadel's mass. Considering my first guess that this structure is near 1,000,000 kilometers wide, whatever is inside there is still far larger than Ellipsia by at least a magnitude of 10. However, this pillar is not the main attraction. Surrounding it, there seems to be a massive realm of its own, similar to Celia's construct, but this is just a holographic rendition, so it's hard to tell if what I'm seeing is real. There are thousands of worlds worth of lifelike landscapes, but spread out on a flat surface surrounding the pillar. Enormous mountains, deep valleys, deserts, oceans, lush forests, rocky cliffs, mushrooms the size of trees, open plains, volcanic regions, snowy hills, never-ending lightning storms, and peaceful meadows full of colorful flowers. The demonic servant scrolls through all of this vibrant wildlife like it's nothing, hardly showing 1% of it, and shifting the view to focus on the pillar. Inside here is where all of the tournaments are held. I cannot give you access to this area until you have confirmed your visit for the monthly events. Casual access is restricted to second class and above lords. Though, I must say, a majority of our citadel's population spends their time in the wilderness. All lord classes are welcome to explore, live their lives in paradise, and of course, receive avatar upgrades 13 times faster on average than an identical lord living their lives in Mensa or Ellipsia. I want to raise my eyebrows and turn to Ava in shock. Not because of the fact that there are tens of thousands of worlds worth of nature behind these walls in an artificial realm, but because of the blatant sales pitch the servant just tried to pull. There has to be far more than meets the eye to the citadel, and it's going to be much harder to figure out than I first expected. The fact that the diagram this servant is showing is of a dome is one fact that stands out to me right away. My eyes may not be enhanced by my full perception at the moment, but I don't think it's too far of a stretch to still believe this citadel is a full sphere. I'm not going to get anywhere closer to the truth by staying outside and visiting those trading terminals, but this is far more strange than any of my memories recalled. I see no tall towers or complex structures in the hologram, so they must be within that massive pillar at the center of the wilderness, a fighting tournament that can house battles with noble demons, and all of the strongest first-class lords in the green zone of the upper realm must have some infrastructure built around it. I send a quick wave of mental telepathy to Ava, as this is exactly where we need to go to get more information.
She replies to the guard while my eyes track back up to the translucent crown slowly spinning above its head. Well, in that case, we'd like to reserve 2 tickets to watch the tournament. Chapter 793. Ember stands in silence on the top floor of the High Orc Tower. His gaze is steady on the sleeping berserker in front of him, but the back of his mind and his perception, which can see through ether's structures with ease, watches the 4 generals within the central tower. Small fluctuations ripple through his senses as they begin to absorb the energy in their respective floors. Once all of the necessary mana and chi per floor is absorbed and processed, complex arrays bound to noble vibrations teleport the generals to the floor above. While the bottom floor does not have any divine threads, the second floor does, and the 4 generals are in for a rude awakening once they feel the pressure and realize they have 998 floors to go. There are barely enough threads in the room for them to maintain their green, denser form. If not for the dense ether and echoes of noble vibrations stacked perfectly to hold them in place, they would have already dispersed into yellow threads in these wide open rooms. After pulling the dense liquid pools of energy in the air toward them, the divine threads naturally flow toward their cores, and the artificial shackles placed on them dissolve, allowing each general to face the green threads alone. In such a controlled environment, it is possible for them to wait long enough for the threads to be processed and revert to yellows if they expend enough of their true core's energy. This was proven during the fight within the throne on the human world, when the rising emperor consumed an orb of green threads while still at the yellow core. The green threads strengthened the yellow astral form temporarily but were expelled during battle, with Draco Vermilion saving the physical body as it was not ready for this degree of pressure yet. The generals face this challenge on a much safer and smaller scale. Maria drains the second room without much issue. The green threads stream through her body, burning and tearing away at her flesh and blood-bonded armor. Yet, using my self-regeneration skill, these are healed just as quickly. Raven and Ari go through a similar process, but their body language shows they are in far more pain. Abby, on the other hand, absorbs the green threads without flinching. They seem to flow right through her and begin tinting her true yellow core green. Ember grins to himself as the fluctuations of energy waves occur more and more often, with dozens of floors being cleared over these 8 hours. None of the generals have used their greater forms yet, and the starting stages are more to get them accustomed to the feeling of green threads in their bodies. Soon, the real challenge will begin. Simply withstanding the threads and simultaneously healing will not be enough on the higher floors. They will all need to find a way to mutate their bodies and systems to survive in the upper realm. Meanwhile, the demonic servant responds to Ava's request to get tickets for the tournament event within the Grand Citadel. Excellent. I will add you to the waiting list now. A few seconds pass, then a subtle wave of ether links to our avatars, and a countdown window displaying just under 7 days appears in my avatar's subconscious. Then, in the meantime, would you still like your trip to the trading terminals, or would you like to explore the wilderness? Once that timer reaches 0, fast travel commands will bring you both to the center of the citadel where the arena awaits. Until the first event begins, you are both still eligible to enter as fighters as well. I raise an eyebrow, but Ava is the one to reply since she's the one who asked about the tickets in the first place. What do you mean once it reaches 0? We can't enter now and relax until the tournament begins? The servant shakes its head slowly, maintaining an unchanging, neutral expression. Of course not. The capital city is only open to the public above second class, those attending the tournament, and of course adventurers who have completed at least 1 crown cycle. Ava and I have a mental back and forth. And she voices the questions we're both wondering. Adventurers? And crown cycles? What exactly do you mean? The demon wastes no time and points to the strange, translucent crown floating above its head. Adventurers of the wilderness. Once a lord enters, their avatar begins gaining experience, finding treasures, fighting wild beasts sent here from planets with less intelligent life, and even killing other lords in hostile zones. While one can live a peaceful life in the safe areas and let experience build through time spent within the citadel, many opt to explore. The demon zooms out on the holographic visual it was showing us and begins scrolling through the hundreds of thousands of kilometers worth of terrain again. It's clear from the mild shock on our faces that none of this was known to us before coming here. While I could easily put up a concealment barrier and shield our surprise, showing this genuine reaction reinforces the image that we're just random new lords. It would be better than turning back or just spending a week in the trading terminals. Ava's voice echoes in my mind. Right. We could probably complete one of those crown cycles pretty easily, given we're no normal lords. And might find something even more interesting than what we were initially after in the meantime, I reply while looking at the crown floating above the avatar's head, not even trying to hide my interest now. I speak out loud to confirm, then we'll go into the wilderness. We can leave anytime we want, right?
If we want to go to the trading terminals before leaving for the tournament, the demonic servant smiles for the first time since we arrived and nods, very good. Allow me to make adjustments to your avatars to link you to the Citadel.
These ellipsia commands are quite outdated. And yes, of course, you can leave whenever you wish once you're in the safe zones. The guard taps away at his system, making the hologram of the Citadel disappear, and new white pulses of aura flow through us. It begins altering and making technical changes to the disguise of ether commands I've layered my body with, and does the same to Ava. Only the outer layer of her avatar, which I created to make her seem like a legal ellipsia citizen, is altered. None of her true form or the base created by Asik and Torvak are touched. These are extremely surface level changes, but for a normal lord who would be living in this avatar rather than just using the commands as a fake shield, they would be extremely invasive. I don't even raise an eyebrow and let it happen, as a fifth-class human should not have enough perception to understand what is even going on. A few seconds later, 2 flashes of light around us signal that this guard is finished, and there is a very obvious difference to our appearances. I turn to Ava and see 3 gray crowns slowly rotating above her head. They're about half the size of the demonic guards. My eyes tilt upward, and I see 5 even smaller translucent gray crowns slowly spinning around my own head. There is a small amount of ether that I used to create these commands to disguise myself, as I've mimicked the energy output for a real lord's basic grade avatar. The first thing I sense is a slow leak of energy coming off this ether manifestation, extremely slowly pooling into one of the crowns. An instant mental note from Ava tells me she feels the same thing. If these commands were placed on any normal lord, this pull would be coming directly from their ether pools. I crack a grin, now certain that something extremely different from what is being portrayed on the surface of this citadel is happening within. And that's it, the demonic servant continues to tap away at his system. Yes. I will program a safe route down to one of the more tame hostile zones for you to get a taste for the wilderness. A small map appears in my mental vision, but there is nothing on it. It is just blank. The demon stops tapping his system and steps aside as the door to the outside green zone of the upper realm closes. Wherever you travel, that map will fill in a detailed replica of what you have seen. Even information like this can be traded for crown experience. So, please walk forward into the wilderness. The demon's smile grows even larger, almost to a creepy extent, where its pointing is just a blinding white light. But I can feel that it is just densely packed ether commands, and my curiosity to find out the truth about this wilderness and the real purpose of these crowns is killing me. Ava looks my way, and we both nod together. Then, walk forward to pass through the outer walls of the Grand Citadel using entry point 021458, as intended. Chapter 794. I feel an ether orb form, and the subtle visuals of movements and ether commands triggering all around us. All that can be seen is a blinding white light afterward, as the density and opacity of this orb are far different from the standard ones from Ellipsia. Seconds later, the blinding light disperses, and I feel my feet hit solid ground, eerily natural and familiar solid ground, actually, like there are real rocks, grass, and dampness below me. I breathe in, and the humidity in the air is even palpable, something I haven't felt since back on the human world while diving into jungle biomes. The divine thread density is the same as it is outside, and the number of ether commands in any given area is still so complex that trying to sort them with my unaided senses is impossible. We're in a perfectly constructed controlled environment. Ava looks around beside me as well, taking in the lush forest we've been dropped into. There are tall trees, colorful mushrooms that seem to be soaked with mana, flowing water sounds nearby, and true rocky forest soil beneath our feet. There are vibrant vines all over the trees and a blue sky overhead. I even hear movement all around and turn my head to watch a small blue ball of slime hopping up and down next to a pond of water at the base of a thick tree. My gaze tightens, and I continue looking around, letting my senses go out as far as they can while maintaining the output of a fifth-class human lord. I don't let my aura surge outward more than a few hundred meters. But in doing so, I find even more unintelligent life, dozens of slimes, all with 5 gray floating crowns rotating above their heads. There is even a forest troll about 150 meters to our right, with 4 crowns above its head. What is this place? Is all I muster out, my eyes wide open. It all feels so real, and if what that guard at the door said was correct, these are all lower-class lords without enough intelligence to assimilate into the Mensa or Ellipsia Citadel. There must be some kind of scan done upon arrival that tests if a lord can hear or interact with the system, and if the answer is no, they drop them in here to be used as entertainment. Ava replies to me, but through telepathy instead of speaking aloud. It wouldn't make sense for them to just send lords in here to die without reason, even if they're unintelligent. It's not like we were charged an entry fee or anything. I nod along in agreement, and simultaneously, the blank map that was given to me starts to update itself. Wherever I've turned my head back and forth has printed a perfect image of the terrain and even notes on the monsters and their classes, though that feature isn't what catches my attention. It's the bright white dot off in the distance in an unmarked area of the map. It's impossible to know how far away it really is without any references between myself and it. But the fact that it's labeled Safe Zone makes this exactly where I point in front of us. I'm sure you see it too, that destination is our first goal. That guard really dropped us out in the middle of nowhere. We head forward through the vibrant mushroom forest and cross paths with many of the docile slimes hopping about. They look so clear and beautiful, even more real and lifelike than any dungeon I've ever been in. I see no point in killing them, as they haven't attacked me, so the two of us just wander through the woods. The sour smells from the mushrooms and the gentle serene trickle of water soothe my ears as we walk almost a full kilometer through the wilderness before encountering any problems. One of the lurking fourth-class forest trolls jumps out from a swampy area, holding a short, curved sword-like weapon covered in algae and plants from the still water. One of its crowns is bright white, and another is just white on the bottom. The other two are gray and empty. I'm quite intrigued, as many of the slimes we've passed have had varying fullness on their crowns too. Though, I don't fight back, as I already see Ava moving into action, so I don't bat an eye. The long-limbed, wet, brown, and gray-bodied monster, standing over 3 meters tall, is hit with an ether-imbued punch to the chest, tearing it in half and shattering its avatar into dozens of pieces. This is all still well within the standard commands that can be bought in a basic-grade avatar on a third-class lord. Though the strength behind the punch itself, from Ava who surpassed level 20,000 while fighting demonic orcs and cyclops beneath Ellipsia, is far higher than the average third-class lord that ascends to the upper realm at level 3,000 to 4,000. However, despite this difference in strength, the 4 gray crowns above the largest piece of flesh remaining still spin in circles. The visual of this troll's fractured body parts all floating back up to the swamp's surface, and crawling down from the nearby trees they've been splattered onto, reminds me of where I got the self-regeneration skill in the first place. Trolls are equally as annoying to get rid of in the upper realm as they were in dungeons. It seems, it's going to need a bit more than just brute force to kill these things. I message into Ava's inner ear as I step forward, making it so she doesn't have to borrow any skills from me and blow our cover. Humans have a high chance of gaining elemental skills, while I'm unsure if goblins are capable of doing so naturally. So, as soon as the troll's parts come together and its vocal cords reform to let out a screech, I put up my right hand and let out a simple pillar of fire. It takes a few seconds for the screeches to stop, but once the flames completely envelop it, and its flesh begins melting away, the regeneration cannot keep up with the heat I put out. I don't stop until I see the crowns above its head start to fade and hear a string of notifications ring in my mind. Use absorption, skill, self-regeneration, upgrade, divine, yes, and oh, I chuckle to myself at how easy that was as I press, yes, and my excitement for coming here rises far more than just moments ago. My body doubles that are stuck in the lower realm do not have divine grade, absorption and cannot farm endless dungeons to upgrade my long list of mythic grade skills. However, there seems to be a wide open construct of feral monsters ready to be farmed straight from the source. My attention falls back down to where the corpse of the troll melted away. I'm prepared to create an illusion array with light magic and a multitude of complex ether commands already set up to trigger inside my pre-built false avatar. But for some reason, I don't have to use much. My system triggers this as a kill, and a small amount of the divine threads from its core flow into me and are perfectly masked. Considering it was never a compressed true core, I get no extra abilities, and it isn't much. Draining threads like this from a corpse is possible for any skilled lord, but absorbing ether is not. This is what I created the special commands to mask, but no ether leaks out from this kill. Instead, it stays trapped inside the crowns that fade away and collapse in on each other until they hit a single point, creating a small white orb that floats from the damp ground and up to my eye level. Kill confirmed. Reward, 2.7091 low-quality ether, add to crown pool. Yes, I raise an eyebrow, as this may not be a lot of ether to me, holding almost 110 million in my true pool, but for a normal lord, this is an extremely high amount. Some 5th-class worlds could be purchased with this much ether in Ellipsia. I press, yes, and let the white orb dissolve into my palm. Adding to the artificial ether stores in the commands that line my body, I'm expecting my crowns to fill up and begin glowing white. But this is not what happens at all. The ether just sits dormant in my avatar's artificial pool. The only difference I feel is that the pull from this pool feels stronger, as though it's draining faster into the crowns. Hey, look, it left its blade behind too. Ava comments as I turn to my side to see her picking up the dead shell of a soul weapon. I guess, keep that with us. We might as well kill a few more and collect some loot along the way. She places the long knife into her ether storage using a basic grade avatar command, and we continue forward at a steady pace, though I do stop to send a fireball at a slime with 2 of its 5 crowns filled, minding its own business beneath the shade of a bright red and blue mushroom. It doesn't even have time to react before the same ringing in my ear and formation of an ether orb begins. Use absorption, skill. Plunderer, upgrade, divine, yes, and no. Kill confirmed, reward, 0.4103 low quality ether, add to crown pool, yes, and no. I press, yes, on both, gaining another divine grade skill and more ether toward this avatar's pool. None of the fights really seem worth it as we walk another 10 kilometers toward the pulsing light that signifies a safe zone. More and more of our terrain is mapped out, and far more trolls begin popping up. I kill 3 more, bringing my avatar's pools over 16 low quality ether. Some of the trolls with more than 1 crown filled grant more ether than ones that have less. I come to the educated assumption that each crown on the 4th class lords are worth 2.5 low quality ether. We even get another dead soul weapon shell in the form of a long spiked mace. However, even after learning this, there isn't much more to explore in these woods. The frequency of the mushrooms and colorful flowers begins to dwindle, and less water and swamplands form around us as we continue to walk. The biome we're in slightly changes every few hundred meters we travel. The wet ground turns hard like a rocky mountain terrain, and the green becomes thicker and darker. A temperature and humidity shift can even be felt, as the air smells like pine trees and fresh earthy dirt, rather than the sour swamplands behind us. The feeling of sharp eyes watching me hits my senses all of a sudden but fades away as soon as it comes. Ava and I share mental notes, as she felt it too, but neither of us are worried that anything can harm us in these parts. We just keep walking forward into this new mountainous region. We don't stop or change our path at all, heading straight ahead. A few 4th and 5th class wolves in packs of 3 to 10 cross our paths, but since I had all the fun in the swamps, Ava fights off any packs of wolves that attack us. Every time we stop for Ava to collect the ether from her kills, that faint feeling of being watched from far away comes back. I could easily spread my senses and find it, but playing with these 5th class limitations has become kind of fun. I still have the inner reflexes of a high noble, so my instincts and reaction time are far greater than anything in this whole construct. But having to limit my aura and only see things in a small, restricted slice of this map is exciting. The eyes that watch us come closer, and from varying directions every time we stop to collect more ether. Ava is quite unbothered, keeping the small nuisance at the back of her mind, but after about 5 kilometers of trekking through this new biome, it's pretty much all I'm paying attention to, as it stays just out of my field of view behind us every time. Then, my attention is captured by something else entirely, as we walk down into another valley, blindly following the map toward where the safe zone light is lit. The sound of humanoid voices travels through the air. There must be other adventurers like ourselves out here. Chapter 795, Hey Zayden, do you really think it's even out here? Maybe the bounty monster just left for the swamplands or something. No way, Toby. Boss is never wrong. He said he smelled it. It's out here, we just have to keep looking. 2 voices chat back and forth, with slow and almost goofy-sounding mannerisms. But a rougher and more focused voice cuts through their lazy words. Shut up. I can hear you. We're certainly not going to find it with you two making all this noise. This, and 4 sets of footsteps coming toward us, is what I hear. Ava has sensed them for quite a while but didn't think they were a threat, sending me a telepathic message now once she sees my eyes perk up. 3 3rd-class lords, and 1 5th class. Nothing special, but I guess they are the first intelligent life we've found out here, right? Maybe they know how far away the safe zone is. We walk forward in silence as the party of adventurers appears in my vision through the thick trees. About half a minute later, 3 pairs of 3 crowns hovering above heads hit my vision first. 2 of the lords have one of their crowns full, while the taller and larger one behind them has 2 out of 3 in bright white, without even making out their races. I can tell that the one in the back has had a physical ranked up transformation like Ava, meaning it's most likely over level 10,000. It even has a true core in its chest, while the other 2 do not. The corners of my lips curl up once they notice we're here too, and their leader yells out in a loud and commanding voice, "This is the Eden Forest. You're trespassing on my hunting ground. Kneel or die." I roll my eyes and keep walking forward at a steady pace, getting a good view of what this hunting party really looks like. They're wolfmen, extremely strong and vicious looking. Actually, I've fought some werewolf creatures as mutants from wolf dungeons in the past, but the sight before me makes things look so real. They have the heads of wolves, with sharp eyes, white teeth, pointed ears, and gray-silver fur. Yet their bodies are muscular like a hairy berserker.
The two smaller wolfmen that clearly follow their leader are about 4 meters tall, one holds a spear, and the other a massive heavy axe. Their leader stands over 7 meters tall, close to Ava's height, and has half a dozen long black blades strapped all over his body. His left eye is cut out, with an old white ether wand glowing in its place. All of them have lightweight dark black armor covering their vitals, though their boss doesn't draw his weapon. He stands confidently with his arms crossed and yells out again once he sees we aren't stopping. Come on, we have 3 third class, and you have 1. Making things difficult here is only going to end badly for you. Empty your storage systems of their loot and kneel to say you're sorry, and I'll let you pass to the safe zone. He shows more of his sharp white teeth, but neither of us budges again, though. My eyebrow does raise once I see what the 4th member of their crew looks like. It's a 5th class lord, with 5 bright white full crowns above its head. When I look their way, we're at eye level, as this adventurer seems to be human and slightly shorter than me. However, I'm having trouble believing it's really a human. With white eyes, pale skin, and white hair that is cut short at its shoulders, this is certainly not the features of any normal human I've come across lately. It's thin and frail stature, slightly covered up with standard green basic grade armor, does not accentuate any muscle mass or show any curves for me to even make any assumptions about its gender. The being's facial features look feminine, but at the same time, this could just be a young boy. It gives me a docile glance, but I feel much more wisdom behind its eyes than it's showing on the surface. We both look away from each other, and my focus shifts back onto the wolfman yelling orders at us. Ava and I come to a halt about 40 meters in front of the group, beneath the cover of large trees on all our sides, but with nothing in between us but a few boulders and small shrubs. It's basically an open clearing compared to the dense forest terrain we've been moving through for almost an hour. No way. We were dropped here from the outside a few hours ago without an explanation or any direction. It's not like we wandered into your forest on purpose. We're off to the nearest safe zone. Either tell me where it's at, or get out of my way before you regret it, Ava replies, matching the arrogant wolf's tone with a grin. I can hear the wolfman's teeth grinding as he points forward. If there wasn't fur covering his face, it'd be red as he yells, "Kill her, boys! I gave you a chance, but you do not know how to respect the king of these woods." I let out a sigh as Zayden, the spear wielder, and Toby, the axe-carrying tank, charge forward with obedience in their eyes and nothing else. I confirm that the slow, goofy-sounding voices I heard before must have been them. Ava runs forward, reaching her hand into her ether storage, and pulls out the dead soul weapon of the first troll I killed. She uses one of the fake pre-built pairing commands I made in her avatar casing, but in reality, she's just pushing small amounts of her real ether into the black blade. In the troll's grasp, it was a sword, but in Ava's, it's a small dagger that glows a dim white. Though, it's more than enough to do what she wants. 2 clashes echo through the woods, blocking and deflecting both the spear and axe's incoming attacks pointed at her vitals. I cross my arms, mimicking the boss wolfman behind them, amused that Ava just wants to toy with them. The sound of her knife clanging against the axe and the spear rings over and over as the 3 of them brawl in the center of the clearing. Every time the 2 wolfmen think they're about to finish the fight once and for all, Ava spins out of the way or perfectly deflects what looks like a near-death shot. This, compounded with the fact that I'm mocking him with an identical stance, makes the already mad boss lose it. You think you can survive this? I already told you, I run these woods. Your 3rd-class lord is barely keeping up with my men, and you think you can best me? A laugh comes out of his mouth next. You know what, I'm getting impatient. I'll target your weakness and get this over with now. You can't protect your human and keep fighting at the same time, can you? He pulls a black blade from his waist and turns his gaze to meet mine, then follows this line of sight with the tip of his sword. Ava doesn't even flinch at the fact that he's threatening to take out her unguarded 5th-class travel partner, and this makes him even angrier. Mana and divine threads start to cycle through his body while he charges up some kind of buff, but I keep my arms crossed and eyes on the fight between Ava and the wolfmen, looking uninterested in his threat as well. The boss loses any composure he still had and runs forward at me, yelling. New lords never give me the respect I deserve. I'm the king of Eden Forest. His strides are quite fast, and his sword strike is precise. My guess that he was over level 10,000 is certainly correct. A 5th-class lord like myself should never stand a chance against a true core triple-ranked-up 3rd-class lord like this, so I have to get creative. I decide to turn toward his sword coming down on me with just milliseconds left before it would come down on my forehead and slice a weak human lord in half, so I twist my body to the side and avoid the attack entirely faster than the wolfman can see it though. Instead of making it look like I've made a perfect dodge, I leave a bit of mana infused with divine threads behind and wrap it in a small veil of light magic. What the wolfman feels and sees as he follows through with his strike is me narrowly dodging and losing my left arm. I spread a veil of light magic over my real left arm as well, creating the illusion that it's gone. I do not imbue any ether into the movements, as the only ones I'm trying to fool here are the lords around me. I'm certain the ether commands in the surrounding woods can easily see through this facade, but it needs to be believable that a 5th-class lord could pull this off. While having 2 combat magic elemental skills awakened is rare, it is still a plausible awakening for a human. Internally, I grin, but outside, I put on the act of being in pain while stepping back from the wolfman, who lets out an even louder laugh than any of his others. Not bad for a human, you actually survived a single hit. His teeth grind with delight while peering over to Ava as she playfights with his underlings. Looks like your protector can't do a thing about it either. She doesn't even care that you're about to die. He raises his pointed snout to the sky and laughs, coming my way and lunging forward again. I'd planned to draw this out even longer for my entertainment, but I feel the sharp gaze that was following me earlier return. It isn't just watching this time, it's moving forward extremely fast and right at my back. My heart jumps with even more excitement once it comes within my aura and I can actually get a good view of the black-scaled serpent, with 2 bright white crowns floating above its head. It's slithering through the tops of the trees with an open mouth and a bright red tongue waving back and forth, ready to have a meal. With this creature coming toward my back and the wolfman's blade plunging toward my chest, I decide to let nature finish this battle for me instead of staging my own far more statistically unlikely victory as a 5th-class lord in disguise. Chapter 796. The wolfman's sole weapon stays on track for my chest, and his angry gaze doesn't leave me. His target, this makes me scan my surroundings one more time and find that the serpent slithering through the trees toward my back is actually very well hidden. Using a stealth skill, my baseline senses are far too advanced to register this, and it just appears normal to me once it enters the small aura I've been letting out. Even better, I think to myself while twisting my body and faking getting hit in the lower stomach by the attacker's blade. Light magic mirages of my avatar's cracking and a horrible wound opening up in my side are what the wolfman sees, and he laughs again, far louder. He lunges forward again and lands another fake hit, slicing off what looks to be my right leg. You sure are a lucky one. A shame, such a nimble human could have been quite the tool. Now die. That annoying sound of the wolf's teeth grinding can be heard echoing in my ears as he closes the gap again. His body starts to shimmer white as a skill activates, increasing his speed many times over. I would be racking my brain for more ideas on how to dodge in style, but in the very same movement, I sense the black serpent's eyes finally lunge out from hiding in the tree-line. It doesn't unveil its stealth cloak, but it does release a wave of intimidation that paralyzes the entire battlefield. Well, almost the entire battlefield. My eyes subconsciously track its location right before it releases this wave, and somehow, that pale human that has been watching my fight this whole time reacts to the disturbance just as fast. The white-haired, white-eyed human takes a single step back, and its entire body disappears into a veil of light magic just like what I'm using now. Ava's voice rings in my inner ear as the wave of intimidation hits us, and we share a mental back and forth within a few milliseconds to come up with the perfect plan. Neither of us is weak enough to actually be affected by this mental attack made from pure mana and divine threads. Having millions of low-quality ether in our true ether pools negates anything like this without even having to try. Unfortunately for the others on the battlefield, having ether inside the avatars that do not link to the Lord's true being, no matter how much it is, does not block this mental attack without preparation. This is clear to see when all 3 of the wolfmen freeze in place, unable to function. Paralyzed with fear, instead of killing them both on the spot, Ava smirks and kicks both frozen wolfmen with white, blank eyes in the chest, making them fly backward and hit trees about 30 meters away, right beside where the frail human disappeared. Me, on the other hand, I pretend to be affected by the wave of intimidation just like the wolfmen, aiming my fall to hit a nearby rock jutting out of the ground, pretending to use this momentum to fly out of the way, the boss with blades all over. Its body watches me fall, its pupils still managing to track me, but its body frozen in paralysis from the effects of a divine-grade intimidation wave hitting him. The black serpent continues to lunge downward, aiming its open mouth at the frozen, energy-rich target in front of it. However, I begin to see the wolfman's arms and legs twitch, and its grip on the blade in its hand tighten. A ranked-up buff is activated, and an even more intense white aura of mana and ether, commands only found on premium avatars, activates. It takes a step forward, then lets out a crazed laugh, moving its gaze up toward the snake and grinning even wider. There you are. I knew my nose wouldn't deceive me. We've been hunting for your bounty all. But his words are cut short. Although impressive that he broke out from this second-class monster's mental attack, this wolfman has forgotten that I'm the one he's fighting.
I grin and release a wave of my own intimidation through the ground, completely concealed by the trails of artificial blood and avatar fragments that appear to be debris from my wounds. The wolfman's eyes go blank again, and he's frozen in utter horror. A mental attack magnitudes higher than this small snake's just melted his psyche, and he cannot move a muscle or even think another thought. There's just a loud crunch that echoes through the clearing as the enormous black serpent bites down on the wolf and breaks half the bones in his body in a single chomp. I grin inwardly while falling to my back, faking my injuries and shock further as I watch Ava jump into action. She leaves her position where she thrusts the two younger and dumber wolfmen out of the fight and jumps up into the air, still using the small knife we took off the troll. Her movements match the speed of the snake's strike, and she imbues the blade with enough ether to slice through its scales. Zigzags of green and white light streak through the air, paired with uplifted rocks and dirt that the flailing snake turns up. Gash marks cover its flesh, and black scales of avatar fragments go flying everywhere. It only prompts the wild beast to let out more intimidation and clamp down on the prey already in its mouth. Ava's swift blade strikes, paired with the whimpers of a wolfman being mutilated further, and a hissing snake that can't locate what's attacking it, are the only things that can be heard in the chaos. To not be crushed by the flying debris, falling trees, and massive boulders being flung out from the ground, I get up off the ground and put on quite the amusing act. I use some of my divine foresight perks to make things even easier, but mostly just my normal perception, as this mock fight Ava is putting on is nowhere near a high level. Using the cover of a 5th-class human that has been thrown into a battlefield with a shaky psyche under the pressure of intimidation attacks, I fake an uneven drunken stagger and trip from rock to rock, spinning around uprooted trees and dodging falling boulders dozens of times. During this fake dance with fate, I realized that the demonic beasts beneath Ellipsia were far stronger than this serpent. It only clicks now that this is because the Grand Citadel's avatar edits for the wilderness don't account for additional worlds as buffs. All of the wild monsters we've faced so far are using their unaided natural strength, so, watching Ava tear through the serpent's flesh, I can tell she's really holding back as well. Though, once I'm within range of where we plan to end this fight, she smirks and slices the serpent in half, letting its head, still clamped down on the wolfman, fly my way. A ripple of earth beneath the falling monster sends me flying up in the air with it, and Ava throws her dagger through the air my way. When I catch it, it looks like a long sword, almost my full height. I grin back and thrust it downward, landing on the serpent's head, stabbing it right between the eyes, and in turn, stabbing and shattering the true core of the wolfman struggling to survive trapped in its mouth. A loud thud shakes the torn-up clearing, which has nearly doubled in size from all the fallen trees, but I'm more focused on the notifications ringing in my mind. Use absorption, skill, extreme speed, upgrade, divine, yes, no. Use absorption, skill, intimidation, upgrade. Divine, yes, no. Use absorption, skill, stealth, upgrade, divine, yes, no. Kill confirmed, reward, 60.0993 low quality ether, add to crown pool, yes, no. Kill confirmed, reward, 971. 5608 low quality ether, add to crown pool, yes, no. I press yes on everything and let go of the blade once the kills are confirmed, just as the dust and debris fall away. Then, I just sit on top of the dead serpent's head while Ava walks over, satisfied with our performance. Behind her, I see the two wolfmen she was fighting sitting up against a large tree, their eyes wide open in shock. Beside them, the pale-skinned human's glimmering light magic disguise dissipates to make it appear again, and it stares right at me with a suspicious glare. B-boss. The axe wielder named Togi yells as he gets up from the ground. His partner runs after him with an equally confused expression on his face. But Ava turns around, pausing her advance my way to cross her arms and grin, looking down at the two clueless wolfmen. Hey, I thought we were fighting. Those were your orders, right? At the same time, the dead serpent's jaw loosens, and the dead corpse of their leader slides out, devoid of energy, just a shell of his former living self, with knives strapped all over an avatar casing. Both the wolf and the snake start to dissolve into the open air as Togi and Zayden try to process what is going on. They don't really seem sad, or scared, or angry. A look of confusion is all that shows on their faces. Then all of a sudden, they both perk up and look at Ava. New boss, yeah. We don't have to fight anymore, big boss lady. The axe wielder looks past Ava toward me and points, and big boss lady's partner, Lucky. I open my mouth but don't say a word in the confusion. Ava slaps her forehead with an open palm as the two wolves look at her with puppy eyes, but the awkwardness is interrupted by the white-haired human before she can get a chance to decline their offer. Lucky indeed. The pale human takes a step forward and only looks at me. It doesn't seem very bothered by the display of strength or the chaos that just went on here. My eyes move back up to the 5 crowns, all completely full, hovering above its head once another response leaves the strange human's lips. You were headed to the safe zone, right? I'd be happy to show you the way. It walks closer, and all I do is nod while the avatars below me dissolve and I slowly fall down to the ripped-up ground. There is something quite unsettling about this human, and its next words don't make it any more trustworthy. You can stop faking those injuries now too. I can see right through them. You're just wasting your mana. Chapter 797, The Demonic Servant at entry point 021458 closes up the ether commands that give entry into the Citadel, but the twisted grin on his face doesn't leave. The servant stands at the ready, monitoring thousands of other lords he's sent down into the wilderness. Many of which are intelligent beasts he's categorized and sent to agreed-upon regions with similar crown levels in suitable environments. Usually, unintelligent beasts stay with their own, within the biomes they've been sent to. However, intelligent lords often wander. These demonic guards, especially the first-class guards, have a small amount of control over the environment in the wilderness. Certain beasts can be manipulated to hunt targets or keep unstable biomes in line until more lords are sent in to keep the population regulated. Though a bit of chaos is necessary, the servants don't interfere much more anymore, other than choosing where to send the lords that wander from Mensa and Ellipsia. This is an important choice because a small fraction of crown experience gained by the lords entered into the wilderness is granted to the servant that sent them down as a referral bonus. While a demonic servant wouldn't normally think twice about a random 5th-class human and 3rd-class goblin, a small interference in its tracking system upon entry into the construct makes the servant pull up his system with interest. It initially programmed these 2 rogue lords from Ellipsia to be sent to a tame zone in the wilderness, where other humans and goblins were mostly sent. Yet, a fluctuation in the 3rd-class goblin's avatar rerouted their path. After checking and confirming that it was only about 45,000 kilometers off from where the demonic servant initially meant to send them, it decides to leave it be. The diameter of the wilderness is over 1,000,000 kilometers, and if one were to walk the outer ring of this construct, it would be a perfect circle almost 5,000,000 kilometers long. In the servant's mind, such a small defect does not matter, especially for such low-class lords, but following protocol, the glitch is sent in for manual review. Meanwhile, I watch the pale human with long white hair down to its shoulders walk toward me. Its last words still replay in the back of my mind. You can stop faking those injuries now too. I can see right through them. You're just wasting your mana. While getting found out isn't what I planned on doing, this makes things even more interesting. I grin and deactivate the illusions of my injuries while the final remains of the ether orbs from these beasts are absorbed, and their avatars fade away. All that's left around me on the ground are 7 varying-sized blades, 1 from the troll I killed earlier and 6 from off the boss wolfman's corpse. To my other side, a single black scale glows with green divine threads and a small amount of white ether. While I was planning to flail to the ground to continue my act, I land on my feet instead, completely unscathed from the various fake near-fatal wounds, and stare back at this strange human with an equally untrusting glare. You can see through my trick and dare tell me? You don't fear you'll face the same fate as your leader. I send a mental note to Ava to let this human walk by, and she turns away, back to the 2 wolves that stare up at her like she's their mom. The pale human's eyes dart back and forth, noticing that I'm interacting with Ava based on our facial features shifting, but it keeps a straight face and stares at me while walking right past the 2 wolfmen, then shrugs. I know you saw me hide before the serpent attacked, and we used the same light magic technique. It would be more suspicious for me not to point it out, don't you think? While there is a hint of truth to this human's words, I probably wouldn't have mentioned it. However, framed like this white-haired lord does make sense. That is true. But you're only a 5th-class lord, and I do not even sense a true core in your chest. You should not have the reaction speed to do what you've done. Just because you've brought attention to yourself doesn't make it any less suspicious. Before I finish speaking, the lord stops right before me and places out a hand for me to shake. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. I sense nothing but positive intentions coming from you too. And if you decide to change your mind, I am powerless to stop you. The logical thing for me to do is make an alliance. Please do allow me to show you the way to the safe zone. I stare down at its small, feminine-looking white hand, and even more confusion falls over me. The look in this lord's eyes is still tight, like a predator staring at an opponent, trying to find weak spots, yet at such close range. My purple barrier picks up on the sensation of fear, dread, anxiety, and, for some reason, loneliness. Well, I sure don't sense anything positive coming off you. I murmur while reaching out to grab the 5th-class lord's hand.
then waste no time in spreading a wave of perception through it. Its wide eyes widen with shock once it feels my unfathomably dense mana control probing around in its body, expertly avoiding every single ether command and avatar setting, though my own eyes widen once I see what's behind this lord's confidence and advanced perception. A bright, LV 42660, and Supreme Light Summoning hit my consciousness, along with a single ranked up buff, Light Elf's Eternal Curse, that makes this lord's appearance even more confusing, though. This level being so high does answer my questions about how a non-true cord lower class lord had the reaction speed to watch my fight and hide from the serpent. That still doesn't answer my questions of where its other 2 buffs have gone, as it's ranked up 3 times, but these thoughts are pushed aside once a warm feeling starts to appear in my senses as I dig deeper. It is extremely similar to the aura I felt coming from all of my generals in Zacian the Berserker, but it most closely resembles the sweet and inviting aura that comes off Eva. Even the purple ring on my finger that makes contact with this lord's skin vibrates upon contact for a second. However, before I can get any conclusive evidence, the small human pulls its hand back with a scared look and heightened heartbeat. I throw both hands up and smile dismissively, now fully invested in seeing what or who this lord really is. At first, I was considering killing it to upgrade my light magic and moving on with my search for the safe zone, but now I know this is no ordinary adventurer. A wave of telepathy is sent through a small amount of mana I've released into the air. I was just making sure you weren't out to kill me. Well, I guess I'm still not sure, but I've decided I don't care. I tighten my gaze again and put down my hands, and the lord stares at me, emitting even more fear but keeping a collected facade on the outside. If not for my purple ring, I wouldn't be able to read its emotions. It pushes out its own probing aura of perception my way for a full 5 seconds. I even feel premium avatar commands using system inspection tools activate. I let it invade the fake avatar I've created around me and give it amusingly low stats, below level 500, with light and fire magic summoning both at the unupgraded rank as my only skills. This only puzzles it further, and a weak response comes back. I'm Ren, you can call me Jay, I reply, but after a small nod, Ren's head turns backward fast. Loud footsteps are coming our way, but it's just Ava with a mix between an annoyed and an amused look on her face, with the 2 wolfmen following close behind at attention, looking like her personal bodyguards. So it looks like we're not killing them, she bellows out, then throws her own hand out to shake. I'm Ava. Ren hesitantly shakes the massive green hand but is relieved that another aura of invasive energy doesn't wash through her again and replies as they step back from each other, you can return them to the pack once we get to the safe zone if you want. The lord's eyes dart to my side, where the leftover scale of the serpent rests on upturned earth, and I respond by mentioning it to Ava. Looks like we have a guide straight to the safe zone then. Let's pick up this loot. I think their boss said there was some kind of bounty on that snake. Then, I start picking up the swords by my side one by one while Ava walks over and picks up the single scale. I can tell Ren is even more shaken now that neither of us are reacting like this is a big deal, talking like they are allies and not enemies that just tried to kill us. The white-haired lord musters out another reply in a weak tone. Yes, there was a bounty. That second-class beast was eating a large amount of the wolf population over the last few weeks. If we bring it to the adventurer's hub, if you do, they will reward you, even though you killed. Ren's eyes stay on the swords where the boss died. No. The serpent was taken out by the brave sacrifice from the King of Eden Forest. You mean, I cut this pale human off and smirk, handing all 7 of the blades up to Ava as she stores them all in her ether storage. Oh right, that's what happened then, Ren gulps, and the 2 wolfmen behind Ava repeat my words as fact, as they did not have keen enough eyes to see what really happened. Old boss sacrificed himself to save the pack. His nose never lies, he sure did. Old boss saved our lives and killed the beast. I nod and cross my arms, pointing my gaze off in the direction where the partially filled-in map shows the safe zone's position. Well, no more wasting time. I'm ready to continue walking. How far is the safe zone off anyway? This map makes it look like it's right in front of us, but then again, it looked like this 2 biomes ago. Ren takes a deep breath in and out, then turns where I'm pointing and starts walking like my wishes are direct orders that must be followed. It's just at the edge of the forest, around the backside of the Eden Mountains. It borders 2 other territories. It should be less than a 2-hour walk from here. Ava responds as we all begin to follow, moving out of the clearing where the destructive facade of a powerful display took place. Oh, so we're already basically halfway there. How do the exit commands work? Is there a special platform or avatar update we get once we get there? I don't see any pop-ups for it on my system like that guard promised. She starts scrolling through her system, and her eyebrows scrunch. Actually, now that I mention it, that timer for the fighting event is gone, my attention is captured too. And I check my subconscious to see Ava is right. That 7-day timer is completely gone. Then, Ren replies to Ava in a shaky tone, "Wait, you two are actually new lords here? You really still believe it's possible to leave the wilderness?" Chapter 798, Ava's eyebrows raise with surprise and understanding. After spending years of her life trapped beneath Ellipsia in the exile zones, it's only natural the Grand Citadel would make something similar. It would be illogical to miss out on so much profit. Though, she is still in the dark about how exactly profit is made, and so am I, so, she replies back, "Yeah, I was serious. We arrived here at the Grand Citadel just a few hours ago." "What do you mean we can't leave? Is there some kind of quota we need to hit, like filling these crowns, WL?" The white-haired lord pauses but keeps moving forward at a steady pace. Ren's head stays down as they walk forward, and I decide to speed up and place a hand on this frail lord's shoulder. The increased feelings of confusion, shock, fear, and, oddly enough, a tinge of hope rush through me. But I'm not here for comfort, I'm here for answers. A secure telepathy link is created just like before. No one can hear us now. Please do explain, why can't we leave? Was everything that demonic guard told us a lie? I'm already pretty convinced I know the answer, but I'm curious what this lord has to say. Ava's mind can be felt patiently awaiting a response in our three-way link as we continue forward. The two wolfmen that trail behind us wear smiles and march without a care in the world, looking left and right occasionally when there is movement in the woods. However, Ren doesn't reply for quite a while. With wide eyes, this lord doesn't understand what's going on, as we're taking the fact that we're trapped here with such nonchalance. The fact that my mana control is touching the lord's true being again, giving off a density it didn't even know was possible to obtain, causes sweat to start forming on the pale forehead beside me. Yes. It was probably all a lie. Well, the thing is, I don't know. I don't have any memories before entering this place. And every new lord I meet either dies to another eventually or goes in for an avatar upgrade after completing a crown cycle. Ren gulps, and my gaze tightens on the 5 full crowns floating right in front of my vision. So then, what's so bad about completing a crown cycle? Aren't you eligible for an upgrade? Ava replies, the white-haired lord's head shakes, and beneath the long hair, I notice pointed ears. It surprises me, and a larger than normal burst of my mana control flows through our contact point, making my hand slightly shift to touch my purple ring to Ren's skin again. It vibrates with a familiar feeling. This sudden questioning, paired with this strange resonance, lets another warm burst of that familiar aura from deep down inside the lord, the one that felt kind of like Ava's, come out. It's far stronger than before, so much so that I even get a flash of memories from it that are not my own. They seem to be going in reverse, starting at the battle Ren witnessed today, then moving back to dozens of other ventures out into these woods and nearby biomes, hunting wild beasts with many random parties of lords. I even see the exact location of the safe zone just past the high mountains in the distance where we're traveling. The visions get less high definition and more convoluted the further back I see. But I can tell this lord has been wandering for months, or actually years, maybe far longer than that. I see tens of safe zones, battles, and adventurers within this wilderness fly by, as it looks like this lord has been moving around in a circle around the entire construct for as long as it can remember. Everything gets fuzzy and hard to make out, very similar to the fractured memories I watched from Celia in her construct, but one moment in time stands out to me. This white-haired lord sits at the edge of a lake hundreds of years ago, looking down at itself with wide eyes, repeating a few phrases, never turn in your crowns, always keep moving, wait for his return, over and over. The image of this elf, with even longer hair than it has now, but its 5 crowns still bright white, is all I see. Then, the flash of memories stops, and I come back to reality to hear Ren repeating these words now in a state of shock as we're walking forward. Ava, being so closely linked to us via telepathy, witnesses some of these flashes too, but the only one to feel the depth of emotions that have moved by is me, through my ring, which continues to vibrate and resonate with the frail lord. I retract my mana control, as I've subconsciously dug too deep. This jolts Ren back to a conscious state again, stopping the mindless murmurs. Yet, I don't know if they realized I've seen what I did. Ren's voice becomes far less shaky, as though something within them reset. The lord becomes slightly more distant, and the same analytical eyes that were watching me during the fight between the wolfman and the serpent return. Even the strong emotions flowing through this body are suppressed once a reply comes out. I seriously don't know. I just know the creators of this dome are using beasts and lords to collect ether. Or, I don't know, refine it somehow. At the safe zones, there are places where you can have your crown cycle collected, though. I've never done so myself, for personal reasons. Now I'm quite certain Ren doesn't know I peered into their mind. Then again, the lord I'm looking at now feels like a robot in comparison to who I was looking at moments ago. With all the stress from the fight, and now the constant questioning, I decide to pick my hand up entirely and sever the telepathic link before I take this too far too quickly. You know what? The demons have taken over the upper realm anyway. It would make sense they would create a sanctuary for lords to continue living on in a controlled environment, but exploit them to the max while they're at it. I reply out loud, ready for anyone listening to hear. It's common knowledge in Ellipsia, even for lower class lords, that the demons rule this zone, so if any of them are listening in now. My nonchalance about the situation could easily be construed as acceptance that humans are powerless to demons. If I've learned anything from my dealings with demons so far, it's that they are suckers for an ego boost. Ava adds to the shift in tone as we walk further with a shrug. I wonder if they're going to show the fighting events live from the safe zones. If we're not going to be teleported there, I'd still like to see what the strongest lords of the zone look like in a fight. She turns around, and the two wolfmen repeat her words, asking about the fighting event and if they can see it too. Rin continues forward in silence as I ponder what I've seen and just heard, the slow drip of ether from within the outer fake avatar that now holds over 1,000 low-quality ether from killing the wolfman and the serpent has made the pull from my stores into my crowns even faster. A small visible white glow can be seen on the bottom of one of the 5 gray crowns above my head. It makes everything click, especially after the long training session I had beneath the sea of corruption. Using my ether stores to such incredibly high demands and refining tens of millions of low-quality ether per day, while using up millions in just hours to break the seals around Seraphel's body, certainly refined the low-quality ether within my stores. While it isn't up to the purity and smoothness of medium-quality ether, I can certainly tell the difference in the purity of my pool since the first few days I absorbed barely refined ether from dead ether stones. Ether loses its purity when not being constantly used by living beings. That is why the majority of the ether in the vast galaxy has settled to the lower realm, in its completely unrefined state, as chi, while my full ether sense is not activated to do a proper scan. Given the knowledge I've just gained, I have a pretty well-educated guess of what's going on here. Whoever, or whatever, created this citadel is using it as an ether refinement farm. Even ether resting within the consciousness of lords, like the warlords from Ellipsia, given enough time and used, can regress. So, if enough ether is circulated through millions of living beings within this dome, it can stay fresh or even refine further. These speculations and theories are what rush through my mind as we travel further into the wilderness. While any normal lord in my shoes, understanding that they've been tricked into the largest honey trap in the green zone of the upper realm, would be cursing their fate, I have to hold in the pure excitement building up inside me of a mystery unraveling. It would be quite odd to have a wide smile plastered on my face right now after learning that we are trapped inside this citadel. We pick up the pace and trek through the final stretches of the dense forest. Many packs of wolves come by to attack, but Zayden and Togi fight them off. Some run away, but others are more persistent. The spear and axe wielder don't have a problem killing their own kind when they are vicious and unreasonable, it seems. I don't really care to ask about the balance of intelligent and beast-like life on wolf race worlds, but Ava does bring it up in their small talk while we walk. Neither of the two know the answer, as apparently, they both leveled up high enough to rank up for a second time in these very woods, and were once unintelligent beasts just like these wolves around us. Hate to break it to you, but you too still might be unintelligent beasts. I whisper under my breath as we near the edge of a cliffside at the edge of the forest, between two mountain peaks. Just because they're following Ava as their leader now doesn't mean I've forgotten that they tried to kill us earlier. If they can switch up that fast, I don't trust that they're loyal to us now, but I'm sure they'll be useful tools. Rin is the only one close enough to hear my rude remark, but doesn't react and just points downward, where a cold breeze rushes up at us. I see the edge of a new biome to our far left, covered in a light blanket of snow, and far off to the right behind the other peak, the beige coloring of what looks like a desert comes into view as well. In the center of all three, a thick layering of ether commands can be visibly seen. The mini-map in my subconscious updates to connect what's in front of us, finally noting the exact location of the safe zone. Chapter 799, we walk down toward the safe zone appearing below us, linking the border of 3 biomes, and the air pressure shifts in very odd patterns. The earthy air from the mountainous forest region mixes with the cold air from the snow biome, but it is completely thrown off by the dry and hot air from the desert. The safe zone itself is no larger than 2 kilometers wide, with countless dense white strands of ether protecting it from the outside. My unaided eyes can't see through it from here, but as we get closer,
My natural aura can understand the tightly packed commands a bit better. I can tell it's some kind of barrier, like within the exile zones, to keep certain lords out and let others in. Ren doesn't slow down and walks right into the shimmering white barrier. As I walk through right behind, I feel the outer shell of an avatar I've created react with this shimmering wall of ether commands, and a notification rings in my inner ear. Welcome to Safe Zone 022089, Trade Center, Dining and Lodging, Adventurer's Hub, Crown Cycle Lab, Arena. When I hover over these options in my mind, more tabs and information about each open up. Yet my attention is far more captured by the scene around me. Ava and the two wolfmen walk in right behind me. And we make our way down a wide, open road. On each side of this open road, buildings that look like they're built from the rock and trees available as resources in these mountainside and desert environments line the streets. Even the road beneath our feet seems to be made of stone and flattened naturally. Despite the outer appearance of a low-technology society, this small town is deeply saturated with ether, mana, and divine threads. My vision fills with system commands, labeling each of the buildings around me as dining and lodging, showing the ether pricing per night, and even open shops labeled Trade Center, with market prices for loot most commonly collected in these three zones around us. Three large buildings in the center of the zone are labeled Adventurer's Hub, Crown Cycle Lab, and Arena. They seem to be built out of a denser, foreign material. If my mind didn't move hundreds of times faster than the average 5th-class lord, I'd be having a massive sensory overload right now. From inside this small dome, the outside wilderness is completely visible like clear glass, unlike the protective shield that blocks what can be seen from the outside. There are also very subtle shifts in the ether commands on my avatar shell that connect me to this safe zone. Not only is this connection allowing me to see the prices and functions of all the shops, but a small drop of ether comes out from its external pool to create a pressure-activated ether barrier. If any attacks were to strike me now, this zone would protect me, I'm certain of it, up to at least the strength of an average first-class lord. I can't help but grin as we walk through the street that isn't exactly empty. A few heads turn our way, as Ava is quite the sight to see walking through these parts. There are a few wolfmen and desert lizardmen that stand up to 3 or 4 meters at most, but the goblin queen in our party towers over everyone else on the street. The sight of two small humans, myself and Ren, is out of the ordinary as well. The only other race I manage to pick out in the crowds that walk in and out from the public spaces are humanoid rabbit creatures, with large pointed horns coming out from their foreheads. It's a ranked-up transformation of a horned rabbit monster that I've never witnessed in a dungeon before. Come on, we're already standing out enough. Less staring would let us fit in more. Ren whispers to me, tilting their head toward the center of town in the direction of the Adventurer's Hub. We pass a few hundred lords at most while walking through the small town to its center. The majority are 4th and 5th class lords, but as we get closer to the larger buildings in the center of the town, a few 3rd class lords pop up in my vision. No one approaches us directly, but the amount of side eyes and whispers we get is hard to keep count of. Ren seems used to it, far more unbothered by this attention compared to the stress Ava and I put them through. Then again, if I recall the countless safe zones this lord has been through over the years, this must happen in all of them. It would make sense that societies of races tend to stay near each other, but it does internally raise the question of how or why Ava and I were sent here and not to a zone more closely related to humans or goblins. We walk into one of the 3 large buildings in the center of town labeled Adventurer's Hub. There is no physical door, but just like the barrier around the safe zone itself, we can't see inside until we enter. About 2 dozen other lords, split up into parties of 2 to 5, all turn our way when we walk in. They all stand and sit around circular tables that line the sides of the room. Some have pop-up windows that show up in my vision, requesting party members of a certain level, class, special skill, or fighting proficiency. They even have quests and bounty rewards floating above their parties to show what they're after, mostly in the 3 biomes that connect to this zone. I see a few seeking materials from the swampland we were in earlier, and a few other biomes that I haven't seen before that must be off in other directions. The ceiling of this open hall is quite high, almost 25 meters, making our footsteps echo slightly as we walk through. Although, the building itself is easily 3 or 4 times this height, meaning there must be higher floors. Yet, I don't see any stairs or elevators. The back of the room is curved, and there are 5 receptionists behind a black curved counter. 2 of them are the horned rabbit race in their intelligent humanoid forms, while the other 3 are desert lizards. Ren's footsteps speed up toward the lizard man on the far right side, and I follow with a rhythm of nonchalance in my steps, looking around, making eye contact with as many random adventurers as I can for my own amusement. Ava's eyes track the countless quests and bounties that line the free space on the walls, unclaimed and marked with time limits and payout prices in ether ore. Avatar upgrade rewards all over them. Zayden and Togi awkwardly walk behind her with their heads down, and a few moments later, the five of us stand in front of the receptionist and come to a halt. A pair of sharp yellow lizard eyes look each one of us up and down, and the bronze-scaled receptionist speaks up, looking to Ava as she seems to be the party leader. Not from around here, are you? The closest goblin settlement is over 70 safe zones away. Its gaze shifts down to Rin, then over to me, and stops on the two wolfmen before he speaks again. I want to hear it from the locals. You're from the party that was off hunting that serpent bounty earlier with your pack leader, aren't you? What happened? They both perk up, and Togi starts nodding excitedly, while Zayden replies to the receptionist, that's right. The serpent bounty. Boss sacrificed himself to save us. Togi jumps in, remembering what they were chanting earlier. Yeah. Boss killed the serpent to save the pack. The lizard man gives a grunt of approval, then begins scrolling through a list of bounties, and meanwhile, Ava reaches into her ether storage to pull out the black scale and rest it down on the counter between them. Here's proof. That black snake is dead. She pulls one of the holographic bounties off the walls that she was looking at on the way in, then pulls two more seemingly random ones in front of the lizard man and pulls out all of the soul weapons we took off the trolls back in the swamp biome, but leaves the blades taken off the wolfman's body in her inventory. The lizardman's eyes move faster left and right as the quest boxes begin to scan and register the loot placed under them. They make audible dinging sounds once they're complete, and the live quest boards all over the wall shift slightly to reflect the changes. Well, it appears that is the case. This was a second-class bounty request. It has a special reward sequence that I can't personally verify. I'll need to contact our safe zone admin. Please give me a moment. Chapter 800, inside the outer wall of the Grand Citadel, a few hundred entry points away from where the two newest lords entered, a demonic servant receives a ping from safe zone 022089. Finally, that nuisance was taken care of. The servant whispers under his breath while confirming the legitimacy of the scan of the serpent's scale provided. This second-class beast has been causing havoc in some of the lower-class zones for months, and routines have been posted across multiple safe zones this admin oversees, so confirmation is sent back into the wilderness to grant the party that took out this threat a hefty reward. The receptionist's eyes move back and forth as ether commands shift behind the counter. But it doesn't seem bothered by our appearance. While rare, having random races come through other safe zones probably does happen sometimes. All of the receptionists have 3 crowns above their heads, varying from 1 to 2 filled. They seem like normal lords just like everyone else in this town. None of the other 4 look our way, simply staring ahead, awaiting other customers to help. However, as we wait in silence, the eyes of the adventurers in the room dig into the back of my head as they stare at us, watching one of the highest paying quests from the boards disappear. 89 days, it took quite a while for that request to be fulfilled. And it was a premium second-class payout too. The lizardman's eyes turned back to us with a bit more respect than the cold, calculative glare from before. More tapping on ether commands sounds out before strands of white light move toward all 5 of us. 100.0 low-quality ether deposit, add to ether pool, yes, 1 full crown cycle coupon received, directions to crown cycle lab. The reactions of Rin and Ava tell me they've received the same messages, and then Ava's avatar lights up 2 more times as the receptionist speaks again. There you go. It looks like that second-class quest reward was increased quite a few times. We usually don't give out instant avatar upgrades like that. It must have been a brutal fight. I think back to the fight. That serpent did have both of its crowns filled to the max and was a true-cord beast. However, I killed it and the boss of the Wolfmen in a single strike. It's hard to gauge how strong it really was, and here are your payouts for the troll extermination quests, he adds as Ava telepathically sends me a mental image of her payouts for them, adding up to 5.0 low-quality ether in total. Thank you, she responds aloud to the receptionist, and the 2 Wolfmen at her sides become excited. Free crown cycle coupon, what's that? Togi asks, but Zayden looks over to him. Boss saved the pack, and we get upgrades. We can become big like Boss. I, for one, have seen the upgrades done in Ellipsia, and know that having avatar changes doesn't alter one's physical appearance. It only gives access to more complex ether commands. A system-level rank-up is necessary for that, but I don't care enough to explain the difference. The receptionist responds to their misunderstanding in a similar way. Indeed. Each of you can visit the Crown Cycle Lab to receive the next rank of your avatar free of charge. His yellow eyes track over to Ren. It looks like you could get 2 full upgrades in a single visit.
This prompts me to remember the Lord's memories staring into a lake's reflection and one of the repeated phrases, "Never turn in your crowns." Based on the heavy feeling of anxiety and fear starting to build up in the frail Lord by my side, I can tell this oath certainly still holds true, even if it's free. I grin and look toward the receptionist. "What if I don't want an avatar upgrade? Can I sell this back to you for something better?" The receptionist's eyes widen, and even the other 4 receptionists who were uninterested before turn my way. I can feel the intensity of the gazes on my back grow hotter, and a few people stand up from their tables. 500 ether, a lizardman's voice calls out from behind me. 600, a horned rabbit from a table on the other side of the room replies. 750. 800, 9, no, 1000, 2000. I turn around and cut them off as more lords start chiming in, raising the price. I take that as a yes. This crown cycle coupon is more valuable than the serpent itself, but your ether is worthless to me. I let out a chuckle and scan the room, eyeing the 3rd and 4th class lords, along with the quests floating around them for average payouts of 1 to 2 ether for an entire party's full day of work. The receptionist's voice responds in a calm manner to the quiet room of shocked lords. "It is possible to sell your coupon, but this has never happened before. Especially out in a lower class zone like this. In the wilderness, upgrading your avatar is the only way to become stronger. How could you refuse?" "No, why would you?" I shrug, reading the gleam in this lizardman's eyes, realizing even he wants this coupon. "Does it matter why?" "Well, no, of course not. But if ether is not what you want, then what could possibly be more valuable?" "I heard information could be bought and sold here. I want more data on my map to be filled in." Then I grin and look back toward the adventurers that were bidding earlier. "So, whoever can bid the most biomes of our surroundings can have my coupon." It's that easy. Before I even finish speaking my offer, almost half the room rushes out of the hall, and yells from the remaining parties start up again. "I have a full map of the 3 regions around us, that's all. I have 7 full biomes, all past the Rabbit Snow Mountains. 8, I have 8 as well, but it'll come with all the data on the wild beasts and their hunting patterns. 9, I start to block out their words and place a hand on Ren's shoulder to sink into a mental link between the 3 of us. "Drive the price up, then I'll offer mine next, right?" Ava's words come in, and my grin grows wider. That's right. Ren doesn't speak for a moment, but eyes the door as one of the rabbit-eared receptionists on the side of the room offers 10 biomes, only to be scolded by his partner beside him. "We're not allowed to make private offers while on shift." The bids are about to get much higher. The lords that left all went to the trading center to buy up as much information as they could. Just as these words hit my inner ear, a tidal wave of lords comes rushing through the front door of the Adventurer's Hub, with a few familiar faces but also many new lords that weren't here before. 25 biomes, all in the surrounding area. 31, I see a few races unfamiliar to these parts pop in the door next, all of varying crown levels, 5th to 3rd. A few orcs, a humanoid red ant creature, and even a party of 4th-class humans walk through the front door. Though, the majority are wolfmen, horned rabbits, and bronze lizards. 55. All surrounding this area. There are connections to 12 other safe zones included. 74. 2 black zones are included, but the rest are rated safe for 3rd-class lords. The numbers keep going up, and the crowds of lords piling in don't stop for a full 2 minutes. Over 60 lords have gathered into this Adventurer's Hub, and it's safe to say the entire safe zone is aware something is going on. Yet, there are only 3 main bidders still spelling now, as everyone else can't compete any longer, 2 of which are lizardmen, 80 biomes, plus 3 black zone locations, but no proper data on them. The 3-meter-tall red ant lord yells out, its beady eyes staring across the room at me. Whispers fill the rest of the room as it appears no one can do better than his offer. Even the receptionists look disappointed that they don't have the means to bid higher. I step forward and nod, pulling the small white ticket packed with ether commands from my mental inventory and staring at the 3rd-class lord's visible trade request floating in the air. Deal. I do not know the market price for these coupons, but considering the bidding war that just ensued, I'm confident 80 biomes worth of data is a fair price. While I could wander around and safely find this data for free myself, I'd rather save the time and get a better vantage point of where we are right now. If it was that easy to fulfill a premium 2nd-class quest and receive this full crown cycle coupon, I'm sure it won't be hard to farm more if I end up wanting another one. Strands of white commands connect our avatars, and the trade is initiated instantly. The Ant-Man's antennae wiggle with excitement as it receives the coupon, and my subconscious floods with information about tons of territory surrounding these parts. The data seems to all be coming in a semi-straight line, from the direction of the center of the wilderness, where the demonic servant showed me a massive pillar housed the inner city. A few of the zones are blacked out, just like the Lord said they were, but the ant turns around and leaves right out the door the instant the coupon hits his system. I'll be selling mine too.
Same offer.
I want as much information on the surrounding biomes as possible. Ava yells out loud. The crowd and the receptionist's disappointed looks immediately grow hopeful again, and another bidding war starts for her coupon. While Ava attends to the crowd, I send a telepathic message to Rin, showing my mini-map and our advanced mental link and zooming in on certain biomes that do not show any data. What are these black zones that Ant Lord was talking about?